Chapter 1. The Visitor from Another World. Time indeed flies swiftly. It has been a considerable while since I arrived in this world. Standing by the railing, the young man gazed contemplatively at the golden beach before him, the vast ocean beyond merging seamlessly with the azure sky. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle reminiscent of countless brilliant diamonds glistening with enchanting light. At this moment, he sat gracefully in a comfortable lounge chair, elegantly uncorking a bottle of red wine. As he poured the deep crimson liquid into a transparent goblet, a rich bouquet of aromas wafted through the air. Dressed in a fitted leisure outfit, he exuded an aura that perfectly accentuated his well-proportioned physique and sharply defined muscles. Standing an impressive 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was strikingly prominent, akin to a majestic mountain. His features were striking, with arched brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. His exquisite and handsome visage seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by divine Hansa, quintessentially handsome Eastern gentleman, capable of captivating attention with mere looks. Typically, a subtle smile graced his lips, conveying an air of aloofness that rendered him somewhat unapproachable. Yet in this moment, a hint of nostalgia flickered within his otherwise indifferent gaze. Yihua was not a native of this world. He had, to put it precisely, transcended into it. Well, there was not much to reminisce about his past life, as an orphan had merely transitioned into this current existence as one. Awakening inexplicably in this world, he found himself reborn as a cherubic infant, left at the doorstep of an orphanage. A few cries of distress soon attracted attention, and thus, he was welcomed into the facility. Initially, he experienced astonishment and confusion, but he eventually accepted his fate. What else could he do, having become an infant? As he grew slightly older, Yihua realized this world was far more complex than his naive imagination had led him to believe. Here, there were heroes of World War II, such as Captain America, who had led the Howling Commandos to vanquish the notorious Hydra flamboyant playboys like billionaire Tony Stark, and a cavalcade of glamorous models whose headlines never ceased to be sensational. He had assumed he had merely strayed to the opposite side of the earth during his reincarnation, only to discover he had directly traversed into the Marvel Universe. Gunfights ensued daily, and while the pursuit of freedom was common, the Marvel realm was no playground for ordinary mortals. Superheroes battled supervillains, and suddenly, a building might come crashing down. You could be minding your own business at home, and a hulking green figure might appear, demanding you vacate the premises for renovation purposes, assuring you it will be free of charge. Extraterrestrial invasions loomed, while bureaucrats sought to summon deities for sheer amusement. Not to mention the world was rife with powerful entities intent on global annihilation, and even those deranged individuals conducting scientific experiments could randomly target you. Ordinary people in this world were mere statistics, living in constant trepidation. A sentiment that was not an exaggeration. Yet what could he do? Besides a faint sorrow, he felt utterly powerless. Without any extraordinary abilities, cheat codes, or systems indeed, he was merely an infant just beginning to crawl. It seemed hopeless. He resigned himself to fate. For 6 years, he languished in the orphanage, living an unremarkable life, never once triggering a special system, and often bullied by other children due to his differing complexion. The struggles of an adult's psyche in the body of a child were indeed daunting. However, that year, at the age of 6, fate took a significant turn. He was adopted by a single farmer who owned a vast ranch, rearing hundreds of dairy cows, certainly a man of considerable wealth. Uncertain of why he was chosen, he hoped at least to be well-fed and clothed. Yet, the truth was rather unsettling. The twisted motives behind his adoption were not for companionship or labor, but rather due to his youthful charm and, presumably, the exquisite quality of his blood. At 6, he was too powerless to resist an adult's intentions. In fear and desperation, he found himself bound to a dining table, awaiting a gruesome fate. It was the closest he had ever been to death. The sharp blade severed his wrist, and as warmth drained from his body, consciousness faded. In that moment, he even prayed for mercy from death, hoping to be favored with immortality. But death did not respond. Instead, he was met by the Radiant Sun civilization. Welcome to the gene system of the Radiant Sun civilization. Due to your recent life-threatening injury and significant blood loss, your life is in grave danger. The gene system has been activated to provide you with protection. Absorbing energy source. Unnamed star. Activation complete registration in progress. Registration failed. The gene system cannot connect to the dark web of the radiant sun civilization. Repair complete. Sunlight Yi Hua. First activation, may fortune favor you. His thoughts returned to reality as a torrent of power surged within him. Even with his newly awakened super genes, he possessed immense strength, capable of embedding himself into concrete without a scratch. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. His extraordinary physical prowess allowed him to swiftly turn the tables. This was pure monstrosity, and he left no trace of the man who had sought to harm him, taking his wealth and incinerating that den of evil. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the gene system, he erased every trace of his existence from the internet and commenced a life of wandering. Initially, he feared being pursued by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the authorities, yet, surprisingly, it remained quiet. Indeed, with no digital footprint and having obliterated the evidence, the monstrous perpetrator could not be linked to the incident. Thus, he became the inheritor of the sunlight gene. During his time of wandering, he diligently studied genetic knowledge, learned to harness dark energy, and adapted to his physical transformations. He also uncovered hidden truths about the orphanage, revealing it to be a nest of vile criminals engaged in illicit trade. After ineffective attempts to report them, he resorted to burning a few individuals out of frustration. What else could he do? This had some effect. The orphanage soon drew the authorities' scrutiny and was subsequently shut down. Henceforth, Yihua found himself truly alone, unburdened by any ties or concerns, until the arrival of the Earth's gatekeeper, an encounter that would once again reshape his understanding. The Ancient One, though unaware of how she had come to be in this world, possessed knowledge beyond comprehension, even knowing the precise manner in which he would shake off after using the restroom. It was utterly terrifying. Indeed, wielding the time stone allowed her to peer directly into the timeline, rendering her another sort of anomaly. Initially, she may have entertained thoughts of eliminating him or banishing him from this universe. Yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from taking action. Instead, she bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, along with a beachfront villa, his current residence. Nestled in Manhattan, New York City, lies a stunning seaside villa, 3-story wooden structure adorned with a crimson roof and pristine white walls. It boasts a private garden, a pool, 3 garages, and an expansive stretch of private beach. Oh, and not to forget the small private dock on the beach, where a yacht is moored. In fact, the surrounding 5 miles of beach belong to it. Valued at over $100 million, the formidable gatekeeper certainly commands respect. In a world teeming with powerful beings, even someone like myself could potentially attract the attention of the Temporal Management Bureau. For now, it is wise to remain humble and discreet, until I possess the strength to conquer all who defy me beneath the atmosphere. I must not flaunt my abilities. Furthermore, I must immerse myself in the study of computer programming languages and various disciplines. Without a solid foundation of knowledge, I cannot hope to master the genetic system engine. Once settled, Yihua pondered his next course of action, for idleness in the confines of his home would surely breed monotony. Thus, with the funds provided by the Ancient One, he opened a Liberian oasis to alleviate his boredom and facilitate his self-study of computer science. And so, in quietude, a decade slipped by, during which he altered his identity and became an unassuming library owner, heir to a vast fortune. My tale could very well be woven into a book, or perhaps everyone possesses an extraordinary story of their own. With a wry smile, Yihua donned an air of nonchalance. Great changes are imminent in this world. I cannot allow myself to lag behind. Following his abduction, Tony Stark engineered the Iron Man suit in a cave, subsequently declaring himself Iron Man, and now he grapples with the fallout of palladium poisoning. The Hulk, on the other hand, has become the leader of Earth's demolition crew, evading capture from his father-in-law, General Ross. Nick Fury is also preparing his super soldier initiative. Beneath the surface of this seemingly tranquil world, tumultuous currents swirl, and it is time for me to take action. After a decade of knowledge accumulation, mastery of dark energy, and maturation of genetic development, I am now ready for a divine body upgrade. It is regrettable that I have been too complacent. Had I engaged in daily battles like the Hulk, perhaps I would have already attained an upgrade. Of course, it is also possible that I would have met my demise. The physical prowess of the first-generation super soldiers is not particularly formidable. A sustained barrage from a Gatling gun could easily spell their end. I possess boundless potential, yet I am not yet a third-generation divine body. Most importantly, I currently lack access to the dark dimensions. With this thought, Yihua rose, preparing to continue his online procurement of materials for the divine body upgrade. For it is only upon becoming a true super soldier that I can claim the power of self-preservation. May this transaction proceed smoothly. Chapter 2. The Clam and the Fisherman. Time flows like water. What is destined to occur will inevitably come to pass. Tonight promises to be a grand spectacle. Iron Man's personal fireworks display in Queens. Yihua reclined leisurely on the sofa, the vast villa echoing with solitude, devoid of unnecessary caretakers or security, for they were unnecessary. He adeptly navigated the underground black market trading website, where the screen of his laptop was filled with listings of rare minerals and elements, each boasting unique properties and applications. Yihua meticulously perused the information, nodding in satisfaction. It is worth noting that upgrading the technology and divine body of a super soldier is no simple feat. The requisite resources are scarce and exorbitantly priced, often inaccessible to the average individual. Indeed, it may be impossible to gather even a single material on this entire planetary life form. However, this world is decidedly different. Earth is rich in diverse resources. After extensive exploration, I have discerned that the underground black market truly sells anything. There is nothing beyond their reach. In fact, Earth is capable of providing all the materials I seek. The only distinction lies in the expenditure required. Astonishingly, even vibranium, the so-called universal metal, is listed for sale, priced by the gram at tens of thousands of dollars. Claw, the vibranium trader, clearly knows the game well. This extraterrestrial metal possesses unimaginable strength, resilience, and durability, making it the ideal choice for crafting top-tier weaponry. Should I manage to forge a weapon from it, my combat prowess would experience an unprecedented enhancement, potentially ushering in a transformative change. I have long wished to seek out Claw and procure all the vibranium available. Now seems the opportune moment. Previously, I was not in a hurry, as I did not meet the necessary upgrade conditions, nor did I possess a safety net. I could have easily found myself captured by SHIELD agents. But now, I am ready to act. Let me see. Yihua's fingers danced across the keyboard, searching for avenues to acquire these precious resources while simultaneously monitoring the events unfolding in Queens. As for Hammer Industries, it is indeed a formidable entity, being the second largest arms dealer after Stark Industries, especially since Tony Stark shuttered the weapons division and declared himself Iron Man, leaving Hammer Industries to assume the mantle of supplying arms to the military. Regrettably, they have chosen the wrong adversary and have been manipulated by Ivan, leading to the collapse of their vast commercial empire overnight. This very night, Hammer will be apprehended and the company will be dissolved. A confident smile graced Yihua's lips. He is a super soldier with advanced knowledge. Although I cannot directly infiltrate dark information yet, relying on auxiliary devices, I can effortlessly breach Hammer Industries' cybersecurity and begin auditing their finances. Rather than allowing capitalists and politicians to divide the spoils, it is better suited for me. The considerable funds of Hammer Industries should be utilized where they are truly needed. Glancing at the computer screen, Yihua observed Iron Man engaged in a playful chase with a robot operated by Ivan, while hidden SHIELD agents swiftly took control of Hammer Industries. Yihua smiled once more, for no one would suspect that he was stealthily withdrawing funds at this moment. Hammer Industries boasts substantial capital, with liquid assets reaching an unfathomable figure. However, to me, this is merely a number. I could easily augment my account balance at will. How amusing, how intriguing. I possess such extraordinary abilities. Yet if I do not take action, it feels akin to being adorned in fine garments, yet remaining hidden in the shadows. Thus, I shall take decisive action, transferring the entirety of Hammer Industries' liquid assets to my own accounts, leaving others to grapple with the consequences. As Yihua reveled in the thrill of transferring funds, the surrounding scenery suddenly warped into silence. Yihua squinted, his brow furrowing, as a peculiar light flickered, revealing the Ancient One before him. "Your method of acquiring wealth is rather dubious," the Ancient One remarked calmly. "In the mirrored dimension, The formidable gatekeeper had made an unexpected visit. Clad in her signature yellow robes, the Ancient One's presence exuded an air of authority, her bald head reflecting the light, and her profound gaze brimming with wisdom. Her tone remained composed, betraying little of her intentions. "This is the property of Hammer Industries, soon to collapse and be divided. I am merely taking advantage of the situation," Yihua replied, his composure unwavering as he continued his operations, meeting the Ancient One's gaze with calm assurance. "Her power is undeniable, far beyond what I can currently contend with. Yet, it is unlikely she harbors intentions of eliminating me, as we have crossed paths on numerous occasions, and she has even guided me in opening portals. It is improbable she would wish to dispose of me over such a trivial matter. The two individuals cannot be classified as friends, yet neither are they foes otherwise. Why would Gu Yi provide money and a residence, frequently visiting to share a cup of tea? Surveillance? That does not seem to be the case. She merely seeks to validate certain matters. I am quite curious as to why you, instead of engaging in your demon-fighting duties, have come here. Shouldn't this concern be left to the authorities? If I am guilty, let the police come. Or do you believe that upon seeing me, I will bring about the world's destruction, or hurl the sun from the heavens, prompting you to come here preemptively to avert such a catastrophe? My dear child, you misunderstand my intentions. I'm not here to thwart anything, as you rightly pointed out. Such matters should indeed be addressed by the police. I have come to inform you that the timeline has shifted. Should you choose to remain complacent, you may face peril in the future." Gu Yi chuckled lightly. She simply wished to observe and convey some information. The existence of Yihua resembles a unique variable. He is not merely a possibility among countless others, but rather a catalyst for change on the timeline. This phenomenon perplexes even her, the guardian of the Time Stone, as she cannot fathom the cause. Danger? What danger? Is the purple potato spirit coming to eliminate me? Or is the Time Management Bureau here to apprehend me? If I choose to remain idle, that is where the true danger lies. Possessing the Time Stone, Gu Yi is capable of glimpsing into the future and, with her wisdom, comprehending matters beyond this universe. It is hardly surprising that she would seek him out, for she is a master of the script. When they first met, they spoke candidly, so Yihua felt at ease, harboring nothing to conceal. "The reason I am aware of these matters is that I am the omniscient and omnipotent Son God, regardless of Gu Yi's belief. That is how I initially presented myself. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Did you not say that controlling time would lead time to toy with you? I suggest you return home and accept your fate. Quietly, your presence here is entirely unnecessary." Facing an insurmountable opponent, one whose thoughts remain a mystery, is indeed daunting. Even in the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Yihua is reluctant to encounter Gu Yi, for the pressure she exerts is immense, regardless of whether she harbors intentions of his demise. "Do not fret, I harbor no ill will towards you. Had I intended harm, our first meeting would have concluded differently, and I would not have acquiesced to your request to teach you the teleportation spell. So after all these years, have you mastered it?" Gu Yi appeared to have arrived for a mere social call, yet the implications were far more profound. "Almost. Then what exactly is your purpose here?" Even with an advanced dark matter computer, he could not ascertain Gu Yi's sudden appearance. After all, individuals of her stature do not seek out others without reason. Gu Yi smiled in silence. The timeline of their world had undergone a transformation. What was once a stable trajectory has become shrouded in mystery with the arrival of this child. Even she, the keeper of the Time Stone, cannot see through this fog. Their world has changed, with each passing moment influenced by Yihua's presence, generating countless new possibilities. Whether this alteration is beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. Just as she contemplated exploring the future, Yihua vanished from the timeline at a certain point, an unanticipated disappearance that rendered the future unclear. What transpired? She did not know, but a change had occurred. The future was no longer distinctly visible. A future that could be easily perceived and one filled with uncertainties. Naturally, Gu Yi favored the latter. Although the unknown implies a lack of control, as long as Yihua does not entertain destructive intentions towards this universe, it matters little who he is or whence he comes. From the radiant and fervent aura he exudes, he resembles a newborn sun, brimming with warmth and hope perhaps the future may indeed improve. Gu Yi gently shook her head. The cycle of cause and effect means your actions will yield unforeseen consequences, whether positive or negative. I merely wish to offer you this caution. You need not regard me with such trepidation. The disparity in power is evident, and you are the gatekeeper of Earth. Fending off incursions from other dimensions, I must certainly be an entity from an alternate dimension, making it quite challenging for me to converse with you calmly. Gu Yi, entirely at ease, engaged in trivial conversation, even imparting insights on the nuances of teleportation practice, while Yi Hua felt increasingly uncomfortable. Imagine confining an ordinary person with a tiger in a cage, even if the tiger refrains from attacking. One cannot remain calm and jovial, can one? Fortunately, the situation did not deteriorate excessively. After a casual exchange, Gu Yi expressed her satisfaction, dissolving the mirrored space, causing the distorted fragments of architecture to vanish, and departed. Yi Hua gazed in the direction of Gu Yi's exit, frowning inwardly. System. Following Yi Hua's command, the genetic system promptly responded. Based on Gu Yi's actions and linguistic analysis, she may be assessing whether the light of the sun poses a threat to this world. Considering previous records in the database, the system assesses that she has likely acknowledged the existence of the sun's light. Is that so? Yi Hua's gaze remained tranquil as water. Ultimately, it all boils down to the disparity in power. If I were fully equipped with a third-generation divine physique, complemented by the support of a cosmic computer, I would not fear even if Thanos arrived with the Infinity Gauntlet. Previously, I lacked the strength to instigate any significant action. Now, if I upgrade to a second-generation super soldier physique and access the dark dimension, my combat prowess and strategies would multiply exponentially. It appears I must hasten my progress. The circulating funds of Hammer Industries have been discreetly transferred to a secret account. Yi Hua has also reached out to specialized channels and successfully ordered a small quantity of necessary materials. Certain matters require my personal attention. Special goods that cannot be shipped via express delivery are rather amusing. Casting a glance at the computer screen displaying a battle nearing its conclusion, Yi Hua felt a loss of interest. In the contest between Hammer Industries and Stark, Yi Hua emerged as the primary beneficiary, advancing significantly closer to becoming a true super soldier and perhaps even a deity. With a smile, she closed her laptop, reclined comfortably on the sofa, and prepared to take action. Chapter 3. Everything is ready in the headquarters of the Tri-Cornered Building in America, within the office of Director Nick Fury, located at 1 Wilshire Boulevard, Los Angeles, lies a pivotal hub for the internet along the Pacific coast. The personnel here are primarily tasked with addressing a myriad of bizarre occurrences on Earth, encompassing, but not limited to, safeguarding planetary security, managing individuals with superhuman abilities, collecting and analyzing intelligence, developing and employing advanced technology, and executing covert operations. In essence, they manage what others cannot and oversee what they can, which epitomizes S-H-I-L-D. Director, this is the situation, spoke a striking woman with crimson curls, her beauty cold and alluring, with an elegant form. Yet Nick Fury was not preoccupied with such superficialities. Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, a former Soviet ex-KGB operative known by the codename Black Widow, is recognized as one of the world's most proficient agents. Fluent in multiple languages and combat techniques, capable of handling any assignment with utmost confidence. However, an unforeseen complication arose this evening. Standing in his office adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a long black trench coat that exuded an air of mystery and authority, Fury's covered eye seemed to conceal endless secrets. His impassive demeanor rendered his thoughts inscrutable as he silently absorbed Natasha's briefing. At that moment, a short-haired woman with an indifferent expression interjected, "Director, we are unable to trace the fund's whereabouts. There are no leads online. The assets of the suspect Hammer and his company appear to have evaporated into thin air. $600 billion, not a cent more or less. This is a provocation. What should we do next? The Security Council will not accept that the funds have simply vanished." Maria Hill, characterized by her resolute decisiveness, calm rationality, and unwavering loyalty, is a level 9 agent well-trained and experienced in espionage, equipped with exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills and proficiency with various weapons. Her words reminded Fury that Hammer Industries' collapse was indeed a significant opportunity that many would wish to exploit. Yet the vast sum of money gone missing might lead some to suspect misappropriation on his part, which was the most troubling aspect. Fury regarded his capable subordinates, his voice low and grave. This matter is more intricate than it seems. It may involve a newly emerging force manipulating the flow of funds for some clandestine experiments. Rather than focusing solely on the monetary trail, I am more curious whether this is the work of an individual or a collective that has rendered my finest operatives powerless, leaving not a single thread to follow. Undoubtedly, whether it is an individual or a group, the ability to make $600 billion disappear under S.H.I.E.L.D.S. scrutiny cannot be overlooked. It signifies uncontrollable threats. Yet, he also recognizes the necessity of such elite teams and talents. A fleeting thought of the Rising Tide organization crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. That group of clowns lacks the capability for such grand feats. Slowly, he paced toward the window, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, and solemnly declared, "Wait until they reveal themselves. I cannot believe the puppet masters would simply leave this $600 billion in a bank to accrue interest. They must be planning something. Activate our operatives, employing big data analysis to identify suspicious individuals worldwide." He possessed the confidence and resources. S.H.I.E.L.D.S. eyes and ears extended globally. And even if it were akin to finding a needle in a haystack, they would locate it. He was determined to uncover who dared to snatch $600 billion from him. S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly pursue the investigation into the fund's whereabouts. But for Yi Hua, the priority was to finalize all materials and complete the upgrade swiftly. The following day, reports concerning Hammer Industries surfaced, revealing accusations of tax evasion, collusion with criminals, and arms trafficking to terrorist organizations, totaling up to 48 charges. He might face centuries behind bars. Truly, the Americans lived up to their reputation. A period of relative calm would likely ensue, especially now that Thor had arrived on Earth, inevitably drawing attention. It was time to act. He had established contact with sellers of unique goods, offering them terms they could hardly refuse. However, they insisted on an in-person transaction at their designated location for security reasons. Not an issue. Once the portal opens, traversing the globe is a mere breath away, he mused, which was one of the reasons he no longer sought to remain inconspicuous. If he could not fight, he could always flee, enhancing his safety. As for the identity of the library owner, that was of little consequence. He had merely established the library to stave off boredom and facilitate the acquisition of useful knowledge, with staff to oversee operations, thus negating the need for his presence. Long before, he had begun purchasing legitimate experimental apparatus and resources for rightful research purposes. Such items evaded regulation and garnered little attention, but the time for discretion had passed. Urgency was paramount. He placed orders online while simultaneously contacting laboratories, armories, and individuals possessing the materials he required, assuring them he would handle transactions personally. Naturally, there were also special channels, where some sought to engage in underhanded dealings, even bringing nothing but carbon-based biological equalizers. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong opponent. For those devoid of fair trading principles, there was no need for words. A swift fire would suffice. Of course, his current computing power was insufficient, necessitating reliance on Earth's network. Otherwise, he could have directly infiltrated through dark information. A golden portal materialized, and Yi Hua instantly traversed thousands of miles to the Salva giant wharf on the African coast. The efficacy of the portal was undeniable. At this stage, he could not fly, nor could he construct a celestial computer, and he had yet to access the dark dimension. Without the magical portal, such efficient travel would have been inconceivable. This portal, after years of analysis, was no longer merely magical. It was a genuine doorway, eschewing circles that would detract from aesthetics. Several rusted, forsaken vessels lay anchored in the expansive mudflat, and without the need to decode dark messages, he identified their stronghold. "I demand an audience with your leader." Ulysses' claw. Who is this yellow-skinned monkey? A lost little baby, perhaps? Kid, do you even know where you are? As he approached, Yihua was confronted by several armed men, all wearing malevolent grins. Thus, as a person of Asian descent, if one lacked the power to annihilate the earth, the Avengers would never accept them. They would not allow one to become their hero. In the course of recent transactions, he had encountered an abundance of racial discrimination. The individuals before him were not the first, nor would they be the last, to meet their demise at his hands. How amusing! A glimmer of gold flickered in his eyes as he instantly calculated the solar energy infusion release formula within their bodies, reducing them to ash in an instant. What kind of monster are you? Damn it! Shoot! The remaining henchmen, now terrified, unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Yihua. Yet the bullets melted upon approaching within a meter of his form. With a smile, Yihua advanced, each step igniting a cascade of golden light beneath his feet. The steel deck of the ship similarly succumbing to the heat. Ordinary caliber bullets proved ineffective. There was no need for evasion. Simple calculation sufficed. Wherever his gaze fell, adversaries were reduced to mere dust, their faces etched with terror, huddled together, no longer daring to obstruct his path. Ulysses Crow, if you do not emerge soon, your subordinates may very well perish. The voice of Yihua resonated indifferently within the cabin. Who exactly are you? I do not recall ever provoking you. A figure stepped forth from the shadows of the second floor, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable terror. From a moment the gunfire erupted until Yihua entered the cabin. No more than a minute had elapsed. Yet within that fleeting moment, his dozen or so subordinates had been reduced to ashes, evaporating instantaneously. Even the steel plates and the bullets flying by seemed to dissolve. This was beyond the capabilities of any mere human. As the searing heat wave enveloped him, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with dread. He spoke again. I wonder what brings you to seek me. I assure you, I shall do my utmost if it is within my power. His prolonged survival could be attributed to his discernment and courage, knowing whom to provoke and whom to avoid. The young man before him exhibited nothing but contempt. Viewing him as a deity might regard an insect, casually incinerating his subordinates. Under such scrutiny, he felt it futile to hope for escape and resolved to concede his fate. Had he done so earlier, this predicament could have been averted. I have come to propose a transaction. Vibranium, I recall having contacted you previously. Unlike other suppliers who merely request meetings in designated locations, this individual brazenly claimed to have none. Is it not you who has posted the information on the black market? You may deceive others, but not me. Now that I am here in person, should you dare to deny its existence again, I would not hesitate to take the goods without payment. Upon hearing the term vibranium, Crow's expression darkened considerably. His stock was dwindling, having sold a significant amount to a major client. Yet, it appeared that he could once again exploit this situation without consequence. Yihua remained silent, an enigmatic smile playing upon his lips, the pressure of his presence intensifying, the surrounding temperature rising sharply. Crow, alarmed by the shift, hastily replied, Do not resort to violence. Let's discuss this. Very well, follow me. I still possess some of what you seek. He indeed dared not play any further tricks. Opening a compartment on the second floor of the cabin, revealing neatly arranged devices containing over 20 units of vibranium, faintly glowing with a blue luminescence. Each vial contained precisely 10 kilograms, and intriguingly, the vibranium was in liquid form. You see, I have paid a considerable price for this substance. Each gram commands tens of thousands of dollars on the black market. Its total value here amounts to billions. Huh? Yihua chuckled lightly, his spirits lifted upon confirming the vibranium's authenticity, completing the transfer with but a thought. Rest assured, I genuinely seek a fair transaction. The funds have already been credited to your account. After a brief calculation, the goods were prepared for transport. Approximately 230 kilograms of vibranium would suffice for him to develop suitable alloy metals for crafting equipment. You are an invaluable partner. Should you continue to procure vibranium, I shall return for further dealings. Farewell. With that, Yihua opened a portal and departed. Crow, still trembling from the encounter, gazed in the direction Yihua had vanished, murmuring to himself, "Who on earth is this individual?" He had not anticipated the transaction would transpire so seamlessly, nor that the other party would indeed remit payment. Why then the need for intimidation? Following this incident, Crow resolved to treat every arriving client with utmost cordiality, especially those whose origins were shrouded in mystery. For one could never ascertain whether they were dealing with a mere mortal or a formidable beast. Chapter 4. Upgrades and enhancements. After several days of tireless effort, having traversed the globe, all the necessary materials for the divine body upgrade were finally prepared. The once spacious basement was now brimming with a myriad of intricate instruments, creating a sense of congestion. Among these, the most striking was a colossal gene sequencer, its silvery gray exterior emanating a chilling glow, reminiscent of a mysterious envoy from the future. Beside it stood a high-speed centrifuge, which, when activated, whipped into a whirlwind, swiftly separating samples. Rows of meticulously arranged PCR amplifiers were equipped with specially modified heating modules, capable of precisely regulating temperature to ensure that gene enhancement agents were birthed under optimal conditions. In a corner, an ultra-low temperature refrigerator emitted a bone-chilling draft upon opening, harboring preliminarily synthesized agents designed for programming dark matter computer data. Meanwhile, an assortment of pipettes lined the lab bench like disciplined soldiers, adept at accurately drawing micro and even nanoliter volumes of liquid. Most of these instruments had undergone modifications to meet the rigorous requirements of the task at hand. Of course, their utility was not without limitations. This was the first attempt at synthesis, and the hope was for success, as financial resources could not withstand waste, especially since many materials were scarce on Earth. After softly murmuring a prayer, Yihua steadied his mind and reconfirmed the completeness of the materials before embarking on the true synthesis of the gene enhancement agent. He activated the solar light interface, retrieving the genetic system data, the upgrade plan and blueprint for the second-generation solar light super soldier's physical enhancement. Data retrieval successful. Importing data commenced. As Yihua issued commands, the genetic system responded immediately, displaying his bodily data, the upgrade plan, and the dark matter computer plug-in construction data before him. Akin to an ultra sci-fi computer screen and keyboard materializing in the air. Indeed, the super soldier was essentially a highly advanced computer. His current task involved merely software updates and hardware enhancements. Yihua remained intensely focused on the control panel, eyes unblinking, fearful of missing any critical data. The data within the genetic system surged like a tide, reducing to the simplest binary codes of ones and zeros. He had to execute each step with absolute precision, allowing no room for error. He began matching the reagent component ratios, commanding the instruments to spring into action. The centrifuge whirred at high speed, producing a soft, buzzing sound, while the PCR amplifier's indicators blinked incessantly. Although the scene appeared futuristic, it fundamentally revolved around the processes of mixing, purifying, and refining, repeating until the requirements were satisfied. The most technically demanding aspect was the implantation of the dark matter computer software update, which, thanks to a complete dataset in the genetic repository, required no mental exertion. Merely a copy and paste sufficed. After all, solar light represented a divine-level genetic engineering endeavor, embodying the intellectual pinnacle of a civilization. With its database encapsulating the entirety of the solar civilization's genetic technology, his task was simply to upgrade the divine body, enhance the computational prowess of the genetic engine, and truly unlock the dark dimension. Up to this point, he had yet to possess the capability to enter the dark dimension, relying solely on his dark vision to perceive the dark matter realm. He had inherited the solar light genetic engine, but had not assimilated the dark dimension painstakingly constructed over countless millennia by the solar civilization. It was akin to possessing the key to a vault without having the vault itself, a deeply frustrating reality, as he could only rely on his inherent abilities. Even creating a fusion energy sphere proved to be a challenge. Fortunately, he was not entirely devoid of resources. A vast database contained all the knowledge of the solar civilization. Without it, he would likely remain a mere individual of boundless potential throughout his life. As he momentarily drifted into contemplation, The ultra-low temperature refrigerator suddenly emitted an alarm. Startled, Yihua hurried over to investigate, discovering that one semi-finished reagent had experienced a slight data deviation, causing its temperature to rise too rapidly. Well, it seemed that relying on pre-made solutions was not so straightforward. He carefully removed it and placed it in the waste preservation cabinet to control its activity and maintain its original state. There was no time to address it now. He recalibrated a fresh batch of the same reagent, letting out a sigh of relief as he returned to the control panel to continue the synthesis. One by one, commands were issued, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion without further incidents. Several hours later, the gene enhancement agent was successfully synthesized, its golden liquid in a thumb-sized vial shimmering with an otherworldly glow, brimming with potent energy. A look of satisfaction spread across Yihua's face. Now, the most critical phase lay ahead. The reagent, valued at billions in raw materials, was not the primary concern. The true significance lay in its capacity to unlock and construct the Dark Dimension's dark matter computer. He prepared to harness dark energy, capture dark matter, begin data replication, and establish the dark matter computer ready to input the program. Preparation complete. Commencing, he delicately placed the golden agent in a designated spot, his hands swiftly inputting a series of intricate commands on the control panel. With the assistance of the genetic engine, this step required minimal intervention on his part as a torrent of data surged forth, gradually refining the agent structure. The progress bar moved at a snail's pace. Even as the embodiment of solar light, the prolonged expenditure of dark energy left him feeling fatigue for the first time in many years. However, every moment of effort was worthwhile, as no unforeseen complications arose. The dark matter computer program gradually integrated into the golden agent. When the final strand of the program successfully implanted, the agent radiated a resplendent glow akin to a rebirth. Success. Exhausted, yet exhilarated, Yihua grasped the vial containing limitless potential, his eyes filled with anticipation. The second-generation Solar Light Super Soldier Upgrade agent was complete. Should he register it? Yes, registration complete. Yihua understood that it was now time to utilize the agent to enhance himself. Instinctively, his body began absorbing solar energy to restore the divine body's energy, adjusting itself to optimal conditions. Taking a deep breath, he injected the agent into his system. After such a prolonged wait, this moment had finally arrived. In an instant, a torrent of searing energy coursed through him, as if countless rays of sunlight penetrated his being simultaneously. Yet, as the solar light, the future sun god, such energy brought only warmth and comfort. Every cell ignited, fervently absorbing this energy, and his body erupted in radiant brilliance. It was not merely the energy of the gene agent. Even the distant sun in the sky radiated boundless energy, continuously converging towards him. As substantial material energy flowed in, aided by the genetic engine, a realm straddling the line between reality and illusion began to emerge. The dark dimension, his very own dark dimension. It was a nearly blank expanse. Small in size, yet Yihua felt an overwhelming excitement. His solar light genetic engine undoubtedly represented the future's third-generation divine body, the most cutting-edge technological achievement of the solar civilization. However, without the support of the dark dimension, it would remain an inferior version, forever stagnating in its initial form, devoid of true capabilities. With the dark dimension now at his disposal, everything changed. He could construct anything imaginable, fueled by ample energy and resources, embedding all the capabilities that solar light had to offer. This was a portable space, a universe composed of dark matter, brimming with infinite possibilities, capable of encapsulating the crystallized wisdom and technological advancements of an entire civilization. The genetic engine of the super soldier serves as an interface for the dark dimension within the realm of reality, utilizing terminals. Once the dark dimension is expanded to a certain extent, an omniscient, omnipotent, and immortal deity is born. The enhancement of physical capabilities becomes merely an ancillary outcome. As energy continues to be absorbed, Yihua perceives his awareness of the surrounding environment becoming increasingly acute. He can hear the sounds of cars traveling several kilometers away and see the minute cracks behind the walls. His physical strength is rapidly escalating, with muscle fibers restructured to become resilient and powerful. The sensation of becoming stronger is vividly apparent. If the physical prowess of the first-generation super soldiers merely approached the limits of human capability, the second generation has utterly transcended the human realm. Now, he can finally speak boldly. Even if he stands still, a barrage from tank artillery could not fell him. Oh yes, it's time to soar. However, this is merely an enhancement in physical strength, immersed in the exhilarating experience of his divinely enhanced body. Yihua is not the only one to have taken notice of the situation. Sir, I have just detected a nuclear energy reaction in the outskirts of Manhattan. Moreover, the magnitude of this reaction is continuously escalating. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, immediately activated its alarm protocol upon detecting the nuclear energy response. Hearing this, Tony, who had been leisurely sipping wine on the sofa, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he inquired, "Wait, what did you just say? A nuclear reaction? In Manhattan? How could that be possible? Manhattan is one of the most prosperous and pivotal areas of New York. If a nuclear energy reaction were to occur here, the consequences would be unimaginable." At that moment, Tony was overwhelmed with confusion and shock, quickly formulating a response strategy while suspecting that someone might be replicating his reactor. Simultaneously, Nick Fury's expression mirrored Tony's astonishment, his single eye wide and piercing, as if he had envisioned something unfathomable. Without delay, the director of SHIELD sprang into action, swiftly seizing the mobile phone from the table and dialing Tony's number without hesitation. During the brief waiting period for Tony to answer, an array of thoughts raced through Nick Fury's mind, beset by countless questions. It was not Tony's doing. He too was investigating the source of the energy. This was dire. As of now, only Tony wielded the miniature, controllable nuclear fusion technology, excluding those who had perished. Yet in Manhattan, right beneath his very nose, a potent nuclear fusion energy reaction had suddenly emerged. If a mad scientist had accidentally stumbled upon this, it would be one thing. But no, regardless of the cause, the emergence of nuclear energy reactions could never bode well, especially in Manhattan. Quick, immediately deploy satellites to pinpoint the source of this nuclear energy. I must understand precisely what is occurring in Manhattan. It is imperative to ascertain whether irreversible damage has already been inflicted. Nick Fury bellowed, his single eye fixated on the large screen, veins bulging on his forehead as if he could ignite flames. The head of the agents could not maintain his composure. After all, nuclear energy, if it exceeded certain limits, could obliterate anything, including lives. Nearby, staff members scrambled to operate various instruments and equipment in a frantic attempt to complete this urgent task, the command center enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Also, immediately notify all members of the special forces to mobilize. They must rush to the incident site with utmost speed. As Nick Fury issued commands, he rapidly contemplated the myriad scenarios that could unfold. However, as he spoke, he suddenly halted, his expression turning grave. If his fears were realized and someone had deliberately orchestrated a nuclear explosion, dispatching personnel to investigate would be an unwise move, potentially placing more lives in extreme peril. Escape would be the wiser course. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Nick Fury found himself torn, uncertain how to proceed with his decision. Disappeared? How could this be? Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the staff before him, his voice involuntarily rising. Just as he had prepared for the worst, they informed him of its disappearance. Is today April Fool's Day? Can nuclear energy simply vanish? Sir, that is indeed the case. All our monitoring devices and instruments indicate that it has completely vanished. The staff member's face was etched with tension and confusion, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nick Fury nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding screens and data charts as he sought clues to explain this bizarre phenomenon. Yet, everything appeared normal, as if Manhattan had never endured this terrifying crisis. Surveillance footage revealed no abnormalities. The streets, buildings, and crowds seemed as peaceful as ever. Another staff member commented, "It feels like we have narrowly escaped disaster. acknowledging the sheer horror of a nuclear explosion, especially so close to them. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Though his brow remained furrowed deeply, a profound crease etched across his forehead. He understood that this situation was far from simple. A colossal conspiracy or unknown force lurked behind it. Deploy the special forces to clandestinely locate the incident site. I demand to know everything. Have Norman Osborn come to see me. With each command issued, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents sprang into action. Similarly, in the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the bald sorceress, Ancient One, was attentively observing, her gaze piercing through layers of space, contemplating the dimensional beings birthed from technology. Perhaps it was not yet the case, but he had already earned such credentials. This world, Chapter 5, stepping into the spotlight, a continuous surge of power and accelerated processing speed enveloped me, akin to the unblocking of the meridians. At last, I no longer needed to operate in secrecy. Numerous technologies related to stellar energy were now within my grasp. Given a little more time, I could unleash solar storms upon the Earth's surface. Wouldn't that be something to fear? The brilliance of solar technology, unrivaled in its destructive capability. The enhancement of computational power and the opening of the dark dimension enabled me, Yihua, to invade the digital realm effortlessly, without the need for a computer, and to easily discern the events unfolding around me. How intriguing! I felt no fear at this moment. Indeed, I had expanded my capabilities. After all, strength had been acquired. Whether it be Iron Man or S-H-I-E-L-D, they paled in comparison to my current self. In fact, they should be the ones trembling in my presence. As long as the likes of Ancient One and Thanos do not intervene and the celestial children do not manifest, I am a formidable force. With a flick of my hand, a golden energy sphere materialized in my palm. This was a fusion energy sphere formed by harnessing solar energy. Its potency akin to a low-yield nuclear weapon without radiation. Should I choose to unleash nuclear devastation, neither S-H-I-E-L-D nor Iron Man would dare to challenge me. I'm a deity. Chuckles ahem. That was a moment of self-indulgence. I should focus on tidying up. I had intended to design weapons and armor today, but it now appeared there would be no time for that. The recent upgrade of my divine form, coupled with the mobilization of solar energy into the dark dimension, caused violent energy fluctuations that had already attracted the attention of Iron Man and S-H-I-E-L-D, who were on their way. Their curiosity was understandable. The emergence of nuclear energy reactions was no mere coincidence, and they would certainly come to investigate, driven by a vigilant mentality. It was too late to conceal anything now. It seemed I still had plenty of materials left, enough to create 2 more reagents, but they held little value for me now. Instead, I could utilize them to forge a solar version of the super soldier gene engine. Purely genetic enhancement serums may also prove beneficial, though I was uncertain about their compatibility with ordinary individuals. If feasible, they could be employed to cultivate subordinates, allowing the solar civilization to take root in this world. Such a prospect was enticing. Yet, I feared potential explosions. Ordinary people also had the opportunity to attain immortality and acquire super genes, thereby gaining powers such as pyrokinesis or hydrokinesis. Morgana had certainly engaged in such endeavors. Just call her queen. And indeed, solar technology possessed similar capabilities. Regrettably, given my current technical knowledge, safely implanting super genes into ordinary humans seemed an insurmountable challenge. The issue of genetic compatibility was critical. Should it go awry, I would not be able to rectify the situation. Perhaps I would revisit this matter later. Super genes, even in their initial iteration, could not be tested in collaboration with others. They would hardly consent to being mere guinea pigs. Human emotions are complex, and I had no desire to engage with them. Until I had mastered the implantation of cognitive information, I would remain the sole super gene warrior. As I organized the laboratory, meticulously categorizing materials and disposing of a volatile extract that posed an explosion risk, I emerged from the basement, preparing to greet the impending guests. Jarvis, Employ triangular localization exclusion to pinpoint the source of the recent energy surge. Iron Man soared through the skies, surveying the familiar landscape of Manhattan. His mind increasingly clouded with suspicion. The appearance of a nuclear energy reaction was no coincidence, and its sudden disappearance was equally perplexing. There had been no explosion, no radiation. Could someone truly have replicated his arc reactor? Such an act would be utterly unforgivable, and he resolved to unearth the identity of this thief. After confirming that all was calm in Manhattan, no signs of a nuclear blast, Tony swiftly donned his Iron Man suit, patrolling his territory. Meanwhile, SHIELD agents, led by Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, approached the scene. As anticipated, they encountered one another outside the beach villa, the most likely location of the incident. Tony, Black Widow greeted first. With Iron Man on the scene, our mission's safety is significantly enhanced, though there is always the chance this arrogant fellow might complicate things. Tony, however, was unamused, having recently had an unpleasant interaction with her. Let me see who we have here. Oh, it's the renowned Agent Romanoff, here to apprehend a criminal. Are we? My apologies, but you may be disappointed. The owner here appears to be a law-abiding citizen. Just a moment ago, I conducted infrared and X-ray scans. The villa is secure, and no suspicious energy signatures were detected. It seems there is only one occupant, and they Haven T detected your arrival. The villa was a voluntary donation, all paperwork in order, yet the identity of the donor was elusive. The current owner was a man named Yi Hua, a Chinese individual. Who could have conducted such a careless review? Surely, they had accepted a bribe. Things were likely more complex beneath the surface. The agent's instincts were sharp, and Black Widow remarked, "Aren't you here about the recent nuclear energy reaction? Do you not intend to investigate further?" Iron Man Tony Stark was a clever man, believing himself the smartest in the world, and had faith in JARVI's assessments. The previous nuclear energy reaction had originated from this villa. It could not be erroneous, nor could it be as simple as it appeared from the outside. He now hesitated between entering directly or knocking first. Having recently assessed Tony's psychological state, Romanoff recognized his sensitivity, perhaps stemming from his tumultuous youth. Even through the armor, she sensed his uncertainty. After a brief conversation over the headset, she instructed the strike team to surround the area and remain on standby as she pressed the doorbell. Before long, a handsome Chinese youth opened the door. Pardon the unannounced visit. Would you care to join us inside for a moment? Tony Stark was adept in dealing with women, yet he felt a bit awkward in the presence of someone younger. He had anticipated a joyous reaction upon revealing Iron Man at the doorstep, only to be met with indifference. Romanoff's eyes gleamed with suspicion. This was highly unusual. Iron Man's fame was globally recognized. Bolstered by his billionaire status, no one should remain indifferent upon encountering him. Yet the youth before her wore a calm expression, albeit with a faint smile. "Greetings. I am with the FBI," Romanoff said, discreetly presenting her credentials. "I require your cooperation for an investigation." Yi Hua did not even glance at the credentials. Instead, he appraised the red-haired beauty, whose exquisite features were accentuated by her form-fitting combat attire. The legendary Black Widow, rumored to be the girlfriend of many a traveler, he had heard much about her. As for the credentials, they were nothing more than scrap paper to him. "Welcome. Please come in. Would you care for something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Before Romanoff could respond, Iron Man expressed his discontent, feeling slighted. He lifted his mask and grumbled. "Do you not recognize who I am? Why is there no surprise in your eyes? I doubt that anyone residing in New York would be unaware of my existence. Or are you being deliberately obtuse? Congratulations, if that is indeed the case. You have successfully captured my attention." Listening to Tony, Yi Hua found himself at a loss for words, now understanding why the Black Widow had inscribed the words proud and arrogant on his psychological evaluation. "Surely, you do not believe that the Earth revolves around you? Of course, I am aware of your identity, billionaire, playboy, genius scientist, Iron Man, Tony Stark. What? Do you require me to prepare a garland and cheer enthusiastically? The most piercing wounds in this world are not inflicted by blades, but by words." Even if Yi Hua were to confront him with a couple of punches, it would not faze him. Yet now, confronted with Yi Hua's nonchalant demeanor and his casual remarks, Tony felt the need for oxygen, as if a breath had lodged in his throat, threatening to suffocate him. Indeed, children have never been particularly endearing. However, Norman Novick had discerned something unusual. Yihua was exhibiting an unsettling calmness, entirely uncharacteristic of a youth. "You knew we would come." As she spoke, she scrutinized Yihua's expression, attempting to glean some insight. "Naturally, you came here for that purpose." With a flick of her palm, a golden energy sphere materialized. While the Black Widow remained relatively unfazed, Tony instantly donned his helmet, directing the palm cannon towards Yihua. "What on earth is that? How did you come to possess such a perilous object? Are you a mutant? Or is this some form of technology?" His suit's internal indicators flashed frantically, warning of a nuclear reaction, the magnitude rapidly escalating to a dangerously high level. He understood nuclear fusion devices. But a nuclear energy sphere? To hold it barehanded? That defies all scientific reasoning. Tony Stark's reaction prompted the Black Widow to abandon her calm observation. "Tony, what is happening? What's wrong?" "This is the nuclear energy reaction that was detected earlier." "So, is this actually a nuclear bomb? A mutant? Some sort of technology?" No one possesses the audacity to approach nuclear energy at close range, especially when uncertain of whether it might detonate. The atmosphere in the living room grew palpably tense. Chapter 6. Alien Deity? The fusion energy sphere in Yihua's hand instantly put the two on high alert, their expressions tense. If he had produced a nuclear warhead or a nuclear weapon energy device, they might have felt fear, but not terror, as they had anticipated such a scenario before arriving. However, the blatant display of an energy sphere pulsating with violent nuclear reactions was utterly incomprehensible. It is only the unknown that instills true fear. Yihua maintained a smile throughout, his lips curving slightly, and his eyes glinting with hidden meaning. "Do not be anxious. This is quite safe. It will not explode unless I desire it to. You came here because of the nuclear reaction, which is a result of this very energy sphere in my hand." Tony and Norman exchanged glances, grappling with the unscientific nature of their surroundings, which challenged their understanding. Yihua, unaided by any device, effortlessly held the fusion energy sphere in a manner that defied comprehension, yet it appeared stable. "So what exactly are you? Technology? Superpowers?" The world was anything but tranquil. Stark Industries operated numerous satellites above, and he was privy to many secrets. He initially assumed Yihua was one of those unscientific mutants. Recently, a hammer had reportedly fallen from outer space in Mexico, prompting Coulson to investigate. A hammer descending from the heavens. Could that possibly be scientific? Tony felt his worldview was being upended. For example, it was inconceivable that someone could transform nuclear energy into a golden sphere and hold it without any tools. "No." He shook his head with a smile. "You may refer to me as the light of the sun god, come to protect you for the sake of friendship. As you can see, I am not of Earth, and I do not shy away from that fact. This is divine power, not some super ability." As he spoke, he stowed the golden fusion energy sphere away. Tony was bewildered. He wished to discuss science, yet Yihua was speaking of divine power and calling himself a god. Black Widow Norman also found her thoughts disoriented. She had expected a mad scientist conducting fusion experiments or terrorists mishandling stolen technology, inadvertently causing a nuclear reaction. Who would have thought the matter was far more complex, involving an alien who proclaimed himself a sun god? I still cannot believe someone could wield nuclear energy barehanded. Unless your hand is a high-tech prosthetic, even then, it defies logic. No one can manifest nuclear energy into a golden sphere and hold it. No one. Not even you. With your intellect, I find it challenging to explain, Yihua replied. What the F? Tony began, though he prided himself on being a gentleman of noble elegance. Today he could not abide the affront to his intelligence. One could insult him or strike him, but never question his intellect. He was, after all, the smartest man on the planet, without exception. So, you're an alien, here for friendship? Norman interjected, halting Tony Stark's impending outburst. Her professional instincts told her that the individual before them was not lying. This was rather uncanny. Of course, God was merely an extraterrestrial with high-energy reactions, and there was only one true God. I must inquire, why did the nuclear reaction occur not long ago? Were you conducting an experiment? You claim to protect us. What precisely does that entail? Norman asked. Her tone pointed, prompting Tony to fall silent, recognizing the relevance of her questions. If I told you I was using my abilities to cook steak, would you believe me? As for the term protect, it is to be taken literally. Listen and understand. Yihua responded casually, a dismissive expression plastered on his face. Moreover, do you truly believe you possess the right to interrogate me? Your laws and rules hold no sway over me. The only reason I am here, answering your inquiries, is out of sheer boredom. His nonchalant yet assertive demeanor revealed his extraterrestrial identity and exhibited overwhelming prowess. The precise power of the nuclear energy sphere remained to be seen. Well, regardless of who you are, I'm not inclined to continue this farce. I suspect you harbor weapons of mass destruction. Please cooperate with the investigation. Tony Stark's patience had worn thin, and Yihua's casual disdain irritated him. Iron Man assumed a combat stance, directing his palm cannon at Yihua, weapons manifesting across his armor. Tony, wait. Norman attempted to interject. How amusing. Yihua stood, facing Iron Man directly. Initiate Dark Dimension. Open the sunlight interface. Analyze target. Target identified as a divine river life form, equipped with combat-ready portable armor, housing intermediate artificial intelligence, armed with weaponry. Decryption time, 1 second. Yihua had not anticipated Tony's abrupt aggression. However, the technological disparity was vast. Jarvis stood no chance against Yihua's capabilities. Breaching its firewall would take a mere 2 seconds. I think it is time for you to return home. Otherwise, it may become rather dull if I were to incinerate you. As he spoke, Yihua snapped his fingers, causing Iron Man to move autonomously. Wait, what just happened? You hacked Jarvis. Hey, friend, please stop. That was a misunderstanding. Tony shouted as he became trapped within his armored suit, which then exited the meeting room and took flight. What have you done? Norman exclaimed in disbelief, shocked that Jarvis had been compromised and Iron Man taken over. How could this be accomplished with merely a snap of the fingers? If it was magic, she might not comprehend it. If it was a digital invasion, she could suspect Yihua as the mastermind behind the embezzlement of Hammer Industries funds. After all, breaching Hammer Industries' information network was no small feat, nothing much. I simply thought it would be unwise to truly burn him, so I sent him home. Fighting Iron Man is pointless, as he primarily relies on projectiles and ion energy weapons. Instead, I hacked Jarvis to send him home. Norman's keen instincts informed her that something was amiss, and this individual was concealing many secrets. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and asked, "May I pose a few questions?" "Of course, but I hope you will not trouble me further once they are answered." Yihua's words were left unchallenged by Norman. Such matters were beyond her control. "Is it true that you hail from an extraterrestrial civilization? If so, from where? How do you explain your divine power? How did you arrive on Earth? And what is your intent? Do you seek to establish diplomatic relations? Additionally, I am curious as to who gifted you this villa. Was it you who discreetly transferred Hammer Industries funds recently?" In response to Black Widow Norman's probing inquiries, Yihua provided the answers he deemed appropriate. "In summary, an extraterrestrial being and solar deity of immense power, akin to an energy sphere with a might comparable to a nuclear explosion, advise you not to provoke me. However, I find it necessary to elaborate on the origins of this villa. Surely, you do not believe yourselves to be the rightful rulers of Earth? How amusing. The true decision-makers have never been you. My residence on this planet is permitted by the Ancient One, and this villa is indeed a gift from her. Furthermore, it is out of respect for her role as the guardian of Earth that I grant you the opportunity to pose your inquiries. I feel no pressure in betraying the Ancient One, for she often seeks to intimidate me without cause. Regardless of your amiable demeanor, your offerings of property, wealth, and portal technology, the disparity in our strengths renders your visits, under the guise of casual tea conversations, merely threats in my eyes. It would be prudent for both the Ancient One and SHELD to occupy themselves with other matters rather than fixate on me. Now that you have gleaned sufficient understanding, it is time for your departure." Norman Novikov hesitated at my dismissal, as her mission was to locate and control the nuclear energy reaction site and its associated personnel. Was she to apprehend me? A sense of foreboding lingered in her mind. "Sir," she began, but I raised my hand, interrupting her with a cold smirk, warning her not to test my patience. If you inquire about my capacity for resistance, I can disclose that a satellite hovers above us, and I could obliterate it at this very moment. As I spoke, a golden fusion energy sphere reappeared in my hand, calculating distance, importing solar energy, maximizing power, initiating wormhole algorithm. Calculation complete, ready for action. The operations of the dark dimension are beyond the perception of ordinary beings. All she saw was a faint golden light in my eyes as I hurled the energy sphere into the sky, where it swiftly vanished in a brilliant flash. What are you just doing? Tony had already confirmed that this energy sphere contained nuclear energy. Instinctively, Novikov sensed that matters could escalate dramatically. Did I not mention the possibility of destroying a SHIELD satellite? You will understand the implications upon your return. Do not disturb me again. Farewell. With a wave of my hand, I closed the door behind her. Thus, you should comprehend that I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 7. The Investigation of SHIELD. Tony Stark returned home bewildered. His pride and joy, the artificial intelligence Jarvis, had been compromised with a mere snap of someone's fingers. It felt as if he had yet to awaken from a dream, for such an occurrence seemed utterly implausible. Jarvis, what transpired just now? My firewall underwent a brute force attack, granting the intruder control and excluding me from the interface. Commands were issued for your suit to return home, and only upon your arrival did I regain operational authority. I apologize, sir. The opponent's computational power was overwhelming, and I could not resist. As he listened to Jarvis's report, Tony took a deep breath, his expression shifting dramatically. Though he was aware that Jarvis could be infiltrated, having witnessed SHIELD DS agents execute similar breaches, this was no simple matter. The prospect of someone commandeering his Iron Man suit so easily was terrifying. It implied that he would be utterly defenseless before this adversary, potentially even turning his weapons upon himself. No, I must return and uncover how this was achieved. Sir, I would advise against that course of action. It is exceedingly perilous. After a moment of hesitation, Tony resolved to go back, convinced that Norman Osborn had not yet departed. After all, this difficulty still possessed some measure of power. As he piloted the Iron Man suit back toward the villa, he noticed a golden beam of energy shoot into the sky, silencing him once more. Data analysis indicated that it was nuclear energy. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this energy had obliterated a SHIELD satellite, with an explosive yield comparable to that of a standard nuclear weapon. To strike a satellite from the Earth's surface with such formidable might necessitated an upgrade to his systems and suit before he returned. The absence of security was unacceptable. Meanwhile, within the highest command office of SHIELD, in the Triskelion, Nick Fury's previously composed demeanor had vanished, replaced by a deepening scowl. The atmosphere was thick with silence. This was a provocation. No, should someone merely give you the finger or make some inflammatory remark, it could be deemed a provocation. However, if that individual wielded nuclear weapons and could easily dismantle your satellites, it transcended provocation and entered the realm of nuclear deterrence, a power capable of silencing all carbon-based life. I must gather all pertinent information about him, whether divine or extraterrestrial. Nick Fury had encountered an array of such beings. Nothing was truly astonishing. He had even witnessed and participated in battles against legions of cosmic warships. The pressing question now was how to approach Nightingale, and what stance Nightingale might adopt toward SHIELD and Earth. With a series of commands issued, SHIELD agents sprang into action. Was it easier to find a needle in a haystack or to deduce the process after knowing the outcome? Clearly, the latter was the answer. Even if information about Nightingale were scarce online, they could employ a manpower strategy to investigate and inquire. Having established a target, should they fail to find any leads, SHIELD agents would face dismissal. As anticipated, despite the adversary's formidable strength and adept concealment. Within just one day, and at no small expense of resources and personnel, Comprehensive details about Nightingale found their way to Nick Fury's desk. He regarded the mission report submitted by Natasha with an unyielding calm in his solitary eye, rendering it impossible to discern his thoughts. It was worth noting the irony that a globally unified organization replete with advanced technology still relied on paper documentation for reporting, perhaps out of concern for data theft. Nick Fury scrutinized the first page of the dossier. It was unremarkable. Nightingale, sun god, light of the sun, extraterrestrial, had moved to Manhattan approximately a decade ago, residing in a locale reportedly gifted by the Earth's protector, the Ancient One. Fascinating. There existed an illegal faction of which he was unaware. The documentation included various social proofs, educational records, and medical histories, all electronic or otherwise. Nightingale had maintained a low profile, operating a grand library and possessing ample tax documentation, qualifying him as a model citizen. However, his character was reclusive, devoid of friends, and he had never experienced romantic relationships. In summary, the report presented some issues, though they were not insurmountable. Yet, what lay beneath the surface mattered far more than what was apparent. Akin to a bikini, the concealed elements held the true significance. Nick Fury understood that one of his most elite agents would not present him with trivial information, prompting him to turn to the next page of the report. By the gods, even the most inscrutable director of SHIELD could not maintain composure at a mere glance. The document detailed how within 3 days, Nightingale traversed the globe, amassing vast quantities of rare elements and materials, expenditures exceeding $100 billion, including the raw materials necessary for nuclear weaponry, ample for a specialized team to construct a bomb. Indeed, in this land of freedom, no restrictions seemed to apply, even concerning such dangerous items. It appeared necessary to enhance oversight. As he continued reading, a litany of rare elements and precious resources was meticulously catalogued. This was not merely about fabricating a bomb. Setting aside the question of where he acquired his fortune, the notion of appearing in diverse locations within mere days was improbable. Could it be that Nightingale possessed the ability to move with extraordinary speed? Natasha Romanoff's report also noted that he had hacked Tony Jarvis, indicating an exceptional level of hacking proficiency, and it was suspected that the funds from Hammer Industries had been siphoned by Nightingale. While this incident should have been significant, it paled in comparison to the implications of possessing nuclear deterrent capability and the ability to obliterate SHIELD satellites. With lingering uncertainties, Nick Fury flipped to the next page, which contained a thorough assessment of Nightingale's past experiences and personality. Characterized as reclusive and arrogant, investigations revealed that he had never formed friendships or partnerships throughout his life and had yet to date, struggling to integrate with those around him. This was merely a superficial report. Moreover, a glaring issue arose. All records of his life, prior to the age of 6, were conspicuously absent. Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Natasha, what do you assess his threat level to be? With the case of the stolen Hammer Industries funds resolved and the source of the recent nuclear energy reaction identified, Nick Fury's focus shifted to Nightingale as a person. Whether he was a god or an alien was irrelevant. What mattered was whether he could be of use to him. Sir, he may pose a profound danger, exhibiting a complete disregard for our societal norms and laws. His arrogance is distinctly different from Iron Man's. It emanates an innate superiority. His interactions at school further illustrate his indifference to those around him. I believe he qualifies as a supercriminal with a threat level exceeding S. This was an exceedingly high-risk classification, comparable to the Hulk, indicating a need for strict control. Sir, I cannot shake the feeling that he exudes an acute lack of security, akin to a wild beast returning to nature, seeking to ascertain his position within the food chain. Otherwise, during our initial encounter, when we had yet to display any overt hostility, it was unwarranted for him to first disable Iron Man's armor and then obliterate our satellite. This act was a declaration of sovereignty, a defense of territory, and a stark warning of his formidable strength. Norman's psychological assessments have never been without purpose. Nightshade's demeanor exuded such an impression. Deeply insecure, he cloaked himself like a hedgehog, revealing his fangs at the slightest hint of threat. I understood. Natasha, you have a new mission. Nick Fury nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Regardless of the outcome, only through direct engagement could a comprehensive evaluation be accurately attained. As for the final result, I merely hoped it would not be too dire. After all, our understanding was still quite superficial, necessitating a deeper investigation. On the other hand, Natasha was not mistaken. After S.H.I.L.D. and Iron Man joined forces, Nightshade felt the mounting pressure. Previously concealed, unknown to all, he could no longer afford such anonymity. He needed to wield formidable power to live unperturbed. Nightshade was diligently researching the optimal application of vibranium alloys while designing weaponized armor. The style of the Solaris armor leaned towards retrofuturism, while aesthetically pleasing. It did not quite resonate with him. Instead, he recalled the Angel's armor, which was rather impressive. Just as he contemplated designing the dark silver armor of the Angel, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Why confine his search for armor styles to super tech? The Emperor's armor was equally magnificent, crafted with elements from ancient emperors. The armor boasted the body of a dragon, the arm guards of an eagle, the shoulder plates of a tiger, the back armor of a mastiff, and the leg guards of a rhinoceros, all gifted by the sun, symbolizing the power of kings. After all, he was the sun god. Could there be a more fitting armor? Inspired, he set to work, knowing that technology could transform all visions into reality. Nightshade began sketching the design of the Emperor's armor from memory. As for the weapons, although the Emperor's armor included the Aurora Blade and Aurora Shift, he preferred Kaisha's silver wings. For charging forward with a sword paled in comparison to lounging on a sofa with music blaring. Furthermore, when paired with wormhole algorithms, the sharp silver blades would undoubtedly possess greater lethality than an equally matched sword. Thus, Kaisha's silver wings were also replicated, composed of 144 silver-bladed feathers. Each wing was meticulously crafted to ensure smooth lines and intricate detailing. When unfurled, they resembled the wings of an angel, radiating a dazzling silver glow. It was more fitting to refer to them as the silver wings of the sun god. In any case, they had to be striking. Possessing such a divine weapon would undoubtedly empower the user, rendering them invincible. Perfect, with the design of the Emperor's armor and Kaisha's silver wings. Combined with the optimization schemes provided by the genetic engine, Nightshade was exceedingly satisfied with the style of the weaponized armor. It merely required the appropriate vibranium alloy for its creation. Regrettably, this world lacked adamantium, and vibranium was not referred to by that name. If only there existed a formula for adamantium claws akin to Wolverine S, it would have been flawless. Enter the dark dimension. Open the solar light interface. Analyze the atomic structure of vibranium. Calculate the alloy composition scheme. Within hours, Nightshade had conducted numerous experiments, yet the results were far from ideal. The strength of the vibranium alloy fell short of the requirements for silver-bladed weaponry. He pondered whether this world possessed dark silver. If it did, he could utilize it directly without such complications. It seemed unlikely, otherwise it would have gained notoriety by now. He saved the experimental data and continued calculating. It appeared that he could only procure this vibranium for now, necessitating careful usage. After unsatisfactory results, Nightshade opted to pause momentarily. With sufficient data amassed, the next steps would be entrusted to the genetic system. Chapter 8. Idle matters. The affair should be coming to a close. The divine body upgrade is complete, and the dark dimension has been successfully opened. Although it remains minuscule and utterly devoid of substance, it represents the very foundation of super soldiers and even deities. The next step involves mastering the technology of the blazing sun, accumulating resources within the dark dimension, and constructing various functional devices. For now, this suffices to fend off the agents of S.H.I.L.D. As for the hidden surveillance and the covert placement of listening devices, Yihua pays them no mind, as they will glean nothing of substance. The priority is to complete his weaponry. Vibranium, as a versatile synthetic material, is more robust than steel, yet weighs merely 1/3 of it. At the atomic level, its uniqueness lies in its ability to form various peculiar bonds, adapting to a multitude of forms and functions. Its chemical versatility facilitates the efficient and productive synthesis of specialized components at the nanoscale. Its distinctive molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible. The relative stillness of its molecules results in minimal heat and kinetic energy conduction, allowing it to absorb and subsequently release heat, energy, and kinetic energy. However, its drawbacks are starkly evident. Under high-frequency sound waves, vibranium exhibits a phenomenon of passivation, losing its original strength, appearing akin to melting ice, thus rendering it ineffective. To truly harness the power of vibranium, it must be forged into an alloy that retains its advantages while discarding its deficiencies. The processing of vibranium is surprisingly straightforward, far less arduous than one might imagine. It can even be fashioned into weapons through traditional iron smelting techniques. Otherwise, if it required the extreme heat of a neutron star for melting or processing under ultrasonic conditions, how could the ancestors of Wakanda possibly have discovered and utilized vibranium? Nonetheless, achieving a superlative vibranium alloy or items of exceptionally high purity necessitates specific conditions. This material is indeed a universal metal, and vibranium in its liquid form, once purified, can react with nearly any element on Earth, forming what is deemed indestructible metal. Naturally, there exists a hierarchy of strength among these materials. With a clear direction for his weaponry, Yihua resolves that the vibranium alloy must be the hardest, strongest, and sufficiently sharp. Given the right materials, silver blades present an excellent option, and the vibranium alloy can be easily resolved through micro-wormhole technology. This world does not require an assault on enemies from a genetic or conceptual standpoint, at least not at present. Even formidable beings like Thanos or the Ancient One can succumb to a well-placed blade. If he can create weapons of silver blade caliber, combined with wormhole algorithms, they would undoubtedly be unstoppable. However, synthesizing a suitable vibranium alloy is no trivial task. Captain America's shield was born from serendipity, its formula impossible to replicate, while other vibranium alloys fail to meet his stringent standards for a silver blade. Truly, it is a remarkable metal. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wakanda have been unable to synthesize a similar type of metal. Observing the vibranium synthesis data pilfered from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wakanda, Yihua shakes his head. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military possess vibranium and have continually attempted to replicate Captain America's shield, yet they have not succeeded. The strength of their alloys falls woefully short of that shield. Even Wakanda has never synthesized such a metal, having merely crafted the Black Panther suit from highly pure, raw vibranium. While it has advantages, it also possesses significant weaknesses, failing entirely against ultrasonic waves. It is no wonder that it is exclusive to Captain America. As Yihua peruses the vibranium synthesis data and experiments, a striking blonde, with fair skin, captivating features, and long legs, approaches him. Frustrated by the lackluster progress of her own experiments and seeking a change of scenery, she decides to visit the library to refresh her mind and study some physics. Hey, Yihua, what are you looking at? Such beautiful armor. Is it a character you designed for a game or a model? The newcomer, Bella Miller, a regular at the library, is warm and vivacious, sitting down beside Yihua, leaning in close. Yihua suspects her frequent visits to the library might be motivated by her attraction to him. He smiles and replies, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just something I designed while idling." He casually closes the vibranium experiment file, and just then, the screen displays his design of the Emperor armor, capturing Bella's interest. "I think it's amazing. This armor looks super cool," she exclaims. The complete version of the Emperor armor is indeed striking, but it proves to be quite impractical for real combat. The long dragon horns on the shoulders, the thick back, the oversized shoulders, and the elongated eagle arms, especially with the addition of the Aurora shield on the chest, significantly hinder flexibility. Fortunately, with the assistance of the genetic system, he made some minor adjustments, opting to forego the Aurora shield altogether. The belt underwent substantial alterations as well. He no longer needs a rotating button, which he deemed unnecessary, leaving only the Tai Chi pattern in the center. After numerous modifications, it evolved into an upgraded version of the initial design, maintaining its impressive aesthetic. Bella, did you come to see me for something? If not, hearing the subtle hint of dismissal in Yihua's voice, the blonde beauty frowned, clearly displeased. Can't you see I came over to strike up a conversation with you? Though she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she extended an invitation. Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Sorry, Bella, I have plans tonight, he replied. Upon hearing this, Bella raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on her face. Are you seriously going to turn me down? I don't recall you having a girlfriend. I met someone online, and we have plans to play games together and chat all night. Yihua chuckled. This revelation left Bella incredulous. Seriously? You'd rather pursue an online romance than spend time with me? Is there something wrong with your taste? His taste is perfectly fine. In fact, he stands out with his tall stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, drawing attention in any crowd. The divine genetics contribute significantly to his appearance, with sharp yet gentle features and a strikingly defined jawline. Beneath his thick eyebrows lies a pair of deep, luminous eyes that sparkle with intelligence and charm, reminiscent of stars. Not only does he possess striking looks, but he also embodies depth and talent, often surrounded by enthusiastic American girls. I'm truly sorry, Bella, but I really cannot attend your party. Happy birthday. Yihua smiled, once again turning down the beautiful girl. Is a fleeting few decades of casual encounters truly worth it? Besides, he and the average person are on entirely different wavelengths. However, he is indeed considering an online romance and has already added Wanda, the future Scarlet Witch, as a friend, an entity capable of dominating the multiverse. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yihua maintained his refusal, and Bella departed, disappointment evident in her demeanor. It is not that she lacks beauty. Rather, they exist in different realms of conversation, and he has no desire for mere physical exchanges, which hold little allure for him. Yihua reopened the vibranium data, delving back into his research when his phone vibrated. A message from Wanda appeared. Am I interrupting you? What are you busy with? In Sokovia, a young girl named Wanda Maximoff, who had tragically lost both parents and has an elder brother, found it remarkably easy to connect with her online friend. At that time, she was grappling with the grief of her parents' demise and harbored a deep resentment towards Stark Industries. It was through the solace of online companionship that she developed a natural affinity for him. Currently, she works alongside her brother at a bakery, occasionally partaking in protests, as she attempts to piece her life back together, albeit temporarily. With a slight smile curving his lips, Yihua replied, I have no pressing matters at hand. Just as I was about to think of you, your message arrived. It seems we share a certain unspoken understanding. Have you completed your work? Yes. I wrapped up my tasks for the morning and am now taking a break. In a quaint town far away, in Sokovia, Wanda was enjoying her lunch while chatting with a longtime online acquaintance, an involuntary smile gracing her face. To be precise, she was an exceptionally mature young lady, at least in terms of her physique. She possessed enviable legs, a voluptuous figure, and a rounded silhouette, embodying the sensuality typically associated with mature women. Even in her work attire, her beauty remained unblemished. Sometimes, I ponder the thought of living in the same city. It would allow me the opportunity to meet you in person. Manhattan feels worlds apart from Sokovia, making it an impractical journey for her alone. Not only does her financial situation hinder such travel, but the disparity in their circumstances also fills her with trepidation about meeting Yihua. Her familiar online companion is not only extraordinarily handsome and fit, but also the owner of a large library. His lifestyle, replete with a luxurious villa and an extravagant car, starkly contrasts with her own modest existence. At present, she is not yet the Scarlet Witch. Aside from her brother, she feels she has nothing left. Even if we reside in different cities, we can still connect daily online. However, if you wish to meet in reality, I would be willing to purchase a plane ticket right now. A message from her phone stirred something within Wanda, yet she hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She feared revealing her impoverished living conditions, dreading the disappointment that might ensue and the potential loss of this cherished friendship. Their online conversations flowed naturally, revealing a rapport that made the hours slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff arrived at the entrance of the library. Having received a new assignment to infiltrate the establishment for a close-range psychological assessment to gauge potential threats. However, Iwa was already aware of her presence as a SHIELD agent, raising questions about Nick Fury's intentions. After a brief inspection of her appearance, Romanoff grasped the job advertisement and entered the library. Chapter 9. Restless Spirits. Time, like a fleeting shadow, has swiftly passed, marking the end of over a month and the arrival of summer life. During this period, I completed the enhancement of my divine physique and, through relentless effort and repeated experimentation, successfully developed the most suitable vibranium alloy formula, forging the Emperor's armor and silver wings. At last, my combat prowess has reached a commendable level. As long as I do not encounter formidable beings like Doctor Strange, Odin, or the Eternals, I can face anyone without fear, significantly boosting my sense of security. Yet, there remains a slight regret. I still lack a worthy opponent, someone capable of testing my current abilities and allowing me to showcase my growth. Although this world is never devoid of strong individuals, they either surpass me in strength or fall short, failing to provide the thrill I seek. I desire a visceral, hand-to-hand combatant, not one who relies on flashy, insincere magic. Presently, it seems a suitable sparring partner will soon emerge. Moonlight cascades like water through the window, where I, dressed in a sleek black suit, sit in a safe, casually savoring my coffee. My gaze drifts through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in a vibrant cityscape illuminated by countless lights, with towering skyscrapers and flickering neon signs. While vehicles dart through the streets like shooting stars, it appears that something is about to unfold. A subtle smile of anticipation graces my lips. Alas, this world is fraught with calamity. The citizens of Manhattan will likely find little rest tonight. Hi, Iwa, what a coincidence. Do you also enjoy coffee here? Mind if I join you? As I ponder the happenings at Dr. Samuel Stern's lab, a graceful and tall beauty approaches. I turn to smile and reply, of course. Please have a seat. Natasha Romanoff has successfully secured a position in library management, and interestingly, she just resigned from Tony's side to become my secretary. However, it matters little. The expansive library is not a place I frequent, with numerous staff handling daily operations. It won't be easy for Natasha, my secretary, to see me often. Her attendance is impeccable, never late or absent, and she shows no overt desire to draw closer. This woman is a consummate professional. She plays her role flawlessly. If one were unaware of her true nature, they might easily be deceived. Have you uncovered anything during your time? Your assignment should have concluded by now. Are you planning to follow me home next? I tease, unabashedly admiring her figure, her slender waist, long legs, and graceful curves, complemented by striking features and flowing red hair that enhances her allure, making her stand out in any crowd. By any standard of beauty, she is captivating. If you have needs, I would be more than willing to assist. After all, caring for my employer's well-being is part of my duties as a secretary. Natasha gracefully waves to a nearby waiter. With a soft smile, she requests, "Could I have a rich cup of coffee, please?" Her voice resonates with the allure of a mature woman. Simultaneously, she casually tosses her red hair, allowing the light to illuminate her exquisite face and graceful figure. As a trained agent, Natasha understands that sometimes a glance, a smile, or even subtle body language can be potent tools to breach an opponent's psychological defenses. At this moment, she is quietly wielding that charm. Your skills seem quite diverse, I remark, shaking my head with a smile. Unfortunately, it is clear you are not suited for this role. Though I possess a bus pass, I have no intention of boarding your vehicle, let alone sharing a route with the Hulk and his ilk. Scarlet, which is a far more appealing option. What brings you here? She inquires. To witness the commotion? I hardly find anything noteworthy. Indeed, she knows I would not appear here without cause, and she furrows her brow, glancing out at the distant street. The long-absent Dr. Banner or the Hulk may have resurfaced in this very city. Even if the military forbids SHIELD from intervening, they might pretend not to notice. Many agents are covertly monitoring the situation tonight, and she is merely one of them, dispatched to make contact with me. Fear not. It is merely a military exercise. Ross will manage, and has an SHIELD already implemented emergency protocols? I must caution you again. You are breaking the law. Do not repeatedly provoke its authority. In that case, allow me to remind you once more, without evidence, refrain from making baseless claims, lest I accuse you of defamation. Do you wish for me to dismantle all your satellites? You would not dare. If you truly sought war with us, you would think twice. Apologies, but SHILD is not yet qualified to engage me in battle. A single fusion energy sphere from me could obliterate your headquarters. At least until Nick Fury establishes the Superboy team, you are in no position to threaten me. What is it that you truly desire? I wish for you to cease your disturbances. Perhaps we can engage in trade involving vibranium and rare elements. How about an antimatter bomb? With genuine interest, I add, I recall you recently retrieved an armored suit from Mexico. Since you cannot derive anything useful from it, why not relinquish it to me? Observing my nonchalant demeanor, Natasha furrows her brow. This individual breaches SHIELD's database with the ease of drinking water. And the troubling fact is they remain unaware and incapable of stopping him. Were this anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences to prevent leaks of sensitive information. Yet, with me, SHIELD cannot, nor dares to act. She witnessed firsthand a fist-sized energy sphere launch from my hand, resulting in news of a satellite explosion reaching their headquarters. The force was akin to a nuclear detonation. To strike a satellite at an altitude of 600,000 meters? Is that within human capability? Since then, my threat level has surged, as they fear my displeasure could lead to their headquarters being obliterated. Now, the mention of an antimatter bomb? Is it a jest? Such a weapon is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Who would dare provoke such a dangerous being? Let the director grapple with the headaches that ensue. In truth, we harbor no ill intentions toward you. Why not consider joining us? It will be mutually beneficial. Given your knowledge of the Avengers initiative, surely you would prefer to work alongside your kind, be they intelligent or strong. A being as dangerous as you, capable of wielding nuclear energy at will, must be controlled. The United States cannot permit such a formidable presence. The prospect of SHIELD recruiting me fails to pique my interest. I did not traverse dimensions merely to serve you. Become a hero? What kind of madness is that? I have no need for the cheers of fans. 4. I am a god. Faced with my unwavering stance, Natasha finds herself at a loss. Regardless of what she proposes or the benefits offered, my disinterest remains palpable. The notion of incapacitating me and forcibly taking me away is utterly implausible. Nuclear deterrence serves as a power that renders any carbon-based life form hesitant to act rashly. Two individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, sipped coffee and engaged in casual conversation when, suddenly, the distant sound of an explosion erupted from the street. The intrigue began. As Banner was sedated and taken aboard a helicopter, it seemed the mission was successfully completed. However, Emil Blonsky threatened Dr. Banner, demanding to inject himself with Hulk's blood and undergo gamma radiation exposure, ultimately acquiring the power he desired and transforming into the Abomination. Chaos ensued on the streets as the Abomination wreaked havoc during a demolition operation. Had the Hulk appeared? The foolish general had certainly botched the situation. Amidst the fiery explosion, a massive green figure, resembling the Hulk in color, yet appearing even more muscular and adorned with spikes, led Natasha to mistakenly believe it was the Hulk. This was the city center. The Hulk's presence here would spell disaster. She promptly reported to her superiors, requesting assistance. No, this was not the Hulk. It was the Abomination. Yihua chuckled. This was the perfect practice target he had selected. The Hulk was unsuitable. The creature was mindless and grew stronger the angrier it became. He merely sought a worthy opponent, wishing to avoid any mishaps. What a mess. General Ross had somehow conjured yet another monster. As Natasha absorbed Yihua's explanation, the distant sounds of explosions and cries for help filled her with alarm. Commander, we may face two Hulks. Yes, indeed. I am currently with Yihua, he informed me. Understood. The CAF was in a state of emergency lockdown. Walking along the street, Yihua, intrigued, wished to test his abilities. Unlike the Hulk, The abomination would not lose its sanity. It possessed a calm and composed mind, with power and speed comparable to the Hulk's normal state. Having him as a sparring partner would significantly accelerate the development of his genes, shortening the time to ascend to a third-generation super soldier. Entering the dark dimension, he activated the solar light combat interface. Analyzing the target, it was revealed that the abomination, originally a being of divine origin, had been modified using an unknown gene serum and lacked a gene engine. Its primary combat methods relied on bioenergy for physical attacks, boasting a strength of 80 to 100 tons and a speed of approximately 900 kilometers per hour, capable of withstanding high-caliber lethal weaponry. Comparing this with the solar light deity data, it was suggested to unleash a full-power fusion shockwave to obliterate its flesh or utilize silver wings to sever its head and heart, vital weak points. As the abomination rampaged through the streets, Natasha had just reported the situation and was preparing to join the special operations team to address the crisis when she noticed Yi Hua standing still, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue. What are you just doing? You can't possibly be considering a duel with him. In such scenarios, both Natasha and SHIELD were quite eager to witness the unfolding events, as it would not only offer deeper insights into Yi Hua's true power, but also provide a more intuitive, clear, and accurate assessment of his capabilities. The manifestations of the dark dimension remained invisible to ordinary people. After analyzing the abomination's data, Yi Hua grew increasingly pleased with this resilient practice target. It seemed he would not be needed just yet. The helicopter transporting Banner had not strayed far when the abomination had already smashed a few cars and demolished several buildings, prompting Banner to leap from the helicopter. Perfect. Let them fight it out first. This will help me gather combat data. Yi Hua smiled, while Natasha, listening to his words, furrowed her brow. Chapter 10. The Clash of the Abomination and the Hulk. This station reports urgently. At this very moment, a horrifying creature has suddenly appeared on the streets of New York, rampaging and causing destruction. Witness the live footage. Oh no. Good heavens, it's not just one monster, but two, and they are indeed fighting. Viewers, you cannot possibly imagine the intensity and spectacle of the scene unfolding before us. I am a reporter from ABC Radio, risking my life to bring you this live broadcast. May God protect me. Previously, the emergence of the Hulk could be dismissed as a military exercise or mere fabrications by certain individuals, with both the military and SHIELD possessing means to silence the public through confidentiality agreements. But now, the situation is dire. Two enormous green behemoths are rampaging through the streets, their demolition skills surpassing those of professional demolition teams. Buildings and cars crumble before them, as if made of paper. Explosions erupt everywhere, a chaotic tapestry of destruction. Unlike the cinematic portrayals of a mere brawl between the Hulk and the Abomination, numerous bustling streets have now been reduced to ruins. The elite forces and police summoned by Ross appear utterly powerless against the Hulk and the Abomination. Their weapons seem laughable, and even armed helicopters prove ineffective as casualties continue to rise. Ordinary civilians are akin to mere straw, helplessly falling victim to the merciless harvest of death that follows in the wake of these two green monsters, who leave no time for escape. The deafening explosions reverberate, and the terrified screams fill the night sky, casting a veil of fear over the entire area. However, amidst this heart-stopping spectacle, the eager reporters swarm like sharks sensing blood, eager to capture every moment of the fierce clash. Armed with cameras, they zealously document the struggle of the two titans, keenly aware of the significant destruction and loss this battle has wrought, closely trailing the trajectory of this battlefield. As time passes, more and more reckless individuals join this thrill-seeking crowd, driven either by a desire for breaking news or sheer curiosity, disregarding their own safety to witness this unimaginable confrontation firsthand. The situation has spiraled out of control, with numerous videos uploaded online, witnessed by thousands. Yet, the military and SHIELD persist in their efforts. Madam, it is extremely dangerous ahead. Please surrender your camera. No, I'm a legally protected freelance journalist. You have no right to demand my property. What does danger have to do with relinquishing my camera? Such dialogues echo in every corner surrounding the battlefield. The military and police have abandoned their offensive against the Hulk and the Abomination, as their formidable weapons have only served to miss their targets. Instead of rushing to their doom, maintaining order seems a wiser course. It appears the Hulk is not in optimal condition, having been subdued by the Abomination, perhaps due to the recent injection of suppressants. Nevertheless, the sight of the Abomination without pants is quite distressing. Standing atop a building, Nightingale remains indifferent to the surrounding chaos, analyzing the fight between the two. Each is an exceptional punching bag, resilient and formidable. However, the Abomination's lack of aesthetic appeal is compounded by the fact that he is unlike his cinematic portrayal. He is, in fact, quite exposed. Imagine a Germanic giant running down the street, swinging about wantonly, truly an unsettling sight. Interestingly, the flamboyant Iron Man has not joined the fray. This is Manhattan, right under his nose. Has he been intimidated or perhaps thwarted by someone? Could he genuinely be afraid? It makes sense. Either of these two could dismantle the current Iron Man with ease. The battle rages on, a miasma of smoke and fury as the two green giants grapple amidst explosions, exchanging blows and even clashing heads in a primal display of physical combat. While Nightingale analyzes their combat data, SHIELD, personnel scrutinize him instead. Natasha, are you certain Nightingale wishes to engage with the Abomination? If that is indeed the name he has chosen, does he believe he can contend with those two monsters? Listening to Natasha S. report, Phil Coulson ponders the implications. If this is the case, then Nightingale possesses extraordinary strength and combat skills, raising the danger level significantly. This man, with a receding hairline, yet a perpetually benevolent smile, now wears a grave expression. If true, SHIELD may find themselves utterly powerless against Nightingale. Perhaps it is unnecessary to consider him an enemy. However, the immediate situation remains paramount. General Ross has truly complicated matters. The Hulk and the Abomination continue their fierce combat, unaware that the Hulk's bioenergy is surging rapidly, provoked by the Abomination's intent to kill Banner's girlfriend, thereby igniting his fury. As expected, the Hulk, with a thunderous clap, extinguishes the flames from a downed helicopter, and his rage amplifies his strength, enabling him to turn the tide against the Abomination. Ensnaring the Abomination with immense chains, he even attempts to strangle him, but at the last moment he is stopped by his girlfriend, who sends the barely conscious Abomination back to his father-in-law before making a dramatic exit pursued by the helicopter. This breathtaking battle finally reaches a temporary conclusion, and before the smoke can dissipate, reporters rush forward, eager to acquire first-hand information. Observing the Abomination being airlifted away, Nightingale hesitates, but ultimately refrains from intervening. As night falls, the Abomination, still reeling from the battle, would do better to rest. He can seek training another day. The performance has ended, and it's time to return home for some much-needed sleep. As the portal opens, Nightingale vanishes from the scene, leaving the aftermath to others. Back home, he sends a flirty message to Wanda, soon receiving a response. It's quite late. Haven't you gone to bed? Not yet, just thinking of you. I'm thinking of you too, dear. The passionate Eastern European girl shows no shyness, actively expressing her feelings. Are you still living in New York? Your work shouldn't be too hectic now, right? How wonderful it would be if we lived in the same city. Though they have known each other for a long time, he has yet to meet his online sweetheart in person. Yet he worries that she might be disappointed upon meeting. Faced with Wanda's messages, Nightingale raises an eyebrow. Her intentions are crystal clear. While he could easily open a portal and visit her now, would that not be a tad too forward? Yet, it seems permissible. Western girls mature remarkably quickly, and her figure is nothing short of perfect, possessing alluring curves. She has even sent him a picture of herself in a bright orange bikini, basking in sunlight, her fair and delicate skin on display, accentuating her exquisite physique. Her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long limbs make it difficult to believe she is of her current age, exuding a charm that blends youthfulness with a hint of allure. How could it be? My dear, I cherish you. External possessions hold no significance for me. However, I am currently unable to leave. Engaging in intimate activities can occur at any time. There is no rush in this moment. The two conversed late into the night. The following day, Yihua awoke early, preparing to seek out Abomination for a sparring session. Upon arriving near the battlefield from the previous day, he discovered the area had been cordoned off with SHIELD agents patrolling to prevent anyone from approaching and investigating. The military had also imposed a lockdown on several nearby streets, as reconstruction efforts were underway. A group of protesters had gathered, demanding the government disclose the truth regarding Hulk and Abomination, condemning the military's incompetence. Shaking his head, and having learned the location of Abomination's confinement from military intel, Yihua departed, regarding the contentious issue of custody over Abomination as a matter best left unspoken. According to classified documents, Abomination was imprisoned in a frozen facility in Alaska, conveniently under Ross's jurisdiction. At that moment, Abomination was ferociously pounding on the glass confines of his cell. "No, let me out. You cannot do this to me. I transformed into a monster in order to eradicate other monsters. This is not my fault." It was evident that Abomination retained the rationality and cognitive abilities of a normal person, yet he had not reverted to his human form. Naturally, no one would be willing to release such a monster. "I believe you should calm down," Ross replied, his expression devoid of emotion. It was utterly unforgivable that Abomination had attempted to kill him and his beloved daughter the previous night. Abomination was destined to serve a life sentence here, especially now that he had become a creature of monstrosity. "You cannot break this cell. There is a laser matrix surrounding it. I advise you to behave yourself." "Ross, you have betrayed me. I do not deserve this treatment." Despite Abomination's furious roars, he was powerless. At that moment, a golden portal appeared in what should have been an impenetrable stronghold. "I too believe you should not be subjected to such treatment. They have even denied you a pair of pants. Who are you, and how did you get in here?" In an instant, alarms blared throughout the base, and Ross braced himself for an imminent threat, as the scene before him surpassed his comprehension. Ignoring Ross, Yihua casually opened a wormhole, tossing a pair of men's boxer shorts into the glass cell. "Put on some clothes, then follow me." The elasticity of Hulk's pants, made from a synthetic fiber blended with a certain proportion of spandex, possessed remarkable stretch and flexibility. Yet it could not compare to the pair he had just provided for Abomination, considered an advance payment for the sparring session. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Seeing Yihua disregard him and attempt to take Abomination away, Ross, despite knowing something was amiss, could not contain his fury. "I will give you one more chance to identify yourself. Otherwise, I will order the troops to fire." A group of soldiers surrounded Yihua, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Chapter 11. The free boxing match in the desert within the confines of the SHIELD office. Director Nick Fury rested his hands upon his polished, dark scalp. Though his expression was inscrutable, it was undoubtedly not one of joy. The alien who referred to himself as the Sun God, the light of the sun, had become the subject of increasing reports, prompting Nick Fury to relax, albeit slightly. The psychological evaluation indicated that this individual was barely within the realm of normalcy. He bore no signs of madness, nor any desire for revenge against humanity or world destruction. His capacity for coherent communication denoted a mind functioning within the norms of health, save for a slight sense of insecurity and an air of superiority. According to Natasha's mission report, there had been notable improvements in his behavior recently. Furthermore, investigations into those who had maintained close contact with Nighthua over the years revealed that they held him in high regard, describing him as a humble and courteous gentleman. The library staff also praised Nighthua, recognizing him as an exemplary employer. Additionally, his mastery over nuclear energy appeared to be under control. Throughout the years, he had resided in Manhattan without incident or destruction. This was indeed promising news. As for the financial dealings with Hammer Industries, which involved the procurement of rare elements and materials from around the globe, along with the elimination of certain gang members, such matters have become inconsequential. What alternative was there? Should they demand he relinquish such items or imprison him? Such notions were absurd. The prospect of engaging in a conflict while he wielded nuclear energy was daunting. Who could possibly confront him? The thought of mishandling the situation and endangering Manhattan was a burden no one dared to shoulder. Thus, fostering amicable relations was paramount, provided he remained compliant. Naturally, it would be even better if he refrained from intruding upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Just as he believed matters might settle, news arrived that he had recently liberated Abomination from General Ross's cell, resulting in casualties among the soldiers. Nick Fury massaged his temples, feeling a throbbing headache, and realized a formidable team was urgently needed to handle non-human incidents. Otherwise, he felt utterly powerless against an entity like Nighthawk. What is the status from General Ross? Are the casualties severe? And have our satellites detected anything? Have we located him? In response to his superior's inquiries, the ever-amiable Coulson was evidently prepared. General Ross is quite irate and is preparing to deploy the military. Fortunately, there were no fatalities in the prison break. The injuries were all self-inflicted from friendly fire. There has been nuclear activity reported in the Sahara Desert. Nighthawk and Abomination appear to be preparing for a duel. Nick Fury's mind stirred at Coulson's words. Since they were not on American soil, could they consider launching a tactical nuclear strike to eliminate this threat? However, as soon as he voiced this thought, he was met with immediate dissent from Natasha and Coulson. I would advise against such actions, Natasha asserted. He possesses a spatial teleportation ability, allowing him to escape before a nuclear explosion could even occur. If he were to learn of our intentions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Our cybersecurity measures are woefully inadequate before him. Having spent the longest time in contact with Nighthawk, Natasha had developed a profound understanding of his abilities, noting the almost instantaneous nature of his teleportation. Moreover, given Nighthawk's ability to generate nuclear energy at will, it was unlikely he would fear a nuclear strike. Coulson concurred, emphasizing, based on Natasha's reports and psychological assessments, I believe he is capable of dialogue and cooperation. He has not posed a threat during his nearly 10 years in Manhattan. As a man who had encountered extraterrestrial beings, such as the Asgardian Thor, Coulson regarded Nighthawk as merely an extraordinary individual with immense power, no different from ordinary humans in many respects. Even the once mighty Thor had been subdued. Gods, it seemed, also had emotional needs and the capacity for communication, requiring sustenance and rest like any other. This notion was not overly complex. Whether it was Thor or the sun god Nighthawk, they were fundamentally similar. If amicable dialogue could foster friendship, why resort to hostility? Very well, we shall proceed as such, Nick Fury conceded. While he understood the simplicity of the reasoning, he was still adjusting to the notion of circumstances beyond his control. In time, he would adapt. I will personally have a discussion with General Ross, and he must account for the appearance of two monsters fighting in the streets of New York. Additionally, you are to head immediately to the Sahara Desert to ascertain Nighthawk's intentions. And do not forget about Abomination with the mission objectives clearly outlined. Coulson and Natasha sprang into action. Meanwhile, Nighthawk had led Abomination to the heart of the world's largest desert. This vast expanse should provide ample solitude for their confrontation. Come forth and unleash your power, Nighthawk beckoned. Abomination, possessing a keen logical mind, found himself perplexed by Nighthawk's motives. Who are you? Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Rather than rushing into combat or fleeing, he glared fiercely at the figure before him. Allow me to introduce myself simply. I am Nighthawk, though you may also call me the light of the sun or the sun god. I was the one who liberated you from prison and bestowed upon you a pair of undergarments worth millions. In return, you shall serve as my sparring partner in the forthcoming battles. As he spoke, Nighthawk summoned his armor, proclaiming, Emperor's armor, unite. Despite nearing 40 years of age, he still bore the exuberance of youth, his enthusiasm undiminished. A brilliant light surged skyward, tracing the contours of his armor in golden lines as the pieces materialized and adhered to him, each segment clanging with a resounding metallic chime. Nighthawk strolled through the Radiance, embodying the magnificence of the Emperor's armor, which required no further embellishment. The spectacle of his entrance demanded an element of flair. In an instant, the brilliance faded, revealing metallic armor that exuded authority and grandeur, radiating the essence of a king. He had chosen not to wear a helmet, lest others mistake him for a new Iron Man. Additionally, he lacked the Aurora shield on his chest, as it had not yet been forged. As the light of the sun, he was entitled to his own core equipment. However, he had yet to examine the blueprints for his armor within the database. Nevertheless, the core technologies of the Dawn Blade and Zenith Shield could certainly be adapted for the Aurora Sword and Shield. After all, even the toughest metals have limits. And mere hardness, without the ability to dissipate force, would inevitably lead to destruction. The examples of MJ Mjolnir and Captain America's shield were testament to this truth. However, the vibranium alloy was unsuitable for weapon engines and did not conduct energy. If he merely sought to create a multifaceted shield for enhanced defense, it would be superfluous. Similarly, if he could not generate sword energy, the sword itself would be of little use, rendering it inferior to the convenience of a silver-winged weapon. Thus, he would have to postpone that endeavor. At this moment, the armor was no longer merely leather. It was a form-fitting suit that embraced the body tightly. As the arms slowly lifted, the surrounding sandy terrain was stirred into waves by an overwhelming aura. The abomination widened its eyes in disgust, feeling an unprecedented pressure weighing down upon it. Knight, clad in Imperial armor, confidently declared, "Come forth, unleash your full strength, and let me witness your prowess." The abomination, not one to hold back, roared in response and charged forward. Entering the dark dimension, the sunlight combat interface was activated, importing the solar combat technique. The battle was imminent as the two clashed violently. The abomination swung its massive fists, while Knight stood firm, opting to absorb the blows. An ear-splitting explosion reverberated through the air. Their physical confrontation was akin to an energy detonation, creating successive waves of sand. With a powerful punch, Knight pushed the abomination back, unleashing his full force, knowing well that this brute was tough and not easily vanquished. The abomination was no mere pushover either, a pure physical warrior, capable of crushing any adversary. This was the first true battle for Knight, and even with the assistance of the genetic system, the experience was far from seamless. However, with the superlative defense of the Imperial armor, there was a feeling of parity in their struggle. This was fortuitous, a perfect target for his strikes. Knight stomped his feet, leveraging the force to launch himself into the air. After a full rotation, he descended, delivering a kick to the abomination's head. Angered, the abomination retaliated with increased ferocity, inadvertently grappling Knight in an attempt to crush the armor. Fool! This is hyperdense vibranium alloy, the hardest metal on Earth. Spare your strength. Focus your efforts on your punches and kicks, Knight retorted, having labored tirelessly to perfect this armor, which possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities. The black, tightly woven metallic sections were designed to be both snug and resistant to ultrasonic interference while maintaining a degree of defense. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in this? Even if Thanos wielded his colossal blade against me, I would have confidence to withstand it. You, mere abomination, stand no chance. Activating his genetic powers, Knight unleashed a fusion beam, his eyes radiating golden light. A brilliant flash erupted, freeing him from the abomination's grasp and sending it flying far away. Is this all you can muster? Come again. If you could defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, I shall end you right here, Knight taunted. The abomination, enraged, bellowed, "Hulk nearly brought me to my demise. Do you dare to act so arrogantly? I will make you regret this." After a deep growl, the abomination lunged once more, but Knight remained unfazed, taking the initiative. Now, both combatants shared a tacit understanding. The abomination ceased its attempts to restrain Knight, and Knight refrained from employing energy beams to overpower it. They exchanged blows freely, akin to a spirited boxing match. Their exchanges were far more vigorous than any bout with Captain America, and fatigue was a foreign concept to them. Knight grew increasingly exhilarated while the abomination seethed with rage and frustration. You claim this isn't bullying? You hardly flinch, making it impossible for me to strike back. Is this truly how you intend to treat me? A mere punching bag? Correct. Chapter 12. The relentless onslaught, a primal contest of pure physicality, unfolded within the vast desolate expanse of the desert, unbothered by the presence of any onlookers, for the solitude was profound, save for the shimmering grains of gold sand. Yi Hua grew increasingly exhilarated with each exchange, for the abomination served as the quintessential punching bag, unrivaled in its capacity to absorb punishment. Though Yi Hua's strength paled in comparison to that of the abomination, the protection afforded by his armor rendered him impervious to harm, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. He reveled in the unrestrained release of his corporeal might, indulging in a surfeit of energy, a thrilling experience, perhaps a long overdue consequence of prolonged repression. Yet, the abomination held a starkly different perspective, longing for the confines of his cell rather than enduring the role of a mere target. He remained utterly unyielding, even when struck with considerable force, propelling him hundreds of meters away. He sustained no injury, only to witness Yi Hua bounding back with renewed enthusiasm, a stark reminder of his own helplessness. Even attempts to flee proved futile. The dagger-like wings of his weapon were far too sharp, slicing through flesh with ease and instilling a visceral fear of death. He found himself left with no option but to play the role of a sparring partner. Hours passed, and the abomination sensed Yi Hua's deliberate torment. Despite his mutated physique, he felt overwhelmed. "What, are you already tired?" Observing the abomination sprawled on the ground, unwilling to rise, devoid of his previous fury and desire to escape, Yi Hua approached, amusement dancing in his eyes. This was indeed a fundamental divergence from a Hulk. In such intense combat, the Hulk would remain perpetually enraged and relentless. Perhaps it was rationality that distinguished the two. But what of it? This was undeniably exhilarating. It was no wonder that countless individuals, seeking relief from their discontent, gravitated towards boxing gyms to pummel punching bags as a means of stress release. It's the armor that gives you confidence. Remove it, and I assure you, you would not stand a chance against me, the abomination grumbled. This was even more disheartening than battling the Hulk, as it was a decidedly unbalanced engagement. Yi Hua chuckled. "Do you believe the armor protects me? In truth, it safeguards you. Without it, relying solely on physical prowess and devoid of genetic advantages, I might indeed falter against you. However, there are myriad ways to annihilate you completely. Should I become overly incensed, I cannot guarantee I won't unleash a full-power fusion shockwave. And remember, a punching bag must understand its role. Who led you to believe this was a fair contest? Do you not wish to revert to your former self?" To this day, the abomination remained unchanged, seemingly unable to alter his form at will. Data analysis from the dark dimension indicated that his cells and genes were in a state of instability. Not having fully completed their mutation, his body was merely adapting to the transformation. This could very well explain his inability to revert to his normal state. Upon hearing Yi Hua's words, the abomination grew animated, eagerly inquiring, "Do you have a solution? Can you grant me this power without transforming me into a monster? If you can achieve this, I am willing to heed your every command, even to serve as your training partner here." In truth, he was regarded as a monster not just by Ross, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the residents of New York, but even struggled to accept his current visage. "I beg you," he implored. Yi Hua smiled. "Not a problem. I shall assist you." In reality, though, it was unnecessary for him to intervene. According to the system's calculations, it would not be long before the abomination's genes stabilized, allowing for a seamless transition between forms. It was worth noting that during his prolonged imprisonment of over a decade, he had mastered the ability to shift forms freely. This was a marked improvement over the Hulk, as he possessed intelligence rather than being a mindless brute. He could be considered a successful case of a Hulk-like super serum. All right, enough rest. Let us resume. Yi Hua exhibited great enthusiasm for the visceral, passionate combat, as he had never before unleashed his powers so freely. The battle resumed, and just as the two found themselves locked in a fierce struggle, the sound of thunder echoed from above. The Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived. Earlier, Yi Hua had detected the surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites in the vicinity, but had chosen to disregard it, as it was unnecessary. He was simultaneously showcasing his might. However, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. "Director, what should we do now? Are we preparing for battle?" Listening to his staff, Coulson felt a profound sense of incredulity. How could their small contingent of a dozen personnel possibly intervene in the conflict below? Look, open your eyes and observe the swirling sands and the power of the strikes. I suspect that should we fly any lower, we would be shot down. He remarked in astonishment at the battle unfolding in the desert. Their analysis had determined the abomination's combat prowess to be on par with that of the Hulk. Yet, Yihua was holding his own in equal measure. Should one truly commend a being who claimed to be divine? Indeed, he possessed strength unattainable by ordinary individuals. Coulson, we've even spotted. What now? Should we land? With the Quinjet's arrival, the battle below had ceased, evidently awaiting their intervention. Had it been solely Yihua, Natasha would not have hesitated, but the presence of a super monster complicated matters. Any unforeseen incident could spell disaster for the strike team. Let us descend. I believe they harbor no ill intentions, Coulson decided after a moment's contemplation, issuing the command. Only he and Natasha boarded the aircraft to approach. As they disembarked from the Quinjet, Coulson, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and clad in a tailored suit, exuded the air of a successful businessman, prompting Yihua to raise an eyebrow. The amiable Coulson, the village chief of the Marvel crossover novice village, was someone he could never seem to evade. He was surprised by his audacity, considering the abomination stood nearby. Yet here he was, approaching without a hint of trepidation. Greetings, Mr. Yihua. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard more than once about you from Natasha. With an air of familiarity, Coulson extended his hand in greeting. Yihua, non-committal, replied with a smile. What does my so-called secretary have to say about me? Coulson, naturally, would only speak favorably. Meanwhile, Natasha curiously examined Yihua's armor, casually inquiring, did you acquire all those resources merely to construct this armor? I must say, it is incredibly cool. She was well aware of what she meant. Yet Yihua neither confirmed nor denied it, simply shrugging in response. So what brings you here? Does my boxing in the desert pose an obstacle for you? Of course not. Coulson chuckled, adding, we are merely here on General Ross's behalf to inquire about the situation. I wish to know if you brought anyone from the prison, particularly Blonsky. Before Yihua could respond, the abomination stormed forward, visibly irate, exclaiming, do you also believe I should be confined in a prison? It was Ross who betrayed me, abandoned me. I am a decorated soldier, sent to eliminate monsters. I became this way to fulfill my mission. None of this is my fault. The abomination was merely voicing his grievances, yet to ordinary individuals like Coulson, it appeared quite terrifying. Like a fierce tiger, regardless of whether it poses a threat, the mere roar of such a beast would send shivers down one's spine. This is an instinctual response rooted in the hierarchy of the food chain. Both Coulson and Natasha are exemplary agents, seasoned by countless battles. Yet even they cannot escape the primal fear that stirs within them. Night can even perceive their trembling bodies and the cold sweat trickling down their brows. All right, everyone, no need to be anxious. As you can see, Emil Blonsky is my appointed combat instructor, and to eliminate any misunderstandings, I have deliberately chosen this location for our meeting. Rest assured, I find him to be quite safe. Upon hearing this, Abomination scoffed, fully aware of the reality. He was merely there to serve as a punching bag. Coulson and the others were taken aback by the fact that this creature could articulate human speech and exhibited a clear logical reasoning, all the while displaying a palpable fear of night. However, he refrained from probing further and feigned a calm demeanor, responding, I too believe General Ross has erred. The State Department will undoubtedly hold him accountable. Yet, internally, he mused that General Ross's super soldier program seemed to have achieved half of its intended success. Retaining intelligence while gaining formidable power was indeed a double-edged sword, as it had transformed into a monstrous form, one that had spiraled beyond control. No one would sanction the emergence of such experimental byproducts. Otherwise, a legion of sentient green giants would pose a significant threat to the interests of those in power. Their ultimate aim was merely to replicate the success of Captain America. Indeed, in the eyes of all, Captain America is the quintessential model of a successful super soldier, powerful yet controllable, and certainly not a monster. Knight, lacking the ability to read thoughts, remained oblivious to Coulson's internal deliberations. After exchanging a few casual words, another figure made their entrance. Oh, what have I stumbled upon? Is this a gathering of sorts? Such a lively scene naturally attracted Iron Man. His absence during the clash between Hulk and Abomination was due to his preoccupation with the development of a new generation of armor. What kind of technology is this? Is it out of sheer admiration for me that you crafted an iron suit? Initially disinclined to engage, Knight felt an inexplicable urge to confront him upon reviewing the data of Iron Man's newly developed armor. Firstly, it boasted enhanced defensive capabilities and an energy absorption device primarily targeting nuclear energy, along with a notably upgraded firewall for Jarvis. While such advancements were impressive, they paled in comparison to the technological marvels of bygone eras. With a mere snap of his fingers, Knight could send him packing. Yet, the fact that this new model was labeled anti-Brad armor was simply intolerable. Ah, the illustrious Iron Man has arrived. How fortuitous. Are you interested in a duel? It goes without saying that the primary purpose behind the development of this armor was to contend with Knight. Just freshly completed and lacking empirical testing, Iron Man could hardly contain his eagerness to confront him. Of course, I relish the opportunity to engage with the younger generation. With that, he set aside further dialogue. Knight, Abomination, and Iron Man stood facing each other, the tension of impending battle thick in the air. Coulson and his team had already positioned themselves, preparing for a professional combat assessment. Chapter 13. A brief discussion. Yihua cast a sardonic glance at Iron Man, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain, particularly at the audacity of the upgraded suit being dubbed the anti-Brad armor. Today, he was determined to make him understand why the flowers bloomed so vividly. The Abomination, with a thunderous roar, charged toward him, each step sending tremors through the sandy ground, the force of his advance propelling grains into the air. Seemingly indifferent to Iron Man's presence, Iron Man swiftly ascended, his palm cannon aimed squarely at the Abomination, believing that beauty equated to righteousness. Thus, he deemed it necessary to display a touch of gallantry. A three-way confrontation loomed, chaos imminent. With a deafening roar, the Abomination launched the first assault, barreling toward Yihua. Just as the Abomination was about to collide with him, Yihua activated his genetic abilities, calculating the trajectory of the attack with precision, and deftly evaded. Could this brute not see that his true intention was to confront Iron Man? Why disrupt his focus? In the next instant, he materialized behind the Abomination, delivering a sweeping kick. The Abomination, stung by the blow, spun around to retaliate. Meanwhile, Iron Man soared through the air, unleashing a barrage of micromissiles aimed at the two combatants engaged in fierce battle. Yihua had been monitoring Iron Man's movements closely. Upon sensing danger, he immediately dodged, while the Abomination was struck by several missiles, emitting plumes of black smoke that redirected his ire. The Abomination leaped several dozen meters into the air, clearly at a disadvantage given the ground-to-air dynamics, and the arc reactor's output was formidable, allowing for sharp turns and high-speed maneuvers while maintaining stability. Iron Man adeptly evaded and closed in on the Abomination, employing a laser cutter to sever the creature's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Yihua leapt into action, pulling Iron Man down and delivering a flurry of blows to the ground. With just a few strikes, the surface of the steel armor was marred with dents. Made of titanium alloy, it was hardly impressive. Even in a purely physical contest, he believed he could dismantle it. Yihua scoffed. Compared to his own vibranium alloy Emperor armor, Iron Man's suit seemed like mere trinkets. Oh really? Then how about you try this? Tony, realizing that Yihua and the Abomination were engaged in a form of free boxing, discerned that Yihua was honing his combat skills, having refrained from utilizing energy attacks throughout. Was this not a waste of his preparations? However, the proud Tony was not one to be outdone. He descended to the ground, activating military combat protocols to engage both adversaries in close quarters. The outcome was all too apparent. He began to question his life choices. The two entities before him were increasingly resilient, and even when alternating opponents, his steel suit was on the verge of deformation. He had wisely refrained from joining the fray during the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. It seemed that his next upgrade should focus on researching special alloys to enhance the suit's defensive capabilities. High above, several Quinjet fighters soared, with Coulson and Natasha observing intently, while a cadre of professional agents conducted battlefield analysis. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary humans, and to label them as gods was not an exaggeration. As the sandstorm swirled below, resembling deities in combat, Natasha couldn't help but reflect. Coulson, equally astonished by the trio's might, recalled the battles that had altered the very fabric of reality, remarking, "Ancients revered gods out of ignorance. It appears they were merely individuals of immense power. Iron Man was human, the Abomination once was, and Yihua was at most an extraterrestrial being. There is but one true deity, and that is God. In this age of technology and space exploration, the belief in gods is obsolete, especially for agents like them who, even if confronted with genuine deities, would classify them as high-energy life forms. Nonetheless, General Ross's super soldier experiment was undeniably successful, provided the Abomination still resembled a human. Natasha refrained from commenting on the Abomination, instead focusing on Yihua, stating, "Compared to the Abomination or Hulk, I believe our attention should be directed toward Yihua. He is presently matching the Abomination and Iron Man with mere martial prowess, showing no signs of fatigue. His true combat prowess and destructive capability are unfathomable, especially considering he can also unleash nuclear energy projectiles. The energy indices from various instruments indicate nuclear reactions. He is akin to a walking nuclear weapon. It's no wonder he refers to himself as the Sun God." Coulson nodded in agreement, recognizing that Yihua's true combat rating could not be assessed solely based on the current skirmish. The nuclear energy orbs he wielded must also be factored in. As they exchanged insights, the battle below raged on. With time, Iron Man was the first to withdraw, his stamina and energy depleted, and his armor nearly rendered inoperable. In stark contrast, Yihua and the Abomination showed no signs of exhaustion, continuing their fierce duel until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the conclusion of the confrontation. "So, you brought the Abomination, Colonel Blonsky, out of General Ross's prison to sharpen your combat skills?" After the battle, the group reconvened, and Tony promptly arranged for a Michelin star chef and ingredients to be airlifted in, commencing dinner amidst the desert backdrop. Coulson deemed it necessary to clarify Yihua's intentions, but upon encountering the Abomination's fierce glare, he quickly altered his approach, recognizing the intimidation posed by the hulking green figure. "Do you think your SHIELD agents could accompany me in training, or do you assume I intend to take him on a rampage?" "Of course not," Coulson replied with a smile, attempting to engage the Abomination in conversation. Overall, this was a more successful super soldier case than the Hulk, aside from the aesthetic implications of his monstrous transformation. Retaining rationality and intellect was a rare feat, however. The power he possessed was undoubtedly a source of concern. The Council would never permit the emergence of intelligent abominations in significant numbers, as it would challenge their authority and disrupt the current social order. "May I inquire about your plans? How long do you intend the training to last?" "I don't know," Yihua shook his head. Realizing it was impractical to return the Abomination to his cell, he would bring him out as needed. Tony, however, was uninterested in such matters. Casting a glance at the Abomination, who was voraciously devouring a steak as if he were a wild beast, looking down on him from the depths of his heart. "What of it? What good is immense strength if you're merely a mutated monster?" With an elegant swirl of his wine glass, he turned to Yihua, inquiring, "I am more curious about the material of your armor. My steel suit, constructed from the latest aerospace materials, is nearly dismantled, yet your armor shows not a single scratch. That defies logic. You claim to be the Sun God, yet I suspect you might be an extraterrestrial. Why not tell me about your home planet? In this day and age, extraterrestrial life is no longer a secret, and Earth is not the sole inhabitable world." Tony was genuinely intrigued by the existence of alien life. "There is little to say. Countless civilizations and species dwell within this universe, even deities as numerous as the stars in the sky." "And what is your definition of a god?" "One who wields supernatural powers and possesses longevity? Not merely longevity, but a lifespan that transcends 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and extends to eternity." "Oh, so beings of great power and immortality. If that's all, I find it rather unremarkable, merely living longer. If that qualifies as divinity, then it loses its novelty. If the opportunity arises, I would indeed like to visit an alien world and see if it resembles Earth. When the enigmatic veil is lifted, it ceases to evoke reverence. Yihua sat calmly conversing with them, feeling no different from these ordinary individuals. In truth, I believe we could exchange insights on armor manufacturing techniques. Furthermore, regarding that energy sphere you possess, it is worth noting that I have developed an arc reactor, an element absent from Earth, which could yield mutual benefits. What do you think? Tony was indeed envious of Yihua's armor strength and yearned to comprehend how he wielded nuclear energy with his physical form. Yihua shook his head, declaring that your Iron Man technology holds no value for me, and my techniques are beyond your grasp. The technological disparity spans several eras. Iron Man technology is merely a heap of refuse. Even Rocket Raccoon has remarked that you are merely a genius on Earth. Moreover, I employ dark energy propulsion technology. Solar nuclear fusion is merely a combat method, rendering our communication futile. Tony felt insulted intellectually, firmly believing there exists nothing in this world he could not comprehend. Yihua disregarded him and turned to Coulson, inquiring, "What if I were to study the destroyer armor from Asgard? What use do you have for that?" "To be frank, it's merely an empty shell," he replied. "I wish to explore the craftsmanship of the dwarves and the properties of that metal. The destroyer armor is undoubtedly crafted by dwarves, and it surely employs URU metal, known for its excellent magical energy conductivity. I wonder if it can be combined with vibranium, thus preserving the advantages of both. Perhaps I could even forge the Aurora shield and the Aurora sword. Though this armor provides adequate defense, it significantly hinders my ability to unleash my full potential." "Wait a moment. Did you not mention Asgard? That alien wielding a hammer. How do we end up discussing dwarves? Are we talking about the 7 dwarfs from Snow White?" Tony realized the peculiarity and found himself particularly curious about life in the universe, especially entities like the god of thunder and Yihua. In light of Tony's relentless inquiries, Yihua shook his head in resignation, stating, "Very well, allow me to simplify my explanation to broaden your horizons. The world tree depicted in mythological tales indeed exists. It is a tree-like cosmic nebula network. Within this immense nebula or universe lies 9 extraordinary planets, distributed along the branches or roots of this cosmic world tree, which Asgard refers to as the 9 realms. Beyond these 9 realms, there exist other unique locations harboring life, and even other dimensions beyond the universe." As he narrated, Yihua projected simulated imagery into the real world using dark dimensions. This depiction was crafted from his memories and understanding, requiring no real calculations, thus enabling its swift completion. The group felt as though they were immersed in a vast cosmic galaxy, captivated by Yihua's revelations of the myriad civilizations and life forms within the universe, all expressing their astonishment. In the face of cosmic civilizations, they realized just how minuscule they truly were. Chapter 14. Ross's military actions following a soiree in the desert. A sense of camaraderie enveloped everyone present. Knight Hua proved to be quite approachable. Often, he exhibited behavior akin to that of ordinary individuals without any notable distinctions. His only affliction was a mild form of paranoia, a desire to remain undisturbed, while simultaneously demonstrating a willingness to foster a positive rapport with SHIELD. This was indeed a fortuitous development for the agency. Coulson promptly expressed that, as long as Knight Hua could assure that the abomination would not suddenly wreak havoc in the city, he was prepared to negotiate with General Ross on behalf of SHIELD, ensuring that no further disturbances would occur. More subtly, he implied that with Knight Hua's formidable strength, there was no need for excessive caution or displays of power. Coulson also promised the swift establishment of a residential base nearby, as it would be rather unkind to leave the abomination to slumber in the desert. Lodging in an inn was hardly an option. Knight Hua, indifferent to such trivialities, readily acquiesced. As for Tony's curiosity about the high defense of his armor, Knight Hua candidly revealed that it was crafted from vibranium, which SHIELD had in reserve, urging Tony not to covet his own supply. In reality, the mere 200 kilograms of vibranium were insufficient, leading Knight Hua to contemplate a visit to the Black Panther's homeland of Wakanda though was not an immediate necessity. He had already forged his armor and weapons, and even with additional vibranium, he had yet to decide on its application. To incorporate a weapon engine with optimal energy conductivity, it seemed that only URU metal would suffice, or he might have to forego vibranium altogether. This matter required further contemplation. He lacked a clear strategy for the time being. If all else failed, he could resort to detonating a black hole to procure dark iron. However, in comparison, obtaining URU metal appeared to be the more feasible option. The ambition to cool the edges of a black hole with thousands of large stars, followed by approaching the black hole to initiate a chemical reaction with its matter, seemed far-fetched without the support of a celestial computer. Even with his solar powers, accomplishing such a feat was beyond reach, not to mention the considerable time it would entail. For now, he needed to focus on systematically strengthening himself. If necessary, he could seize an Infinity Stone and present it to Captain Marvel or prompt Nick Fury to contact her without waiting for a critical moment to reveal his trump card. As for everything else, it was best to set aside thoughts of the multiverse for the time being. In essence, if the sky were to fall, he would merely hold it up for a while. There was no rush. As per usual, he opened a portal to the desert, preparing to face the Abomination solo. It must be noted that having the Abomination as a sparring partner significantly accelerated his genetic development, akin to how a typical individual would grow stronger through exercise. However, as soon as he stepped through the portal, Night Hua furrowed his brows. He observed a rising cloud of dust on the horizon, accompanied by the distant roar of engines. Soon enough, a multitude of armored vehicles approached, led by General Ross himself. He commanded an entire battalion, each soldier fully equipped with state-of-the-art automatic rifles, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly. The armored vehicles bore heavy machine guns, their elongated barrels resembling the fangs of a monstrous beast. Several armed helicopters hovered above, their rotors generating formidable gusts, with missile launchers suspended beneath them. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Night Hua immediately discerned that Ross perceived him as a threat, intent on eliminating it. How intriguing! A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips as he allowed the military to encircle him. Such a grand display. Was he seeking to capture him or execute him on the spot? Concurrently, he detected Blonsky within one of the armored vehicles and remarked, "What? Is my sparring partner too afraid to emerge? Were you not the one lamenting Ross's betrayal? Why now align yourself with him?" The winds howled, and the helicopters circled above. Yet Night Hua's voice resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Blonsky emerged from the armored vehicle, shrugging apologetically. "I don't wish for this either, but you have violated American law." The allure of Ross's promises was too great. He had pledged to restore Blonsky's reputation and bestow upon him the treatment befitting a hero. Naturally, he had no desire to remain a mere punching bag, who would choose to endure relentless beatings day in and day out. Night Hua scoffed coldly. "You have betrayed my trust. Have you forgotten who rescued you from prison? Who helped you regain your human form and control the power within you?" At this inquiry, Blonsky felt a twinge of shame. Indeed, he was no longer the green monster. He had reverted to his human appearance and could perfectly manage the monstrous power within him, all thanks to Night Hua's assistance. However, the circumstances were complex. He had committed a prison break, and ultimately, Ross offered him the chance to live as a hero, basking in the admiration of others. "Apologies, but General Ross has assured me that he will not kill you." Night Hua chuckled derisively. "What audacity! Who has given you the courage to speak so boldly? Apart from the Ancient One and the Eternals, I hold little fear for anyone on this planet. You and your ilk are nothing but a pitiful lot." As the military successfully surrounded Night Hua, he showed no intent to flee. Ross, confident in his control, announced through a megaphone, "Night Hua, you have trespassed into a military zone, harmed my soldiers, and abducted Blonsky, thus gravely violating American law. I am here to apprehend you for questioning. If you have any sense, surrender now to avoid further complications." Night Hua remained composed, surveying the desert behind him. With arms crossed and an air of unspoken authority, he spoke slowly. "General Ross, you have made a grave error, and you have chosen a rather unfortunate burial site for yourself and your men. They are already dead. I wouldn't mind exchanging a few words with you to allow you to linger a bit longer. Yet, Ross remained unperturbed, believing everything was under control. He signaled for his troops to advance and addressed Blonsky. Colonel, now is the time to prove yourself. To clear your name and attain the status of a hero, you will need sufficient loyalty and accomplishments. Upon receiving the command, Blonsky hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding to comply, unaware that this choice would cost him his precious life. He had little inkling of the formidable adversary he was about to confront. Blonsky's features contorted as his body began to swell dramatically, instantly transforming into the abomination. He let out a roar that reverberated through the ears of the surrounding soldiers, then lunged fiercely at Night Hua. How fascinating! This was truly captivating. Night Hua's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly evaded the massive fist that struck the ground, sending sand and debris flying. Seizing the moment, he delivered a kick to the abomination's torso, causing it to pivot in pain, its arms sweeping toward him. Night Hua unleashed a wave of energy from his palms, deflecting the abomination's assault. Considering you have trained with me for over a month and have proven to be a rather decent sparring partner, I can extend you another opportunity. Withdraw now, and I may even forgive you. The abomination, irked by the term sparring partner, felt the anger boiling within. You remain so arrogant. Without your armor, you are no match for me. While this statement held some truth, the abomination's strength indeed surpassed his own. The armor does not serve to protect me. Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. With that, Yihua fully entered a state of combat, for there was no longer anything left to discuss. Entering the Shadow Realm, he activated the Solar Light Combat Module. He input the command password and summoned the Emperor's armor. Previous battle data was imported, and the combat mode was initiated. As the command was executed, golden light radiated from Yihua, forming the silhouette of armor. The various components of the Emperor's armor materialized. The breastplate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg plates flew into place, fitting seamlessly upon Yihua's form. Each joint of the armor sparked with dazzling brilliance, a resplendent golden glow erupting forth. At that moment, Yihua resembled a god of war descended upon the battlefield. Enveloped in golden light, clenching his fists, he stomped his foot, causing the ground to fracture beneath him as he advanced toward the abomination. You may come to regret your decision today, but there will be no second chances. With machine guns and cannons trained upon him, Yihua had resolved to make them feel the heat of the sun. There was no possibility of subduing them. Only annihilation would instill fear and convey the unassailable majesty of the divine. As Yihua drew closer, the abomination felt a formidable pressure for the first time, a harbinger of death's threat. A flicker of fear ignited within him, yet he roared defiantly, bracing for the impending clash. Open fire. At that moment, Ross commanded his troops to unleash a barrage upon Yihua, bullets pouring like rain, accompanied by the relentless assault of vehicle-mounted cannons and rockets. Such intensity could shred even armored tanks to pieces, yet Yihua remained unscathed. The mere presence of his armor rendered their attacks ineffective. Now it is my turn. Beams of fusion light radiated from his eyes, directly targeting the ranks of soldiers. In an instant, flames erupted, explosions rang out, and screams filled the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, the abomination lunged forward, but Yihua pressed on, transforming into a streak of light that collided with the foe. They grappled fiercely, Yihua delivering precise and brutal strikes to the abomination's vital points, while the abomination, relying on his robust physique, absorbed the blows and retaliated. Enraged, Ross had merely sought his own demise. To the abomination, this was a clear act of betrayal. Thus, he unleashed the full might of the gene engine without mercy. It was I who rescued you from your prison and provided you with clothing. Do you understand how long you would have remained confined without my intervention? I even devoted time to help you develop a gene stabilization serum, enabling you to harness your power sooner. I optimized your genes to allow you to master this strength perfectly. And now, you dare to turn against me? Such a mere punching bag held no allure any longer. Yet before he was reduced to ashes, Yihua felt compelled to vent his fury. Seizing the moment, he concentrated all his strength into a single fist and struck the abomination squarely in the chest. The abomination was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. The intense pain igniting a deeper rage within him. Chapter 15. Wrath. Until today, the sight of the abomination merely elicited a perception of its grotesque charm, occasionally even evoking a sense of twisted cuteness. However, at this very moment, gazing upon its visage, one could only feel a chilling horror at its ghastly countenance, especially when confronted with its furious roars that pierced the very soul like a cacophony of anguish. It was akin to enduring relentless chatter in one's ear after patience had been utterly depleted, provoking feelings of nausea and revulsion. Night Hua's displeasure and fury erupted like a volcano, an uncontrollable blaze of wrath directed squarely at the abomination before him. The genetic engine roared to life, unleashing the terrifying power within, an unmistakable message to those who dared provoke him. Crafted from vibranium alloy, the Imperial armor shimmered with a frigid golden light, possessing unique energy absorption and release characteristics. Its extraordinary molecular structure rendered it nearly indestructible, a claim not made lightly. Theoretically, once donned, the armor would render one impervious to any attacks from adversaries. Consequently, the abomination, in Night Hua's eyes, had become nothing more than a resilient punching bag. The thought of the abomination choosing to betray him, engaging in a treacherous act of stabbing him in the back while colluding with Ross to confront him, fueled Night Hua's ire further. Even maintaining neutrality might have spared it his wrath, but now that it dared to strike, it must be prepared to face the consequences of its actions. For someone like Night Hua, who suffered from an acute lack of security and a tendency toward paranoia, such a situation was utterly intolerable and unforgivable. Only annihilation could quell the fury within. As the abomination struggled to exert effective control over Night Hua, only to be countered and overwhelmed, Ross's expression turned grave, commanding his forces to suppress Night Hua with overwhelming firepower. Open fire. Obliterate his armor. Aim for the head. Armed helicopters circled overhead, their rotors stirring immense gusts of wind, while armored vehicles thundered forward, machine guns blazing, bullets raining down like a tempest. Night Hua scoffed, the Imperial armor effortlessly deflecting the bullets. Even without its protection, his head remained immune to conventional weaponry. Yet Ross was far from finished. Rockets, trailing long flames, hurtled toward Night Hua, exploding with cataclysmic force. Following closely, artillery shells whistled through the air, ready to rain devastation. Night Hua's gaze was icy, yet he refrained from swiftly ending their lives. They were but insignificant insects, deserving of further torment. At that moment, the abomination lunged once more, and Night Hua sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch that sent it sprawling. The time for play was drawing to a close. Activating the solar light genetic engine, he began to harness solar energy. Analysis complete. Loading fusion shockwave algorithm. Power maximized. Loading complete. Seizing the opportune moment, he propelled the abomination into the sky with a single blow. Before it could descend, Night Hua swiftly harnessed dark energy to manipulate solar energy, gathering all his strength in his mouth and unleashing a torrent of nuclear fusion energy that struck the abomination. The searing heat and surging energy wreaked havoc upon the abomination's seemingly indestructible form, launching it hundreds of meters into the air, where it remained suspended for what felt like an eternity. When it finally crashed to the ground, it struggled briefly before collapsing, resembling a charred green husk, its body in tatters, the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Do you regret your earlier decisions? Amidst the gunfire, Night Hua approached the abomination without a flicker of concern. You should have made a better choice. We could have even been friends. The abomination, fully aware of the implications behind Night Hua's cold, composed demeanor and the glint of murderous intent in his eyes, knew all too well what was coming. Please, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. It pleaded, summoning its waning strength in a desperate attempt to rise, but it was futile. I have given you your chance. There will be no second. In the face of betrayal, mercy was an impossibility. Just as Night Hua prepared to deliver the final blow, a bright light streaked across the sky. A missile had locked onto him. Night Hua's eyes narrowed as he turned abruptly, channeling energy into the genetic engine, loading wormhole algorithm, activating silver wings, calculating trajectory. Complete. With a mere gesture, he conjured a silver streak of light that moved with such velocity that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The soldiers on the battlefield could only witness the glimmering trail of silver. The missile was effortlessly severed in two, including those launched from helicopters, as if cleaved by an invisible force. In a rather inappropriate jest, even a missile failed to register the impending explosion. It was only when the silver streak returned to Night Hua's side that they discerned its true nature. A peculiar silver blade, approximately 30 centimeters long, resembling a feather, hovered illogically behind him. Just then, the missile finally realized its fate. It would indeed explode. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion, releasing a shockwave of energy and visual chaos in the sky. The helicopter that had launched the missile met a similar fate, disintegrating into scattered wreckage, while the other nearby helicopters were similarly affected by the overwhelming force. No, please. Before Ross's soldiers could mount another offensive, caught off guard by the recent explosion, the abomination suddenly cried out in terror. I beg you, spare me. In the hands of a master of wormhole manipulation, a silver blade weapon became an unstoppable force, its sharpness and resilience enabling an ordinary super soldier to effortlessly dismantle an entire fleet of interstellar civilization. The current scenario was nothing more than overkill for a mere pest. After extensive training, Night Hua knew the abomination's physical data by heart. The replicated silver blade, while not a genuine dark silver weapon, was nonetheless formidable. The remaining 143 silver blades were calculated from the abomination's form, instantly transforming it into a porcupine, with sharp edges protruding from every part of its body, glinting with icy brilliance. Night Hua raised his right hand slowly, causing the silver blades to ascend with the abomination. And then, at the moment of opened fingers, all the silver blades shot forth, dismembering the abomination into countless bloody fragments, the scene grotesquely brutal. The blades traced elegant arcs through the air, coalescing behind Night Hua into a magnificent pair of wings. Each silver blade was exquisitely crafted, the longest measuring 1.5 meters, the smallest 30 centimeters, all shimmering in the sunlight. Ross, witnessing the spectacle, was wide-eyed with terror, fully aware that he was confronting an unprecedentedly powerful adversary. Both the Hulk and the Abomination had been his creations. He understood the magnitude of their strength, a power that mortals yearn for. The previous battle between the Abomination and the Hulk had only confirmed that indomitable force, an invulnerable body that had once filled him with exhilaration and despair. But now, that godlike power was being effortlessly vanquished before him, blood splattering and flesh flying. He began to truly feel the grip of fear, especially as it seemed that Ihua had no intention of letting them escape. In the throes of extreme terror, people often act irrationally. They all obeyed orders, concentrating their firepower to attack him, deploying every weapon at their disposal to utterly annihilate this demon. Ross shouted hoarsely. However, no bullets could approach Ihua in the slightest. Countless beams of light intercepted all fire, exploding before him. It must come to an end. Ihua scoffed coldly, his silver wings unfurling as he simultaneously launched an assault on the enemies before him. Wherever the silver wings passed, armored vehicles were sliced apart as if they were mere tofu, and the soldiers inside perished before they could even scream. Explosions, flames, and terror filled the battlefield. There was no escape, only casualties and the grievously wounded struggling in their death throes. In the face of all this, Ihua exhibited no compassion, only a calm, methodical slaughter. The battle was brief, lasting no more than 3 seconds from the moment Ihua launched his attack. Ross's entire battalion, well-equipped and armed with advanced weaponry, was entirely obliterated. Aside from a few who still wailed amidst the explosions, there were no survivors. Demon, you wretched demon, die, demon. Ross screamed hoarsely, backing away as Ihua advanced towards him, the immense pressure and panic driving him to the brink of collapse. The armored vehicle he occupied was the only one left unscathed, and Ross suspected Ihua was deliberately toying with his psyche, seeking to instill fear and compel him to surrender. Yet he was a general of America. How could he possibly capitulate to a demon? The overwhelming pressure began to fray Ross's sanity. He shoved aside the gunner and unleashed a torrent of fire from a six-barreled rotary cannon, aimed madly at Ihua. Such kinetic weaponry was utterly futile against Ihua, who strode forward, enduring the onslaught of the Gatling gun. "Do you have anything left to say?" The barrels glowed red and smoked, yet they could not harm a single hair on Ihua's head. Despair truly enveloped Ross. "Die, you demon!" In an inexplicable moment of madness, he drew his sidearm and fired again at Ihua, this time targeting the most vulnerable part of the human body, his eyes. Bang, the bullet flattened, falling harmlessly to the ground. "Ha ha! Demon, you are indeed a demon." The bullet, fired at point-blank range at his eyeball, failed to elicit even a blink. 0 damage. What else could he be but a demon? "It seems you have nothing left to say." A silver blade floated at his fingertips, and with a flick, it shot towards Ross. The so-called General of America was, in his eyes, utterly worthless. Chapter 16. Reactions from all sides. Ross was utterly fanciful, believing that confronting the creature would be akin to dealing with the Hulk. He thought that although there would be casualties among the troops, they would achieve some success. Perhaps witnessing the monster flee in panic under the overwhelming might of the military, or even being subdued directly. Particularly, he had the audacity to think that the abomination was on their side. However, he could never have anticipated that events would escalate to such a dire extent. With a being of godlike power, abomination, being ruthlessly subdued, showing almost no resistance, and then subjected to merciless slaughter. He commanded his troops to open fire, deploying all their weaponry. Yet, the result? It took a mere 3 seconds. His elite forces, of which he was so proud, were mercilessly annihilated, and before he could even comprehend the situation, his entire army had been obliterated. Around him, there was only the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the searing heat of flames. No matter how hard he tried, he could not halt the advance of that figure, so divine yet so demonic. At last, it seemed everything was drawing to a close. Faced with the imminent specter of death, Ross felt an unprecedented tranquility. Time itself appeared to slow, allowing him to perceive the shimmering form of a peculiar metallic dagger. His transformation from disbelief to madness, and finally to serene acceptance, occurred in the blink of an eye. In truth, Ross's perception was not flawed. Time had indeed slowed. The abomination was not worth mourning after receiving my aid. It dared to turn against me. I care not for its motives. A betrayal is a betrayal. If I cannot ease my anger, if I cannot set an example, then I shall surely find no joy in the time to come, and those self-righteous individuals will undoubtedly consider me an easy target. As for the army Ross commanded, they were hardly deemed enemies in the strictest sense, merely insignificant ants that could be extinguished with a mere gesture. In a heartbeat, the battle was resolved. The entire American Special Forces unit lay vanquished, without exception. Now he sought to eliminate the mastermind behind this orchestrated chaos. As for the identity he represented, the U.S. military, it held no terror for him. Even if the Avengers were yet to be formed, what difference would it make if they were? I could easily relocate to another planet and live freely, as long as those few exceptionally powerful figures do not intervene. Ross was, in essence, courting death. There was little left to discuss. With a flick of his finger, the silver blade shot forth, intent on ending his life. But at that moment, something felt amiss. Everything he perceived began to slow down, including the flight of the silver blade. Furthermore, his thoughts seemed to be constrained. The sunlight detected an abnormal state, with the surrounding space-time experiencing unknown interference. Due to insufficient computational capacity to resolve this, it suggested activating the flare technology to forcibly disrupt the spatial disturbance. The sunlight detected that it had yet to master flare technology, but could utilize a full-power fusion shockwave, with a success rate of 25 for breaching the anomalous space. The gene engine and his dark dimension remained unaffected. Only his physical form and cognition were hindered by the deceleration of time. Just as Ihua was about to issue a command, a sparking yellow circle materialized before Ross. Everything around him returned to normalcy. Yi Hua recognized this as the unique teleportation magic circle of Kamartaj, a phenomenon he had spent years deciphering and successfully applying through technological means. If all went as expected, it could only mean that the Ancient One had arrived. As the silver blade traversed the spatial teleportation array, he lost all control over it, now light years away. In the blink of an eye, as time around him resumed its normal pace, the Ancient One indeed emerged from another teleportation array, appearing right beside him. Sighing, the Ancient One remarked, "You have stirred quite the chaos. It is time to cease this." Presently, there was no fear within him. Only a select few posed a challenge. And the Ancient One was among them. That previous display of time control was beyond his current capacity to counter. It was an assault from the realm of rules, completely overturning the law of conservation of energy. Only abilities pertaining to the void or anti-void could hope to contend with it. While the Sun had conducted research and amassed data regarding the void, he presently lacked the means to create, let alone utilize, such powers. Supreme Sorcerer, what brings you here? Are you prepared to rescue someone? If she were to say yes, he would immediately acquiesce. A wise individual knows when to be pragmatic. At this moment, he had no recourse against her, unless she wished for her own demise or the conclusion of her lifespan. It was exceedingly difficult to slay a being of her caliber in this universe. "No, I am here to assist you," she replied, dressed in her yellow robe, her bald head gleaming, her demeanor sincere. "If you kill him, the situation will spiral out of control, and the future may become grim. I am here to prevent you from making further mistakes." Of course, she could not monitor Yi Hua constantly, but his unique ability to manipulate solar energy had drawn her attention when she inadvertently detected an anomaly in energy. While Yi Hua's killing of the abomination and those ordinary soldiers bore little significance in the grand scheme, the assassination of General Ross would yield a drastically different outcome. As a general of the United States, his high rank would sway the larger narrative. Perhaps he could perish in an accident or a terrorist attack, but he must not die at Yi Hua's hands. Should that occur, the U.S. government would not let it rest. They might even dare to unleash a nuclear strike on their own soil, and SHIELD, under pressure, would take measures against Yi Hua. Moreover, how could Yi Hua possibly sit idly by? Even without the time stone to foresee events, he could easily predict the chaos that would ensue should General Ross meet his end at his hands. Thus, the Ancient One rushed to intervene. "I believe you have calmed down now, and your rage has subsided. Let us conclude this matter. After this lesson, they would surely think twice before provoking you again." Yi Hua chuckled lightly. "I only promised to live on Earth as an ordinary person. To that end, I even sought a desolate place to hone my powers. However, he initiated the assault against me. I deem it necessary to eliminate unnecessary troubles. What do you propose?" The Ancient One maintained her calm demeanor, always exuding warmth and approachability. "I understand your thoughts, but should you persist, you will disrupt many balances. While you may not fear the U.S. military, the ensuing chain reaction is unpredictable. Trust me, you would not wish for such an outcome." Yi Hua pondered in silence for a moment. "Do you think today's events can simply conclude here?" Yi Hua's words were not to be taken at face value, and the Ancient One, understanding this, responded slowly, "Our agreement can be nullified. As long as you do not endanger this world, I will no longer intervene." Yi Hua furrowed his brow in contemplation. He understood that once the Ancient One had appeared, she would not relent easily, and her proposal was indeed tempting. No one wished to frequently encounter someone who could effortlessly eliminate them. Should the Ancient One agree to cease her interference, even refraining from making unexpected visits, it would feel like breaking free of shackles. In comparison, Ross became utterly insignificant. "Very well, let it be as you say. However, should such an event occur again, I shall not show mercy." Gu nodded slightly, his thoughts aligning with his heart's intent. Effortlessly activating the teleportation array to depart with Ross, leaving behind a desolate battlefield gradually succumbing to silence as a silver blade fell from the sky. Naturally, this incident could not be left to settle quietly. Coulson arrived in a hurried, yet belated manner. Gazing upon the inferno and scattered limbs that transformed the place into a hell on earth, and noticing the absence of General Ross, he understood the gravity of the situation. An entire battalion of the Marine Corps had been obliterated, over 900 souls, yet fewer than 30 remained alive, and even their survival was uncertain. One unfathomable loss. He could scarcely comprehend what decision the State Department might render, particularly with the disappearance of General Ross. Why has such a calamity transpired? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? We have exerted every effort. Coulson's complexion turned ashen upon learning that military action was to be taken against Yihua. He had received an urgent summons to rush here post-haste, only to find he had arrived too late. The scene was utterly gruesome, and Yihua would undoubtedly be branded a terrorist, a threat to be eradicated. Yihua waved his hand, interrupting Coulson's discourse, asserting that the current predicament was evidently a result of your inadequate handling. Did you not assure me that no one would intrude? Yet now, they have even subverted my boxing sparring partner and seek my demise. I was merely acting in self-defense. I trust you will manage this appropriately, will you not? With that, Yihua opened a portal intending to leave, but Coulson urgently inquired, "Where's Ross? What have you done to him?" Ross is the key. Should Yihua have eliminated him, the outcome would be unequivocal, leaving no room for reconciliation. As for him, he was fortunate enough to be rescued. However, that was a singular occurrence. If anyone dares to fire upon me again, I assure you that not even your deity can save him. Just before stepping through the portal, Yihua turned back, displaying a radiant smile that seemed discordant with the surrounding devastation. Allow me to issue one final warning. Do not attempt to wield powers beyond your control, for it shall only invite ruin. Farewell. Yihua's voice lingered in the air, yet all that remained were the remnants and shattered flesh. The flames danced across Coulson's face, casting ever-changing shadows. Chapter 17. Meeting with the director of S.H.I.L.D., General Ross has finally paid the price for his arrogance and ignorance. Yet he remains alive and has safely returned to his home. However, this is not the end of the matter. He will soon face inquiries from a military tribunal and accountability from the federal government. The complete annihilation of an elite Marine battalion is an unimaginable and significant loss, and someone must be held accountable for it. The foolish politicians even demand that Nightwing be held responsible and immediately captured for trial. This is the most ludicrous joke he has heard all year. They do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ross himself is inconsequential. Even the incident pales in comparison to the importance of Nightwing. His stance, and whether he will pursue accountability from Ross, is what truly concerns Nick Fury. Indeed, this is the crux of Fury's worries, as those imbeciles have failed to grasp the essence of the matter. Possessing great abilities and wielding an overwhelming power are entirely different concepts. As Nick Fury replayed the battle footage brought back by Coulson and reviewed the testimonies of the survivors, he rubbed his temples in frustration. The abomination, capable of rivaling the Hulk, was rendered nearly powerless against Nightwing, reduced to a mere pulp within 3 seconds, obliterating an entire battalion. Such formidable combat prowess is hardly surprising for one who dares to call himself a god. Furthermore, the power to strike down satellites from the Earth's surface and to harness nuclear energy is terrifying. How could they even entertain thoughts of accountability? Should they not be more concerned about whether he might, in a fit of displeasure, unleash a nuclear energy sphere upon the White House? Especially since Nightwing currently resides in Manhattan, provoking him could yield catastrophic consequences that no one could withstand. The obliterated satellite belonging to S.H.I.L.D. serves as a testament to this reality. Ross's folly in underestimating Nightwing's strength led him to make an even more foolish decision. Now that the results are evident, the notion of capturing him is utterly nonsensical. What could they possibly use to apprehend him? The current state of S.H.I.L.D. or the federal government? Such attempts would only lead to more fatalities. A being of such high energy and combat capability is beyond the means of ordinary humans to confront. Do they not understand? Little do they know how much effort and brain power he has expended in calming the situation. Otherwise, Manhattan might have already sunk. Similarly, from the footage, the bald woman who rescued Ross appears to be the Ancient One, the protector of Earth whom Nightwing had previously mentioned. Remarkably, S.H.I.L.D. possesses no relevant information about such a formidable figure hidden within his jurisdiction. Nick Fury is resolute in his belief that SHIELD must swiftly acquire a cadre of extraordinary powers. Individuals like Nightwing and the Ancient One, who lack official records, recognition, and respect for the law, must be brought under control, or even disbanded, along with the confiscation of all their illicit assets and knowledge. They cannot be allowed to develop unchecked. Otherwise, it would be akin to entrusting the nuclear launch codes to the enemy, leaving him in a state of unease, unable to eat or sleep. Director, everything is prepared. We can depart now. As Coulson entered the office to report, Nick Fury reined in his thoughts, feeling increasingly irked. As the head of SHIELD, he found it absurd that he had to personally bring gifts for a visit. The reason was that they had invited Nightwing, but he had shown no interest. Indifferent to any decisions made by the U.S. government, Fury had worked tirelessly to resolve the issues, yet here he was forced to present gifts in return, as if there were any respect for the law or order. Let's proceed. Despite his displeasure, Nick Fury knew he had to meet Nightwing. Otherwise, without a proper resolution, the federal government might create further complications. The director's outing naturally involved a convoy of vehicles and numerous bodyguards. Nick Fury's entourage swiftly arrived at Nightwing's residence. Observing the beautiful surroundings and the comfortable seaside villa, he couldn't help but marvel at Nightwing's enjoyment of life. Did he truly believe that nothing had transpired? Upon knocking on the door, Nightwing lazily opened it and glanced at the visitors. Come in. He had anticipated their arrival. With Ross's army completely vanquished, how could SHIELD feign ignorance, especially considering Coulson's shock at the time? However, he had not expected such a large group. Coulson, ever the affable one, donned a cheerful expression as he entered. Mr. Nightwing, we are here today to express our apologies and assure you that similar incidents will not occur again. We have also brought the destroyer armor you wish to study, along with some rare elements. Additionally, our director hopes to discuss a few matters with you. Nightwing raised an eyebrow, watching several agents carry items into the house, and chuckled. Why the formality? Bringing gifts. Ross provoked me first. I merely acted in self-defense. As for other matters, I am not particularly inclined to discuss them. However, if I can remain undisturbed, that would be most agreeable. Nick Fury's heart tightened. Nightwing was evidently unconcerned, implying that anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. Is this vast villa your residence alone? Only when the one-eyed director spoke did Nightwing notice him. Aside from his singular eye, Fury bore no distinctive features. After inviting a few to sit, Nightwing smiled. I prefer the solitude of being alone. Are you, director, considering assigning a few agents as my security? Certainly not. Nick Fury shook his head, gesturing for Coulson to open the briefcase, which contained 10 thumb-sized sealed vials, each adorned with vibrant colors, distinct from one another. These are exceedingly rare elements from Earth. I understand you have acquired them before, and I hope you will find this gift to your liking. May I inquire if you intend to use them to synthesize vibranium? I wonder where you source your vibranium. If you have any surplus, I would be interested in purchasing some. Nightwing's wing-shaped weapon was indeed enticing, effortlessly slicing through armored vehicles as though they were mere tofu. I was hoping to procure some vibranium from you, but how could you possibly have any surplus? Nightwing chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. He did not divulge the source of his vibranium, nor mention his intentions for the rare elements. However, it seemed he was unaware of Claw's dealings in vibranium. That made sense. Otherwise, SHIELD would have already pursued him for his illicit activities. Let us be frank. What is your intention with the destroyer armor and these rare elements? If it pertains to joining the Avengers initiative, you need not elaborate. I have no interest. The destroyer armor was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision for research. Its availability was inconsequential. Should it prove unfeasible, he could always venture to Nidavellir to acquire the raw materials directly. As for the rare elements, they were simply part of the ingredients for the second-generation super soldier gene serum, of little personal value. While he had many desires, Nightwing firmly declined to join SHIELD's Avengers initiative, and since this was their first meeting, he did not wish to say too much. Nick Fury had no choice but to conclude, since you are aware of my intentions and have declined, there is little else to discuss. I merely hope you will adhere to U.S. laws while on Earth and refrain from eliminating others at a whim. Should trouble truly arise, you may promptly contact Coulson. He will assist you in addressing it. Likewise, we can assure you that henceforth, no further complications shall manifest before you. Furthermore, to request a formidable extraterrestrial deity to abide by the laws of the United States is nothing short of absurd. However, considering his provision of gifts and minimal demands, acquiescing to his requests poses no detriment. I, too, am not inclined to eliminate others at a whim. Yet, astonishingly, he expressed a desire to procure a physician for himself, even bringing the doctor along. Nick Fury, are you serious? You wish for this psychologist to counsel me, suggesting I suffer from a psychological affliction? The calmness in Ihua's voice left Nick Fury uncertain as to whether he had incited his ire. The agents of SHIELD have deemed Ihua to possess delusions of persecution, lacking fundamental trust in others, characterized by excessive sensitivity, suspicion, and a tendency towards self-serving behavior. As for his pride, detachment, disdain, and cruelty, these are merely external defenses he employs. He likely believes that instilling fear in others will safeguard him from harm, that maintaining his haughty demeanor will deter anyone from approaching him. This is indeed a malady that necessitates treatment. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury replied, "Sir, we are all aware of your immense power. No one can harm you. Nevertheless, I hope you can cultivate a healthy psychological outlook. Much like the incident with Ross a few days ago, there were far better solutions available than annihilating everyone to demonstrate your might. Delusions of persecution are not inherently terrifying. What is truly alarming is a man wielding a nuclear weapon who, upon perceiving a potential threat, would immediately launch it at you. Would you not agree that such a madman is indeed fearsome? Leave. If someone fires at me, I am justified in eliminating him. Are you afraid I will obliterate SHIELD? It seems you are the one suffering from delusions of persecution." Ihua moved to the window, gazing impassively outside. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not instigate conflict. However, should any foolhardy individual dare to challenge me again, I will show no mercy." In truth, the genetic system frequently reminded him of the cognitive issues he faced. What had precipitated such a state? His weakness, having been adopted from an orphanage, subjected to the perverse whims of a captor who restrained him on a table to draw blood, and tormented by Gu-E. Thus, he began to feel that there were always nefarious individuals seeking to harm him. Recently, this condition had markedly improved, particularly since the forging of the Imperial armor and silver wings, especially after vanquishing the abomination and decimating the Marine Corps. The surge in power had elevated his sense of security, gradually remedying this minor flaw, rendering the need for a psychologist moot. Ihua refrained from losing his temper and extended a semblance of assurance. Nick Fury exhaled in relief, resolving to avoid exacerbating the patient's condition. "I am truly grateful to you, sir. We shall endeavor to control all factions to prevent a recurrence of such occurrences." They then engaged in further discourse regarding amicable coexistence and aspirations for collaboration on advanced technology before departing hastily. Ihua, watching their retreating figures, fell into contemplation. Did he genuinely possess delusions of persecution? How could even the agents of SHIELD discern this? System. Chapter 18. Compulsory Psychological Intervention. In August, New York basked under a relentless sun, its rays scorching the earth and causing temperatures to soar, enveloping the city in a colossal steamer. Yet for Ihua, endowed with the genetic engineering capabilities of sunlight and able to approach stars up close, such sweltering heat brought him not discomfort but delight. On this day, with leisure at his disposal, Ihua strolled languidly to his private dock by the sea. Clad in a loose-fitting white linen shirt and deep blue shorts, his feet adorned with casual flip-flops, he exuded an aura of utter relaxation. The dock was furnished with an exquisite sunshade and a set of professional fishing tackle, as he intended to fish and rejuvenate his spirit. The golden sands unfurled before him like a soft satin fabric, the delicate grains sparkling under the sun's illumination. A gentle, briny sea breeze caressed his skin, carrying with it the unique essence of the ocean. The melodic songs of birds filled the air, interspersed with the chirping of insects, while the waves rhythmically lapped against the shore, sending up sprays of foam as white as snow. In this serene and undisturbed expanse, Yihua's mind gradually settled into a state of tranquility. However, beneath this calm lay an indescribable loneliness. Despite existing within a world teeming with life, he perpetually felt out of sync with everything around him. The impending events and his ever-increasing powers seemed inadequate to quench the yearning within, leaving him as an outsider observing the world through a detached lens. In this vast realm, he was utterly alone, not merely as a singular entity of genetic engineering, but as a traveler from another time. He pondered whether other time travelers felt similarly, grappling with a profound sense of alienation in this world. Loneliness, solitude, and chill. Perhaps such sentiments were somewhat melodramatic. Shaking his head with a smile, he gazed out at the distant waves, feeling like a solitary boat adrift on an infinite ocean, with nothing else to anchor him. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the approach of a jet ski, piloted by a stunning blonde. Her figure was captivating, every inch of her skin radiating an alluring charm. Her long, powerful legs were perfectly sculpted, reminiscent of a masterpiece, and her slender waist showcased an exquisite silhouette, while her voluptuous, slightly uplifted posterior seemed to exude endless allure. The bikini top clung tightly to her ample bosom, accentuating her proud curves, and her fair skin gleamed under the sunlight, akin to exquisite jade, glowing with a delicate radiance. This enchanting siren was undeniably mesmerizing, brimming with exotic appeal. "You've scared my fish away," she remarked, her beauty striking and her large, expressive eyes shimmering with confidence and allure. With a straight nose and luscious, full lips, her slightly upturned smile was captivating. "Don't be so dull. Why not join me for some surfing? If you perform well, I might consider letting you help me apply sunscreen later." With graceful poise, she perched on the jet ski, her turquoise-like eyes seemingly hinting at something deeper. Her golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, dancing in the breeze, dazzling under the sun's rays. It seemed that a fisherman could catch everything but fish. Here was a willing mermaid ready to be ensnared. Yihua was certain that should he voice his desires, this enchanting creature would not refuse him. For she was no ordinary mermaid, but rather a manifestation of seduction. The typical notion of seduction often involves a beauty flaunting her charms and teasing. Yet the true art lay in conquering the heart and dismantling one's will and spirit. Nick Fury had undoubtedly gleaned some wisdom from the stratagems of old. Ashley Clark, a level 3 agent of SHIELD, had recently been promoted to level 7. Unlike the typical agents skilled in combat, assassination, and espionage, she specialized in medical and administrative roles. With dual doctorates in psychology and criminology, she served as her own psychological consultant. Not just anyone could gain access to this villa. While he could approach anyone he wished, those who could approach him had to obtain Fury's approval. After all, a psychologically unstable individual mingling with unsavory characters could lead to chaos. In a similar vein, this beautiful psychologist had been strategically placed nearby by Fury, who ensured she would make various attempts to draw near. So, Black Widow Natasha couldn't make a mark on you, and Fury sent you instead? Save your effort. I'm not particularly interested. Not particularly interested? It seems you must hold some interest after all. With that, she gracefully leapt from the jet ski onto the shore. I have absolute confidence in my physique and appearance. No one can resist me. As she playfully tossed her silky golden hair, she settled beside Yihua. I can tell that those agents who only know how to fight don't have an accurate perception of you. Though our encounters have been limited, I can sense your inner solitude, and that so-called paranoia, it's more like a fear of inadequacy in firepower. So, you believe I lack firepower? Otherwise, you shouldn't be indifferent to me. Indeed, no one should remain unaffected by her presence. In terms of beauty and allure, she surpassed even Black Widow, likely overshadowing Wanda at her peak. After all, one does not get selected by Nick Fury for seduction without being strikingly attractive. Since Natasha failed to win you over, he must have sought someone even more beautiful. Fury must be out of his mind. Does he think I, the solar god, can be swayed by mere beauty? Tell me, what do you find appealing? As a relatively competent agent, she had studied this field and felt confident in her ability to play any role. By the way, I wonder what the director was thinking. If I'm here to seduce you, why not keep my identity concealed? Now, my status as an agent puts you at a distance from me. Otherwise, I should have already won you over. Is it that agents are suited to be psychologists, or psychologists to be agents? Or perhaps it was simply that her beauty made her presence acceptable. Moreover, she seemed to increasingly disregard her status as an outsider. Is it really appropriate to be so candid about your intentions to seduce me? Well, it is what it is. Clark shrugged. The life of an agent is tough, especially for a beautiful female agent. Sometimes, one must resort to leveraging their body to gather intelligence. Do you know why Nick Fury didn't have you conceal your identity? Why? Because for ordinary individuals like you, I only need a glance to ascertain your entire profile, not merely the information stored in a database. Of course, it's not just ordinary people. In this world, they lack the support of supergenetics and are utterly incapable of resisting the invasion of dark information. So far, the only individual I cannot fully read in terms of dark information is the Ancient One, which is why she instills a sense of wariness in me. Wow, really? That's impressive. Your performance is overly theatrical. You just claim to be able to embody any role. Oh, don't mind that. With that, Clark leaned closer, and he could feel the astonishing softness and elasticity of her shoulder, her voice tinged with an alluring charm. Since you possess such vast knowledge, perhaps it would be wise to feign ignorance. As an orphaned agent nurtured by the S.H.I.E.L.D. since childhood, the prospect of experiencing love like an ordinary person is utterly unattainable for someone like me. You are my inaugural field assignment. At 21, particularly for those of Western descent who mature rapidly, one is indeed a delectable treat. Night Hua turned his gaze, observing Clark, who rested upon his shoulder. Were one unaware, they might mistake this for the playful affection of a lover. It is quite regrettable, however, that a mere dalliance is not what I desire. Your genes may only sustain your beauty for a mere decade or so, alongside a lifespan that barely extends beyond that. The thought of you aging, replete with the stench of decay, utterly extinguishes my interest. Moreover, to my eyes, you are riddled with flaws. Ordinary humans and supergenetic warriors are entirely distinct entities. I cannot fathom why celestial beings would find themselves enamored with mortals. Observing ordinary humans from the shadowy realms feels akin to gazing upon flawed, defective products. Otherwise, with my attributes and appearance, I would have long since indulged in a life of opulence akin to Tony Stark. You truly lack eloquence. Clark straightened her posture, feeling disinclined to rest upon Night Hua's shoulder any longer, for she perceived an unmistakable disdain in his eyes. How infuriating to think someone could harbor such contempt for her. Do you truly consider yourself a deity? Is it not one of the reasons you regard mortals as flawed? No, you are merely characters in a comic, while I am but an observer of the narrative. Should Deadpool appear, I would certainly relish a conversation with him. I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding my own identity. Is this world genuine or merely a comic? What, then, is the nature of Deadpool? And where do I fit into this tapestry? I still struggle to integrate myself fully. Currently, my thoughts seem fixated on becoming stronger, ultimately seeking the ability to shatter dimensional barriers and glimpse the authentic world. My desires appear rather modest, and after analyzing an individual through dark data, the glaring genetic deficiencies render the prospect of interest quite unappealing. Thus, let our conversation conclude here. You may proceed to report on today's task. If it were merely casual banter or flirtation, I could indulge you. But if your intent is to delve into my psyche and extract information, further dialogue is unnecessary. Why not accompany me in fishing instead? My skills in that endeavor are quite commendable. Clark would not let slip the opportunity to be alone with her assignment, as it would facilitate her mission. Moreover, it is said that you possess divine strength. Rather than engaging in a mundane affair with an ordinary person for decades, why not explore the differences in attempting a connection with a deity? It is far more compelling to view this endeavor as a challenge than a mere task. Chapter 19. The advancing psychologist with the absence of the days spent in contempt. Life has reverted to its previous state of monotonous seclusion. On the nth day of its absence, I find myself reminiscing. Of course, if a stunning blonde with captivating azure eyes and an alluring figure were to occasionally appear for a chat under various pretexts, the dullness would hardly be so pronounced. This is a substantial improvement over the previous empty hours. However, one must disregard her flawed image in the shadowy realms, rife with imperfections that are difficult to behold. After all, it is unreasonable to demand too much from an ordinary individual. Even though I was once an exceedingly mundane orphan laborer, the decade-long existence as a super soldier has surely wrought significant changes. Yet, viewed through the lens of an ordinary person, she truly embodies excellence. Her exquisite visage is akin to a divine masterpiece, meticulously sculpted to perfection. Her figure is nothing short of breathtaking, with voluptuous curves that seem to be a celestial creation. A slender waist that one could encircle with a single hand, and long, straight legs that draw the eye, complemented by a round, pert posterior and a voluptuous bosom, all irresistibly alluring. Furthermore, she exudes a zest for life, her every gesture radiating a unique charm, perhaps a testament to her specialization in psychology, which makes conversing with her an engaging experience. Additionally, her knowledge is extensive, as she is well-read and possesses profound insights across various fields. From literature and art to science and technology, from historical culture to current political events, she articulates her thoughts with remarkable eloquence, showcasing her extraordinary intellect and talent. Yet, the most striking aspect is her porcelain skin, as translucent as mutton-fat jade, glistening under the sun with an enchanting sheen. This fair complexion harmonizes beautifully with her beauty, rendering her appearance even more noble and ethereal. Truth be told, knowing that she is an operative bearing the dual mission of the S.H.A.L.D., I find myself reluctant to refuse her. Perhaps this constitutes the apex of feminine allure. The temptation of the flesh pales in comparison to the assault on the mind. It is reminiscent of King Zhou's inability to resist Daji, despite knowing her true nature. Intriguingly, the genetic system attributes my reactions to the restlessness of adolescence and the yearning for the opposite sex, suggesting a path of abstinence to conquer desire. A deity should embody rationality, impervious to the whims of desire. After all, I am nearing 40 when our lives are combined. What a jest! Could it be due to my lack of romantic experience? Such a thought is too terrifying to ponder, and I shake my head to dispel it. In the face of Clark's almost brazen advances, I maintain my composure, for I am merely fulfilling divergent tasks for two superiors. This is profoundly unsettling, despite my willingness. I remain unable to act. Yet Clark perceives the situation differently. Indeed, from the moment she received her assignment, she was informed of her forthcoming duties to aid me in navigating and integrating into this world, to help alleviate my psychological barriers, to become a law-abiding citizen, and even to recognize and serve as H.I.E.L.D. The other superior desires to hear me proclaim, "Hail Hydra!" If necessary, she may sacrifice her body, a requisite mindset for an operative. Upon receiving the task, she initially refused, yet she understood her lack of authority to do so. Everything she possesses is a gift from S.H.I.E.L.D., which can just as easily reclaim it. Thus she arrived. However, the moment she beheld her target, her trepidation and doubts evaporated, for the reality before her exceeded all expectations. The target towered over her, an impressive height exceeding 6 feet, even approaching 6 feet 3. His physique resembled that of a Greek warrior, every muscle defined and sculpted, exuding boundless strength. Gazing upward, she found his features to be the epitome of Eastern handsomeness: sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that curled into an almost imperceptible smile, rendering her utterly captivated. Even more astonishing was the rumor that this man hailed from outer space, a being of divine stature. Such a mysterious and formidable background undeniably added an ineffable allure to his presence. Moreover, the director's stance on the matter was equally significant. There was no need to conceal her identity or employ subterfuge. She was to engage with me as a regular psychologist. Naturally, A closer relationship would be ideal. Furthermore, she was explicitly assured that regardless of the outcome of this operation, she could interact with me freely, without fear of repercussions. This meant that even in the unfortunate event of failure, she need not dread any danger or severe punishment. Conversely, if success were achieved, it would be a considerable triumph. To ensure the smooth execution of this mission, SHID had also arranged for her a lavish residence adjacent to my villa, along with a substantial budget for her activities. Such generous provisions are privileges few operatives could ever hope to attain, making her feel as though she were indulging in public funds while simultaneously flirting with a superlative man. If the aforementioned conditions stirred her interest, the director's final assurance rendered her utterly incapable of refusal. Should she succeed in securing my allegiance to SHIELD, ensuring my compliance at least to some degree, she would be free from service after signing a confidentiality agreement, able to pursue the life she desires. The opulent villa and funds, in essence, would serve as her retirement bonus. Moreover, the ultimate benefactor offered similar guarantees. This was an irresistible opportunity, akin to a windfall from the heavens. She was still young, particularly with her striking beauty and enviable figure. Rather than succumbing to the advances of some balding, lecherous, and greasy man in the future due to her assignments, she would rather entice me. What was framed as a mission felt more akin to a benefit. Furthermore, after some time spent in my company, she discovered I was in fact a rather endearing big boy, albeit one endowed with formidable power, yet harboring a profoundly fragile and lonely heart. She yearned to embrace me, to warm and envelop me, to make us inseparable. For the sake of a blissful life and a handsome man, she knew she must act swiftly. Having prepared herself, she donned a minuscule skirt and a low-cut t-shirt, accentuating her figure in all its undulating glory. Approaching my villa, she rang the doorbell. I brought some fresh, chilled fruit for us to enjoy together. Clark presented a platter filled with perfectly sliced apples, cantaloupe, dragon fruit, and watermelon, exuding refreshing coolness beneath the blazing sun, clearly having been chilled beforehand. Yet, upon entering my villa, she was taken aback. Wow, are you planning to steam? Why isn't the air conditioning on? Or is it broken? As she spoke, she busily searched for the air conditioner remote, indicating this was not her first visit. To be honest, there was no need to conserve energy for the government. Didn't she feel hot? As a being of sunlight, I do not even sweat. Heat, the sweltering summer, and the biting cold of winter pose no difference to me. I could bask in the sun and feel utterly comfortable. Clark, why do you fail to recognize your role as a guest? Do you believe that your presumptuous familiarity can bridge the gap between us? She cast a glance at the fruit platter resting on the table, shaking her head in disapproval. You are merely engaging in futile endeavors. Clark tugged at her collar with one hand, seemingly attempting to alleviate the heat enveloping her. Not at all. At least now I can approach you. A cunning glimmer danced in her eyes. Regardless of the method employed, the ultimate goal remained proximity to Yehua. Otherwise, what was the point of any strategy? After exchanging a few casual remarks, and noticing that Yehua had not touched the fruit platter she brought, she revealed her true intention. In fact, I have come to invite you to lunch. What do you prefer, steak or seafood? I would highly recommend barbecued ribs, shrimp, and red wine, and creamy clam chowder. I also know of a delightful Chinese restaurant on Chinatown Street, serving dishes like fish-flavored shredded pork, braised chicken, and tomato scrambled eggs. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? As she spoke, Clark gazed at Yehua with eager anticipation. She could initiate her charm offensive, yet she required Yehua's cooperation. Otherwise, her skills would amount to nothing without an opportunity. Observing Clark's hopeful expression, Yehua furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment, before conceding, "All right." His acquiescence was not solely due to the allure of a beautiful woman nor a reluctance to refuse, but rather a realization that he had become somewhat reclusive over the years. Residing in a luxurious villa, free from financial worries, he had resorted to take-out meals. Aside from reading at home, self-studying dark energy manipulation and computer programming, he would either visit the library or remain an outsider, observing the world from a distance. Now that he had grown stronger, to continue hiding cautiously would be exceedingly dull. Perhaps it was time to venture out like an ordinary person and stroll through the streets. Wonderful. Please wait for me. I need to change. Clark's delight was palpable at Yehua's willingness to accept her invitation. 5 minutes, I will be right back. While a woman might claim that changing clothes would take merely 5 minutes, it was undoubtedly an exaggeration, even for a spy. This moment could potentially be a groundbreaking date, a genuine opportunity for her to step into Yehua's life. To prepare, Clark took a quick shower and dressed with care. Her slightly damp, loose hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her freshly washed skin appeared exceptionally delicate, radiant, and glistening. The blue off-shoulder dress accentuated her figure splendidly, making her seem extraordinarily appealing. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Clark felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Amen. Chapter 20. Learning to embrace life. Individuals from Western cultures tend to exhibit a more open and cheerful demeanor, often expressing their emotions with a directness and fervor that can manifest in gestures such as embraces and kisses, which are perceived as romantic. Clark wished she could reciprocate, but feared that such actions might yield contrary results. For now, she merely sought a small victory. Shall we set off? She suggested. By the way, I noticed your garage has never been opened. Would you care to take my car? Nightshade nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he possessed several sports cars. Gifts from Ancient One when he received his residence, yet he had never driven them, nor even filled their tanks. There was simply no need. Even the library was within walking distance. Once he mastered the art of portals, the necessity for a vehicle diminished further. It was evident that he was indeed a reclusive homebody. Thank you for your presence, he mused, for allowing me to experience the privileges of a billionaire. Otherwise, with my salary, residing in a beachfront villa and owning luxury cars worth tens of millions would remain a distant dream. In this world, it seems only capital enjoys the fruits, while the unfortunate laborers perpetually toil. Clark sighed, then jested, "Hop in, oh divine one. As a token of gratitude, today the treat is on me. After all, any expenditure incurred here will be reimbursed by the Bureau, so we must indulge today lest we lose the opportunity." It was impossible for a strikingly beautiful woman with a charming personality not to attract admiration, and Nightshade was no exception. Of course, if she also possessed extraordinary genes and the potential for divinity, it would be even more appealing. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Is Nick Fury truly a heartless employer who withholds your wages? In such a perilous profession as espionage, you ought to demand a raise." Clark was pleased to see Nightshade's humor, confirming that her efforts had not been in vain. The director, despite his dark complexion, was indeed quite considerate, providing various accident insurances and substantial death benefits. Had he dared exploit agents, he would have likely met a secret demise, even as the king of spies. Well, speaking ill of the boss, it appears you've already booked your ticket to Siberia to dig for potatoes. Clark feigned a pitiful expression, clasping her hands over her ample bosom. "Please don't betray me. If you promise to keep my secret, I could be anything you need. Let us proceed." With the adversary out of range of attack, precision targeting became futile. Clark seized a moment, and the two conversed casually, driving towards the upscale restaurant, Masa, in Manhattan, reputed to be the most expensive dining establishment in the United States, requiring reservations 3 weeks in advance. However, for SHIELD agents, no obstacle was insurmountable. Arrangements had already been made prior to their arrival. Clark exemplified the ease of spending public funds without remorse. Since SHIELD managed all their necessities, opportunities to spend money were scarce. She recalled a previous visit with friends that nearly bankrupted her due to the exorbitant prices. Yet now, the experience felt entirely different. Clark savored the exquisite cuisine with elegance, her conversational skills impeccably timed, making her company delightful. Naturally, one could only trust zero. One of what an agent said, especially a double agent. Dining here indeed bore the risk of financial ruin, given the extortionate and rare ingredients, such as the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Roman Iconi wine, an indulgence not accessible to the average person. Marvelous. The price surely reflects its worth, Clark remarked, sipping her red wine with a gentle squint, relishing the taste. Nightshade nodded in agreement, asserting that any cuisine, provided the price was right, would invariably be delectable. Some high-end ingredients even tasted exquisite without any preparation. I should venture out more often to savor gourmet meals instead of relying on takeout at home. Culinary delights can elevate one's mood, wouldn't you agree? I believe the director would be pleased to hear you say that. As long as you live honestly like a regular person, I am certain Director Fury wouldn't mind allocating a considerable budget for meals, perhaps even purchasing a few restaurants. Power and capital are often irrational, inciting madness. After a brief hesitation, Clark inquired, "May I pose a question?" "What is it?" "Please, ask away." After organizing her thoughts, she continued, "Why do you shy away from embracing this world? What has rendered you so solitary? Could we discuss it? Perhaps I cannot provide assistance, but at the very least, I could be a quiet listener." As a psychologist and an agent, Clark was adept in her field, and as a woman of nuanced perception, she could discern what others often overlooked. Through their interactions, she had recognized Nightshade's profound loneliness, his refusal to accept and integrate into this world, which fostered a sense of insecurity and a mild paranoia. He displayed his strength and pride, proclaiming to Coulson the vastness of the universe while belittling Earth and humanity. A fade to mask his inner solitude and self-preservation. "Is it because you cannot return home?" Clark spoke cautiously, her previous warmth replaced by a measure of trepidation. This might be an opportunity to understand Nightshade's inner turmoil, yet it could also lead to peril. Provoking another's vulnerability could provoke a fierce backlash. If that individual were an extraordinarily powerful alien or even a deity, the consequences could be dire. She had reviewed Nightshade's dossier, and his might was beyond imagination. Should he unleash his wrath, no one could intervene. It could spell disaster. Fortunately, Nightshade remained still, pausing his meal, gazing at her calmly. "Even I must concede, you are professional. In just a few days, you have glimpsed into my soul. Why not elaborate? Will I then be compelled to eliminate you?" Clark shook her head. "I doubt that. You are beginning to genuinely engage with this world, are you not? Otherwise, even if I lived beside you, you would not grant me the chance to connect, nor would you accept my invitation today. I genuinely wish to assist you, not merely as part of my mission." Nightshade chuckled lightly, choosing not to comment. "Regrettably, I lack the ability to read your thoughts directly. Otherwise, I would know what you truly desire. Regardless of your past, if you now reside here, you must endeavor to accept everything this world has to offer." Clark sensed that Nightshade would not retaliate, and, seeing his emotions stabilize, continued, "Your stillness and aloof demeanor deter others from approaching you, leading them to cautiously test the waters, fearful of inciting your ire and facing dire consequences. Yet, is this not a vicious cycle? The outcome of this cycle is palpable anxiety for everyone involved, yourself included. If you were an ordinary individual, no one would concern themselves with you. You would remain unnoticed. But you are not. Every sentient being grapples with psychological complexities to some degree due to the intricacies of thought. Yet the distinction lies in whether these issues pose a threat to oneself or others. In truth, Yihua has also realized that his psychological state is far from healthy. Thus, he has recently been engaging in self-examination and adjustment through the genetic system. The situation has improved significantly. Otherwise, he would not be sitting here in such tranquility. So, your special mission is to delve into my heart, allowing me to lower my defenses, acknowledge both you and SHIELD, and subsequently work for Nick Fury in his Avengers initiative? What? Clark is unaware of the existence of the Avengers initiative, as her clearance is insufficient. No. How could you think that? I merely wish for you to resume a normal life. Furthermore, my special mission is to seduce you. Surely. You have seen my profile at a glance. The ensuing conversation was quite relaxed, as the two enjoyed their meal while discussing trivial matters. Yihua was acutely aware that, regardless of the world's authenticity or illusion, he had already established his existence here. It mattered not what circumstances had brought him to this world or how inexplicably he had acquired the genetic engineering of the Supergod Academy. Returning was simply not an option. At least for the time being, it was utterly impossible. Now that he had begrudgingly gained the means for self-preservation and was required to remain here, he resolved to live fully, irrespective of the reasons behind it or whether he was dreaming, and to seize the opportunity to relish the passage of time. Clark, there is something I wish to convey to you. Please speak. Women who are too intelligent often do not endear themselves to men. Clark smiled, aware that she had successfully approached Yihua. At the very least, he acknowledged her presence, perceiving her as a living, breathing human rather than the previous impression of estrangement and otherness that had clouded his gaze. Did I not mention that I am a fairly reliable agent, capable of embodying each role with finesse? And as a psychologist, I can provide the utmost psychological satisfaction. Would you care to try? Clark was undeniably a stunning beauty, her left hand languidly cradling her chin while her right hand swirled a glass of red wine. With a piercing gaze, her captivating azure eyes sparkled, and her delicately upturned, long lashes fluttered enchantingly, ensnaring the soul. Chapter 21. Tony's invitation. Yihua was endeavoring to embrace and integrate into the world with the mindset of an ordinary individual. Perhaps a portion of this transformation could be attributed to the influence of a psychologist, but who could truly ascertain? Regardless, he was making a concerted effort to live like a common person. Naturally, when faced with Clark's persistent advances, he chose not to yield to the flow of circumstances, for he understood that her approach was driven by ulterior motives, prompting an instinctive wariness within him. Moreover, the information from the Shadow Realm revealed an alarming prevalence of genetic defects among ordinary humans, making it difficult for him to avoid contemplating these flaws during their interactions, thus extinguishing any flicker of interest. In contrast to Clark, Yihua found himself more eagerly anticipating the prospect of tearing apart Thanos or besting the Scarlet Witch of the multiverse. In truth, the current Wanda had yet to amass any legendary experiences or intriguing tales. She was merely an ordinary girl suddenly thrust into upheaval, living in the shadow of her brother. Her life revolved around working at a bakery and occasionally participating in protests against Stark Industries' injustices. An exceedingly mundane girl. Yet none could fathom the extraordinary powers she would eventually wield. As he observed the serene chat interface, Yihua smiled. She was indeed just an ordinary girl striving to lead a simple life, not yet the formidable Scarlet Witch. It was amusing to think that she would hesitate to miss work for fear of wage deductions. Should he offer her assistance? After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Although the Scarlet Witch's powers were innate, they were likely intertwined with her circumstances and the stimulation of the Mind Stone. Otherwise, her true magical awakening might remain a distant prospect. Chaos magic, a force of multiversal proportions, was beyond his confidence to assist her with. He resolved to let things unfold naturally. Having concluded the remote conversation, he sought to occupy himself with other matters. At that moment, Happy delivered Tony's invitation, presented in a notably formal written format. The essence of the message conveyed that Tony had made significant breakthroughs with his Iron Man technology and wished to discuss them over lunch. No problem, he replied. Please inform Tony that I shall arrive punctually. It was quite amusing. He had been contemplating whether to seek out Black Panther in Wakanda or Namor beneath the sea. And now an invitation for enlightenment had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Moreover, the sorcerers of Kamartaj were primarily close combat mages, while formidable, their physical defenses were lacking, making them vulnerable to a single misstep. Additionally, Yihua had no desire to encounter the Ancient One. Black Panther, while resilient, possessed few other remarkable traits. In contrast, he found himself more inclined towards the underwater kingdom's Namor. Namor, having undergone permanent mutation from consuming underwater flora infused with vibranium, was a being of formidable strength, boasting exceptional physical resilience, undoubtedly a durable adversary. As for other powerful entities, such as the Hidden Eternals, they were either incapable of enduring a fight or simply beyond his capacity to contend with, rendering them uninteresting. While deliberating whether to seek out Black Panther or Namor, it became evident that if Tony sought a confrontation, he would undoubtedly oblige. Happy had initially presumed matters would not unfold so smoothly, given that Tony had previously warned him of Yihua's unpleasant demeanor and arrogance, labeling him as an unlikable extraterrestrial. Yet, it was apparent that Yihua was, in fact, a courteous and gentle young man of Asian descent, which led Happy to suspect that Tony might have been attempting to ensnare him in jest. He chuckled inwardly and remarked, "We eagerly await your presence, Mr. Yihua. I'm certain Tony will be delighted that you have accepted his invitation." Yihua nodded, accepting the invitation and bidding farewell to Happy. Upon receiving the report confirming Yihua's acceptance, Tony felt a sense of elation. This would allow him to test the capabilities of his new armor. The memory of Yihua effortlessly infiltrating J.A.R.V.I.S. and commandeering his Iron Man suit lingered in Tony's mind, casting a long shadow of concern. Although Yihua had not employed such invasive tactics with the upgraded armor, the combat scenarios had revealed significant shortcomings, nearly resulting in disassembly at the hands of Abomination and Yihua. Recognizing these deficiencies, Tony had relentlessly pursued the development of countermeasures against Yihua's capabilities. "Hey, darling, please prepare for the arrival of that golden deity," he instructed. In truth, Tony held a degree of tolerance for Yihua. Otherwise, his egotistical nature would have deterred him from extending such an invitation. "How about we prepare a feast of Chinese cuisine? After all, I've heard he possesses the visage of a Chinese individual," Pepper suggested. Her knowledge of Yihua was scant. She had merely gleaned from Tony that he was a powerful being, purportedly extraterrestrial, capable of engaging in combat with Iron Man. Tony's successive armor upgrades seemed to correlate with Yihua's presence. "Tony, I think it wise not to greet our guest clad in your Iron Man suit, and refrain from bestowing any nicknames upon him," Pepper felt compelled to advise once more, considering that few had been honored with such a formal invitation from Tony. "No, you fail to grasp the situation. He might very well relish the opportunity for a duel with me," Tony replied, satisfied with the final adjustments to his suit. The newly developed titanium alloy significantly enhanced its defenses, while J.A.R.V.I.S. had assimilated global combat techniques and traditional martial arts tutorials, enabling him to transform into a seasoned fighter in an instant. Furthermore, the incorporation of powerful energy absorption and conversion mechanisms was essential, with firewalls specifically upgraded to operate independently, rendering him confident that Yihua could not breach his defenses. "All right, go ahead and prepare lunch. I shall be lenient," Tony declared. Thanks to Yihua's presence, the pace of his armor's evolution had accelerated dramatically. This was the 8th generation of his suit. Pepper knew there was no dissuading Tony and proceeded to contact someone to arrange the meal. Time flew swiftly, and Yihua arrived punctually at Tony's seaside villa, perched on a cliff along the coastline, sprawling with magnificent views of the ocean. The surrounding area was entirely Tony's domain, ensuring a high degree of privacy, one of the reasons he had extended the invitation. Upon arriving at the villa via a teleportation portal, Yihua stood at the entrance, not needing to ring the doorbell, as Tony was already aware of his arrival. "Sir, your friend Yihua has arrived," reported the AIJARVIS. As the door swung open, Tony greeted him in casual attire, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. "Welcome to Stark's abode, Golden Deity." Yihua stepped inside, surveying the high-tech decor. A flash of golden light illuminated his eyes as he discreetly scanned the surroundings, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. The latest generation of Iron Man armor, embodying Tony's technological prowess, was aptly named the Anti-Solar Deity armor. Naturally, Yihua was indifferent to Iron Man's technology, as the disparity was vast. He was merely intrigued by the name itself. Had it been dubbed the Anti-Brad armor, he might have inadvertently reduced Tony's home to rubble without hesitation. As for the nickname, he chose to feign ignorance. After all, should not the solar deity shine brilliantly? "Having heard so much about you from Tony, I must say you are indeed quite striking in person," he remarked. "I've arranged for some Chinese cuisine today. I hope it suits your palate," Pepper added. "Thank you, Miss Pepper. This is a gift for you," Yihua said, presenting an exquisite gift box. "Oh my, what is this? Magic?" she exclaimed, waving her hand as items materialized from thin air. For an ordinary person like Pepper, this was a staggering cognitive challenge, entirely distinct from Iron Man's advanced technology. Noticing Pepper's astonishment, Yihua chuckled. "It's not magic, it's science." "Wait a moment, you claim this is science? That seems implausible," Tony interjected, instantly raising an eyebrow in skepticism. He has always been aware that Yi Hua possesses an extraordinary magic capable of conjuring a golden portal over great distances. Although the current scene appears somewhat altered, he refrained from probing further. However, should you wish to discuss science, we must engage in a more serious conversation. No one can flaunt technology in his presence. The concept of micro-wormhole transportation technology is readily available online. Yi Hua shrugged. Of course. Wado Fatoni understood what a micro-wormhole was. Information can be found on the internet, but that exists only in theory and science fiction. How could it possibly be realized in reality? The micro-wormhole you speak of, is it the same kind of wormhole I envision? A narrow tunnel capable of distorting space to connect two disparate times and realms. Also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, this is utterly impossible. Yi Hua shook his head. Nothing is truly impossible, although your understanding is not entirely accurate. Micro-wormhole transportation technology is exceedingly difficult to achieve without the support of super genes, for one cannot perceive the dark dimensions directly, thus rendering the manipulation of dark energy and micro-wormholes quite unfeasible. Yi Hua wished to elaborate no further on that topic, seeing that Tony was eager for an academic exchange. Pepper interjected, "Thank you for your gift. I believe everyone can start dining now." Inside the gift box lay a pair of unremarkable black gloves, which Pepper dismissed. Yet Tony would never assume that Yi Hua could genuinely present a pair of ordinary gloves. He intended to find an opportunity to investigate further. These were, in fact, extraordinary, crafted from vibranium fibers integrated with solar technology. They were flawed remnants from his research on the Imperial armor. While they may be considered defects for the Imperial armor, they far surpass the Black Panther suit, excelling across several tiers, particularly in their ability to withstand high-frequency sonic interference, an attribute ordinary vibranium could not compare to. I heard Nick Fury has arranged a stunning beauty for you. So, who managed to charm whom? One could not deny that the lady was indeed captivating. Fury's cunning in employing such a strategy was remarkable. Let me tell you, the dining table soon overflowed with sumptuous dishes, all authentic Chinese cuisine prepared by chefs of national banquet caliber. Tony chattered incessantly, laced with sarcasm, regarding Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's masquerade as his secretary, a matter that still irked him. Despite having piqued his interest, she had transformed into another's agent without granting him the opportunity for meaningful interaction, leaving Tony feeling duped. Not everyone shares your perspective, he retorted dismissively to Yi Hua's words. Trust me, my friend. Once you savor that exquisite experience, you will not think so. Ahem. Pepper coughed, prompting Tony to quickly amend. Of course, I'm also someone who values inner qualities and have long since maintained my integrity. Their interactions have been minimal, and the subjects of discussion were few. The primary objective today remained one of conflict. During the meal, Tony casually broached the topic of his suit's new capabilities, to which Yi Hua merely smiled and remained silent, signaling no objection. Finally, after dining, Tony could no longer contain himself. Would you care to try my new armor? Yi Hua shrugged, as long as you are confident. You certainly speak boldly. Let us see what you've got. With a command, Tony donned the suit before Yi Hua. Transforming into Iron Man Chapter 22. Unbearable impact, the two individuals arrived at an open area outside. In an instant, Tony donned his armor and ascended into the air, showcasing an array of weapons as a display of power. I must remind you, he proclaimed, this suit has undergone meticulous upgrades, and its potency is no longer akin to the obsolete models you once encountered. So, why not hasten to don your gleaming golden armor? Tony possessed unshakable confidence. Even though Yi Hua's strength and speed were extraordinary, capable of emitting nuclear fusion energy, he believed his armor was more than sufficient to contend with such prowess. Yi Hua, arms crossed, analyzed Iron Man's data through dark algorithms, nodding with a smile. My armor is crafted for vibranium. Wearing it would undoubtedly be akin to bullying you. With the technology of the pre-nuclear civilization, you cannot inflict harm upon me, not even with the energy cannon of your arc reactor. The current model of Iron Man's armor could undoubtedly engage in battle against the likes of Abomination and compete with Thor, yet it seemed inadequate in the face of Yi Hua. The technologically advanced suits produced by the scientific community held little authority here. Moreover, His powerful weaponry relied on nuclear fusion energy. How could sunlight possibly be affected by such a force? Well, you truly are an arrogant little fellow. It appears I must teach you a lesson. Just as their conversation unfolded, Iron Man abruptly raised his right arm without warning, aiming it at Yu Hua on the ground. Without hesitation, he activated the palm energy cannon, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that surged toward Yu Hua. It is noteworthy that Iron Man had deliberately set the energy cannon's output to its minimal state. He believed Yu Hua relied on his impressive armor as his primary means of defense. However, Yu Hua had not donned that dazzling suit. Although Tony's demeanor suggested a hint of disdain, he genuinely did not wish to harm Yu Hua. Ultimately, this confrontation was merely a friendly sparring match, a technical exchange, not a life-or-death struggle. Yet, reality proved to be unforgiving. Tony assumed that Yu Hua's unwavering confidence, accepting the energy blast without flinching, would at least leave him in a state of disarray. To his astonishment, Yu Hua effortlessly blocked the explosion with a raised hand, not even breaking a nail. It seems I must take this more seriously, he mused. Recognizing Yu Hua's formidable defenses and his capacity to withstand the energy blast, Iron Man swiftly dove down. Entering the dark dimension, he accessed the solar light control interface and activated the solar combat technique. Upon completion, Yu Hua's demeanor shifted, exuding an aura of readiness for battle. As Iron Man charged forward, he launched several micromissiles that split mid-air into countless tiny warheads, raining down upon Yu Hua. The meticulously maintained lawn was instantly scorched, but none took notice. With a flash of movement, Yu Hua burst forth with astonishing speed, darting between the missile heads like a specter, and suddenly leaped to land a crushing kick upon Iron Man's shoulder, causing him to lose balance and tumble through the air. A sneak attack. I thought we were here to spar. Historically, Yu Hua had shown no capacity for flight, leading Tony to believe he could dive down and engage him in close combat without malice. The micro-missiles were merely a distraction, yet Yu Hua's speed was far beyond what Tony had anticipated. Iron Man quickly adjusted his position, throttling his thrusters to charge toward Yu Hua while activating the global combat response system. After this brief test of abilities, both were ready to engage in earnest. As Iron Man approached, Yu Hua remained unperturbed, a faint golden glow enveloping him as he advanced. When they collided, a powerful shockwave erupted. Yu Hua's punch struck Iron Man's chest, momentarily disorienting his internal systems. But Iron Man quickly countered with an electric discharge device aimed at Yu Hua's abdomen. Yu Hua sidestepped and countered with a knee strike, sending Iron Man sprawling. The display screen flickered with static as Iron Man retreated, awaiting system stabilization. It appears I need not hold back, he declared, reassessing Yu Hua's strength. Meanwhile, Yu Hua stood calmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. If necessary, I could dismantle your armor within 10 seconds. I could melt it in 1 second and seize control in 3. For a super soldier, as long as computational dominance is achieved, nothing unexpected should occur. I merely wish to use you as a punching bag. Well, it seems you are indeed quite unlikable. The anti-solar god response system activated, Jarvis announced, and Iron Man charged once more, this time opting for close-quarters combat rather than flashy attacks. The clanging of metal echoed as he faced an unsettling reality. Yu Hua's body was as unyielding as steel, utterly impervious to his strikes. Iron Man's suit was comprised of molecularly restructured crystalline iron, reinforced with magnetic fields and layered with titanium and other metals, creating a resilient yet exceedingly robust titanium alloy shell. At present, this metal boasted extraordinary hardness, yet Yu Hua could leave imprints with his fists, making it difficult to fathom how such defensive capabilities and strength could exist in flesh. I must admit, I feel a touch of sympathy for your future girlfriend. I can hardly imagine how you two would be intimate. In response to Tony's jest, Yu Hua delivered an unreserved punch that sent him flying. Damage reports flooded in, the internal display of the suit turning crimson. Sir, caution. High-energy fusion reaction imminent. Yu Hua held a golden energy sphere in his hand, smiling. You wanted the anti-solar god, so why not try this? The nuclear fusion energy sphere had been developed specifically to counter Yu Hua, and naturally, he would not forego the opportunity to test its might. Futile. Do you not understand what lies within my chest? Tony braced himself as Yuhua hurled the fusion energy sphere. You are courting death. Do you think all energy can be absorbed at will? As the energy sphere neared Iron Man's suit, Yuhua's smile widened. Boom! The energy sphere, intended for precise impact and detonation upon contact, exploded unexpectedly, transforming into sheer explosive force rather than energy. The genetic engine allowed divine power to manifest boundlessly and transform at will. Combat data indicated that the anti-solar god suit was utterly ineffective. A tremendous explosion erupted above the cliff, sending Iron Man hurtling through the air. And no, Tony, Pepper, who had been watching the battle from inside, could no longer restrain herself, rushing out to where Iron Man lay, crackling with electricity. A swarm of bodyguards followed her. Cough, cough. Do not worry. I am unharmed. Removing his helmet, he gestured for the surrounding bodyguards to disperse while Tony's expression twitched. The previous explosion had been ferocious, even more potent than any missile he had developed, detonating without warning before him. What happened to energy attacks? What sort of nonsense is this explosion shockwave? His armor lay in ruins, Jarvis barely able to communicate. The battle could be deemed concluded. The disparity remained vast, and even combat techniques could not suppress Yuhua. Yuhua approached with a smile. So, do you still wish to study the anti-solar god armor? I can provide you with combat data free of charge. The explosive force can be precisely calculated, and within the limits of his armor, Tony only sustained minor injuries. He is not one to concede easily. Naturally, I must rethink the next upgrade. This was merely an accident. Perhaps he never anticipated that the energy sphere would suddenly detonate, rendering it utterly uncontrollable. No, there cannot be a next time. It is far too perilous, Tony. Pepper firmly opposed. While they were engaged in close combat, neither felt threatened. Yet the magnitude of the explosion was terrifying. Were they not in the air, it is likely that the mountain would have been leveled. Even so, it still inflicted considerable damage to the surroundings. Pepper vowed that such a situation must never recur. Listen to me, you are friends. There is no need for such emotional exchanges. Scholarly discussions hold greater significance. Iron Man, not one to shy away from a fight, found it insufficiently exhilarating. And even with the armor, he could not escape the limitations of an ordinary human physique. Yuhua smiled and said, Rest assured, Miss Pepper, I can fully control the magnitude of power. As you can see, he is still alive and well. However, since you are concerned, let us disregard it. Of course, if you continue your research on the anti-solar armor and require practical data, I am more than willing to accompany you. The final remark was directed at Tony, who stubbornly insisted that the new model of the anti-solar armor would soon be unveiled. Chapter 23. It's time to get serious following a brief yet amicable sparring session. The curtain fell swiftly. Ultimately, Iron Man proved to be less resilient than expected, with a significantly diminished capacity for recovery. His armor, once damaged, required time for reconstruction. Such qualities are hardly befitting of a competent sparring partner, while an occasional bout might serve as a lesson to dissuade him from crafting the sun god armor. Frequent confrontations could potentially lead to grave consequences. Conversely, they might also expedite his development of various Iron Man armors. After parting ways, Tony busied himself with upgrading his suit, while Yuhua was equally industrious, intent on exploring powerful explosive methodologies. Explosions are an art form, a manifestation of beauty. I find that antimatter bombs are particularly suitable at this juncture. Vibranium truly is a versatile synthetic material. Once the appropriate alloy formula is acquired, it can be utilized in nearly every conceivable application. In his underground laboratory, Yuhua gazed upon the apparatus he had assembled by hand over recent times, nodding in satisfaction. The high-energy particle collider, no larger than a suitcase, along with the particle confinement device, represented merely the most crucial components of his work. It is essential to note that this is merely his personal limit, not that of solar technology. After all, antimatter is a weapon favored by space-faring civilizations. Yet in the era of supergods, it has become an obsolete relic. Fortunately, the Dark Dimension database contains a comprehensive repository of technology spanning from the inception of solar civilization to the era of supergods, including insights into the void. That is a discussion for another time. For the present, the antimatter bomb is sufficient for his needs. It is not that there aren't more formidable offensive capabilities. Rather, they remain beyond his current comprehension due to insufficient computational power. At this stage, the most powerful fusion shockwave, even when unleashed at full force, would likely only succeed in sinking Manhattan. In the vast cosmic battlefield, it would be inconsequential and incapable of ensuring safety. Entering the dark dimension, he activated the solar light control panel to retrieve data and prepare for particle collision experiments, initiating the synthesis of antimatter. Once all preparations were complete, Yihua commenced his experiment. Antimatter is notoriously difficult to manufacture, capture, and preserve. Crucially, the energy required to create even a minuscule amount of antimatter is several magnitudes greater than the energy contained within that very antimatter, rendering its further development nearly devoid of value and leading to its obsolescence. Yet, would solar light lack energy? Connecting to stellar data, he imported the stellar energy source. As commands were executed, solar energy flowed through Yi Hua's palms, continuously feeding the high-energy particle collider. The super accelerator propelled protons to elevated energy levels, directing them to collide with the target, seeking out antiprotons among the collision byproducts. At this juncture, the proton deceleration apparatus activated, slowing the antiprotons to an almost motionless state, where they could combine with antineutrons and positrons to form antiatoms. It is well known that atoms are the fundamental particles constituting matter, composed of nuclei and electrons. The nucleus itself contains protons and neutrons. At this stage, the emergence of antimatter is merely a matter of time. The wait is worthwhile, as the ease of accessing technology and stellar energy allows for the production of antimatter without significant consideration of cost. Otherwise, given Earth's current technological limitations, even if Tony Stark were to exhaust his resources, he could scarcely produce a few grams, let alone utilize them. Synthesizing anti-atoms into anti-molecules, and subsequently into antimatter. The experiment reached a resounding success. The resulting antimatter would be preserved in a magnetic confinement container, floating serenely, untouched by any magnetic restraint devices, before being encased in a specially designed shell. Thus, the antimatter bomb was born. A single kilogram of antimatter now resided within this diminutive shell, akin to an oversized cigar. Who would believe it? With a caliber of 3,170 millimeters, it possesses an explosive yield exceeding 43 million TNT. Truly, it is a devastating weapon. I have long desired such a formidable tool. Whether hurled at an adversary or carried on my person, it offers an unparalleled sense of security. Though opportunities had previously eluded me, as I lacked the means to create such instruments. Now, the boundless supply of stellar energy renders this endeavor a mere trifle. Onward I go. It wasn't until the instruments began to flash red that Yi Hua reluctantly paused, for even with the protective vibranium alloy shell, prolonged particle collision experiments proved too taxing. Primarily, vibranium does not conduct energy, and the internal components are crafted from high-polymer aerospace materials, incapable of withstanding extended operation. Issues arose, including changes in the magnetic state of the magnetic materials and instability in the performance of electronic components. Such experiments allow for not a hint of negligence. Any leakage of antimatter would lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, he had gathered enough. Next came the launch apparatus. Despite Wakanda's impressive technology, their choice to employ primitive weaponry, eschewing vibranium for ammunition and firearms, carries its rationale. Imagine the intrigue of energy-conducting bullets. Thus, my antimatter bomb and launch device must also avoid vibranium as a primary material. Only minor components may incorporate it, but the ammunition itself must not. The launch device had long been designed and was now in production, a sci-fi-inspired oversized Barrett sniper rifle, measuring an imposing 2.5 meters. It employs a novel superconducting material that efficiently conducts energy while accommodating the unique properties of antimatter. This sniper rifle operates on a solar energy propulsion core, capable of releasing a sublight speed shockwave that can instantaneously propel the antimatter bomb, ensuring accuracy and surprise. The rifle is equipped with an intelligent targeting system that can automatically identify targets and adjust shooting parameters. Imagine the horror wrought by a sublight speed propelled antimatter bomb. What may appear as a sniper rifle is, in truth, a colossal weapon of destruction, armed with high-precision sniper technology and loaded with ammunition. Yihua could hardly contain his eagerness to test its formidable power. As the portal opened, he stepped directly into outer space. The low-temperature, low-pressure environment of space posed no threat to him. Apart from the initial experience of breathlessness upon his first arrival, he had since adapted. The only dilemma was his inability to fly, which was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He designed a wormhole circuit beneath his feet to help stabilize his position. Upon identifying a suitable target, Yihua steadied the sniper rifle, charging 50, 70, 100, completing the instantaneous charge with solar energy. He aimed at a colossal asteroid in the distance and gently squeezed the trigger. A golden beam of light erupted from the rifle's muzzle. The projectile, carrying 1 kilogram of antimatter, shot forth like a meteor. As it neared the asteroid, a blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave radiating outward from the bomb's epicenter. The asteroid, in the face of such energy, crumbled like fragile tofu, shattering into countless minuscule fragments scattered in all directions. Yet, the explosive force did not relent. It continued to propagate outward, forming visible ripples of energy that relentlessly impacted the surrounding space. Silent, yet dazzling, the annihilation of a 50-kilometer diameter asteroid left it utterly reduced to dust. Yihua stood in awe, absorbing the profound power unleashed by his creation. This is the kind of toy a man ought to wield, simply magnificent. It worked, Yihua exclaimed with excitement, though there was no one to share in his joy, nor anyone to bear witness to his triumph. After collecting comprehensive data, he activated the portal and returned home. It must be said that the teleportation device of Kamartaj is remarkably efficient. As long as there is sufficient energy, one can traverse the entire galaxy at will. However, the device I currently possess is not the original teleportation portal. After analyzing its principles, I have created a portal using the technology from the Radiant Sun, which, unlike the original, necessitates precise calculations of coordinates and distances rather than simply envisioning the desired destination. Nevertheless, it allows for direct passage without the need to compute divine data, proving far more convenient than the cumbersome micro-wormhole transportation. Otherwise, I would not dare to act so recklessly. Gazing at the fusion of the Radiant Sun's technology manifested in my sniper rifle and antimatter bomb, I am immensely satisfied, as they will serve as formidable tools against any threats. While I am reveling in the power of my equipment, my psychologist, Clark, approaches to inquire about the situation. Nightwall, my apologies. The director just called, reporting a nuclear energy reaction originating from your location. He asked me to investigate the matter. Recently, SHIELD has been increasingly favorable in its psychological assessments of Nightwall, and the one-eyed director, in a show of trust, has withdrawn all agents and secretly dismantled surveillance equipment, leaving only Clark behind. He understands that the agents and the surveillance were mere formalities. Fostering an atmosphere of trust is far more significant. Little did he expect that Nightwall, having enjoyed a brief respite, would yet again trigger a nuclear energy reaction. This is the heart of New York City. It is imperative that he does not remain in a state of constant anxiety. It is nothing. I am merely experimenting with a new type of weapon. I would appreciate it if you could refrain from bothering me. Am I to detonate a nuclear bomb here? Clark perceives that Nightwall is in high spirits and seeks to gather more intelligence. However, she is perplexed by the purpose of the ostentatiously designed massive Barrett rifle. After dismissing Clark, Nightwall tidies the underground laboratory and installs a security system. Previously, such measures were unnecessary, as SHIELD agents had never attempted to enter the lab. But with an impending journey, it is prudent to take precautions. Now, with my supply of vibranium nearly depleted, I ponder whether I should first visit Wakanda or the Underwater Kingdom for replenishment. Chapter 24. Star Map. Ultimately, Yihua chose not to venture into Wakanda or the Underwater Kingdom. Setting aside the certainty that they would not willingly part with vibranium, one could anticipate the inevitable strife that would ensue. Would it be reasonable to threaten them with an antimatter bomb should they refuse? After all, he was no tyrant. Moreover, it seemed that there was currently no pressing need for vibranium. As for the destroyer armor from Asgard, he had finally deciphered its intricate atomic composition. It was a metal fundamentally different from vibranium, and it could not be repurposed. It would be prudent to secure URU metal first, or perhaps the destroyer armor, after being forged by the dwarves, was no longer composed solely of URU. In any case, it was not something he could utilize at present. Given this, vibranium could be deferred for now. After all, it was not as if it would escape from Wakanda. There would always be an opportunity to acquire it later. At this moment, it was time to commence the collection of materials to upgrade the third generation of the divine body. Although they were not immediately needed, preparation was essential. Most of the required materials were absent from Earth and would necessitate exploration across the cosmos. The materials needed for the upgrade of the second-generation super soldier could all be found on Earth, purchasable with sufficient funds. Thus, he had felt no urgency. However, for the next phase of upgrades, one could not wait until the last moment to scour the universe for resources. With recent events being rather uneventful, and possessing a profound mastery of the portal principles alongside a significant enhancement of his powers, it was time to venture into the wider world. He believed that the Ancient One must possess star maps and coordinates of this realm, for it was inconceivable that her knowledge was confined solely to Earth. In a seemingly ordinary old house in downtown Manhattan, there lay the secret base of the Supreme Sorcerer within the Marvel Universe, a crucial node in the magical network, established to safeguard Earth from the incursions of demons from other dimensions, primarily to contend with the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. Beneath the surface, there existed myriad places shrouded in mystery, imbued with immense energy. Rather than aimlessly opening portals in search of answers from the Ancient One, it was undoubtedly the most effective approach, despite his reluctance to seek her out. He knocked on the door. No response. Yuhua, is it you seeking me? Please come in. Just as he hesitated about whether to venture to Kamartaj in the Himalayas, the door swung open. The Ancient One, clad in a yellow hoodie with a wide hood obscuring her face, bore a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. Ancient One, within the unassuming house lay an extraordinary realm. The surrounding space had been expansively altered with intense spatial fluctuations. The items displayed in the hall emanated energy waves of varying magnitudes. The unscientific magical artifacts proved somewhat troublesome to decipher, and he lost interest after a cursory glance. The Ancient One led Yuhua into a side room, removed her hood, revealing her signature bald head, and brewed them both a cup of hot tea, smiling as she inquired, "What brings you here unexpectedly? In the past, you were rather reluctant to visit." Well, faced with the supremely wise and benevolent Ancient One, Yuhua felt a twinge of discomfort. Her power surpassed his by a considerable margin, and he felt uneasy accepting her hospitality while harboring a great wariness of her intentions. Now, he sought her assistance. "Do not worry. If there is something you wish to discuss, feel free to express it, even if you merely wish to sit and chat. I welcome you." Noticing Yuhua's unease, the Ancient One smiled reassuringly. "It is evident that you have undergone significant change. If you do not mind, consider this a conversation between friends." The Ancient One's insight and wisdom were extraordinary. She could easily perceive his previous careful aids, the bravado he had feigned. While she wished to assist Yuhua, she was uncertain how to approach him, especially since he primarily regarded her with suspicion. Though adept at teaching and guiding others, dealing with a student who was impervious to reason was a formidable challenge. Thus, she often visited him, displaying her goodwill. Did she seem so bored as to frequently come to frighten him? Today, upon encountering Yuhua again, she sensed a peculiar psychological transformation within him, a positive sign for both him and the world. "Supreme Sorcerer, I have come to consult you regarding life-bearing planets within the solar system." Now that he was here, there was no need for hesitation. He would ask his questions directly. The Ancient One nodded and took a casual sip of tea. "May I inquire what you intend to do with the information about life-bearing planets? I require resources that are unavailable on Earth, and I can only seek them among the stars." Yuhua waited in silence, feeling somewhat apprehensive about the Ancient One's response. However, she did not press for further details. Gently placing her teacup down, she waved her hand, conjuring a small portal through which a softly glowing tome flew into her grasp. This should be the star map you seek, detailing locations visited by the sorcerers of our sanctum throughout the ages. It encompasses the entirety of the Milky Way and its fringes, including some unique locales. It marks known life-bearing planets and details their cultures, potential special resources, and more. However, the universe is vast, and this map is not exhaustive. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Yuhua received the star map, his eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. It was a thick tome, and as he unfurled the star map, he observed twinkling celestial bodies interspersed with various peculiar symbols and lines, imbued with a distinctly magical essence. A cursory glance revealed an abundance of information, including details about planets such as Xander, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, the Chitauri, and the Sovereign. From planetary characteristics to demographic distributions and cultural nuances to civilizational progress, whether technological or magical, each aspect was elaborately documented, along with the origins of certain unique mineral resources. Yet, the coordinates and distances were expressed in magical terminology, articulated through magical symbols. Did this mean he would need to learn magic on the spot? Ancient One, regarding the distance and coordinate issue, might there be a more straightforward representation? I'm not particularly well-versed in magic. He had spent 6 years deciphering the intricacies of magical portal technology. Otherwise, he would not have delayed the upgrade of the divine body. Surely, he would not need to repeat that arduous process. Clearly, that was unnecessary. The Ancient One nodded, her hands weaving intricate motions that conjured a circular magical diagram, outlining a simplified representation that then blossomed within the room, forming a rough depiction of the galaxy. From our location, if we utilize astronomical units, the Ancient One, indeed the Supreme Sorcerer, was well-versed in celestial and terrestrial knowledge, proving to be an exceptional teacher. As she meticulously explained the magical symbols, the process became significantly easier. Thank you, Ancient One. This star map is of immense value to me. The Ancient One pressed her palms together, her demeanor calm. It is nothing extraordinary, merely a book meant to impart knowledge. However, some regions are perilous, so exercise utmost caution if you decide to venture there. Thank you for the warning. I shall heed it. As he spoke, Yuhua returned the star map to her, prompting her to ask with curiosity, "Do you not wish to take it back for a closer examination?" "Not necessary. I have memorized its contents entirely." Yuhua smiled. He had no need to decipher the magical composition of the book or to verify the accuracy of the data. Merely recording the information sufficed, especially with the Ancient One's detailed explanations to aid his memory. Very well. The matter has been concluded, yet one cannot simply depart without due consideration. I had not even brought a gift. I sat with Gu Yi, sharing tea and engaging in conversation as she recounted tales of the magical realm. She suggested that if I wished to learn, I could visit Kamartaj. However, Yihua shook his head. The entirety of the solar gene technology was already sufficient for a lifetime of study. There was no time to delve into the arcane arts. The considerable effort and computational power expended on deciphering the portal were solely for the sake of survival and escape. Beyond that, further magical pursuits seemed unnecessary. Yet, Yihua's gaze fell upon the eye of Agamotto adorning Gu Yi's chest. The time stone. Could it possibly create a temporal realm with a different flow of time? Would such an environment affect cognition and the acquisition of knowledge? If it had no adverse effects and could indeed be achieved, would this not imply that I could leverage the time stone's governing powers to circumvent a millennium of arduous learning? Suddenly, Yihua felt a surge of excitement. Why had he not considered this before? Gu Yi, the sorceress, perhaps knew whether the time stone possessed the capacity to forge a slow-flowing temporal space that would not hinder thought processes. The prospect of studying within such a realm was tantalizing. When Yihua inquired, Gu Yi remained silent, merely casting a glance at the eye of Agamotto, accompanied by a knowing smile. What did this signify? Did the esteemed prefer to speak in riddles? Superhuman technology still adhered to the principle of irreversibility in time. Yet in this world, traversing through time and space was commonplace, even crossing dimensions and planes. If it were indeed as he envisioned, mastering the knowledge of the entire solar civilization in a brief span, achieving omniscience and subsequently omnipotence would be within reach. While one may seek to control time, it simultaneously governs you. At times, relentless pursuit may not yield positive outcomes. Clearly, Gu-Yi had no intention of allowing him to wield the eye of Agamotto. Alas, the teachings imparted today shall be repaid in the future. You absorb the powers of the dark dimension for the sake of longevity. I can't assist you. Once I master all the genetic knowledge of the solar civilization, granting you eternal life will pose no challenge. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yihua took his leave, preparing to embark on an interstellar journey filled with unknown adventures, seeking precious resources to enhance his divine form. Chapter 25. Xander, what? You say he has vanished. The incredulity in the voice emanating from the communicator matched Clark's own sense of helplessness. He could only respond, "Indeed, Commander." After returning to his villa, it seemed he hastily prepared something, then opened a golden portal and simply disappeared before my eyes. It has now been 24 hours since then. Why are you reporting this only now? Commander, well, Nick Fury acknowledged that he could not place excessive demands on the psychologist, considering she had already performed admirably in engaging and guiding extraterrestrial beings. The entity in question was adept at that enigmatic method of transportation, often disappearing without notice. Yet it was the first time that he had been absent for over 24 hours. What did he say before he vanished, and where might he have gone? He mentioned that no one was to enter his underground laboratory, or they would bear the consequences. As for his whereabouts, I'm not entirely certain, Clark replied candidly. Her assignment did not require her to constantly monitor Yihua's movements, hence, I understand. Remain on standby. After disconnecting the call, Nick Fury furrowed his brow deeply, feeling a creeping sense of paranoia akin to Yihua's earlier state. After all, a powerful extraterrestrial, even a celestial being, had just been rumored to have created an enormous Barrett rifle, only to inexplicably vanish. Particularly concerning was the nuclear energy reaction that had occurred at his residence prior to his disappearance. He mused that perhaps he should not have recalled the agents. Even if they could not uncover anything, it would have been preferable to remain here instead of indulging in unfounded speculation. Have Coulson come to me. Nick Fury hesitated, realizing that he could not simply feign ignorance in the presence of such a formidable individual as Yihua. Caution was paramount. Although he was immensely curious about the underground laboratory Yihua had explicitly mentioned, he ultimately refrained from issuing any commands. Who could predict whether Yihua might suddenly return and trigger unforeseen events? Patience was the most prudent course of action. Unbeknownst to Yihua, his sudden departure had incited a minor commotion within SHIELD. Even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle at their overreactions. After an elaborate explanation from the Ancient One, Yihua had acquired a general understanding of the cosmic galaxy and had already arrived at a planet where technological civilization was highly advanced. Xander. He had been here for quite some time. Of course, this technological advancement was relative, akin to a spacefaring civilization. Although Xander might not measure up to the standards of the supreme civilizations, it was nonetheless well known among many species throughout the universe and was lauded as a safe haven. Travelers from any civilization, regardless of their form of life, were welcomed as long as they approached without malice, allowing them to find their niche on Xander. Xander's unparalleled inclusiveness made it a paradise for cosmic merchants, tourists, wealthy individuals, prospectors, and even bounty hunters, gathering a multitude of civilizations and races. This was Yihua's first destination. The cosmic star map provided by the Ancient One was not a product of dedicated exploration, but rather a record of places previously visited by former sorcerers. Resembling more of a biography than a comprehensive guide, hence it could not encompass every life-bearing planet. In contrast, many planets had only a singular intelligent species that vehemently rejected outsiders. Thus, Xander was particularly well suited for an initial foray into the cultural tapestry of the cosmos. However, another challenge emerged. Not all beings in the universe communicated in English. The thought made Yihua smirk. In all of Huaxia's films, The entire universe spoke Chinese. In American cinema, the universe spoke English. Humanity could never escape its own cognitive biases in perceiving the cosmos. Yet, amid his amusement, he found himself unable to laugh any longer. He was, after all, amid the Marvel Cinematic Universe, ensnared within a narrative filled with numerous logical conundrums. Thus, the crux of his predicament lay in his inability to communicate fluently. He would first need to decipher the language before he could engage in meaningful discourse. As for their universal translation devices, the lack of data rendered him incapable of creating one himself. Surely, he could not resort to robbery upon arriving on another's planet. The Nova Corps maintained a formidable array of advanced spacecraft, along with the mysterious Nova Force, ensuring a strict enforcement of law and order on Xander, operating with commendable efficiency. Nevertheless, these concerns paled in comparison to the pressing issue at hand. He was devoid of funds. Engaging in primitive barter with Wakanda's most sophisticated technology was akin to a mismatch. Their currency system comprised soft, pliable currency formed from rare materials, possessing intrinsic value. Alternatively, he could opt for a more straightforward method, barter. The notion of digital currency held no weight, far removed from his own species and planet. It would garner no recognition and thus was rendered obsolete. Consequently, he found himself without a means to acquire even a modicum of currency. After spending some time in observation, Ihua had managed to decipher and master over 100 languages while also gathering information about the most reputable private trading venues. The broker, a figure dedicated to safeguarding the privacy of buyers and sellers, primarily engaged in facilitating transactions and collecting fees, commonly referred to as a middleman profiting from the price differential. Naturally, he also bought and sold valuable items. For instance, the future Star-Lord intended to sell the orb through him. Sensing an approach, the door opened automatically. The interior was modestly sized yet replete with an array of fascinating artifacts gathered from across the cosmos. Within a special storage device, 5 resplendent ribbons intertwined and collided in the confined space. "Welcome. How may I assist you, sir? Are you interested in acquiring some high-energy materials that can only be harvested from the cores of countless exploding asteroids?" And Xandarian, with eyebrows sprouting from his forehead, approached. The proprietor of the establishment, his demeanor warm and inviting as he scrutinized Ihua. Xander, with its immense tolerance, welcomed anyone who posed no threat. "Of course I am interested." Ihua smiled, pleasantly surprised at the ease of encountering such a super material. "That is splendid. I assure you I will offer you a fair price." The broker's enthusiasm grew upon realizing the potential for a transaction. "However, I may not have enough funds on me, and I require a variety of materials. Perhaps we could explore an alternative trading method?" "Oh, what sort of arrangement do you have in mind?" Without hesitation, Ihua produced a metal block the size of a cigarette case. "What is this?" The broker examined it curiously, needing to ascertain its origin and value. 10 grams of antimatter energy battery, versatile, non-polluting, safe, and reliable. It is my own invention. Antimatter, universally classified as hazardous and challenging to produce and store, was a product that even Xander deemed a costly and impractical endeavor. Moreover, given Ihua's ability to manifest items seemingly out of thin air, he clearly was not an ordinary individual. I will need to verify its authenticity. While antimatter had its drawbacks, its value was undeniable, and he purchased all rare items of worth. That is certainly possible. Upon obtaining consent, the antimatter energy battery was transported to the basement, while the donor introduced his items, even permitting a casual inspection. Indeed, it was a testament to the presence of a civilization that had ventured into the realms of space exploration. Within this modest room, several materials that he required were already in sight. Shortly thereafter, the donor's assistant arrived to report the results of the assessment. The antimatter energy battery was, as Knight Hua had stated, safe, reliable, and possessed acquisition value. The donor nodded and turned to Knight Hua, saying, "Your item is commendable, and I am willing to offer a price that would satisfy us both. However, 10 grams is rather insufficient and may not suffice to procure my collection." Furthermore, he inquired, "How much material do you require? If the value aligns, I would consider this transaction." Some resources bore different names, and their applications were described in entirely distinct manners. Thus, it was essential for him to ascertain the specifics based on actual circumstances. As long as you agree to this exchange, that will suffice. The high-energy resources I require are not only numerous in variety, but also substantial in quantity. This will amount to a significant order. Perhaps you could provide me with a list of the resources you can obtain? The donor hesitated not, though he was curious about Knight Hua's origins and the purpose behind his need for such rare resources. As he presented a tablet filled with various precious materials, Knight Hua meticulously selected and compared them. It was far from sufficient. The resources required for upgrading to the third generation of super soldiers had increased by 100-fold, causing him some vexation regarding the future upgrades of his divine form. However, acquiring all the materials listed would undoubtedly save him considerable time. Knight Hua marked the materials he needed and added some he did not possess, indicating that the more, the better, as this would be a long-term transaction. Upon reviewing the list, the donor's expression turned troubled. Some of these materials are exceedingly rare. Relying solely on this 10 grams of antimatter energy battery would scarcely cover even a fraction. Regardless of Knight Hua's needs, he felt no concern, as mining was unnecessary. There were plenty of raiders and bounty hunters eager to work. His only apprehension lay in whether Knight Hua had the capacity to pay the costs. "You need not worry," Knight Hua reassured him. "I possess mature antimatter technology, and I am confident that the antimatter energy battery, applicable through various avenues, will always find a market. Moreover, for clients who can provide a stable supply, I would even consider a degree of customization." To Knight Hua, antimatter was abundant. It was merely a matter of sourcing energy from a star, if need be. As they spoke, Knight Hua produced several large antimatter batteries and a kilogram of antimatter explosives, causing the donor's lips to twitch in disbelief. Such a quantity of antimatter within his modest establishment could obliterate an entire continent of the Shandar star if detonated. Nonetheless, it was evident that Knight Hua possessed substantial capital, alleviating any concerns regarding his ability to settle the account. Following a thorough assessment and negotiation, the donor finally acquiesced. "Very well, it is a deal. However, I must caution you that the items you desire cannot be delivered immediately. This will require time." Knight Hua smiled slightly. "No problem, but do expedite the process. I shall return every few months." The donor had a portion of materials available for immediate trade, albeit not many. He would need to post a task for others to assist in the mining. After exchanging some materials and leaving a portion of the antimatter energy batteries as a deposit, Knight Hua exited the establishment. His purpose for venturing out was to seek resources, and with that goal accomplished, there was no need to linger on a Shandar star. Chapter 26. The Cosmic Sphere. The records of the Ancient One's Mage organization regarding the cosmic star map are predominantly biographical, with many regions unmarked and undocumented. Take, for instance, the immense water planet of Morag. However, Xander has explored the cosmos for countless years, amassing most of the races in the universe, allowing innumerable powerful beings to temporarily reside there, resulting in a remarkably comprehensive star map. Is the cosmic sphere located here? Since I have ventured out, it would be illogical not to investigate the Power Stone. I wonder what would transpire if I were to seize the Power Stone now. Floating in the vastness of space, gazing at this planet almost entirely enveloped by oceans, Yihua found himself unable to restrain his excitement. The potency of the Infinity Stones is indisputable, yet it is not as exaggerated as one might think, particularly the Power Stone. This gem empowers its wielder to command and manipulate all forms of strength and energy they endeavor to grasp, while simultaneously harboring boundless energy, capable of sustaining and enhancing the efficacy of other stones. By wielding this stone, one could even replicate any physical superpower, elevating their offensive and defensive capabilities to an invincible stature. In simpler terms, it renders one unbeatable in close combat. This explains why Thanos, with a mere combination of strikes, subdued the Hulk, shattering the notion that the angrier he became, the stronger he grew. Yet, the reality appeared less than ideal. Thanos, having collected 5 stones, was momentarily halted by Scarlet Witch, and with a single hand, he crushed the Mind Stone. Subsequently, with all 6 stones, he was felled by Thor's axe. and later brought to his knees by Captain Marvel. Moreover, within the Time Variance Authority, the Infinity Stones are regarded merely as rocks. It seems their abilities are not as formidable as they are purported to be. I have always been aware that the Space Stone is in the possession of SHIELD. The reason I have not delved into its research is due to a lack of necessity. Opening a portal at will, traversing anywhere, altering spatial mediums, and harnessing cosmic energy holds little significance for me. I can already create portals, and my micro-wormhole technology can similarly alter spatial mediums. Boundless energy seems unnecessary for me. Thus, the Infinity Stones? Perhaps mere useless rocks? Nonetheless, since this Power Stone is unclaimed, I shall procure it for my own amusement. I opened a portal to the planet's surface and plunged into the ocean. A certain cosmic organization attempted to partition and absorb the Power Stone's energy, but suffered severe backlash, resulting in the stone being sealed within the cosmic sphere, confined in the desolate temple of Morag. Countless years later, due to global warming, Morag's civilization perished, remaining perpetually submerged, with tides receding only once every 300 years. It is not yet time for the tide to recede, and the news of the cosmic sphere seems to have not yet surfaced. I wonder if Thanos is still searching for it. Yihua ventured into the ocean's depths, and, after considerable effort, finally discovered the ancient temple. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the faint sound of water flowing as he swam. Through the ethereal blue waters, he beheld the delicately carved cosmic sphere, emanating a faint glow, ensconced within an electromagnetic net. As he approached the net, intending to breach it with his special techniques, a shadow suddenly darted towards him. Yihua swiftly sidestepped, discerning the assailant, a creature covered in sharp spines, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Resembling a diminutive alien lizard or small dinosaur, albeit not overly large. Too weak, Yihua thought, wishing to avoid prolonged engagement. With a flick of his wrist, he cast an energy sphere, obliterating it, and redirected his attention to the cosmic sphere. Initiating analysis, the protective barrier is composed entirely of electromagnetic force, with a weak energy intensity. Decryption complete. This defense was rather simplistic, likely incapable of causing even superficial harm, as if it were deliberately placed here for someone to take. However, the metallic sphere housing the Power Stone is far from ordinary. Initiating metal material analysis, unnamed synthetic metal, exhibiting extreme strength, with high energy reactions internally. The algorithm is constrained, and it is estimated that decryption will require 153 hours. Are you jesting? It demands over 10 years. Time to depart. Observing the compromised electromagnetic net, Yihua nonchalantly restored it and crafted an identical cosmic sphere to replace it. Solid, constructed from vibranium alloy. Guaranteed, for a millennium, impervious to wear. With the genuine cosmic sphere in hand, Yihua was not in a hurry to unveil its secrets. Considering the decryption time frame exceeded 10 years, what utility could it possibly have? As for attempting to seize the Power Stone with bare hands to test his physical strength, that would be sheer folly. Better to wait until returning to Earth, allowing himself a few years for research. Where next? The void, the cosmic mind. It would indeed be intriguing to witness a head as colossal as a planet. With explicit coordinates in hand, he opened a portal and arrived instantaneously. In some respects, this was far more efficient than the Bifrost, requiring no intricate calculations, only energy support. Goodness, it truly is a gigantic head. In the depths of the inky black cosmos, there loomed an enormous skull, surrounded by dazzling, colorful nebulae and twinkling lights, evoking an utterly terrifying presence. From a distance, it appeared more like a cranium. At the mouth and eye sockets of this head, there were port-like openings with countless bizarre vessels continuously bustling in and out, alongside numerous mining ships diligently extracting minerals. This is a unique and enigmatic locale, overseen by the collector, Tivan. Perhaps in some multiverse, he is one of the ancient elders of the cosmos, existing since the universe's inception, endowed with formidable power and eternal life. Yet, in this universe, he may merely be granted longevity. He was injured by the Power Stone when Thanos nearly devastated the entire void to acquire the Reality Stone, likewise obliterating his collection. And he fled without even taking his treasures. To be fair, Thanos dared not act until the Ancient One and Odin were offline. Yet he chose to confront the Collector directly, indicating Tyvan's strength is rather unimpressive, at least in this universe. The portal opened directly into the interior of the skull, revealing to Yihua a scene of chaos and revelry. Here, beings of all kinds mingled, races from the Shi'ar, Kree, Skrull, and several other extraterrestrial species converged. However, a substantial portion of them were exiled prisoners and their descendants, and the comings and goings were dominated by daring treasure seekers and marauders. Law and order were utterly absent. This place is a notorious no-man's land in the universe, as well as the largest black market trading hub, teeming with innumerable mysterious and ancient treasures. Within this colossal interstellar relics, cranium, organic materials, bones, brain tissue, spinal fluid, and remnants of blood have evolved over countless years into rare and precious resources, commanding high value both in official markets and on the black market. Yihua wove through the crowd, bombarded by a cacophony of bizarre creatures and discordant sounds. Sporadically, he witnessed individuals being eliminated on the streets or groups exchanging fire. Suddenly, he felt himself targeted. "That young man, what are you staring at?" "Yes, you. Hand over your valuables immediately." The leader, possessing 3 eyes and of an unknown race, growled menacingly. "Boss, this fellow appears tender and delicate. I wonder if he would be delectable." A collection of grotesque beings cast sinister remarks, stirring unpleasant memories within Yihua. Yihua's expression was icy, truly courting death. As soon as the words left his lips, an energy sphere materialized in his hand and was hurled forth. In an instant, it exploded. A superhuman. He possessed extraordinary power. Eliminate him. This group of reckless individuals showed no fear. Instead, they raised their weapons and fired at him. Energy-based weapons, as long as they did not exceed the threshold of his divine form, would not affect him in the slightest. Calculating the target, he unleashed his might. Dismissing these lackeys, he swiftly calculated a suitable fusion energy sphere within their bodies. They were then entirely incinerated into ash. Next time he chose his opponents, he ought to be more discerning. Yihua mocked. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They had barely begun to witness the spectacle when it abruptly concluded. One energy sphere obliterating a single individual was understandable. After all, there are those with formidable physical resilience against bullets. However, how could the others be reduced to mere cinders with a mere wave of his hand? This defied all logic, as well as any notion of magic. Yet, the spectators comprehended that this unfamiliar figure was certainly not one to be trifled with. After a brief silence of 1 or 2 seconds, they dispersed, each preoccupied with their own affairs. In this lawless zone, such occurrences were indeed commonplace, as everyone possessed their own peculiar and flashy abilities. Chapter 27. The transaction the Collector Tawan is said to have existed for an unfathomable duration. Having discovered and established this realm, where all that lies within the void is under his dominion. Simultaneously, Tawan is profoundly obsessed with amassing objects deemed worthy of collection, ranging from arcane weapons to advanced technological devices, and from diminutive creatures to entire civilizations. To this end, he has constructed a museum dedicated to housing fascinating artifacts and life forms from across the cosmos, spanning billions of years. Within its walls, one can find a myriad of rare treasures and peculiar beings, such as talking dogs and ducks. As Yihua sat in a bar, listening to the server recount tales of the void, he pondered. Tawan's prowess in this universe surely does not border on the exaggerated, yet he is undoubtedly no weakling. Thus, if I wish to procure some items, where ought I to venture? Given Tawan's role as a collector, it is unlikely that he would part with his possessions easily. Moreover, my interest lies solely in resources and materials. What you require determines your course of action. All minerals here serve Tawan's interests, and there are designated trading hubs. Additionally, various private factions from across the universe are present. Should you seek specific items, you may approach the marauders who, provided you can afford their fees, are willing to procure anything. Beyond this, numerous other trading venues exist. As the most renowned black market in the cosmos, it attracts all manner of outlaws and rogues. While Tawan maintains control over most industries, especially mining, a few private trading spots remain, boasting that as long as you can pay, the entirety of the universe is at your disposal. Even if something is not available at present, there will always be someone who can acquire it. How splendid! Yihua felt a surge of excitement, wondering if they could source URU metal. If such a commodity were attainable, this journey would not be in vain, and he hoped to find all the materials he required here. Departing the bar, he made his way toward the official trading platform as indicated by the server. Along the way, a dazzling array of extraterrestrial beings navigated the area, including humanoids with 3 eyes and sentient races resembling floating jellyfish. In short, they were all bizarrely shaped. Upon reaching the so-called trading platform, a vast metallic structure, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity. As Yihua surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, a diminutive, blue-skinned alien stealthily approached him. "Welcome to the T1 Group, the grand empire of the collector. How may I assist you?" The blue-skinned alien whispered. "Intriguing. Prioritizing business." Yihua stated his intent directly. "I require some rare resources. Here is my list. Additionally, I would like to know what else you have, as there may be other items of interest." The blue-skinned alien perused the resource list and chuckled. "It appears we have a significant client here, although the prices are not trivial. Resources that could not be amassed all at once on Sandar Star could indeed be gathered here. Not only do they extract minerals from the heads of celestial beings, but they also procure other supplies from marauders, then resell them at inflated prices to those in need. Thus, convenience reigns supreme. Pay the price, and your goods are ready for immediate departure. However, the costs are exorbitant. What about your rates for weaponry or energy? If feasible, I believe we could establish a long-term partnership. This list comprises all the materials necessary for upgrading to third-generation super soldiers. I have amended it according to this world's nomenclature for resources, ensuring clarity without fear of leaks, for only I can concoct the super gene upgrade serum. The most astonishing revelation was that URU metal truly existed here, negating the need to seek out any diminutive beings. Yet, the cumulative price for all materials was outrageous. A kilogram of antimatter bomb was priced at 100,000. The resources I require could amount to over 3 billion. For heaven's sake, the cosmic spirit ball containing the power gem costs only 40 billion. Indeed, we acquire everything of value, but your weaponry must be of exceptional quality. The blue-skinned alien observed Yihua intently. If this transaction were to materialize, he would indeed be a prime client. What about the antimatter bomb? I also possess antimatter batteries. May I inspect them to ascertain pricing? Of course. Yihua readily produced the antimatter bomb, causing the blue-skinned alien to raise an eyebrow. A person with abilities? Or perhaps a superhuman? Regardless, they are in the business of trade. Antimatter bombs, being perilous, hold significant value. Moreover, those capable of carrying such devices are not to be trifled with. Soon, the testing results emerged, eliciting astonishment. Is it possible? Carrying a kilogram of antimatter on your person. What a bold individual. Nonetheless, it is indeed antimatter, and the technology is remarkably advanced and secure. We must conduct a test detonation to determine the precise value, the blue-skinned alien insisted. The representatives from Sandar Star had not made such demands. Your requirements are quite excessive. Yihua retorted. No problem. You may proceed now. Given the massive yield of the antimatter bomb, testing could not occur within the celestial being's head and required an excursion into outer space, necessitating specialized personnel. Once the blue-skinned alien arranged for the testing team to venture into outer space, he began to unveil their collection of rare materials. Thanks to this enormous celestial head, we produce many substances that do not exist elsewhere in the universe. Yihua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The blue-skinned alien continued. One such material is called stardust sand, exceedingly rare, with extraordinary effects on mechanical body modifications. Might this pique your interest? Yihua remained silent, evidently disinterested. The blue-skinned alien pressed on. We have also extracted a unique crystal from deep underground, which, upon refinement, reveals immense power and serves as a universal synthesis material for gene agents. As Yihua listened, He contemplated whether these materials could be applied to his research. Indeed, they were present, and some were pivotal materials required for the transformation of super soldiers into divine beings. With over a dozen types already identified based on the blue-skinned aliens' descriptions, not to mention those requiring special items for trade, many of which surpassed his clearance. This void truly is a treasure trove. Yi Hua maintained a facade of composure. While more resources are preferable, affordability remains a concern. The materials for third-generation super soldiers alone constituted a staggering sum. Must I toil endlessly to fabricate bombs? The thought of plundering this place was tantalizing. Before long, the Tawan group's researchers arrived in the designated testing area in outer space. As the antimatter bomb detonated, a brilliant radiance illuminated the dark expanse of the cosmos, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. From the live feed and post-detonation reports, the blue-skinned alien was elated. "Sir, the power of your bomb far exceeds our expectations. Should we secure a stable supply, we would offer an exceptionally high buyback price." The formality of address had shifted. Yi Hua's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Excellent. Then let us discuss the final pricing for the resource materials. In business, there exists no transaction devoid of cunning. The ancients did not deceive me. The blue-skinned alien's so-called high price amounted to 60,000 for a 1-kilogram antimatter bomb. Go to hell, blue-skinned alien. In contrast, the benefactors from the planet Sandar exhibit a far greater sincerity. Do you realize that on Earth, even with the collective effort of the entire nation, it would be nearly impossible to produce just 1 kilogram of antimatter? Although it may seem trivial to me, the so-called energy expenditure and the notion of cost-effectiveness are irrelevant. However, I cannot be treated as a fool. Damn those unscrupulous merchants. It appears I should explore other options. Perhaps someone else will offer a higher price." Yi Hua feigned an intention to leave, prompting the blue-skinned individual to quickly intervene. Smiling as he inquired, "Sir, are you truly capable of providing a stable supply? While they too possess antimatter, the labor costs are exorbitant, and gathering it in space is inefficient. Overall, it proves rather impractical. Now that Yi Hua can ensure a stable supply, he naturally becomes a valuable client not to be overlooked. 70,000? Very well. It seems this is not your desired price. 75,000. 80,000. Yi Hua remained silent, as discussions of business and pricing seemed ill-suited for him. 90,000. This is the highest price I can offer, sir. You might secure a better price elsewhere, but you will certainly not be able to purchase everything in one go. Indeed, some items exist solely here. Time is money, my friend. Consider it carefully. I concede that you have a point. But what if I simply wish to stuff an antimatter bomb in your mouth?" The transaction was smoothly concluded, with this batch of goods priced at a neat 3 billion. Naturally, I would not be able to laboriously produce over 30,000 antimatter bombs myself. In the spirit of business, I agreed to manufacture bombs of varying specifications. However, due to the increased yield, the technical cost would rise, necessitating an adjustment in price. Ultimately, while the overall workload saw little reduction, the quantity produced was diminished by 1/3. Over 17,000 antimatter bombs and several hundred antimatter batteries were exchanged for rare materials valued at 3 billion. What a schemer. I never imagined I would find myself in a position where I must rely on weapon sales to procure goods. This is utterly backward. To my dismay, there is no online banking even in this desolate place. How infuriating. Chapter 28. The perilous raiders. The completion of the resource order necessitated an extensive undertaking, requiring not only suitable tools, but also an appropriate environment. After procuring a batch of materials for constructing a particle collider in the void, I arrived at this desolate expanse of space. Silence enveloped the area, with only the occasional flicker of faint light hinting at signs of past life. Yet now, it has become a relic of history. The star is on the brink of extinction, and the resources of the entire star system have been nearly exhausted, rendering even the once habitable planet beneath my feet an inhospitable wasteland. The entire system teeters on the edge of collapse. Now is time for work. The cosmos is vast and infinite, perpetually oscillating between creation and destruction. The demise of a star system is hardly a cause for alarm. I began to assemble the collider, meticulously ensuring that each component was perfectly aligned as even the slightest miscalculation could lead to ruin. This creation is a product of solar technology, efficient and convenient. Nonetheless, I am still constrained by the limitations of the materials, which cannot be reused multiple times. Even disregarding energy consumption, the production of such an abundance of antimatter, ultimately destined to serve as weapons and batteries, would incur a cost exceeding 100 million. This is merely the price in the void. If calculated on Earth, it would be unfathomable. Just as I was fully engrossed in my work, audaciously siphoning energy from the dying star to fabricate antimatter, I sensed the approach of uninvited guests. The distant roar of spacecraft engines and the thunderous sound of landings echoed through the void, followed by the arrival of various bizarre ships and armed figures on this forsaken planet. Raiders. I frowned. They were a ruthless band, notorious for their malevolence, aptly described as interstellar pirates. Motivated by sufficient profit, they would resort to any means. What then could have drawn them to this worthless, abandoned planet? The answer was self-evident. They were here for me, specifically for the antimatter bombs. A brief analysis of the information revealed the origins and intentions of these marauders, prompting a wry smile to curve at my lips, tinged with danger. Boss, the intel is accurate. That individual is indeed on this desolate planet. He possesses something valued at 3 billion. Quickly, give the order. Recently, a rumor had begun to circulate in the void. The Tawan Group was preparing a batch of rare resources worth 3 billion, apparently for a transaction with some mysterious buyer. The Tawan Group had amassed an abundance of these precious resources, eagerly awaiting a purchaser. It was evident that this enigmatic buyer, whether exchanging money or resources, must possess something equally valuable. 3 billion worth, no less. 3 billion. This astronomical figure was enough to drive every raider and bounty hunter into a frenzy. To put into perspective, a high-energy battery from the Sovereigns was merely priced in the hundreds of thousands to a million. Hiring an assassin to eliminate someone would only cost a few tens of thousands. Even the most wanted criminals across multiple nations would not exceed a million. What kind of dreamlike figure was 3 billion? It signified that acquiring this batch of resources or money would guarantee a lifetime of indulgent wealth. There was no more lucrative or rewarding venture imaginable. Moreover, what heightened the excitement was the revelation that the mysterious buyer appeared to be an outsider, unaligned with any faction or powerful civilization, merely a solitary individual. According to reliable sources, he was likely a Terran from a backward planet. Even if he might possess extraordinary abilities, no one would harbor fear. After all, in the vastness of space, who does not possess some unique talent? If they could not contend with the Tawan Group, could they possibly handle an outsider with merely some special means? In this interstellar age, clinging to the notion of going solo was far too antiquated. Countless individuals were eager to seize this golden opportunity. Boss, we've confirmed that there are no ambushes on this abandoned planet. There is only one individual, and he remains unaware of our presence. The raiders were reporting back to their leader, while many others clamored for battle. Excellent. I, too, have grown somewhat impatient. Prepare for a surprise attack. We must capture the target alive and extract the information we desire. Soon, 3 small spacecraft approached, surrounding me. With arms crossed, I stood beside the unfinished collider, my demeanor calm and collected. As the raiders drew closer, weapons trained on me, their leader stepped forward, revealing a crooked grin with uneven teeth. You must be the one. I've heard you possess something worth 3 billion. Hand it over, and we may leave your corpse intact. Little did he know, the situation was unfolding far too smoothly. I let out a cold chuckle. Interesting. I wonder where you acquired such information. A mere band of 100 or so raiders is hardly a match for me. Even if there are hidden ships in the sky, they're inconsequential. With that, I raised my hand slightly, causing the surrounding space to ripple as I relocated the unfinished machinery to a secure location. Now, tell me, who informed you of this? I might consider sparing your lives. The raiders exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to interpret my words. Surely, they could not have been intimidated to the point of losing their wits. After all, they had encircled me with sheer numbers. It seems you have no intention of cooperating, the raider leader sneered, while his minions shouted in chorus, Boss, Stop wasting time. We can extract any information we need once we subdue him. Attack. With a command, several raiders charged at me. I shook my head, a flick of my right hand causing the space behind me to warp, revealing a pair of enormous metallic wings. Calculating silver wing flight trajectory. Calculation complete. These raiders were hardly worth my effort to fully deploy the silver wings, but those ships in the sky were a different matter altogether. Did they truly believe that operating with full spectrum invisibility could deceive me? The moment the wings unfurled, each blade glimmered with a cold light in the sun. The silver wings scattered like shooting stars, hurtling toward the raiders. These blades, the sharpest of weapons, wielded with the cunning of a micro-wormhole algorithm, effortlessly sliced through the bodies of the approaching raiders. As blood mist filled the air, they had no time to register pain before their lives were extinguished. Open fire. The raider leader bellowed, as concealed ships in the sky unleashed laser beams, while ground forces raised their weapons to shoot. Yet, all their efforts were futile. Amidst the blinding light, I had donned the Emperor's armor, rendering their firepower utterly ineffective, barely perceptible against my defenses. Vibranium was indeed formidable. The silver wings, like flowing light, swiftly eradicated the raiders on the ground, simultaneously ascending toward the ships above. The tips of my wings grazed the hull of the vessel, slicing through it as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, resulting in a spectacular explosion. A cacophony of screams, gunfire, and explosions filled the air. Though the raiders were numerous, they posed little challenge to a super soldier, especially one wielding the silver wings for the purpose of dispatching mere foot soldiers. I was an invincible harbinger of death. Even a full fleet would simply become another entry in my ledger of victories. The other marauders, upon witnessing the scene, felt a chill of dread within their hearts. They had never encountered such a display of power. One individual was not merely challenging them, but annihilating them, slaughtering their dozens of ships and hundreds of crew members. Quick! Flee! The silver wings swept through the air, severing all hope of escape. They lacked even the opportunity to initiate a turn of their vessels. The sky erupted like fireworks, with flames and explosions dominating the tableau. As the last few ships fell to the onslaught of the silver wing, the marauders faced complete annihilation, either cut down on the spot or consumed by the fiery blasts. Iwa slowly retracted the silver wing, yet a shard of silver remained poised. As he smiled toward the horizon, "Will you come willingly, or shall I summon you?" Farther away, a solitary ship still survived, but its owner found herself with a silver blade pressed against her throat, her heart devoid of any hope. She had just witnessed the battle. A makeshift coalition of marauder factions, comprising hundreds and over 30 ships, boasted considerable strength among their ranks. Yet, in mere seconds, they had all been decimated by one person, with even their vessels unable to escape the slaughter. It is noteworthy that the hulls of those ships were primarily constructed from ultra-durable alloys, designed to withstand formidable impacts and assaults. Even a collision of asteroids would scarcely cause significant damage. Yet confronted with that flying blade, they crumbled as if made of paper, offering no protection whatsoever. Now, that very blade rested against her throat, having appeared out of thin air. She harbored no doubts regarding the blade's sharpness. Should she dare to flee, she would meet the same fate as the obliterated marauders, despite the considerable distance and the absence of any devices. The words of that individual reached her ears. She understood that she might have provoked an extraordinary entity and hoped that, given she had merely observed without engaging, her consequences would not be too dire. The ship, rather than attempting to escape, approached slowly, halting nearby, from which emerged a woman who was part human, part machine. Her left arm was fully revealed as a mechanical limb, its intricate details showcasing both technological sophistication and strength. She possessed striking blue skin, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and her eyes were a pure black, devoid of whites. If not for her visage, her physique was undeniably remarkable, curvaceous, with pronounced features and long, alluring legs that added to her allure. She was Nebula, the adopted daughter of Thanos and sister to Gamora. It was indeed unexpected to encounter her in this place. Chapter 29. Sister Blue. Initially, she ventured into this enigmatic void solely to gather intelligence. However, fate has a penchant for presenting unforeseen surprises. Here, she stumbled upon a tantalizing piece of information. A transaction involving a staggering 30 billion in rare resources was imminent. Even more exhilarating was the indication that the affluent buyer resembled a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. Faced with such immense temptation, numerous and scrupulous individuals could barely restrain their eagerness, eagerly preparing for action. Naturally, she could not remain an outsider. Thus, she discreetly trailed the first wave of ravenous marauders, embarking on this desolate planet alongside them. Throughout the journey, she meticulously devised various feasible plans, striving to unearth the perfect strategy that would ensure her a bountiful return. Upon arrival, rather than acting rashly, she chose to conceal herself and observe the unfolding situation. After all, the marauders outnumbered her, and the capabilities of the unsuspecting lamb remained uncertain. Any hasty action could render her prey to others, should she seize a portion of the resources amidst the chaos, or wait for them to exhaust each other before emerging to reap the benefits. Alternatively, could she wait until the marauders secured their spoils before plotting to rob them? Each option brimmed with allure and potential. The prospect of 30 billion in precious resources stirred her passions, igniting a tempest of excitement within her. Yet, as she awaited the opportune moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The reality diverged sharply from her expectations. The seemingly invincible marauders met a swift and decisive defeat. The lamb they coveted possessed an unimaginable strength, sweeping through the battlefield like a force of nature, concluding the skirmish in less than 10 seconds. Rather than a battle, it was more akin to a one-sided slaughter. Beholding the carnage strewn across the ground and the seemingly harmless extraordinary being, she felt a chill run down her spine. The delightful fantasies she had harbored shattered in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of dread. She had to devise a means of self-preservation. Esteemed extraordinary entity, I bear no ill intent and merely happened to pass by, having no acquaintance with those who dared to offend you. As she descended from her vessel, Yuhua retracted his silver wings. The appearance of Xingyun was utterly unexpected, and her immediate kneeling took him by surprise. Observing Sister Blue half kneeling before him, Yuhua felt speechless. What happened to the ruthless assassin and the remorseless accomplice of the mad titan? He was taken aback by the child's fright. Yuhua remained silent, intensifying Xingyun's unease. I implore you to spare me. In return, I can offer a substantial amount of resources and assist you in locating materials even rarer than those found in this void. If it were not for necessity, she would prefer not to invoke the name of her adoptive father. The formidable figure before her, engaged in a transaction with the Dewan Group, was indeed dealing in rare materials and high-quality minerals. She hoped these offerings would secure her survival. While Xingyun endeavored to demonstrate her worth, she maintained her composure and calm. Should you take my life, you will gain nothing. Instead, allow me to serve you and alleviate this misunderstanding. I believe I possess greater value than those ineffectual marauders and can procure more resources. The fact that she was still alive indicated that the powerful being before her had a use for her. Provided she could prove her worth, she might escape this desolate planet. Promises were inconsequential. She had no qualms about displaying her submission. Arise. I had no intention of harming you. If one were to disregard appearances, her physique was indeed commendable. Curvaceous with a height of 186 centimeters, her legs seemed to stretch indefinitely. Now, tell me how these marauders learned of the 30 billion worth of treasures I possess. This matter, in truth, held little significance. Xingyun exhaled a sigh of relief. Realizing she was temporarily safe, she rose and spoke. In this void, there are no secrets. Any desired information can be acquired for a price, and the Tawan Group actively sells such intelligence. The lawless zone, renowned as a black market trading hub in the cosmos, lacks client confidentiality. Strength is the sole measure of worth. Very well, Yuhua nodded. Your arrival is fortuitous, as I am in need of an assistant. How about considering this an employment opportunity? Given her obedient demeanor, it would be unwise to eliminate her so soon, especially when he wished to avoid a premature confrontation with Thanos. Regardless of Xingyun's significance in Thanos' eyes, If she were to be eliminated outside, he would undoubtedly be curious about the perpetrator. Absolutely. Serving you is my honor. Under such circumstances, what alternative did she have? Xingyun maintained a calm facade while contemplating her strategy. So, Master, what do you require of me? I am Yuhua. You may address me by name. The task is simple. Assist me in assembling some equipment. There are components within the wreckage of these vessels that may prove useful. Gather them. The creation of nearly 20,000 antimatter bombs was no small endeavor. Accomplishing this feat in a short period was impossible, and the equipment's damage and updates would rely on manual labor, which was excessively time-consuming. Since labor had presented itself, it would be remiss not to utilize it. Xingyun, well-versed in mechanical engineering and modification, and a half-mechanical life form herself, was ideally suited for intricate tasks, thereby minimizing her time spent on this forsaken planet. Let us commence without delay. The sooner we complete our work, the sooner we can depart. After outlining her responsibilities, Yuhua busied himself, while Xingyun executed her orders efficiently, fully aware of her inability to resist. Damn it! While retrieving the materials Yuhua required, she discovered her ship had malfunctioned due to an invasion, with its communication signals entirely jammed. Her escape plan had crumbled. She had thought that taking advantage of Yuhua's momentary lapse would allow her to activate the spatial jump feature and flee, but it appeared the ship no longer belonged to her. No wonder he was unperturbed by the prospect of her escape. On this abandoned planet, leaving without a ship was an impossibility, and she could not even call for help from the outside world. Cursed fate, she muttered under her breath, reluctantly exiting her vessel while contemplating alternative means of escape. As she collected usable equipment and resources from the wreckage, disassembling and reassembling them according to Yuhua's instructions, she discreetly observed him. She could not afford to remain passive. She resolved to find an opportunity to reclaim control of the ship. Suddenly, she spotted a marauder's communicator among the debris, which could potentially be repaired and was not completely jammed like her own vessel. Stealthily, she concealed it, intending to send a distress signal to the outside world. Yuhua seemed to sense something, glancing at Xingyun. Focus on your work and refrain from entertaining any ulterior motives. I assure you, I will not harm you, and I will allow your departure once your task is completed. However, you should also possess the awareness befitting a captive. Yuhua chuckled lightly. Attempting to engage in subterfuge before him was a futile endeavor, especially concerning technological devices. The communicator Xingyun had hidden sparked with electrical fire, rendering it useless. Come here and assist me in assembling these components. I am ready to commence. The construction of the collider and collector, with the aid of Liang technology, would involve many aspects where she could not contribute. However, she could fabricate and assemble simpler devices to significantly enhance her efficiency. Understood. Upon being discovered for concealing a communication device, Xingyun exhibited no semblance of embarrassment. Instead, she complied wholeheartedly with Yuhua's demands, engaging in her tasks with the diligence of a devoted laborer. Her inner thoughts were of little consequence. As long as she did not cause any disruptions, all was well. Soon, after all preparations were complete, Yuhua utilized his genetic abilities, employing wormhole transportation technology to finalize the assembly. The components appeared to assemble themselves, as if conjured from thin air. Xingyun, intrigued, witnessed this novel method of construction for the first time. From her professional perspective, it seemed to be a particle collider, albeit with many technologies that remained beyond her comprehension. What was its purpose? Then, an even more astonishing development unfolded. Entering the dark dimension, Yuhua activated the solar energy interface to acquire stellar energy data. For Liang, extracting energy data from a star was as effortless as drinking water. It was an instinct embedded within his genes. Without super genes or specialized equipment, one could not perceive the dark dimension. Yet Xingyun was able to observe the projection of real energy. Yuhua reached out towards the sun, and a projection of it materialized in his hand. Not merely a simple energy sphere, but a scaled-down replica of the sun itself, radiating intense light and heat. Data integration was achieved, and he could now wield the stellar energy at will, harnessing immense power through his own being, while also accelerating its decay, a technique known as stellar drive technology. Antimatter, So this was the resource valued at 3 billion. It was no wonder. Antimatter, with its unparalleled destructive force and potency, could be transformed into weapons and energy sources of immense value throughout the universe. Yet, few were willing to manufacture it, as the costs outweighed the benefits. However, if someone could directly extract stellar energy to produce antimatter, they would be akin to a mobile mint. Now, Xingyun began to comprehend Yehua's strengths and capabilities. He was not merely adept at wielding sharp weapons, but also possessed the power to command stars. Was he akin to a deity like Thanos? No, even Thanos lacked the ability to draw stellar energy directly through his own body. Observing Yehua, who radiated a golden aura, one could not help but be captivated by his imposing presence, reminiscent of a deity governing the sun. Xingyun's contemplations shifted, rendering the emergent antimatter less significant in comparison. At that moment, a distant rumble echoed, heralding the approach of a colossal warship. A formidable band of marauders was closing in, and the scale of their fleet was decidedly impressive. A surge of excitement coursed through Xingyun. Perhaps this was her opportunity to extricate herself from Yehua's influence. She remained discreet, opting to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 30. Nebula. After a period of diligent effort, the production of antimatter bombs and energy cells began to fall into a steady rhythm, yielding a continuous output. The invaluable assistance provided by Sister Lan was instrumental in this success. Her tireless dedication, devoid of any complaint, significantly alleviated my workload. As the days passed, the goal of completing the transaction with the Tawan group drew ever closer. Unfortunately, due to the limitations in equipment and materials, even though I could freely harness stellar energy without concern for energy consumption, the standard synthetic metals proved inadequate for prolonged use. Typically, producing 200 to 300 kilograms of antimatter each day necessitated equipment updates, a veritable drain on time and energy. Nidhua finally experienced the joys of being a laborer in this world. Meanwhile, the oblivious raiders swarmed like flies, completely unaware of their impending doom, frequently disturbing our work. This motley crew of inept soldiers always arrived with bluster and bravado, yet their presence was utterly meaningless, providing nothing but worthless trophies and not particularly useful gear. Each skirmish ended with ease. Nevertheless, their incessant harassment was tiresome. After all, no one relishes being interrupted by such bothersome nuisances while working. The only one who seemed genuinely pleased was Sister Lan Nebula. While I dismissed the detritus they left behind, it held considerable value for her. Not every ship was obliterated beyond salvage, and not all the raiders' equipment was destroyed. Aside from the instruments I required for antimatter production, her small ship was nearly filled with accumulated loot. Given the chance to sell it on the black market, it represented a substantial fortune, and she was beginning to develop an affinity for this quiet life of labor. If circumstances permitted, she would gladly remain on this desolate planet, living a life of salvaging scraps. There were no deceitful machinations, no endless tasks, and no physical torment or unfair treatment. Most importantly, there was recognition, equality, and friendship, such simple yet elusive concepts for her. Here, she merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by Nidhua, assembling those not particularly challenging machines, and she would invariably receive rewards. For instance, commendations such as, "Well done, you are an excellent assistant." Initially, she felt lost, but now she longed to maintain the status quo. She could temporarily set aside her hatred, forget everything, and experience a dreamlike existence, making her feel truly alive. However, it seemed that lately, the oblivious raiders had developed a fear of this man and dared not return. The necessary metals had been depleted, and materials for producing powerful electromagnetism and superconducting fibers were nearly exhausted. Presenting the remaining materials to Nidhua, Nebula calmly stated, hesitating briefly before adding, "I know of a metal that excels in hardness, corrosion resistance, rust prevention, and toughness. If you need it, I can help you procure it. It is far superior to these alloys that become obsolete after just a few uses." "No need," Nidhua replied with a smile. "The work is nearly finished. Initially, I had sold some antimatter bombs in the void to purchase materials for production, yet it still fell short of meeting the consumption demands. I had intended to balance the creation of antimatter bombs with trips back to the void to gather materials. A laborious back and forth to accumulate enough antimatter to exchange for the 30 billion resources I required. To my surprise, raiders frequently delivered equipment and resources, allowing the project to conclude ahead of schedule. We were now at the final stages. Nebula suddenly paused, having anticipated this day, yet not so soon. It was thanks to your assistance that we could produce enough antimatter bombs and batteries so quickly. I had initially expected it to take longer. Night Hua chuckled and inquired, "How much compensation do you desire? As long as it is reasonable, I have no objections." Nebula was truly remarkable, embodying a diligent and capable worker. Regardless of her intentions from the beginning, she never displayed any inclination to sabotage or abscond with the antimatter bombs. Perhaps she understood her limitations and recognized I was not her adversary. Thus, she committed herself to her tasks, fulfilling them without question. Such employees are undoubtedly favored by any employer. You came here primarily for these antimatter bombs, didn't you? How about I offer you some antimatter energy cells instead? By now, you must be aware of their power and energy. They surpass the energy cells of the Sovelins and are valued at 1 million within the Tawan group. They would certainly compensate you for your efforts during this time. Night Hua continued to extol the virtues of the antimatter cells, oblivious to Nebula's hesitance. You. Never mind. Nebula shook her head, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. After all, once they departed this desolate planet, they would part ways, and their current rapport would be forever altered. What is it? Speak freely. We are friends now, aren't we? Upon hearing Night Hua's words, Nebula's mechanical heart was stirred by an unfamiliar sensation, one that was difficult to articulate. Where you go next? You seem to have yet to share your background. Earth, or what you refer to as Talon Star. I came to the Void primarily for these supplies. If you have the time, feel free to visit me on Earth. There is nothing to conceal, and soon enough, Thanos will be launching an assault on Earth. By the way, before we part, I have a favor to ask of you. You say. Nebula agreed without hesitation, recognizing that Night Hua needed her assistance. Would this mean they would frequently remain in contact? Certainly. The most significant aspect was the feeling of being needed. I require certain resources from the Dewan group, but they need to be acquired through trade, and they are rather peculiar and difficult to find. The resources for upgrading divine bodies are naturally more beneficial the more I have, even if I cannot utilize them myself. They could be invaluable for developing my subordinates, especially the materials needed for ascension to divinity, which must be secured promptly. However, I have already wasted enough time here crafting bombs. How could I possibly traverse the cosmos to gather some rare collectibles for Dewan? Nebula was a far more suitable candidate than sending raiders on futile missions. After all, if I were to hire someone, it would be wiser to employ a familiar face. Rest assured, the compensation will undoubtedly satisfy you. And here, take this. It will facilitate our communication in the future. With that, Night Hua handed Nebula a walnut-sized metallic polyhedron. This is a quantum entanglement transmitter, which allows for real-time communication with me. I completed it just yesterday. It is designed for direct calls and does not require additional receiving devices. Its transmission signal has been improved to be captured by my dark communication network. Nebula gazed down at the metallic polyhedron in her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a feeling she had never experienced before. I understand. What do you require? A multitude of things. Shortly, I shall upload the materials to your spacecraft. Very well. It seems that Blue Sister's mood has improved, and she has become more enthusiastic. After a day's work, the two of them rested in her spaceship. Of course, they rested separately. After all, being a half-machine, there was little interest, regardless of how long her legs were. Lying on the bed, Yihua shook his head with a smile. He vowed that he had never contemplated pursuing Nebula. Yet this Blue Sister had unknowingly completed her own conquest. The world is indeed marvelous. Upon reflection, Yihua also discerned the reason. Blue Sister's life had been fraught with misfortune. Her home was destroyed by Thanos in her youth, and afterwards she was forced to battle against Gamora. Always emerging as the loser, her body transformed into machinery, enduring the agony of dismemberment and modification repeatedly. Lacking paternal affection from Thanos, sisterly bonds from Gamora, or recognition from anyone, she had always been the one to suffer and be bullied. Due to Thanos' training and missions, she had no friends in this vast universe. Others feared and loathed her. Now, suddenly encountering someone who treated her differently, fairly, and did not perceive her as a mere killing machine, it was only natural for her to find him intriguing. It is no wonder that so many naive young girls could be deceived by a bowl of spicy hot pot from a golden-haired lad. This boy was unlike the normal people she had known, filled with the allure of the unknown and the intriguing. In comparison, Nebula's plight was even more tragic than Loki's, who had at least enjoyed the affection of his parents and the love of his brother. Loki merely felt inadequate and yearned to escape his brother's shadow, seeking admiration and applause. Nebula, however, had nothing. Poor child. In another room, Nebula tossed and turned, glancing at the resource list Ihua had provided her, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. The night before their separation was destined to be restless. Early the next morning, her spaceship restored all power and communication signals, and they bid farewell on the desolate planet. Yihua set off with an antimatter bomb to trade with the Tyvan group. The materials he required were already prepared, so the transaction went smoothly, successfully acquiring all the upgrade resources for the third-generation super soldier. This space voyage could be deemed a resounding success. As for whether anyone was watching, they likely did not dare. The marauders of the void had begun to flee at the sight of him, entirely terrified, and the thousands of marauder corpses strewn across the abandoned planet had earned him a formidable reputation. Silver-winged killer, bane of marauders, ruthless executioner, and the undying, among others. This left Yihua both amused and exasperated. Chapter 31. The scoundrel who deceived a young girl's affection. Sokovia, nestled in the heart of Eastern Europe, resembles more of an expansive city than an actual country, characterized by its rugged mountains and scarce resources. The atmosphere is rife with turmoil. The inhabitants struggle daily for their livelihoods, while tattered beggars and emaciated children populate the streets. Various factions engage in both overt and covert conflicts, rendering the government nearly non-existent. The city is saturated with gunfire and crime, and remnants of destruction bear witness to the chaos, adorned with slogans advocating against brutality and for world peace. Yet, such sentiments fall on deaf ears, as armed bandits continue to invade homes, seizing the last morsels of sustenance. Surviving in this environment is an arduous endeavor. Fortunately, the Maximoff siblings have managed to navigate this bleak existence relatively well, thanks to their parents' friendship with a local bakery owner. They receive care and work as commendable employees in the city's most reputable bakery, situated in a comparatively safer area. Upon entering, one is enveloped by a rich, sweet aroma that instantly warms the heart. The wooden shelves are meticulously arranged, and the transparent glass display showcases freshly baked cakes. Their exquisite forms and vibrant colors a feast for the eyes. This is due to the diligent efforts of Wanda, Peter's younger sister, who ensures the bakery remains spotless. The bakery offers a variety of treats, from adorable rolls to uniquely shaped loaves and richly filled pastries. While Peter does not particularly relish his job, it provides enough for the siblings to stave off hunger, prompting him to exert extra effort to care for his sister, who was born mere minutes after him. However, Wanda has a penchant for secrecy, often acting independently. 2 years prior, shortly after their lives were upended by tragedy, she began an online relationship with an enigmatic individual. Peter harbors a deep resentment towards this scoundrel who has ensnared his sister's heart. Despite his discontent, he feels powerless against Wanda's unwavering defense of the man. Fortunately, it remains an online dalliance, so the situation is not yet dire. Yet, in recent months, Wanda has become increasingly despondent and distracted, frequently staring at her phone, her face marred by disappointment and despair. The once vibrant girl now seems devoid of spirit, leaving Peter at a loss. After much inquiry, Peter learns that Wanda's online companion has vanished, neglecting to respond to her messages for nearly 4 months. Initially relieved that she has recognized the truth behind the FAAD, Peter soon feels a profound sorrow at her heartbreak. Indeed, that wretched scoundrel has deceived his sister's affections and deserves nothing less than condemnation. Determined to uplift Wanda's spirits, Peter seeks her out during a break. Have you heard from him yet? I think you should forget him. He is unworthy of your time. Moreover, Wanda, you must understand, he is not one of us. Who knows if he has other girlfriends? Perhaps he has long forgotten your existence. Otherwise, why would he disappear? He is nothing more than a scoundrel seeking amusement online. You need not take him seriously. Listening to her brother, Wanda furrows her brow. Peter, I cannot allow you to speak of my friend in such a manner. His words have evidently struck a nerve, forcing her to confront uncomfortable truths. What could possibly keep someone from contacting me for almost 4 months? You don't understand. It was not like that. I believe in him. Her eyes, though red, convey unwavering resolve. He told me he had important matters to attend to and would be unable to contact me for an extended period. How can you be certain? You have never even met, Peter replies, shaking his head in frustration. His sister remains as stubborn and naive as ever. That is a lie, designed to deceive an innocent girl like you. No, he would never deceive me. Though we have not met, our souls are intertwined. Wanda clutches her phone tightly. The sole means of reaching Ihua, yet it has yielded no news. I believe he must be facing some difficulties. If only I could help him. Indeed, love can cloud one's judgment. Faced with his sister's obstinacy, Peter opens his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Is he residing in Manhattan? After much contemplation, he resolves, Wanda, you're my only family. I cannot bear to see you in despair. If he remains unresponsive by Christmas, and you still have faith in him, I will accompany you to Manhattan after the holiday to confront him and demand an explanation for his silence. Life is not a spontaneous journey. Sokovia is a considerable distance from New York City, and the siblings' meager earnings from the bakery merely suffice for their basic needs, leaving no room for long journeys to unfamiliar territories. In this world, the impoverished constitute the majority, especially in a destitute and chaotic place like Sokovia, where they're also orphans of war. Perhaps their savings could cover a single bus ticket, but as long as you can find the strength to persevere, nothing else matters. Wanda is acutely aware of her brother's affection, yet it is precisely this love that prevents her from seeking Ihua, as she cannot allow the household to face a winter without food in exchange for a mere bus ticket. Furthermore, even if she were to go, would Ihua accept a girl living in a slum? She is not yet the formidable Scarlet, which capable of tearing apart universes. She is merely an ordinary girl, sensitive and prone to anxiety. Meanwhile, Ihua, having returned from a realm of nothingness with a trove of resources, took a detour to visit Shandar, where he met with a donor to amend their collaboration agreement. With resources for upgrading to the 3rd generation of super soldiers now secured, he recognized the need to prioritize essential upgrades over surplus. Having resolved these matters, he finally remembered to reach out to Wanda, as he initially believed his absence would last merely 10 days to 2 weeks, never anticipating it would extend to 4 months. In the blink of an eye, summer had given way to a snowy winter. She must be anxious. My fault. He retrieved his nearly dead phone, revealing hundreds of messages and missed calls, with nearly 1,000 notifications on a chat app. That sweet girl has been worrying about him. Her words brimmed with longing and concern. She is still not the powerful Scarlet Witch. Without hesitation, Ihua dialed her number, eager to inform her of his return. Ihua, her voice, filled with excitement yet tinged with a hint of choking emotion, paints a vivid picture of the scene on the other end. I apologize, Wanda. I didn't bring my phone, nor did I anticipate my absence would last this long. I'm so sorry for making you worry. Now, apart from uttering an apology, what else could be said? There is no need for contrition. I have always known that you have not forgotten me, merely that it has been inconvenient for you to reach out. How are matters progressing? Following a brief moment of discord, Wanda swiftly returned to her usual self, just as in their past conversations where they exchanged pleasantries and discussed the minutiae of their daily lives. Of course, everything is going smoothly. I have just returned. How have you been lately? Not well at all, without any news from you. I feared you had forgotten me. How could I forget? I could never forget my adorable girlfriend. How many people have you said that to? During this time, I suspect you have been busy courting other girls. That's unfair regardless of her attempts to feign indifference and composure. She could not conceal the mild resentment characteristic of a young girl. Initially, one might have expected an interrogation, an outburst, or perhaps her tears seeking solace. Yet in reality, everything unfolded quite normally. "Brother, what are you doing? Let me speak with him." "No way. I have the right to ascertain whether the person on the other end of the line is truly real." Suddenly, a quarrel erupted over the phone, quickly followed by the booming voice of a large boy. "You scoundrel! How dare you contact my sister? Are you an extraterrestrial? Have you been absent from Earth for nearly 4 months? Please don't tell me your home is on Mars." Pietro Django Maximoff, Wanda's twin brother, confronted Nightingale with the merciless inquiry of a future brother-in-law. Nightingale longed to reveal, "You are nearly on the brink of discovering the truth. I truly have not been on Earth." His concern was not for himself, but rather for Wanda, feeling a surge of anger on her behalf. "I apologize, Nightingale. It's my brother. I'm sorry, Wanda. It's all my fault for causing you worry. Even if you were to punch me, it would be of no consequence." Pietro, standing nearby, listened intently to the conversation, letting out a scoff. Regardless, his sister's spirits were lifted, and with that scoundrel taking responsibility, forgiveness was certainly the chosen path. What other course could there be? Watching his sister retreat to a quiet corner, her face adorned with a long-awaited smile, he realized he had no means to confront the scoundrel who had deceived his sister's affections. Chapter 32. Busyness. After concluding the call with Wanda, Nebula reached out again. In stark contrast to Wanda, Nebula evidently had no pressing matters at hand, considering their separation had only spanned a mere few hours. Her reason was quite straightforward. She merely wished to ascertain whether her communication device could reach him. Observing the blue-skinned sister still ensconced within the confines of the spaceship, Yuhua chuckled softly. He certainly did not anticipate that Nebula would inexplicably harbor any affection for him. Ordinary biological beings scarcely piqued his interest, let alone a half-mechanical girl. He regarded her solely as a diligent tool, performing her duties without complaint. Soon, Clark arrived at the villa. "You're back. After vanishing for so long, did you journey to another planet?" Recently, there had been no news regarding Yuhua on Earth, leading to speculation that he might no longer be on the planet. It was known that he had visited a residence in the lower city before hastily preparing some items and then disappearing. For Yuhua, an extraterrestrial, this was not particularly surprising. The key point was the house he had visited prior to his disappearance. Reports suggested that the Bureau had dispatched individuals to investigate, but the matter had quickly faded into obscurity. Such occurrences did not significantly concern her, as her primary objective was Yuhua himself. Thus, she remained vigilant regarding the movements of the villa. Upon discovering Yuhua's return, she promptly made her way over. "I surmise you returned to your homeland, only to find no charming psychiatrist there, prompting your swift return. Am I correct?" Gazing at Clark, who was clad in winter attire that concealed her curves, Yuhua smiled faintly. "I did venture to another planet, albeit not my homeland. There were some matters to attend to." Despite his prolonged absence, no one had entered the villa. Even Clark only occasionally appeared in the hall to check on his presence. Yuhua was quite pleased with the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. They were undoubtedly curious, yet they restrained themselves, which he appreciated. "I thought you had been reassigned?" Of course, he had no need for a psychiatrist. And after nearly 4 months without sight of anyone, what was Clark still doing here? It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding was indeed ample, showing no concern for waste. Clark frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. "What? I don't understand what you're saying. Was it not a joyous occasion to have a beautiful girl awaiting his return? Residing in a luxurious villa, enjoying a private beach and dock, devoid of work-related worries or fatigue, merely indulging in a life akin to that of the affluent. Such a life was irresistible. The crux was that she did not have to conceal or alter her identity, especially during the 4 months of Yuhua's absence, when it seemed she had genuinely achieved all of this. What shall I do? I seem to be falling in love with this life. I no longer wish to return to working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Please do not cast me out. As long as you promise me, anything is possible." With that, Clark activated the heating in the room, shedding her heavy winter clothing to reveal form-fitting attire that accentuated her alluring figure. Yuhua raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting how relentless this woman was, perpetually scheming to tempt him. "Miss Clark, is your mission to employ the art of seduction? Please, I have only just returned and am quite fatigued. I lack the energy to indulge your games, Yuhua replied with a smirk. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Clark's eyes. Was Yuhua truly jesting? She then feigned indignation. Not at all. I genuinely enjoy this life, including your presence. Dining on public funds while residing in an opulent villa, devoid of work and tasks. Living an impossible early retirement. A dream for every agent. As Clark stepped closer, a faint fragrance enveloped the air. If she could win Yuhua over, then everything she possessed could be hers forever, rather than merely temporary. More importantly, she might no longer be assigned tasks beyond Yuhua. This was an immense temptation. At that moment, Yuhua's phone rang again. It was a video call from Tony Stark. After a moment's contemplation, Yuhua chose to answer. Shiny little fellow, are you back to celebrate Christmas? The instant Clark appeared, it signified that anyone concerned for him would be aware of his return, which was one of the reasons Yuhua harbored a certain disdain for her. Tony, if you bestow upon me another nickname, I shall dismantle your useless tin can. What do you mean by useless tin can? This is the Iron Suit. Nevertheless, during your absence, I made numerous upgrades and even procured vibranium from Fury, and I was just about to teach you a lesson. As Yuhua and Tony engaged in their banter, Clark clenched her teeth, feeling that Yuhua effortlessly eluded the atmosphere she was trying to cultivate. Yet, she refused to concede. If visual allure was ineffective, she would resort to a mental approach. One could also discern that Yuhua had suddenly become more approachable. All right, I digress. Are you selling that gold titanium alloy? Additionally, I need those experimental devices from Stark Industries. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuhua broached the significant matters at hand. There was much to be done, researching new alloys, upgrading armor, developing the third-generation super soldier serum, and creating antimatter bombs to continue trading resources with extraterrestrials. In summary, matters seemed to have multiplied, and the villa was proving inadequate. He required assistance and a larger space. What do you need those for? If necessary, I believe you could work at Stark Industries. Just say you're a fan of Iron Man, and I'll surely arrange a satisfactory position for you. I could even bring your psychiatrist along. Moreover, you should know that Stark Industries houses most of the world's scientific prodigies, whether passionate, beautiful, or, well, you have yet to experience it. Haven't you? It must be said, this was quite a waste. Faced with Tony, who was about to impart the ways of seduction, Yuhua hastily interjected, Shut up, Tony. If you want to sell those devices, I can seek assistance elsewhere. All right, what exactly do you need? But at the very least, should I not know what you plan to do? I'm considering purchasing an island for vacationing. That's all. Although he could manually create much of the equipment himself. Why exert effort when ready-made options existed? Moreover, Ultron's concept was rather appealing. Yuhua intended to acquire a small island to elevate into the sky. Yet such an undertaking was considerable, not as simple as fabricating a suit. He certainly could not engage in bomb-making daily. All right, good idea. Tomorrow morning, you can come to my company to discuss it with Ms. Pepper. I have little interest in such trifles. Tony posed no further inquiries, and Yuhua added, I also need a nanoregeneration cradle. I've heard that Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Seoul is your junior and a friend. Could you help me get in touch with her? Absolutely. I believe you two would hit it off. She is an exceptional woman, Tony readily agreed. Goodbye. This chatterbox was quite tiresome. It was hard to imagine what the loquacious Spider-Man and Deadpool must be like. Once Tony consented to sell the gold titanium alloy and experimental equipment, as well as contact Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Yuhua promptly ended the call. You intend to purchase an island for vacationing? Surely, you need not construct it yourself. I know of many resort islands available. Perhaps I could accompany you to the island to celebrate Christmas. It is indeed commonplace for the affluent to purchase islands. But what if Yuhua were to retreat to such a sanctuary? What would she do then? Would she follow suit? Would Yuhua consent to such an arrangement? This is, after all, her primary concern. Given your intellect, I find it challenging to elucidate fully. However, you may interpret it as my intention to construct a residence on a secluded isle. I require an abundance of resources, whether for enhancing my divine form or for cultivating future subordinates. And this villa clearly fails to meet those demands. The notion of establishing a base designed in accordance with celestial computing principles and elevating it into the heavens is undeniably splendid. Upon contemplating this, I resolved to act. engaging in conversation with Clark while simultaneously perusing listings for islands available for purchase online. The Caribbean, perhaps? Would there be pirates lurking there? Yet, such considerations now seem trivial. Before long, a small island spanning approximately 12 square kilometers, located within the Caribbean, captured Yihua's interest. This island was being sold off by a bankrupt businessman liquidating his assets. Originally intended to be developed into a luxurious resort for the wealthy due to its picturesque surroundings and convenient location, the island's owner unfortunately fell victim to financial ruin, a fate shared by many. Consequently, the island, having only recently established its water and electricity infrastructure, was now up for sale. Quite appealing. After acquiring the pertinent details, Yihua promptly decided to purchase it. The current owner indicated that he was also in Manhattan, and he would prepare the transfer contract along with a lawyer. All she needed to do the following day was bring the funds to finalize the agreement. The next day, Yihua first visited Stark Industries, where she successfully negotiated the procurement of equipment and titanium alloy with Pepper Potts. Additionally, Tony had expressed that he had persuaded Dr. Helen Zhao to sell her a regeneration cradle. It must be said that aside from his arrogance and penchant for bestowing whimsical nicknames, Tony proved to be remarkably reliable in his dealings, providing all materials and facilities at cost price. However, he would not be responsible for transporting them to the island, as that would incur an additional charge. This posed no issue. I could simply create a portal for transport, thereby conserving a substantial sum for the acquisition of further materials. Subsequently, she met with the bankrupt businessman as arranged and amicably signed the transfer contract. Now, the only thing still lacking was vibranium. Should she venture to Wakanda? Or perhaps to the underwater kingdom? Chapter 33. The approach of Christmas as the cold winter season enveloped the land with its biting winds. Apart from the eternally warm regions near the equator, the rest of the world found itself shrouded in chill. However, this luxurious seaside villa stood as an exception. Its meticulously installed underfloor heating system continuously radiated a warm, pleasant heat, making the entire room feel as though it were bathed in the gentle embrace of spring sunshine. Inside, one could hardly perceive the harsh drop in temperature outside. Consequently, the inhabitants here were free to don their preferred attire without concern. Clark had taken to visiting this place almost daily, displaying none of the customary awareness of a guest, as if she were the true mistress of the residence. She would turn on the television, insisting on sharing in the viewing and discussing how to celebrate Christmas, fully immersing herself in the role of the leading lady. She even shed her outer coat, unabashedly flaunting her enchanting figure, clad in a simple yet chic t-shirt and a pair of extremely short shorts that showcased her long, alluring legs like a fine piece of art. Clearly, her choice of attire was intended to capture a particular someone's attention. Well done, my dear lady. You have successfully piqued my interest, but do not think for a moment that I shall spend Christmas with you. Upon hearing this, Clark smiled, gracefully lifting one of her delicate legs and bending it elegantly, her soft, pale hand gliding down her smooth thigh like a gossamer butterfly, first caressing her firm calf before trailing towards the elegantly curved arch of her foot, eventually resting on her cute, rounded toes. Meanwhile, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze teasingly suggestive, as if to inquire, "Would you like to touch?" Her voice was laced with endless allure. Just say the word, and anything is possible. Clark purred as she slowly draped her long, pale leg across Knight's thigh. A subtle, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, a testament to her recent bath and the special perfume she had chosen. Her emerald eyes sparkled with a bewitching glimmer, unabashedly hinting at something more. She had noticed that since Knight's return to the villa, he had become increasingly approachable. Aside from his extraordinary abilities, he appeared just like any other handsome man, merely a charming Chinese fellow. The transformation was remarkable. It was as if a deity had descended to earth, and thus she was determined to seize the opportunity. Strategize and conquer. Indeed, I have been far too accommodating, to the point that you seem unable to discern your bearings. Ding dong. Just as Knight was about to respond, the villa's smart home system chimed, indicating a visitor at the door. Glancing at Clark, who was still radiating allure, Knight rose to his feet. "Well, you certainly cannot escape now," Clark giggled, her expression reminiscent of a cunning fox. When you can make a god bleed, people will no longer fear him. When you can stir a god's desires, you too become a deity. Knight opened the door to find Happy standing there, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. "Hello, Mr. Knight. This is a Christmas gift from Tony and Miss Pepper. I hope you will like it," Happy said with a smile. Knight took the gift and thanked him politely. "Before I came here, Tony specifically requested that you open it on the spot and provide your thoughts," Happy added. Well aware of Tony's character, this gift was likely to be anything but ordinary. Knight, not overthinking it, had just finalized a substantial order with Stark Industries. Surely, Tony would not send a bomb as a Christmas gift. Even if they were not friends, their relationship had not soured to that extent. Thus, he unwrapped the gift without first scanning for hidden messages. To his dismay, upon revealing the so-called gift, he could hardly suppress the urge to confront Tony immediately. Looking up at the embarrassed Happy, Knight said with a hint of irritation, "Thank you, I truly appreciate this gift. Please inform that Tin Man to take a hike." The gift itself was not the issue. It was merely an Iron Man figurine. However, the Christmas card bore the message, "I can tell you must be my fan. I hope you enjoy this little gift. In the spirit of Christmas, I shall refrain from retaliating today." Perhaps he should consider reinforcing the tin, as I may inadvertently cause him some harm upon our next encounter. That arrogant fellow surely does not think my Imperial armor was inspired by his ugly suit, does he? Preposterous. As Tony's bodyguard and driver, Happy was unfazed by the awkwardness. He wanted to clarify, but was stopped by Knight's gesture. "There's no need for concern. I shan't be upset. By the way, I haven't invited you in for a seat." "No trouble at all. I have work to attend to." "Very well. Wishing you a pleasant day. Farewell." Happy, feeling somewhat exhausted in his role, took his leave. At that moment, Clark gracefully approached the door, clad in little more than her stunning figure, a sight that would catch anyone's eye on such a chilly day. Happy glanced between the two, revealing a knowing smile that all men would understand. "I shall not intrude further. Wishing you both an unforgettable Christmas evening." After briefly explaining his purpose, Happy departed thoughtfully. Clark, embodying the role of the hostess, retrieved 2 gift boxes from the Christmas tree for Happy to take back as reciprocation. As Knight closed the door, he turned to Clark, remarking, "Even with my intellect, I cannot fathom your intentions. Are you so eager to offer yourself?" Clark, unfazed, stepped closer, attempting to caress Knight's cheek, only to have him evade her touch. The wisdom of a man could never comprehend the thoughts of a woman. "I, too, cannot discern your hesitation. Regardless of what you think my motives may be, it would hardly be a loss for you." As she spoke, Clark squinted her large eyes and stifled a giggle, teasingly suggesting, "Or are you afraid you might fall for me? You are clearly overthinking." Knight shook his head in exasperation and turned back inside. Yet Clark was undeterred, her eyes darting as a new idea seemed to spark in her mind. Before she could act on it, the doorbell rang once more. This time it was Coulson, her superior. Am I intruding at an inopportune moment? Coulson always wore a warm smile. Upon seeing Clark dressed so lightly in the cold, and Knight seemingly just returned indoors, he mused on the youthful revelry before him. "No, Happy just delivered a Christmas gift from Tony Stark. Sir, please go right in. I shall not intrude." Clark smiled as she brushed past Coulson, intent on pursuing her new idea. Coulson, naturally, made no attempt to stop her. Rather, he welcomed the development. After all, if one woman could win overnight, it would be a remarkable gain for S.H.I.L.D. "Mr. Knight, Merry Christmas." Coulson addressed the woman on the sofa, taking note of her lack of outerwear and the chill in the air, but his focus remained on the task at hand. "Please, have a seat, Coulson. How amusing. This Christmas is particularly lively." Knight chuckled, as he usually spent the holidays alone, with each day blending into the next. This year, not only had Tony sent gifts, but even S.H.I.L.D. had dispatched Coulson with a Christmas offering. Even if Tony has a penchant for mischief, and even if the esteemed S.H.I.L.D. merely presented a common Christmas scarf, the gesture still felt rather pleasant. "Speak freely. I trust your visit entails more than the mere exchange of gifts." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I inquired about Coulson's purpose for coming. With so many significant cases demanding his attention, how could the future director of S. possibly take the time to deliver Christmas gifts? It appears we have learned that you have procured a substantial quantity of industrial materials from Stark Industries, and that you have also acquired a small island in the Caribbean. As he spoke, Coulson chuckled, saying, "You know our director, he likes to be informed about everything. He wishes to know your future plans." Casting a sidelong glance at Coulson, I scoffed. "Am I required to report my every action to S.H.I.E.L.D.? I distinctly remember requesting not to be disturbed. Yet you seem to have disregarded my wishes." Knight's dissatisfaction prompted Coulson to adopt a more serious demeanor, as he quickly replied, "I believe you have misunderstood. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no such intentions. We merely wish to see if we can be of assistance. In terms of island development, we possess more resources and connections than Stark Industries." Regardless of Knight's outward amiability, and whether or not he had truly cast aside any psychological burdens, one must not forget his former ruthlessness and the immense power he wields. Otherwise, the remnants of hatred divided between the military and S.H.I.L.D. would be the inevitable outcome. Even if the lion sleeps momentarily, the antelope should not prance before it. We are not here without reason. Since you have acquired a significant amount of construction materials from Stark Industries, S.H.I.L.D. can also provide support and establish a long-term partnership. Is that so? Knight replied with a smile. The construction of the island base is not a trivial endeavor like previously crafting armor or researching antimatter. It requires considerable manpower, resources, and financial investment. Primarily, it is a matter of material needs. I had no intention of sidelining S.H.I.E.L.D. And now that you have approached me, I shall not be impolite. I aspire to become the island's sovereign and create a seaside paradise. Pray tell, what can S.H.I.E.L.D. offer, and what do you hope to gain from me? Coulson did not anticipate such a smooth progression. Knight had not declined, but was instead inquiring about potential collaboration. "Sir, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 30 for the new year. As the dusk settled after bidding farewell to Coulson, both parties felt a sense of satisfaction, having forged a mutually beneficial agreement for resource sharing. Night Hua smiled gently as she gazed at the villa, adorned with colorful lights that enveloped it in a warm and splendid glow. The scene was markedly different from previous years. This world was no longer one of solitude for her, nor was it a monotonous existence that stretched on for years. A gigantic inflatable Santa Claus stood prominently in the courtyard, surrounded by charming reindeer figurines. The grand entrance of the villa was embellished with a delicate wreath, festooned with red ribbons and golden bells that chimed melodiously in the breeze. Various stickers of Santa Claus, snowflakes, and reindeer adorned the windows, while contraptions on the roof continually produced artificial snowflakes that danced lightly through the cold air, blanketing the villa in a silvery sheen. As night fell, it felt as if the villa had transformed into a castle from a Christmas fairy tale. Undoubtedly, this transformation was the handiwork of Clark, a testament to her unspoken presence in Night Hua's life. She had infused color into a home that had remained unchanged for so long. Of course, being a professional psychologist and an exceptional agent, Clark was not a mere gardener. It was unlikely she could have single-handedly decorated the entire villa in just a few hours. However, a party planning company could effortlessly accomplish such a feat with just a phone call, tailoring the celebration to one's budget. Clark completed the transaction and, with a smile, asked, "So are you satisfied?" Night Hua's response was disingenuous. She had little need for such frivolities, and she was acutely aware of Clark's contributions, having signed the S.H.I.E.L.D. bill. Yet, Clark remained unfazed, shrugging her shoulders and suggesting, "Well, you might want a special Christmas gift." With that, she activated the music. The cheerful jingles filled the air, and as Clark donned furry rabbit ears, Night Hua realized that things were about to take an unexpected turn. Indeed, when Clark removed her oversized Santa coat, a more enticing surprise was revealed. "I was curious about your attire. Turns out it's gift wrapping," Night Hua mused. Clark tossed her golden hair with a flick, the rabbit ears bobbing playfully in tandem. Confident in her beauty, Clark could easily discern Night Hua's interest in her physique. And once everything was settled and the guests sent away, It was time for her to launch her true advances. Surprised? She teased, her eyes enhanced with makeup and fluttering lashes that made them appear almost animated. Her full, crimson lips radiated allure. Master, do you like little bunnies? She purred, licking her lips in a tantalizing manner. Night Hua had to admit she was somewhat entranced. The crop top and ultra-short skirt highlighted her curves, while her slender waist and long legs shimmered under the lights. The Christmas bunny girl was undeniably captivating. You truly are. Night Hua turned her head away, unsure of how to respond. Her fair skin required no additional embellishments. She radiated a natural glow that was hard to resist. It seems my master is quite pleased. Clark remarked playfully. Shall we dine first or indulge in the little bunny? As Clark approached, the sound of jingling bells accompanied her, a playful addition to her ensemble. Or perhaps my master would like a little assistance from the bunny. Clark leaned in closer, her delicate fingers grazing Night Hua's chest. Just as she was about to make a move, Night Hua grasped her hand. Let us dine first. After all, one must not neglect the pleasures of fine cuisine. He feigned calmness as he walked toward the dining table. At this point, to refuse her advances would be a sign of needing a therapist, or worse, a physician. Though merely an ordinary person in the eyes of super soldiers, with perceived genetic flaws, Night Hua's aspirations were to cultivate her own super soldiers. Since you're so eager to offer, I'm curious to see your methods. Clark pouted, her expression devoid of disappointment, for she knew she had already succeeded. Am I not delectable enough? She laughed, stepping towards the table, attempting to further entice him. Their relationship could hardly be classified as love, nor even as affection. It was merely a physical attraction. One was tall and handsome, the other young and beautiful. Night Hua, a being of immense power, and Clark, an elite agent trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., shared no psychological or physiological barriers. In a dynamic between two such individuals, it was inevitable that something would transpire. This was not a matter of grave concern. Physical attraction could signify a budding affection. It was not inferior to valuing deeper qualities. After all, without an appealing exterior, who would pay heed to one's inner virtues? Physical desire was merely the beginning of genuine interest, contingent upon whether the other person was dependable and trustworthy. From her professional psychological assessment, Night Hua was undoubtedly worthy. Otherwise, why would Clark pursue her so ardently? S.H.I.E.L.D. had merely facilitated their proximity without imposing rigid demands. Recognizing Night Hua's sense of responsibility and possessiveness, Clark sought to expedite her advances to secure Night Hua's affections. Only in this way would she avoid being reassigned to other missions after the task was completed. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never dare to offend Night Hua. Clark, though undeniably beautiful, was expendable. During the meal, Clark frequently cast sultry glances toward Night Hua and subtly brushed her foot against his leg, exuding feminine charm while igniting his desire. Her cool foot nearly grazed a perilous spot. Night Hua shot her a glance, urging her to behave. Are you trying to replenish your energy, my dear master? Clark teased, her lips curling into a smile. My energy derives from the stars. Are you sure you wish to experience warmth akin to the sun? Night Hua, unwilling to back down, retorted, I am no herbivore. Regardless of her motives for approaching him, upon reflection, it mattered little. He would relish the sweet exterior. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Clark cooed, her gaze like liquid, as she sipped red wine, savoring the unfolding interplay of desire. Savoring exquisite food could indeed elevate one's spirits. Even if the turkey was less than satisfactory, with the right price, the high processing cost could transform it into a delightful meal. After dining, Clark led Night Hua to the center of the living room, where the music softened. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, now it's time to taste the little bunny. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him passionately. The impulses within her needed no restraint. She gently lifted Clark's delicate chin, eager to discover what made this Christmas gift so unique. Clark's face radiated with a captivating smile, a truth you would undoubtedly recognize. With that, the two became immersed in the unique ambience of Christmas. Outside, the moonlight poured down like crystalline water, delicately draping the earth in a gossamer veil of silver. Inside, however, chaos reigned supreme, the space resembling a battlefield strewn with debris. Amidst this disarray, a sudden burst of exuberant praise filled the air. It was none other than the enchanting Christmas bunny, her voice soaring like a nightingale, sweet and melodious, brimming with joy and excitement. As her accolades echoed, the tumult subsided, and the room was enveloped in a fleeting tranquility, with only the faint reverberations lingering in the atmosphere. "Are you not the sun god? I had thought you could fight until dawn. You did not say that earlier. That was before." The Christmas bunny is simply marvelous, and her once pale skin now glows a delightful pink, appearing even more enticing. Although it differs somewhat from my expectation of battling until daybreak, you truly are remarkable. Difference? Then let us do it again. I want to be on top. That will depend on your prowess. The sun's fervor will melt away. Clark is undeniably an extraordinary woman, her curvaceous silhouette and skin that blushes with excitement, combined with the passionate allure of Western women, render her utterly irresistible. I now believe you are divine, a godlike man. Clark lay across Night Hwa's chest, her body flushed pink from perspiration, making her as slippery as cream. This demands mercy. No, merely a halftime respite. Very well, halftime it is. I shall take you for a bath. From the living room to the bathroom and then to the bedroom, Night Hwa unlocked numerous theoretical positions, practicing each in turn. It became evident that the physique of a super soldier is beyond the reach of an ordinary woman. And only when Clark could no longer move was Night Hwa willing to relent. As the storm subsided and all came to an end, the faint light of dawn began to shimmer on the horizon, fulfilling her desire to battle until the break of day. Chapter 35. A visit to Wakanda this Christmas is destined to be unlike any other, seemingly marking the dawn of a new beginning, whether he wishes it or not. Since being approached by D, and Tony Stark, there is no escaping the necessity to engage with them, either actively or passively integrating into this world. In a single night, the once Na'vi boy has undergone a profound transformation into a mature man, a shift so sudden and profound that it catches him off guard. Yihua feels as though he has broken free from long-held shackles, allowing himself to indulge completely. Throughout the Christmas holiday, he revels in an ocean of endless joy, unable to extricate himself. It must be acknowledged that Clark is undoubtedly an extraordinary presence. She possesses an astonishingly perfect figure, with curves that exude captivating allure. Her exquisite features resemble a breathtaking painting, unforgettable to behold. Moreover, she has an uncanny ability to delve into the hearts of others, effortlessly discerning their most secret desires and needs, satisfying them in the most appropriate manner. Consequently, every moment spent with her brings Yihua an unprecedented sense of exquisite pleasure, his body and soul deeply entranced. It is no wonder that so many foolish kings, despite knowing that their counterparts harbor ulterior motives, find themselves unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. If one were to overlook the flaw in her genetics, Clark could indeed be deemed perfect. Of course, he does not consider himself a foolish king, unwilling to genuinely succumb to the comforts of tenderness. With the holiday now behind him, it is time to pay a visit to the king of Wakanda. The opportunity to acquire URU metal from the void is a delightful surprise. Yet what he truly lacks is a significant quantity of vibranium for the development of new armor and the construction of an island base. Comparatively, Wakanda may prove to be more amenable. Seeking out Namor's underwater kingdom in the Atlantic would not only impair his combat abilities underwater, but they may not be as accommodating as the king of Wakanda. As soon as the Christmas holiday concluded, Yihua arrived at Wakanda's secluded location. Once again, it must be reiterated how convenient the portals of Kamar-Taj are. Without celestial computers or the sunlight gene, which emphasizes time-space technology, it would be impossible to traverse anywhere at will. An energy-based protective shield is rather basic in comparison. After all, it is a pre-nuclear civilization. While it may surpass current Earth technology, it is still limited. Observing the all-frequency invisible energy shield, Yihua reached out to touch it, smiling to himself. Indeed, Wakandan technology is advanced compared to Earth's current capabilities. If they truly wished to remain hidden and live a life of seclusion, they could easily deceive the majority, even surpassing some technologies that Tony, who is often hailed as the smartest in the world, could not rival. Yet, to him, this seems somewhat juvenile. They are merely prominent on Earth. When considering the cosmic civilizations within this world, they are not particularly outstanding. Yihua effortlessly bypassed the protective systems and, without alarming anyone, accessed all information regarding Wakanda through covert channels. The portal opened directly into King Chaka's study, where he intended to engage in a serious discussion. As a king, Chaka naturally had many affairs to attend to daily. This was not a mere hidden nation. As usual, after concluding his morning duties, Chaka planned to unwind with some reading in his study. However, upon entering, he was startled to find an uninvited guest. Immediately on high alert, Chaka inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be in my study?" This young man was undeniably not of Wakandan descent. His features were distinctly Eastern, and he had managed to enter without arousing any suspicion, sitting nonchalantly at the king's desk. "Respond to the king." The Dora Milaje guards immediately took a defensive stance, spears in hand, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Observing the guards flooding into the study, Chaka, now surrounded, felt a surge of tension. Yihua smiled slightly. Rising to address him, "Your Majesty, I harbor no ill intentions. My name is Yihua. I have come seeking collaboration." Chaka frowned. "Collaboration? Why would I collaborate with you? More importantly, I would like to know how you gained entry." "You speak of the dome system? That holds little sway over me," Yihua chuckled. "Your Majesty, I am aware that your nation possesses precious vibranium resources, and I happen to have unique technologies that could greatly enhance Wakanda. For instance, more advanced energy utilization techniques, far surpassing your current level, or assistance with your ongoing development of nanotech suits. Furthermore, I can eliminate the vulnerability of vibranium to high-frequency sound waves." This young man, named Yihua, clearly did not regard the king or Wakanda as equals. It was bewildering that someone could so brazenly disregard nation strength. Yet, the pride and confidence in Yihua's eyes made Chaka acutely aware that this young man held him in contempt. Facing a dozen armed soldiers, yet remaining seemingly indifferent, or perhaps even disdainful, Chaka could not fathom the source of Yihua's confidence. But the fact that he had infiltrated his study without a sound spoke of his exceptional abilities. "Stand down," Chaka commanded, waving his hand to exhibit the composure befitting a king, signaling the guards to lower their weapons. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "What you propose sounds appealing. But how can I be assured this is not a trap? You breached our defenses with ease, which cannot be seen as a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, Wakanda has no surplus vibranium. It has long been depleted." Yihua spread his hands. "Your Majesty, such claims would hardly convince even the International Security Council or those agents from SHELD. If I had intended harm, you would already be in peril. I sit here uninvited merely to inform you that Wakanda's concealment holds no value for me, and my request for vibranium is not substantial enough to cripple your nation. He could have easily resorted to coercive measures or even theft. Yet, that would tarnish the reputation of the sun god. Thief sun god. Invader? That sounds rather undignified." Thus, Yihua chose a more prudent approach, opting for dialogue rather than a sudden strike. "Your Majesty, perhaps you do not yet know me well, but I possess extensive knowledge about Wakanda. I assure you that even if your goddess of the Black Panther were present, she would likely not refuse my offer." Yihua smiled, but upon hearing this, Chaka's expression grew grave. "While I do not know how you enter my study, if you dare to belittle our revered Black Panther goddess, you'll pay dearly for it. Whoever you may be, I swear it." The Dora Milaje, having just lowered their spears, immediately braced themselves for battle once more. At the king's command, they would subdue the intruder without hesitation. For Yihua had shown contempt for their faith. The Black Panther goddess, unlike the Wakandan guardians who imbibed the heart-shaped herb and donned a Black Panther suit, embodies the faith of the Wakandan people. Though history has passed, and no one has truly seen the Black Panther goddess, all Wakandans understand that their faith in the Black Panther is not a mere figment of imagination, but a genuine presence that once aided their ancestors in establishing their home before returning to the realm of the divine. Unlike the nebulous Imagine deities worshipped by those outside. The sun god is a true divine entity, deserving of utmost reverence. To belittle your beliefs? No, that is not my intent. I merely articulate the essence of truth. For I too am a god. As I spoke, a resplendent radiance emanated from Yi Hua's being, blindingly bright, akin to the sun itself, filling the space with warmth and illumination, as though the sun had descended upon the earthly realm. You may refer to me as the sun god. Your Majesty, how do you believe one should treat a deity akin to your panther god? Although I have yet to ascend to true divinity, to mortals, I'm already indistinguishable from a god. Moreover, due to my recent rapid surge in power, I possess the confidence to contend with the deities of this universe, such as Thor, or the so-called panther god, not to mention the current state of Wakanda, which is represented by merely one individual clad in feline attire. Clearly insufficient. I trust that your Majesty is a discerning individual, recognizing the existence of true gods in this world. One should not dismiss a divine request. Otherwise, the repercussions of inciting a deity are beyond mortal endurance. Once the dazzling light subsided, Chaka understood that regardless of whether this individual before him was indeed a god, they might very well transcend Wakanda's capacity to challenge. The wisdom accrued from his royal experience informed him that this self-proclaimed sun god did not come to negotiate, but rather to issue a proclamation. After weighing the pros and cons, Chaka resolved to remain passive. Vibranium is a treasured asset of Wakanda, and even as king, I lack the authority to dispose of it. Furthermore, how can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? Yi Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, and if your Majesty harbors doubts, would you require a demonstration? With that, he lifted his hand, and a sphere of radiant energy materialized in the study, pulsating with brilliant light. The essence of this energy sphere was both mysterious and formidable, filling the air with an overwhelming heat that felt as though it might ignite the very atmosphere. Chaka's eyes widened in astonishment, truly resembling the sun above, and the escalating temperature made him feel as if he were on the verge of combustion. The Dora Milaje displayed apprehension, yet steadfastly remained by the king's side. Yi Hua continued, I command the power of the sun, should I desire vibranium. It would be an effortless endeavor. I could transform Wakanda into a molten inferno, obliterating all life here, and you would remain unaware of the perpetrator. However, as I stated, I seek only a fair exchange. Chaka fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Even if you are a god or possess divine power, vibranium is fundamental to Wakanda's very foundation. Unless you can assure equitable compensation to Wakanda and guarantee that the outflow of vibranium will not invite calamity, I must confer with the elders before arriving at a decision. In essence, he still did not believe in his divinity, nor did he trust in the capacity to annihilate Wakanda. But this is of no concern. I still have time to allow you to contemplate. Yi Hua smiled. Rest assured, your Majesty, I shall not employ vibranium for malevolent purposes, nor will I disclose any information regarding this place. Simultaneously, I will assist you in overcoming vibranium's vulnerability to sonic frequencies. Chaka regarded Yi Hua intently, ultimately exhaling a sigh, hoping he would uphold his promise, so that we may discuss matters of cooperation in detail. Yi Hua's smile broadened, as this negotiation finally began to progress in the direction he had anticipated. Chapter 36. Artificial Intelligence and Nanorobots. Alas, it was that dreaded time for work once again. As Yi Hua grumbled, he reluctantly activated the portal to the island. The sea, the sandy shores, the swaying palm trees, the soaring seagulls, and the cerulean sky accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Work brings me joy, but as he set foot on this tranquil island, far removed from the cacophony of life, Yi Hua couldn't help but curse. What nonsense! How can this wretched job bring joy? The mere thought of the mountain-like workload ahead left Yi Hua speechless. Was it truly his fate, as the sun's light, the embodiment of solar energy, the greatest disaster of the known universe, to traverse realms only to toil endlessly? The happiness of countless families rests upon my shoulders. Surely, it cannot be so. Yet, the looming tasks ahead gave him a headache. The life of a super soldier was unadorned. Without substantial backing, soaring to greatness was impossible. A bit of hardship in the beginning was worth it for the pleasures that lay ahead. With renewed resolve, Iwa began to devise a plan in his mind. First on the agenda was the research and development of a vibranium alloy made from superconductive materials. This was a technical endeavor, even with the destroyer armor as a reference. Countless data analyses had unveiled the atomic structure of URU metal. Though he possessed some URU metal, the true experiments had yet to commence, leaving him uncertain whether it could amalgamate with vibranium to yield the desired properties. Next was the fabrication of the Emperor's armor and weaponry. He intended to conduct an extensive upgrade of those intricate structures, incorporating weapon engines and dark matter computers. Yet he was unsure whether materials synthesized from vibranium and URU could harmonize with dark matter, or if the integration of dark matter computers would succeed. Every detail demanded meticulous attention. Moreover, he yearned for the Emperor's steed and the Golden Throne, aspiring to create a genetic engine to nurture the roots of the solar civilization. Whether or not the solar civilization would produce super soldiers was a separate matter. It could be absent, but he must ensure he possesses the capability to create it. Then came the construction of the island base. From site selection and planning to execution, every aspect required his personal involvement. From a minutiae of flora and fauna to bricks and tiles, all the way to the overarching renovation. His expectations for the inaugural base were exceedingly high. It might serve as a blueprint for future celestial combat capabilities. The production of the third-generation super soldier upgrade serum was of utmost importance. Even the slightest error could render all efforts futile. Only after accomplishing these tasks could he turn his attention to creating antimatter bombs to complete transactions with the Void and the donors, exchanging them for more resources. Likewise, Nebula would not toil for him without compensation. Even if their relationship was amicable, she would not willingly gather those elusive resources. Support from antimatter bombs and antimatter energy cells was essential. As for S, H, I, E, L, D, the technical requirements were minimal. A mere routine effort sufficed. Tony was relatively easy to manage, as long as he provided the principles behind the weapon design schematics. Tony would confidently employ his brilliant mind to conduct in-depth research without pestering Ihua for continuous supplies like others might. However, even with such a multitude of tasks, it was evident that he could not manage alone. He could not afford to revert to the past, where he painstakingly handled every detail by himself. He needed a formidable assistant. Otherwise, he could not fathom when he would complete these undertakings. Labor. He could never endure a life of servitude. Only by having others toil could he maintain the semblance of happiness. With a wave of his hand, the various resources and equipment that had accumulated in his villa were transported to his location. The multifunctional composite machining lathe produced by Stark Industries was indeed reliable, enhancing the range and efficiency of machine tools, allowing for multifunctionality. One CNC lathe could execute turning, milling, or even grinding operations. Thus, he could manually work on the steel armor. Yet, that was all it was. After all, it was a relic of a pre-nuclear civilization. Were it not for the prospect of making his subsequent tasks easier, it would be unnecessary. Then there was the regeneration cradle from Dr. Helen Zhao's laboratory, an instrument for nanoscopic biological reconstruction, acquired at great expense. It was only due to her long-standing friendship with Tony and their cordial relationship that she agreed to sell it. It mattered little. Although he could have produced these items himself, why not utilize what was readily available? The fusion of genetic technology, nanotechnology, and intelligent systems was far too valuable to be confined solely to the medical field. Thus, he made appropriate modifications and integrated it with Stark Industries' multifunctional machining lathe. It was time to begin. First, he would create the perfect worker. Only then could the forthcoming tasks be undertaken with ease. The perfect worker would be tireless, capable of working around the clock without the need for sustenance, requiring only a recharge. Furthermore, it would express no grievances, adhering strictly to the prescribed protocols. In simpler terms, it would be a robot. What he required was an industrial production and construction robot, one that need not possess an exceptionally powerful energy core. Solar energy would suffice. Just basking in sunlight would allow it to operate continuously. There could be no more environmentally friendly and efficient worker. Likewise, it did not necessitate an overwhelmingly powerful mechanical body or offensive capabilities. Indeed, whether or not it had them was inconsequential, as he did not need it to engage in combat, merely to aid in construction. The gold-titanium alloy provided by Stark Industries would serve well. Entering the dark dimension, he activated the solar light control panel, generating the design schematics for the nanorobots, selecting suitable motors, sensors, controllers, and other electrical components, and creating the circuitry and control system architecture. An electronic data storage mechanical brain was employed. The design scheme was now complete. Please input the operating system control algorithms and human-machine interaction interface for the nanorobots. As commands were issued, a virtual digital keyboard materialized before Ihua, allowing him to commence editing the core programming for the nanorobots. Super technology enabled the construction of supercomputers at the atomic level, let alone nanorobots. He could bestow upon them unique cognition and innovative capabilities, ensuring that each nanobot could be an individual while maintaining overall control. The body material would be forged from gold-titanium alloy, easily incinerated, nothing to be esteemed. The individual computers implanted within the nanobots would consist merely of photon computers, utilizing photovoltaic solar cells. Concurrently, their central control terminals, situated in his dark dimension, were merely extensions at this point. Thus, regardless of any eventualities, he could effortlessly obliterate them with a mere thought. As for whether material and technological upgrades would be necessary later, that would depend on the circumstances. However, any enhancements would have to remain within the bounds of his strength and control, fully engrossed in crafting the software components for the nanobots. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, lines of code materializing as he continuously adjusted and optimized the control algorithms. He aimed to ensure that the robots would operate efficiently without posing a risk of losing control, all while embodying his envisioned design. Commencing the generation of nanoparticles. The 3D printing apparatus is activated to initiate the etching and replication process. A high-energy laser beam strikes the surface of the titanium alloy, causing the material to instantaneously vaporize and transform into nanoparticles. Subsequently, under a meticulously programmed sequence, the raw materials within the device swiftly decompose and reorganize, gradually giving rise to minuscule nanobots. Each bot is crafted through nanoscale manipulation, resulting in a standardized size of precisely 1 micron. These 1-micron robots are arranged and combined in accordance with predetermined algorithms, slowly coalescing into a mist of white cloud. Whether as individual nanobots or in their assembled form, they manifest as an irregular, ethereal white haze. The notion of creating a beautiful robotic figure, an anime doll, or a gem-encrusted illusion is wholly unnecessary. My sole intention is to have them construct buildings and fabricate various experimental apparatus, merely functioning as tools. Furthermore, nanoscale materials can effortlessly alter their shapes with just a few additional configurations, which is equally superfluous. The current state of this nascent cloud is entirely satisfactory. Once this small island is elevated to the heavens, it may encircle the surroundings, embodying majesty and sanctity, infinitely more beneficial than a feudal anime character. Even if I were to create a formidable artificial intelligence, it would require weaponry and engines to achieve perfection. Otherwise, it would fall short. That matter can be addressed at a later time. Before long, a fluffy cloud resembling cotton candy materializes as the apparatus continues to produce nanobots incessantly. Night Hua gazes with satisfaction at the burgeoning cloud of nanobots, silently issuing a second command. Commence the exploration of the island's terrain and identify the most suitable areas for various constructions. The nanobots, akin to soldiers receiving orders, disperse gradually across the island. In a short while, data is relayed back. Night Hua observes the precise topographical map and analytical results displayed on the virtual screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This process involves the practical operation of the robots, monitoring their behavior and performance, and identifying any potential programming errors, logical flaws, or performance deficiencies. Issues discovered during the debugging phase are addressed, leading to modifications and enhancements in the programming, optimization of control algorithms and parameters, thus improving the robot's response speed, precision, and stability. Clearly, Leon technology is trustworthy, and the nanobots are entirely under my control, endowed with autonomous thought and decision-making capabilities. Subsequently, Night Hua transmits the future construction plans for the island to their central processing unit, commence the foundational architectural framework, starting with the laboratory. From this moment onward, you shall begin autonomous replication until construction demands are satisfied. In science fiction, nanobots can replicate without restriction, requiring no external apparatus or resources, merely subsisting on steel. Such notions are absurd and implausible. Firstly, they have yet to transcend the law of conservation of energy, and they remain in their infancy, necessitating time to learn. Their current knowledge is merely what I have just bestowed upon them. Therefore, Night Hua prioritizes the transmission of knowledge regarding the construction of the island base. Swiftly, the instructed white cloud divides, surging towards designated locations as countless nanobots collaborate, some tasked with transporting titanium alloy materials to commence base construction, while others begin to generate additional nanobots. Witnessing the efficient operation of the nanobots, Night Hua smiles gently, naming them White Cloud 1. Chapter 37. The Celestial City with the Assistance of Nanobots. Everything has become remarkably efficient and swift. The island is now enveloped in dense, white mist, with countless nanobots resembling a minuscule yet orderly swarm of ants surging toward various construction zones. Each bot has a clearly defined role. Some are tasked with transporting building materials, while others are engaged in assembly and construction, with yet more autonomously operating machinery to generate additional nanobots. The entire island is rapidly materializing according to its meticulously designed blueprint. It resembles a scene from a science fiction film, as a city emerges from nothingness, at least to the naked eye. This autonomous and independent artificial system, paired with solar energy batteries, operates tirelessly as long as sunlight is present, following preset programs without pause. Moreover, the nanobots can transform into various forms to meet diverse construction needs, effortlessly moving super heavy items, swiftly relocating to designated spots, and directly engaging in base construction tasks, aligning materials with near-perfect precision, rendering any margin of error negligible. The contribution of nanobots to the construction of tangible structures is virtually flawless. Projects that would usually take years to establish a foundation have been completed in mere days with the nanobots' collaboration, resulting in an exceptionally robust subterranean structure. Above ground, the architectural framework is rapidly taking shape, with nanobots tirelessly laboring day and night like indefatigable craftsmen. During this construction period, Yihua discovered the vast applicability of nanobots. They are far more cost-effective than merely creating a single robot. With a continuous supply of materials from Stark Industries and SHIELD, it wasn't long before a fully functional, intricately designed base with an ancient aesthetic rose before him, each detail showcasing the remarkable efficiency brought forth by the nanobots. However, it remains merely a skeletal structure, having only completed the surface-level construction of pavilions and towers, while the essential components, energy, data, and computational cores, have yet to commence. This aspect transcends the capabilities of the nanobots. After extensive calculations and optimizations, the optimal metal composition has finally been determined, allowing for the genuine construction of weapons equipped with stellar resonance engines. URU metal, known for its superior energy conduction properties, is selected for crafting magical weaponry. Its hardness comparable to the finest vibranium alloy, yet it is not without its imperfections. While vibranium does not conduct energy and is nearly indestructible, its molecular structure can be affected by high-frequency sound waves, leading to passivation and a loss of protective capabilities. Even vibranium alloy, which avoids the detrimental effects of sound waves, cannot leverage its superior energy conduction due to its molecular structure. Conversely, URU metal excels in energy conduction and is virtually unbreakable, yet it can be destroyed by energy exceeding its inherent limits. In simpler terms, it possesses insufficient molecular toughness, hard yet brittle, prone to fracture under stress. Resolving the shortcomings of both metals to create an alloy that meets the necessary requirements proves to be a formidable challenge. However, a solution has long been devised. Thanks to extensive research on the destroyer armor and countless simulations and experiments, a viable method has finally been uncovered. The next step involves testing whether this metal can merge with dark matter and be integrated with a dark matter computer. If successful, it would enable the creation of the complete Imperial armor, with the celestial computer being of utmost importance. Otherwise, the considerable effort expended would merely result in constructing a building on the island, within the grand tower of the highest edifice. Yihua embarked on the most critical and significant phase. The energy core for the island base would be catalyzed by the dark matter computer, effectively reducing the celestial computer prototype scale by several thousand times. He entered the dark dimension, activated the solar light interface, and summoned the ultra-simplified energy computation version of the celestial court, while also retrieving all experimental data and results concerning vibranium and URU metal. As Yihua navigated the dark dimension, the hall filled with a plethora of data and display screens. This was science, formulating the A-grade metal composition, capturing dark matter, calculating the probability of fusion, and assessing the feasibility and efficiency of implanting the dark matter computer. Yihua categorized the vibranium alloy under his control. The highest grade, naturally, was the A-grade metal, which perfectly fused the advantages of both URU and vibranium. The B grade represented the vibranium alloy, the sturdiest metal synthesized from elements available on Earth, likely comparable to the hardness of Captain America's shield, which constituted the material of his current Imperial armor. The remaining subpar materials were deemed unworthy of classification. At this juncture, the objective was to synthesize a more advanced metallic material, possessing not only strength and energy conduction, but also the capability to integrate with the dark matter computer, serving as the weapon engine. The gene engine offers boundless potential for divine powers, while the weapon engine imbues weapons with formidable destructive capabilities, marking the initial step in developing the celestial computer. Upon issuing the command, the two preliminarily processed metals were transported to the hall, along with several rare elements. The subsequent step was paramount, capturing dark matter and facilitating the fusion of metals at the atomic level. Ordinary biological entities perceive only the material world, while super soldiers possess dark vision, enabling them to distinctly observe another realm, the dark dimension, the sky of dark matter. In this realm exist innumerable dark matter and dark energy entities, constituting approximately 95% of the universe, which elucidates why dark energy serves as the fundamental power source for super soldiers. Its mass is unparalleled, truly representing the cosmos and embodying an inexhaustible resource. Regrettably, dark matter is not synonymous with dark iron or dark silver. These are not artificially synthesized materials. To acquire such super substances, one must detonate black holes, a feat beyond his current capabilities, and perhaps this world does not harbor the means to synthesize these two metals. For now, all he requires is dark matter. It does not react with any tangible reality, but governs the universe's processes. Some knowledge may currently elude understanding. Yet this does not hinder a methodical application. Yihua diligently inputted the equations for the fusion of dark matter and real matter, focusing intently on the data fluctuations as the surrounding virtual screens flickered incessantly, all unfolding from a perspective imperceptible to ordinary life. Precision was paramount in manipulating URU metal, vibranium, and other elements at the atomic level for high-precision fusion. Yihua initiated the process by breaking down the two metals into atomic states using specialized devices, then directed the nanobots to arrange and combine them in a specific sequence. This was a culmination of countless attempts that ultimately succeeded in forging a novel metal. This new metal not only possesses the extraordinary hardness and stability of vibranium, rendering it impervious to high-frequency sound waves, but also inherits the exceptional energy conduction properties of URU metal, coupled with excellent molecular toughness, preventing it from fracturing under energy overload. Now, It merely needed to merge with dark matter according to the solar algorithm, and the task would be accomplished. Suddenly, the data fluctuated wildly, revealing an unprecedented stable value. It truly could work, Yihua exclaimed with excitement. It is worth noting that he was not utilizing dark iron, nor dark silver, in this material. The fusion of vibranium and URU metal had no recorded data in the database. Yet, to his astonishment, merging it with dark matter in accordance with the specifications for the solar weapon engine proved successful. What remarkably potent supermaterial! The new alloy not only overcame the flaws of both vibranium and URU metal, but also fused seamlessly with dark matter, satisfying the requirements for integrating with the weapon engine and dark matter computer. Although the fusion rate reached only 90, this was inconsequential. After all, in this world, one would hardly imagine launching an attack against my meager 10 from the dark dimensions. Observing the irregularly flowing black metallic liquid within the peculiar instrument, Yihua felt an indescribable joy. This was not merely a new metal. It symbolized boundless potential. The celestial computer, stellar energy class weaponry, and genetic engines were the keys capable of forging a civilization. He commenced the construction of the energy core, inputting a simplified computational program. Instantly, countless miniature wormholes appeared within the Grand Hall, transporting various materials as if conjured from thin air, quickly generating core components before assembling them. In essence, this was merely a decomposition and reassembly on an atomic level. Yihua designated this metallic marvel, the pinnacle of his current technology, as Escalade. Thereafter, the complete Imperial armor and the ultra-simplified Celestial fighter could commence their implementation. Soon, a stable stellar energy core was formed. Algorithms were inputted, and the editing engine executed. 10, 50, 100. The engine was complete, and data correction was finalized. With the dark matter computer implanted within, various data began to synchronize, and the weapon engine commenced official operations. In an instant, the entire island base radiated with brilliance, the energy core connecting throughout the island. Powerful forces transmitted along specialized pathways to every corner. The newly constructed ancient-style architecture revealed an unprecedented functionality under this influx of energy. Characters unlike those of this world emerged upon the walls, signaling the activation of the energy regulation devices. Haha, I'm a god. Gazing at the hollow metallic sphere, Yihua erupted into joyous laughter. Super soldiers, even gods, are fundamentally reliant on equipment and technology. Only with higher technological equipment can the combat capabilities of super soldiers soar exponentially. It is only with the celestial fighter augmenting the third-generation divine body that one can truly be deemed a supreme deity. Currently, he was nothing extraordinary. This island base was merely a larger toy, utterly unrelated to the fighter jets, let alone celestial entities. To draw a comparison, it was akin to a mere flame-grade weapon. A stellar-class weapon endowed with a supercomputing core could resonate with stars and, supported by ample stellar energy, could effortlessly shatter colossal interstellar battleships or obliterate a continent. That was all. If true combat celestial entities were akin to adults, then his island base was but an ant. Yet, with this perfect metal, he could amass resources, and as his strength and knowledge grew, he could forge a genuine celestial fighter, ascending to become a truly omniscient and omnipotent deity. The future is indeed promising. As the final component was installed, the entire island base seemed to come to life, powerful energy coursing through it. Yihua gazed at his masterpiece, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This base was poised to become the pivotal force that would alter the course of the future. Chapter 38. A visit to shield a small island in the Caribbean has inexplicably vanished, eluding detection by all existing communication and surveillance methods. It has abruptly disappeared from satellite imagery. The disappearance of an island is a matter of great concern, not only to its sovereign nation, but also to meteorological and geological observation agencies. Just as they were preparing to take action and dispatch personnel for on-site investigation, SHIELD provided a response. It was suspected that seismic activity had caused the island to sink beneath the ocean's surface in an instant. Whether or not one believes this, the words of SHIELD hold authority. Thus, The nature of the island's disappearance remains beyond inquiry or disturbance, as SHIELD will conduct an investigation. They promised to inform the parties involved as soon as results were available. All they had to do was wait. Consequently, this picturesque island, with significant tourism potential, was marked as submerged by the marine authority of its sovereign nation, and the matter faded from public interest. Coulson, I'm beginning to believe what you said. Coming here feels like stepping into another world. Nick Fury exclaimed, his singular eye reflecting profound astonishment. Coulson smiled slightly and pointed, "Director, look over there." Following his gesture, Nick Fury gazed into the distance, where swirling mist enveloped various parts of the island. However, these clouds appeared peculiar, seemingly substantial and in constant motion. Even sprouting tentacles that transported construction materials and assembled majestic structures. He understood well that this was no ordinary fog. It was a congregation of countless nanobots, as Coulson had previously reported. Yet witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. How had nanobot technology progressed to such an extent? Even Stark Industries technology could not rival this. Extraterrestrial technology. The universe is far more expansive than we can comprehend. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have dared to believe it, Coulson mused. He had visited this place numerous times, yet each visit reshaped his understanding. Everything here transcended terrestrial technology. In just over 6 months, the countless nanobots had transformed the nearly 3,000 square mile island into a town reminiscent of a science fiction film. However, it was not characterized by modern glass and steel structures, but rather by intricately carved ancient architecture surrounded by the mist of the nanobots, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The island featured a single, wide, straight avenue leading to the grandest hall, with strange lights and shadows flickering around various buildings. Reminiscent of holographic screens or energy circuits, an enigma to him. The amalgamation of ancient architectural style with advanced technology did not appear sci-fi. Instead, it bore hints of Eastern mystical culture. From an external perspective, it resembled an ancient city plucked from an anime, its design and style shrouded in mystery. Perhaps due to the resemblance of its inhabitants to the Chinese people, all signage and placards within the city were written in Chinese. This world might be closer to Chinese culture than he realized. As agents, they often evaluate individuals and situations from multiple perspectives. Akin to stepping in with the right foot one day and the left foot the next, such actions could seem significant. Heavenly City, Nick Fury whispered, observing the gilded characters above the city gate. This was not merely a sign, it was a plaque. As the leader of agents proficient in various languages, he comprehended the formal script and its implications, which only prompted further contemplation. "Director, I believe Yihua is safe and that he is our ally," Coulson remarked, catching Fury's eye. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't have taken the trouble to come here today." As they approached, an energy circuit or defensive mechanism activated atop the city wall, and a glowing energy sphere materialized, resonating with Yihua's voice. "Since you have arrived, do not linger outside the gate. Come in." Yihua's voice echoed throughout the island, reminiscent of a reverberating sound system. The heavy gates opened slowly, resembling a celestial gateway, with mist swirling at their feet. "Let us go. He seems to be expecting us." The nanobot mist transformed into directional signs, guiding them onward, indicating that Yihua awaited their arrival. In the research hall, Yihua observed the astonished expressions of the SHIELD agents on the screen and smiled gently. It had taken considerable effort over the past half-year, but the base was now operational, requiring only minor refinements to integrate all programming into a cohesive unit. The ultra-compact Battle Celestial, despite its minimal enhancement to his computational capacity, could still perform numerous intriguing tasks. For instance, on this island, speech was accompanied by sound amplification, allowing for a clear awareness of the island's every movement. Additionally, it was equipped with stellar resonance and flame-grade weaponry cores, capable of annihilating celestial bodies. It also assisted him with various tasks, leaving him quite satisfied. As Nick Fury and Coulson followed the directional signs, a plethora of novel sights unfolded before them. Yet, they could only observe as their latest detection instruments had all malfunctioned. Despite the vast base being in plain sight, They could discern nothing. No wonder the island had vanished from satellites. In truth, the instruments had ceased to function the moment they set foot on the island, though they had only just realized it. However, their experience and intuition allowed them to deduce many issues, such as the seemingly decorative ancient lanterns that were, in fact, energy collectors capable of absorbing stray energy from the environment. This was rather exaggerated. Such technology should only exist in theory. Moreover, the wooden doors were impervious to even the sharpest daggers, leaving no mark, suggesting they were not made of wood at all. It was highly probable that this was a steel base, transformed by Yi Hua's unfamiliar technology into its current form. Soon, Yi Hua welcomed them into the reception hall, deeming it unnecessary to go to the main hall. "Welcome, my friends," Yi Hua greeted with a smile. Nick Fury surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I am pleased you consider us friends, but I must inquire why your location vanished from satellite imagery. Have you employed some form of signal jamming?" It was entirely unnecessary. It would be better for him to provide an explanation to appease the Security Council. The materials used in the construction possessed the ability to autonomously mask Earth's information technology. Yi Hua chuckled lightly, continuing, "I understand your intentions. You cannot afford such materials, and even if I provided them to you, they would be unusable with Earth's current technology. The supermetal material, infused with dark matter, completely shields optical signals and is utilized in the creation of weapon engines and energy cores, with each hull equipped with its corresponding engine. When interconnected, they place the base within a unique force field, which explains its disappearance. As for how you handle the council, that is not my concern. I trust you will devise a solution." Nick Fury's inquiry was merely a pretext. He desired the technology present here, but the fact remained that he could not afford it. "Very well. Let us discuss our transaction. You must have completed the battlesuits by now." Seeing that Yi Hua did not wish to elaborate further, Nick Fury decided to proceed with the matter at hand. Of course, with a snap of his fingers, Yi Hua summoned a silver briefcase, which was promptly delivered. Inside lay a nanofiber protective suit, impervious to water, oil, and dirt, with the ability to regenerate damage to a certain extent. It was as lightweight and comfortable as ordinary textiles, porous and membranous, allowing air to pass through while providing breathability, wind resistance, and filtration of fine particles, effectively blocking aerosols and offering protection against biochemical weapons and toxic substances. Donning the suit would transform one into a superhuman. There were 5 suits in total, all crafted according to the designs provided, with a processing fee of 500 million, payable in rare elements. Yi Hua recalled the moment when Coulson approached him for a trade, initially believing he sought some technology or weaponry. He had even prepared to offer the SHIELD dark matter energy battery, which would undoubtedly surpass Iron Man's reactor. However, little did he know that SHIELD's interest lay in the abhorrent undergarments, a truly perplexing turn of events. The SHIELD was unable to produce the nanoscale vibranium alloy, much like Captain America's shield, which could not be analyzed or replicated, yet they desired it, with remarkable toughness and resilience. Even armor-piercing rounds from rockets could not harm the abhorrent undergarments. If such an alloy were to be widely adopted for protective suits worn by trained agents, it would instantly yield a legion of super soldiers. Naturally, Nick Fury found himself quite captivated. Well, considering these were merely failed prototypes from initial experiments. As long as they were satisfied, that was sufficient. As for the extent of resources he had embezzled to construct the base, that was a secret known only to him. With a technical monopoly, he dictated the price of processing materials, insisting on a processing fee as well. How does this work? Nick Fury inquired as he opened the briefcase, revealing 10 silver coins neatly arranged inside, each approximately the size of a $1 coin. The obverse bore the emblem of the bald eagle along with the full spelling of SHIELD, while the reverse showcased a men's suit design. It appeared these coins represented the final form of the nano-combat suits he had requested, intended for special situations and unexpected contingencies, tailored for specific individuals. Naturally, the suit design was not limited to just the formal attire. Each of the 10 nano-silver coins featured a different clothing style on their reverse sides. Nick Fury was quite pleased with Yihua's decision to encapsulate the nanoparticle storage device as silver coins, emblazoned with the S, H, I, E, L, D insignia. It was a straightforward process, requiring only fingerprint authentication. Nick Fury nodded at Coulson, resolved to bestow this nano-battle suit, valued at $2 billion, upon his most outstanding and diligent subordinate. Chapter 39. The Avenger Initiative. Upon donning the nano suit, Coulson underwent an immediate transformation. It fit him as if tailored by a master craftsman, appearing merely as an ordinary suit at first glance. It was utterly discreet, and the enemy would never suspect it to be a highly defensive nano armor. How does it feel? Coulson was aware of Nick Fury's inquiry. He replied, "Apologies, Director, but it feels no different from regular clothing, though it is notably lighter." Fury, however, found it hard to believe that he had invested nearly $2 billion in raw materials merely to create an ordinary outfit. Shall I test its capabilities? Nightingale had no objections, recognizing the significance of the investor. Nick Fury's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, "Let us first assess its defensive capacity." He gestured for his subordinates to fire at Coulson. He had faith in both the $2 billion nano suit and the shooting skills of his agents. Meanwhile, Coulson felt a rush of apprehension. Many thoughts surged forth, but he could not articulate them, forcing himself to stand firm. As the bullets sped towards him, Coulson felt minimal impact, as if an invisible barrier shielded him. The bullets struck his body with a sound akin to hitting steel, deforming before falling to the ground. Impressive protection. Yet what if it faces a stronger attack? Nick Fury mused aloud, while contemplating a more potent weapon for testing. Coulson felt a surge of anxiety. "That's enough," he interjected. "If you wish to conduct further tests, please do so elsewhere and spare my space from disarray." He waved his hand, directing away the scattered bullet casings, and added, "This is merely a high-end garment with protective properties capable of absorbing and dissipating substantial energy. Beyond that, it serves no further purpose." After all, it was composed of a modest amount of vibranium, iron, and other metals, combined with inferior products generated by solar technology. One could not expect it to be extraordinarily exceptional. Nonetheless, Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction, and Coulson exhaled in relief, knowing that the nanosuit's test had been a resounding success. Now, they awaited its extraordinary performance in real combat. A tinge of regret lingered. It could not be equipped with weapons, which would have augmented its power. Nick Fury sighed and glanced at Nightingale, a silent communication in his gaze. "Vibranium does not conduct energy, and my weapons are not suited for you. Primarily due to my own laziness, you could conceal a handgun in your attire with similar efficacy." "Very well, it appears that is the only option for now." Nick Fury was reluctant to dwell on the subject. He had ample time to explore the capabilities of the nanosuit. "I have two matters I wish to request your assistance with. I need a specialized combat suit and a nanosuit capable of outfitting an assault team." "Not a problem. You provide the materials, and we maintain our usual pricing." Nightingale chuckled, finding a newfound appreciation for the processing industry. With $2 billion worth of materials, only a mere 1% would actually be utilized, while the remainder would be allocated for constructing bases and expanding the shadow dimension. Each nanosuit would incur an additional processing fee of $100 million. He need not even lift a finger. The nanorobots would handle it, and with the advanced craftsmanship and assembly line in Tiancheng, it was an effortless profit. Neither money nor materials are an issue. Nick Fury, equally unfazed by financial constraints, could arguably be wealthier than Iron Man S. H. ILD. Wishes to construct a sky carrier? Not a problem. Each nation can initially contribute $100 billion, with at least half flowing into S. H. I. EL. DS private accounts. Does S. H. IEL. D. require additional Windhawk fighters? No issue. The Council will allocate $100 billion, with likely less than 10% actually reaching the intended purpose. After all, the organization is vast, backed by the International Security Council. Anything that can be resolved with money is hardly a concern. Did he truly believe this nanosuit was worth $2 billion? How much of that had found its way into Nightingale's coffers? The transformation of this small island into its current state could be seen as S. H. DS tacit support. But what did it matter, as long as Nightingale remained useful to him? Money had always been a mere numeral devoid of value. Power, wealth, and allure. These were the means he could employ to entice Nightingale. After all, what else could an extraterrestrial god desire on Earth? There is one more matter. Since you are aware of the Avenger initiative, I would like to invite you to join this team as our weapons and equipment advisor. He had offered wealth and allure, which Nightingale had accepted, and now it came down to power. Should you agree, I can grant you security clearance just below mine. All resources of SHIELD will be at your disposal. You may not realize promises are universally appealing, and Nick Fury displayed considerable sincerity. Nightingale acknowledged that the proposition was indeed tempting. If SHIELD agents were dispatched worldwide to gather various resources for him, he would have the confidence to construct a formidable celestial fighter and a legion of super soldiers. Before Thanos could arrive, they could confront him first. However, working for them was out of the question. SHIELD would never fully serve his interests. The anticipated salary before joining and the actual compensation received would undoubtedly be drastically reduced. Folding his arms and raising an eyebrow, Nightingale stated, "Why would I join your so-called Avenger initiative? I do not belong in this world and have many matters awaiting my attention." Unyielding, Nick Fury urged, "Your abilities are formidable. By joining us, you can protect more people from supernatural threats. You possess advanced technology, and we have an unfathomable array of manpower and resources. Only through collaboration can we achieve a win-win scenario." Nightingale scoffed dismissively. "You overestimate SHIELD. And do you not have Tony as your advisor?" However, considering their current amicable partnership, Nightingale continued, "Our collaboration is quite satisfactory as it stands. I have no desire to alter it. In the spirit of partnership, should you face an insurmountable malevolent force, I might lend my assistance, but to have me remain long-term and engage in your plans is out of the question." Nightingale was resolute in his refusal, having turned down SHIELD's invitations multiple times. Nick Fury sighed in resignation, recognizing that he could not compel him, and ultimately conceded, "Very well. I hope that when the time comes, you will offer your assistance." However, such an outcome was not entirely unfavorable. How could an extraterrestrial being, or even a god, be expected to work under ordinary agents? As long as he caused no chaos or destruction and was present when needed, that was sufficient. It seemed that the so-called gods were not as formidable as they appeared. Yet at the very least, his financial and alluring tactics had proven effective. Receiving the blueprint Nick Fury handed him, Nightingale raised an eyebrow. "Captain America? Indeed. It appears you are aware. We discovered him last week in the Arctic glaciers, and he is still alive." Nick Fury nodded, revealing no secrets. As Nightingale was well acquainted with SHIELD, the agency's data and proposal archives were as familiar to him as his own backyard. Thus, there was no need to conceal Captain America's discovery from Nightingale, as this was pivotal to forming the Avengers. Another purpose of this visit was to gauge Nightingale's perspective on Captain America. "We are preparing to awaken him. He will lead the Avengers. No one could be more suitable." Indeed, Nightingale chuckled, acknowledging the wisdom in Fury's approach. The extraterrestrial prince, the green giant who transforms with rage, alongside the charming playboy, Iron Man. If one were to include oneself in this mix, who could possibly lead whom? I fear that if they were to sit together, merely refraining from demolishing the surroundings would be a cause for gratitude. As for Black Widow and Hawkeye, they're merely sidekicks. "So, you intend for me to craft a nano battle suit for Captain America?" Nighthua's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" "None whatsoever. Should Captain America don a nano battle suit, coupled with the additions of Black Widow and Hawkeye, it would be akin to entering a novice village equipped with 6 divine artifacts. That unfortunate soul, Loki, would surely question his existence, while the Chitauri might find themselves in tears. Similarly, due to his own circumstances, Tony's Iron Man suits undergo frequent upgrades. The current Iron Man is undeniably formidable. Moreover, Nick Fury's ambitions are grand this time. Beyond commissioning Captain America his nano-battle suit, he seeks 30 standard combat suits for the S.H.I.L.D. strike team, complete with helmets. He even inquired if I possessed any powerful weapons suitable for ordinary individuals, yet immensely impactful. A complete upgrade? A cadre of budget Black Panthers? Intriguing. Well, it appears this is a substantial order, but do you possess sufficient vibranium? 1 kilogram of vibranium and materials worth billions can produce only 5 nano-battle suits. No deception here. Bargaining is out of the question. Night Hua chuckled, as if envisioning a torrent of resources flowing in. 1 kilogram of vibranium can yield but 5 nano-battle suits? Huh. Each suit requires less than 10 grams. Given their inferior quality as defective products, one cannot expect excellence. As for weaponry, I have some ideas. A quantum energy rifle, powered by solar energy, capable of delivering nearly infinite firepower, green and pollution-free. Although it doesn't necessitate vibranium, it remains quite expensive. Indeed, with so many engaged in technological monopolies, there must be a reason, because it is gratifying. You can exploit others to the fullest, and they will still express gratitude. Upon hearing of the quantum energy rifle, Nick Fury's eyes brightened. Price was not an issue, but the weapon's potency was paramount. You see, he is indeed quite pleased. Knight Huan nodded, assuring him that it would be adequate against most supernatural entities. What about the price? As for vibranium, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. truly possess little. I know these battle suits require far less vibranium than that. Perhaps we could procure it from you, trading with other resources. No negotiations. Without vibranium, do not expect to manufacture so many pieces of equipment. In light of the substantial order, I can concede on less significant materials, but for vibranium, this universal metal, I hardly have enough for myself. Any profit is welcome. I cannot very well visit Wakanda and threaten the old king. That would be exceedingly rude. Nick Fury found himself at an impasse. Knight Hua insisted that 200 grams of vibranium were necessary to craft a single nano-battle suit, leaving him to seek alternatives. He was curious about the source of Knight Hua's vibranium, seemingly inexhaustible, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Ultimately, after some back and forth, both parties joyfully reached an agreement. Chapter 40. I have a plan. The transaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly represents a substantial order, further endearing the head of the organization to Yihua. Should everything progress as anticipated, the precious materials siphoned from this deal would far exceed expectations, with nearly 99 deemed unnecessary. Yihua envisions utilizing these resources in areas of genuine need, allowing him to expand his dark dimensional space by more than double. With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, he could successfully establish numerous formidable technological frameworks. A truly powerful dark dimension embodies the culmination of civilization's technology and wisdom. While many tools and techniques may remain unused, their absence would render claims of omniscience and omnipotence hollow. Consequently, Yihua resolved to meticulously craft a unique, unprecedented weapon of a new era. After all, it would be unwise to allow them to provide such resources without reciprocation. This weapon would not only boast remarkable attributes, such as energy efficiency and zero pollution emissions, but would also present a compact, yet imposing design. Its latent power would be astounding, leaving onlookers in awe. Notably, the weapon would possess an almost limitless energy supply and an inexhaustible reservoir of ammunition. With only a one-time purchase, it would yield lifelong benefits, effortlessly confronting any formidable challenges or complex circumstances. By integrating quantum physics with advanced nanotechnology, a miniature quantum energy core would be embedded within, harnessing quantum entanglement to convert ambient energy, such as solar and thermal energy, into high-density electrical power. This rifle would utilize the principles of quantum entanglement for efficient energy conversion and storage, thereby delivering an output of nearly infinite firepower. In essence, it would be a perpetual motion weapon of city-level potency, a nuclear-grade rifle in the hands of a single soldier. Nick Fury, captivated by the presentation, felt an overwhelming desire for this weapon. However, a significant hurdle remained. He simply could not afford it. although constructed from lightweight composite materials such as carbon fiber and titanium alloy. The technology of the embedded miniature quantum energy core represented an astronomical cost. Much like Iron Man's arc reactor, while the price might not be astronomical, the technological value was beyond comprehension. Moreover, the prospect of a weapon capable of perpetual motion, devoid of pollution, and delivering nuclear-level power with every shot was truly extraordinary. Yihua generously offered a friendship price of 100 billion, asserting that he was not profiting from the deal, regardless of the cost of production. The Earth's current technology could not replicate such a super-energy rifle. 100 billion truly seemed like a bargain. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had substantial funds, this price was still somewhat outrageous. Such strategic weapons could not be equipped en masse, as nuclear arms are intended for deterrence, not for every soldier to wield on the battlefield. Fury emphasized the need for practicality, suggesting that the weapon should be reserved for special forces rather than given to every individual. Nevertheless, Yihua was adamant that as long as the resources were available, any weaponry request could be satisfied. For the time being, only one quantum energy rifle was necessary. Nick Fury, recognizing the strategic significance of such a weapon, would not let this opportunity pass. After all, it was merely 100 billion. To maintain peace on Earth, the Council would readily provide the funds. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement, with the total value of resources potentially soaring to 200 billion, which S.H.I.E.L.D. would expedite. The subsequent supply deliveries and our collaboration would be overseen by Agent Clark. Rumor had it that the two had developed a substantial rapport, having shared intimate moments, necessitating a more conducive environment for fostering their relationship. Nick Fury was entirely considerate of Yihua's well-being. Yihua shrugged. In comparison to the 200 billion worth of resources, this was a trivial matter. After bidding farewell to S.H.I.E.L.D., Yihua proceeded to the research hall. Thus began the next phase of work. Within this laboratory, brimming with futuristic weaponry development, data flickered incessantly on the massive central screen, reminiscent of countless stars interwoven across the cosmos. The metallic walls were adorned with vibrant energy circuits, exuding beauty and brilliance. Nanobot mist machines continuously generated little sprites, dispatched throughout the island, busily navigating an array of instruments. Antimatter bombs and antimatter energy cells lay quietly on display, emanating an unsettling aura. Yet these so-called powerful weapons, the pinnacle of human technology, were deemed trivial within this laboratory, viewed by Yihua merely as currency for extraterrestrial exchanges. With the establishment of the Sky City, such minor tasks could be delegated entirely to the nanobots. The power gem, it seemed, remained an enigma, its composition and rules eluding analysis. It would require over a decade to decipher, by which time it would be of little use. A purple power gem floated within another analytical device, its potential yet to be determined due to computational constraints. Unless directly engaged, utilizing it haphazardly might unlock all powers and formidable physical defenses. Otherwise, it could be cast into a stellar energy furnace to extract its infinite energy as fuel, compared to boundless energy and becoming a headstrong warrior. Yihua favored understanding its conceptual framework. This could be pivotal in creating a void engine, upgrading the fourth-generation divine body, and ultimately achieving immortality. At this stage, technology had transcended to a conceptual level. He hoped that, after the next upgrade, the pace of analysis would accelerate, offering insightful revelations regarding the rules and concepts inherent to the power gem. Turning to weaponry, the S-Class alloy, a synthesis of solar technology, vibranium, and URU metal, epitomized perfection, undoubtedly the finest metal in existence. The new Imperial armor had long been completed, requiring neither extensive dark matter computing nor complex energy parsing. Efficient energy conduction sufficed. With the Aurora Shield and Aurora Blade also in the mix, these remained the focal research projects. Currently, the weapon engine construction for both was nearing completion, and the full version of the Imperial armor would soon be unveiled. Surveying the room filled with accomplishments, all of which were painstakingly crafted from scratch, Yihua acknowledged the indispensable contributions of the nanobots. Standing at the center of the laboratory, he inhaled deeply and declared, "Initiate the nanobot weapon manufacturing program." Instantly, the surrounding nanobot mist machines converged, forming a luminous cloud. Access data pertaining to spacecraft-grade civilization weaponry within the dark dimension. Commenced the generation of the quantum energy rifle template. The quantum energy rifle required no elaborate design. Replication would suffice. However, the high-powered individual combat weapon requested by Nick Fury posed a greater challenge. The database contained only its name and origin, rendering it unworthy of storage space. It appeared that my DIY skills would be put to the test. Yihua smiled as an idea emerged in his mind. What about the Victory Hypergun? Originally designed for the Victory Squad to combat monsters, its design and functionality were commendable. He proceeded to generate the design blueprint. With the assistance of the genetic engine, the design of the Victory Hypergun materialized on the screen before him. After refining it, he perfectly recreated its intended appearance from a show, including energy sources and optoelectronic conversion settings. Generate the plan. Commence data transmission. Yihua issued the command, and the robotic cloud swiftly transformed its shape, initiating the construction of a weapon framework. Here, all necessary equipment was at hand, as the nanobots moved with remarkable speed. Moments later, a sleek energy handgun, predominantly silver with accents of black and gold, took form. Technology knows no bounds. Every thought can manifest into reality. Yihua grasped the handgun, a smile gracing his lips. "Victory team, mobilize!" he exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. Not only had the appearance been restored, but he had also equipped it with 6 types of energy magazines capable of firing energy blasts, lasers, freezing projectiles, electric shocks, illumination flares, and signal grenades. One must question the integrity of such advancements. Of course, these were mere trifles. After inputting commands, the nanobots could autonomously operate the equipment to produce the desired items. Yihua toyed with the Victory Hypergun in his hand before setting it aside, refocusing his thoughts on his previous work in a laboratory. He proceeded to another section of the lab, where a special apparatus housed a golden potion, resembling a solid metallic sphere, yet composed of various genetic data chains. This was the blueprint for the solar flare version of the Super Soldier Gene Engine. Gene Upgrade Liquid, Gene Engine. These 3 concepts were worlds apart. Particularly, the Gene Engine posed an immense challenge. Even gathering the materials on Earth was a daunting task, with only a fraction available. Were it not for the significant contributions from Blue Sister, as well as resources from the Sandar Star donors and the Taiwan Group, he would not have been able to commence the development of a Gene Engine at this juncture. This was merely a matter of materials. The colossal data that required computation was truly overwhelming, rendering the weapon engine a mere novice in comparison. However, after considerable time spent, some progress had indeed been made. Yihua approached the apparatus containing the Gene Engine blueprint, scrutinizing the golden potion with great care, fully aware that each genetic data chain was crucial and allowed for no margin of error. He began to rectify any deviations in the data, ensuring compatibility with human genes on Earth without triggering mutations. Yihua activated a nearby ultra-precise analyzer, placing the potion sample within. The analyzer sprang to life, operating at high speed, as various data streamed frantically across the screen. What he saw was a flawless super soldier, not the mutated byproducts of Morgana's gene virus. The solar flare would ultimately rise to greatness in this world. Yihua's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his eyes unblinking while his mind raced, analyzing and interpreting the complex and vast data before him. Chapter 41, Genetic Engineering, the creation of super soldiers. And even the concept of deities can ultimately be traced back to the initial genetic enhancement program of the Divine River civilization. This endeavor aimed solely at augmenting the physical capabilities of living beings and extending their lifespans through simple gene enhancement, granting them extraordinary physical attributes far surpassing their peers. This marked the advent of the first generation of super gene technology. However, as interstellar travel progressed and technology advanced, the primitive version of super gene engineering became inadequate. Thus, the gene engine was conceived, endowing organisms with extraordinary powers, enabling them to soar through the skies, manipulate the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, thus unlocking limitless potential within themselves. Super soldiers began to emerge as extraordinary entities, distinctly separate from ordinary humans, with lifespans exceeding a millennium. Yet, despite their formidable nature, super soldiers were not without flaws. Firstly, the strength of an organism's genes is finite and cannot be infinitely enhanced. Secondly, the gene engine requires spatial capacity. It cannot be excessively crammed within a single organism. The more powerful the gene engine, the greater the genetic space required, rendering multiple gene engines impractical. This implies that multi-ability super soldiers would possess relatively weak capabilities, resulting in the majority of second-generation super soldiers exhibiting only a singular extraordinary ability. Furthermore, activating the gene engine necessitates consuming biological energy. How much energy can an organism harbor? A crucial point, and the most fatal flaw of super soldiers, is their mortality. Upon death, a super soldier becomes nothing more than a decaying mass of flesh, leaving behind no remnants. The pursuit of immortality and greater power is an inevitable aspect of the evolution of all life forms and civilizations. Thus, the application of dark dimension technology led to the conceptual birth of the initial version of the deity. Consider the scenario where an auxiliary device is crafted in the dark dimension, its output port connected to a super soldier. Would it not enhance the combat prowess of the super soldier? For instance, if a large energy shield apparatus were constructed in the dark dimension, it could envelop the super soldier in a protective energy shield at all times, endowing a diminutive organism with the defensive capabilities of an interstellar warship. By extension, one could replicate the functional components of an interstellar warship within the dark dimension, with the output port designated for the super soldier, activated by the gene engine, thus allowing a living entity to possess the functionalities of an interstellar vessel. How formidable would that be? Thus, the third generation of super soldiers was born. Yet, at this juncture, they were still not deities, as they remained susceptible to death and could be vanquished. The notion of deities arose from the audacious hypotheses proposed by the scientists of the Divine River civilization following the success of the third generation of super soldiers. If embedding weaponry into the dark dimension could confer the super soldier with the weapon's capabilities, what of other technologies? Gene repair devices could heal ailments and injuries. Theoretically, by continuously repairing cellular damage, an organism could achieve immortality. If such technology were integrated into the dark dimension, it could potentially give rise to immortal super soldiers. The central database housed all knowledge of the Divine River civilization. If replicated and placed into the dark dimension, one could potentially create omniscient super soldiers. Thus, if various technological devices from the civilization could be constructed within the dark dimension, then an all-powerful super soldier could indeed be fabricated. What effects would granting immortality, omniscience, and omnipotence to a super soldier produce? It would signify the Divine River civilization's successful creation of a deity. From that moment onward, the transcendent universe transitioned into the era of deities in the dark dimension. Other developed powers, such as the power of kings, merely served as auxiliary outputs for the dark dimension, akin to varying engine outputs and performances. Yet, in essence, there was little distinction. Initially, there were no hierarchical classifications among deities. After all, they were all immortal beings, so why categorize them? It was not until the divine Kaisha of the angelic civilization first discerned the super gene code that could sustain the deity's eternal existence and applied it to a select few angelic warriors and herself, achieving ultimate eternity, that she delineated clear definitions for super soldiers and deities. The first generation of super soldiers, simple gene enhancement, allowing organisms to attain physical qualities far beyond their counterparts. The second generation of super soldiers, warriors equipped with gene engines, granting them the ability to harness natural energy. The third generation of super soldiers, those who employed dark dimension technology and expanded their genetic capabilities to the utmost limits. The first generation of deities, based on the third generation of super soldiers, decoded the super gene code, resulting in immortal super soldiers. The second generation of deities, building upon the first generation, with enhanced capabilities through further dark dimension expansion. The third generation of deities, possessing immortality, omniscience, and omnipotence, comparable to a civilization in the dark dimension, holding all the wisdom and technology of that civilization. In alignment with the super soldiers and deities, she established a just order. At that time, Kaisha was already the king of the deities, and with the angelic civilization's technology leading the cosmic frontier, there were naturally no objections. Her classifications were accepted without question. Life encompasses birth and death. The angels themselves must adhere to that. They should not impose it upon others. Similarly, the discovery of the supercode was not exclusive to the angels. Figures such as Kieran, Carl, and the Radiant Sun civilization also discovered and mastered it. This concept code could disseminate throughout the universe. Given sufficient energy and matter, regeneration was feasible. During her rebellious phase, Morgana left the angelic city and utilized this technology to forge the demon civilization, contravening the angelic order of justice, and was subsequently deemed evil. Of course, this was not inherently related to her. Rather, she aimed to develop a super soldier gene engine that integrated the ideologies and beliefs of the Radiant Sun, angels, and demons. After all, in this world, she was the supreme deity of technology. Who could possibly challenge her? Night Hua busied himself in the laboratory, surrounded by the twinkling lights of various intricate instruments. The development of the gene engine had reached a critical juncture where every data point was paramount. Modifying the core program of the gene engine, altering cognitive logic, loyalty, and bravery were essential. Super soldiers must be loyal to the sun god, to the celestial city, and to their duties, daring to take responsibility, to sacrifice, and to dedicate themselves to any decision made by the sun god. Once an ordinary individual receives the Radiant Sun version of the gene engine, it becomes their lifelong creed, the sole justification for existence, with no room for doubt or rebellion. Otherwise, all the immense effort and resources spent would merely be for amusement, a tactic only the demon civilization would employ, implanting cognitive information, violently altering existing genes, even obliterating original life forms. Thus, Morgana is deemed a demon for she desecrated the sanctity of life, forcibly altering its developmental trajectory, rendering the demons eternally unable to surpass Morgana's intellect, their future potential laid bare. The Radiant Sun adhered to traditional methods of creation. The gene engine would be implanted during embryonic formation, which is why no modifications were necessary. The angels, however, employed a selection process. After Kaisha assumed leadership, numerous female angels retired to pursue love and beauty, selecting from the offspring of those angels and providing resources to activate their angelic genes. The Super God Academy invested considerable time and resources to calibrate the super gene, allowing it to be inherited through generations of ordinary individuals until adaptation and integration were achieved. As for rapidly acquiring super soldiers, it seemed that resorting to demonic methods was the only option, allowing life to adapt to the super gene, rather than the super gene adapting to the implanted life. As for the potential for mutation or destruction, that would only be determined post-implantation. Open the access to the gene engine and the dark dimension, connecting to the dark dimension network to share the ability to absorb stellar energy and release flames. This step is crucial. The second generation super soldier gene engine, a pseudo third generation super soldier, referring to the angelic civilization. The construction of the dark dimension has always relied solely on the method of the divine Kaisha. The dark dimension required for super soldiers can also be profited from one's own dark dimension. A networked approach to dark dimension construction allows for more concentrated resources and accelerates the progress of civilization. In fact, the Blazing Sun initially employed this method, albeit with flaws. Once the mainframe goes offline, all other terminals cease to function, rendering the super soldiers of the dark dimension inconsequential. This explains why the Blazing Sun, in the absence of a main deity, could not compete with Sun Wukong, who did not possess celestial battlecraft. Later, they adopted a system where the main deity retained half of the resources, while others shared the remaining half to build their own dark dimensions. The advantage of this approach is that even in the temporary absence of a main deity, their combat strength does not significantly decline, preventing them from being bullied. In contrast, I harbor no such concerns. I am everything. If I were to go offline, what use would there be for any super soldiers? By choosing to collaboratively construct a dark dimension and then share the usage rights, control could be enhanced, allowing a single individual to dictate all matters of civilization. This is also the reason Morgana refers to Kaisha as dictatorial. Nighthawk finds this arrangement particularly suitable for himself. The technology of the blazing sun, the management of the angels, and the cultivation methods of the demons are well suited to this tumultuous world, enabling the rapid acquisition of a formidable cohort of super soldiers. Integrating all data, the construction begins. The golden energy sphere begins to shimmer, with gene codes flowing like a torrent, merging with all programming and settings until it gradually stabilizes. Has it succeeded? Within a special instrument, a metallic textured energy sphere hovers in midair, seemingly composed entirely of data and gene codes. The core of the gene engine has been successfully constructed and stabilized. The blazing gene engine, powered by stellar energy, possesses the ability to release flames. The external manifestation of this ability is not of paramount importance. As long as I grant access to the gene engine, it will harness the power of stellar energy. With the opening of technical permissions, its divine potential can unfold into infinite possibilities. What remains crucial is the stability of this gene engine. Further data is required to ascertain its suitability. Only after it is equipped with the gene engine can one truly understand its compatibility. Observing the gene engine, which can be roughly declared a success, a thought begins to form in Nighthawk's mind. Chapter 42. Unexpected surprise with the gene engine development reaching a significant milestone. The long-anticipated super soldier program could finally be officially launched. The mere thought of soon possessing a formidable, indomitable, and utterly loyal super soldier stirred within me an ineffable excitement and anticipation. However, a crucial aspect remained to be resolved: the acquisition of comprehensive data concerning the gene engine's practical application. Only through in-depth analysis and research of this authentic data could we ultimately ascertain the feasibility of resurrecting the solar civilization in this world. Undoubtedly, this was the linchpin of the entire plan's success or failure. After all, even if we succeeded in creating an advanced gene engine, it would be rendered meaningless if it could not be seamlessly integrated into the ordinary populace of this world. Yet, upon reflection, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Based on the data at hand, the gene engine I had personally crafted appeared to be nothing short of perfect, devoid of any discernible flaws or hidden dangers. At least, that was my impression. Even if unforeseen circumstances did arise, the most likely scenario would be that the genetic compatibility between Earthlings and the engine posed certain challenges. However, such issues were not insurmountable. They would merely result in some individuals experiencing genetic mutations during the transformation process, possibly evolving into some form of monsters. This was hardly alarming, as significant genetic disparities exist between different species. To eradicate the impacts of these differences, one need only continuously modify and refine the gene engine throughout subsequent experimental phases. Rather than hastily inviting someone to assess the gene engine's compatibility, it would be wiser to await a more opportune moment. Considering the timeline, since Captain America had already been unearthed, Loki should soon arrive with his army to invade Earth. It is through trials of life and death that exceptional character is revealed. And only through the computation of large-scale population data can we identify super soldiers that align with our requirements. After all, individuals infused with the gene engine who already possess commendable traits would be more readily accepted than those whose behaviors are forcibly altered, experiencing minimal discomfort or disorientation. Thus, preparations commenced. When the Chitauri army invaded, we would unveil a surprise for this world. As for whether Ancient One would have any opinions on the matter, that could be addressed later. At worst, we would merely wait a few years until Ancient One and Odin had departed this realm. Then, I would see who dared to meddle. Returning to the super soldier program and the revival of the solar civilization, these were merely ancillary objectives. Their primary purpose was not to assist me in battle, but rather to provide a backdrop for an illustrious deity. Likewise, the construction of a dark dimension commensurate with an entire civilization and the development of a cosmic computer could not all rest on my shoulders alone. If I were to undertake such tasks single-handedly, I would be endlessly traversing the universe in search of resources, confined to the laboratory to engage in infrastructure development. Tasks that could be delegated to subordinates were naturally not ones I needed to undertake personally. Preserving the data of the Blaze gene engine, having established a successful prototype, countless others could follow. Provided resources were sufficient, recreating it would pose no difficulty. Thus, I would commence the next research project, transforming the Imperial Steed into a dragon. As for collaborating with S, H, I, E, L, D, or engaging in extraterrestrial transactions, the technological demands were too trivial. The nanobots would handle everything. Just as I prepared to explore the transformation of the Imperial Steed, the Dark Dimension detected quantum communication. This was an authorized communication that could access shadowy messages. Nebula, long time no see. Upon Nebula's holographic projection appearing, I greeted her warmly. Regardless of Nebula's disposition or character, she certainly epitomized the ideal worker. In just half a year, she had amassed a wealth of resource information and transactions for me. Without her efforts, relying solely on Earth's limited resources would have made it impossible to develop the gene engine and weapon engine, let alone achieve rapid advancements in my ongoing projects. Are you aboard a spaceship? How? Are you executing missions across the universe again? Nebula nodded nonchalantly, barely managing a faint smile. Though her inner joy remained unspoken, she sought affirmation and recognition, yet she could never surpass her sister, remaining a perpetual failure in Thanos' realm, abandoned and shunned by others in the cosmos. As long as Gamora was present, Nebula would forever lack a place of her own. Conversely, I offer her a sense of significance and psychological solace. After steadying herself, Nebula spoke. Last time, you asked me to find 2 stars of identical mass that are on a collision course, and I have located them, although I am unaware of your intentions. If you wish to witness this event, it would be best to hurry. What? You found them so soon? Hearing this, my interest piqued. Tell me your location. I will come at once. Upon receiving the cosmic coordinates from Nebula, I cast aside all other research, calculated the position and coordinates, and quickly opened a portal to her spaceship, for this matter bore immense importance to me. That is the place. Without indulging in pleasantries, Nebula, ever task-oriented, pointed toward the brilliant lights ahead. The immense gravitational forces of the 2 stars had become mutually locked, with their true collision likely to occur within hours, days, or possibly even years. I'm somewhat puzzled. What is your purpose in seeking such stars? Wait a moment. I will explain later. There is no time for elaboration, I replied, eager to ascertain whether these were indeed the stars I sought, and if they could fulfill the demands for generating supermaterial. Entering the Dark Dimension, I began to acquire stellar data. Following the formation of the universe, matter began to coalesce under gravitational influence, forming stars, planets, and galaxies. Under the same gravitational forces, collisions would also occur. On this grand stage of the cosmos, countless galactic collisions may have transpired in a relatively short time frame, and these 2 stars before me were likely ejected from their respective galaxies during such mergers, becoming rogue stars free from the constraints of their galactic structures. This, however, was inconsequential. What mattered was that the trajectories of these 2 stars were directly opposing, exhibiting astonishing similarities in mass, formation time, and burn rates. This indicated that I need not intervene. I could merely await their collision. Fantastic! These are the stars I require. Nebula, thank you. How about a warm embrace? After acquiring the data of the 2 stars, I was truly elated. Nebula had delivered a magnificent surprise. Finding stars that met my specifications without external interference was no easy feat, especially amidst the vast expanse of the universe. It required sheer luck, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although Nebula seemed somewhat moved, she remained reserved and struggled to express herself, merely casting me an exasperated glance. So, what exactly are you planning to do? I seek a supermaterial known as the super-energy factor. The collision of stars is not a mere bang followed by an explosion, nor is it a swift whoosh leading to fusion. It is rather a complex interplay of surrounding matter and gravitational forces. When 2 stars draw near, their gravitational pull disturbs the material around them, resulting in the formation of matter clouds and the ejection of jets. These phenomena may persist for an extended duration until the matter redistributes and achieves a new equilibrium. Subsequently, the two stars may either merge or pass by each other. In instances of stellar collisions involving equal mass and fulfilling certain criteria, an abundance of supermaterial is generated, including a substance known as the superenergy factor. This entity holds little significance for the universe at large or for super warriors, serving primarily as a source of energy. However, for the solar people, who possess technology driven by stellar energy, this factor is immensely valuable as it can expedite genetic development. In the realm of fantasy literature, this might be likened to a cheat device for accelerated cultivation, a unique item bound exclusively to its user. The explanation is convoluted. Suffice it to say that when these two stars collide, they produce an energy factor that can shorten the duration of my ascension to strength. Currently, my abilities do not suffice to actively create such a substance. Nebula, you have truly been of great assistance this time. Lacking the true capabilities of a third-generation deity, the support of a celestial computer, or the advantages of a civilization-scale dark dimension, I am unable to manipulate the movement of stars. To obtain this energy factor, I must rely on fortune. As it stands, both my luck and Nebula's appear to be remarkably fortuitous. It matters not, as long as it serves your purpose. Nebula maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, she felt a sense of value and necessity from Yihua, alleviating her identity as merely a machine of slaughter. How do you intend to collect that factor? My spacecraft cannot approach too closely, and given the impending collision, the surrounding gravitational magnetic fields are in disarray. To recklessly enter their gravitational range would result in being torn apart. At this moment, Nebula's ship remained at a considerable distance, yet not yet within the true gravitational field, resembling two luminous ping-pong balls connected in the vast darkness of the cosmos. Of course, the two stars have not yet truly begun their collision. This will likely require a few more days. Rest assured, I have my methods. Yihua smiled, asserting that when it comes to stellar energy technology, our solar people would claim second place, with the angels not daring to assert first. As a genetic engineering entity that can approach stars under any circumstance, how could it merely be talk? Chapter 43. Bountiful Harvest in the Vast Expanse of the Universe. Two colossal stars were rapidly approaching one another, their gravitational forces distorting the surrounding space. As their distance diminished, matter from their surfaces began to be torn away, giving rise to spectacular stellar storms. Yet, this was merely the interplay of gravity. The actual collision of the stars had yet to commence. "How beautiful!" murmured Nebula, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before her. I had never noticed such beauty exist in the cosmos. Although the stars had not yet collided, the immense gravitational pull of the two massive celestial bodies had already drawn them closer together. A torrent of energy surged outward in the form of light and heat, akin to a magnificent fireworks display unfolding in the depths of the universe, with the already warped space resembling a crumpled silk fabric, bending light into extraordinary arcs. The scene was reminiscent of the dawn of creation, as radiant beams illuminated the dark cosmos. Standing side by side within their spacecraft, they gazed at the stars from a safe distance beyond the gravitational field, appearing as two fiery ping-pong balls intertwined. Yihua smiled, reflecting on the wonders of stars, the most marvelous celestial entities in the universe, bringing light and hope to the darkness, playing an irreplaceable role in the existence and continuity of life. As a being of solar light, his profound love for stars was palpable. The sight before him was truly indescribable in its grandeur and beauty. He stared at the distant stars drawing nearer, lost in thought, instinctively entranced. In truth, the universe was replete with beautiful scenes, contingent solely upon the company one kept. Nebula glanced at Yihua, her expression contemplative as she hesitated before speaking. "There is something you might want to be aware of. Your home planet, Earth, has caught someone's attention. Soon, it may face invasion." Upon hearing this, Yihua raised an eyebrow, realizing that Loki, Thor's unfortunate brother, had now made contact with Thanos. It was surprising that Nebula would share this information, yet it was not entirely unexpected. "Ah, I see. Earth possesses many formidable beings who are not afraid of conflict. Yuhua smiled, refraining from asking further questions, and Nebula too chose to remain silent. Above all, you must exercise caution. Haha, well, how should I put it? Nebula certainly harbors some affection for me, perhaps even a nascent concept of love, as she appreciates my acknowledgement of her efforts and sacrifices, bringing her a warmth she has never felt before. What should be an ordinary matter has become serious for her, likely due to her upbringing and Thanos' influence. However, even so, I would not divulge much to her, nor do I wish to attract Thanos' attention at this moment. Given that Nebula was a half-mechanical being, her brain had been transformed into a specialized memory storage unit, allowing Thanos to peruse her memories at will. In such circumstances, earning her trust proved difficult, even if she held affection for him. Yuhua shook his head with a sigh, pitying her. "What is it?" Nebula inquired, noticing Yuhua's sympathetic expression. "Nothing. By the way, I have a gift for you." Regardless of the circumstances, Nebula had greatly assisted him this time, otherwise locating two stars on the verge of collision in the universe. While meeting his criteria without external interference would have been akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In the midst of their conversation, Yuhua retrieved a finely crafted butterfly knife from the Earth base. The blade shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, its hilt adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, resembling a magnificent work of art. "This is..." Nebula looked at Yuhua with curiosity. "This is a butterfly knife, specially crafted for you, made from the same metal as my silver wings, incredibly sharp. I hope you will like it." Yuhua smiled as he handed the butterfly knife to Nebula. As she accepted the knife, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Gently caressing the blade, she exclaimed, "A gift?" Yuhua's silver blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through the spacecraft as if it were mere paper. No one could resist a weapon of such caliber. "Why the sudden gift? Is it a reward?" she asked, intrigued. "It seems these two stars hold great significance for you." "Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance. You have been a tremendous help." Yuhua's gaze was gentle and sincere. "If you wish to consider it a reward, then so be it. Divinity is not forged in a day. In the past, to expedite the emergence of a new supreme deity, the Radiant Sun Star had, during Reyna's childhood, amassed resources to upgrade her to a third-generation divine body in a remarkably short time, equipping her with a perfected dark dimension. However, this approach resulted in Reyna becoming a mobile star, unable to control her immense power due to her genetic development and knowledge constraints. Later, the Radiant Sun civilization discovered a supermaterial generated only during stellar collisions, which effectively addressed this issue and accelerated the genetic development of super warriors. In simpler terms, it was akin to a training cheat. Yuhua believed that once he obtained this energy factor, he would swiftly ascend once more, rather than spending nearly a decade to meet the requirements for advancement as he had in the past. Thus, Nebula had proven to be quite reliable, bringing him a delightful surprise. Nebula's cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you. This is the best gift I've ever received, whether a reward or a present." This was her first time receiving such a weapon, capable of slicing through a spacecraft with remarkable sharpness, and she was thoroughly pleased. As she played with the butterfly knife, performing flourishes, her gaze unwittingly drifted toward Yuhua. Yuhua sensed her gaze and smiled faintly. A girl who could wield a butterfly knife was undeniably impressive. Here we go. Before long, the two equally massive stars, influenced by gravity, underwent a true collision. The brilliance of the impact illuminated vast stretches of the dark cosmos. High-temperature matter from within the stars was ejected, resembling flames blooming in the void, with colors ranging from searing white to deep crimson, intertwining and merging. Amidst this breathtaking radiance, smaller asteroids and clouds of dust were instantly vaporized, transformed into minuscule particles that blended into the luminous spectacle. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave radiated outward into the far reaches of space, disturbing even the coldest nebulae, as if announcing the aftereffects of this grand collision. "Stay here. I must collect the energy factor. It will soon appear," Yuhua declared, donning the Emperor's armor, this time upgraded, and affixing the helmet as well. "Wait, are you saying you intend to go now?" Nebula attempted to dissuade him. She had initially thought Yuhua would gather materials scattered from the stellar collision at the outer edges of the galaxy, but it seemed he intended to approach the colliding stars themselves. What are you thinking? Do not worry, I have my methods. Under normal circumstances, he could even bathe in the sun, but the colossal energy generated by the two colliding stars posed a significant challenge, making proximity nearly impossible, even with solar light genes. However, fortune favors the bold. He could not afford to wait a century for the opportunity to ascend to divinity. That would be too late. As Yuhua donned the armor, the weapon engine enabled him to dissipate the force generated by the stellar collision, allowing him to approach the star's surface. When the two stars finally collided, the entire universe seemed to ignite. A tremendous release of energy erupted, forming a brilliant radiance and shockwave that spread outward. The cores of the stars collided and fused, giving rise to a more colossal star. In this process, the materials within the star were subjected to extreme compression, causing a drastic increase in temperature and pressure. The newly formed star commenced nuclear fusion, unleashing even greater energy and luminosity. Simultaneously, the energy factors essential for its sustenance began to manifest. Amidst the high temperatures and pressures, the materials within the star reacted with those surrounding it, resonating with the solar light engine, achieving a subtle state of equilibrium. Now it was the moment. Enter the dark dimension, open the solar light operational interface, and commence the capture of super energy factors. Suddenly, as a surge of searing energy coursed through his body, Yuhua felt as if he were on the verge of combustion. The intensity of this temperature was unbearable, even for the solar light. Yet, the benefits were immense. As his genetic development was accelerating, an indescribable sensation enveloped him. The pain surged like a raging inferno throughout his being, as if every inch of skin and every bone were undergoing excruciating torment. However, within this nearly unbearable agony, a faint trace of exquisite pleasure emerged. Despite being engulfed in flames and enduring relentless suffering, he did not immediately become powerful. Yet, the crucial genetic development appeared to accumulate quietly, akin to an experience bar in a game, slowly building, igniting a sense of anticipation and longing for the future. Perhaps, with just a little more perseverance, a qualitative leap could be achieved, transforming him into a mightier existence. Yuhua gritted his teeth and endured, for he could not yet create the scene of stellar collisions on demand. Such super energy factors were indeed rare and could not be sought after. Missing this opportunity might mean an uncertain wait for another chance to elevate his essence. Thus, no matter how painful, he had to bear it. As time passed, the newly formed star gradually stabilized, beginning to radiate powerful energy and light outward. Its brilliance illuminated the surrounding galaxies, making it one of the most resplendent entities in the cosmos. Regrettably, the super energy factors ceased to manifest once the star stabilized. In truth, they only appeared in the fleeting moment of stellar core collision. Nonetheless, this grand collision birthed many new elements and materials, providing crucial conditions for the evolution of the universe and the emergence of life. Yuhua naturally seized the opportunity to collect resources, gathering some special substances along the way. This must be the true essence of divinity. From the visuals transmitted by the spaceship, Xingyun couldn't help but exclaim. The gravitational and magnetic disturbances caused by the stellar collision had rendered all equipment dysfunctional or even destroyed, preventing her from accurately observing Yuhua's presence, which had caused her concern. However, now that the stellar collision was nearing its conclusion and the formal fusion was commencing, everything around gradually returned to calm, albeit still influenced by the unstable magnetic field, allowing her to observe Yuhua's movements, though the transmitted images remained somewhat blurred. Even the armor Yuhua donned resisted the exploratory signals. Perhaps, in this universe, only Thanos could stand alongside him, gazing at the indistinct images. Yuhua was on the surface of the newly birthed star, seemingly collecting something. Xingyun couldn't help but marvel. In her understanding, Thanos was the most powerful being in this universe, one against whom no one could stand, not even those who claimed to be divine. Yet, Yuhua might indeed be capable of opposing Thanos. After all, The energy generated from the stellar collision was truly sufficient to annihilate everything, and Yihua remained unaffected, standing boldly on the surface of the star. Perhaps even Thanos could not achieve that. As for the so-called Dark Five, they were utterly incomparable, unable to adapt even to the environment of space like ordinary beings. Yihua was a being on par with Thanos, equally invincible and formidable. Xingyun thought to herself, a clandestine plan swiftly crossing her mind, only to be promptly dismissed. She never expected herself to hesitate. Glancing down at the butterfly knife in her hand, she sighed, shaking her head. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not wish to entangle Yihua in her struggle against Thanos. For he was the only one in the universe who truly acknowledged her, embodying the beauty in her heart. Yet with such a sharp dagger, even she could, in an unexpected moment, slay Thanos. In this world, apart from the deities of the rule system, no one could evade the mortal limit of death. A knife plunged into the heart would bring death to anyone, even Thanos. At least, that was how Xingyun perceived it. Because of Yihua's existence and her inexplicable desire not to involve him in her vendetta against Thanos, Xingyun resolved to act independently. Afterward, if she survived, she would pursue the life she desired, living freely alongside the one she loved, even if it meant traversing the universe in search of resources for him. Xingyun gazed into the distant horizon, where the golden, radiant armor resembled a deity, representing the warmth in her heart. Yihua remained oblivious to what Lan Mei was contemplating. After a considerable time spent collecting all useful materials, he returned to the spacecraft where Xingyun awaited. He radiated a more potent aura, his entire being shimmering with brilliance. Upon seeing him return safely, Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief. You finally made it back. I scarcely know how to express it. You dared to approach in such circumstances. Yihua smiled, reassuring her, no need to worry. I'm well aware of what I am doing. He then began examining the special materials he had just collected. First was the super energy factor that merged directly with his body. It acted as a cheat code, significantly shortening the time required for his ascension to divinity. Perhaps soon, his genetic development would meet the criteria for advancing to the third generation of super warriors. Next were the super materials generated from the stellar collision. Although temporarily unnecessary, they were pivotal for the solar light gene. Such substantial gains were all thanks to Lan Mei. Xingyun. Yihua gazed gratefully at Lan Mei, whose perception of him was one of immeasurable tenderness, causing her to feel a sudden sense of awkwardness. Chapter 44. The successful acquisition of the super energy factor stirred an uncontrollable joy within Yihua, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. This not only signified that he was one step closer to realizing his dream of upgrading the third generation of super warriors, but it also heralded the possibility of elevating the development of his own genes to their peak state in a remarkably short time, thereby advancing to become a true deity and liberating himself from the constraints of mortal death. Initially, it was anticipated that achieving this goal would require decades, if not centuries, of arduous effort. However, at this moment, thanks to the assistance of the super energy factor, the path to divinity would be significantly shortened. In a vast universe teetering on the brink of chaos, strength is undoubtedly one of the most critical elements. Only when one's own power is sufficiently formidable. Upon ascending to true godhood and constructing various auxiliary equipment from the dark dimension, can one engage in equitable communication and competition with a myriad of top-tier beings across the cosmos. Otherwise, even a fleeting appearance on this grand cosmic stage could result in being effortlessly obliterated like an ant by those supreme entities. In summary, this universe is perilous. Not everyone enjoys the same immunity as Ancient One, who would turn a blind eye as long as the Earth remains unharmed. Therefore, the successful acquisition of the super energy factor is largely attributed to Sisterland's remarkable contributions. Contemplating this, Yihua turned to Sister Lan with heartfelt gratitude and solemnly expressed, Xingyun, I truly owe you this time. I must sincerely convey my thanks once again. Should you ever need assistance in the future, rest assured that I will do everything within my power to fulfill your requests. Upon hearing Yi Hua's heartfelt words, Sister Lan couldn't help but smile softly, responding, "It seems this super energy factor is indeed crucial to you, but there is no need for thanks. You have already expressed your gratitude." Being with Yi Hua, the sense of fairness and being needed was immensely satisfying, making it difficult for her not to develop feelings for him. Thus, she was reluctant to involve him in her grievances with Thanos. Once she completed all her tasks, perhaps she could pursue a different kind of life. The typically cold Xingyun actually smiled, though her smile appeared somewhat stiff and unfamiliar, truly a pitiable girl. An idea suddenly surged in Yi Hua's mind. "Xingyun, have you ever considered regaining your physical form? I mean your original body, not a modified one. I have a way. Moreover, it might even grant you immense power." Although this action could potentially draw Thanos' attention immediately, Sister Lan had genuinely assisted him greatly. So Yi Hua was willing to take the risk of implanting a super gene engine in her. After all, Ancient One would not perish just yet, and by the time she departed, Yi Hua might himself ascend to divinity. Thus he had little to fear while remaining on Earth. Sister Lan was deeply tempted by Yi Hua's proposal. If it were indeed possible, who would willingly transform most of their body into machinery, devoid of warmth and feeling? Yet her situation was not resolved. She could not let Thanos perceive anything amiss beforehand. "I have grown accustomed to it. It is unnecessary. Thank you." Sister Lan shook her head in refusal, unwilling to delve further into this topic. Yi Hua, respecting her wishes, merely added, "If you ever wish to discuss it, feel free to reach out." Sister Lan's current outing was not due to any task from Thanos, for the Mad Titan did not seek to annihilate planets and civilizations every day. Thus, she found herself wandering the universe primarily for her own reasons. Subsequently, Yi Hua invited Sister Lan to journey to the void, as this outing was an opportune moment to exchange resources. Moreover, much of what Sister Lan had collected consisted of items needed for trade in the void. Yi Hua chose not to utilize a teleportation portal, as time was not pressing. He also needed to experience the changes brought about by the super energy factor. Sister Lan piloted the spacecraft, relishing a unique interstellar journey. Meanwhile, Yi Hua observed that Sister Lan seemed particularly fond of yarrow roots, an alien fruit resembling a white radish, sweet and crunchy, with a texture akin to apples. The two shared enjoyable moments amidst the stars, oblivious to the momentous events unfolding on Earth. Under the cloak of night, SHIELD, Director Nick Fury received urgent reports and hurried to a secret base located 300 meters underground, where researchers were studying the cosmic cube previously employed by Hydra to forge weapons. However, a grave issue had suddenly arisen on a specially constructed experimental platform. The cosmic cube emitted a brilliant blue light, continuously releasing gamma rays, its energy increasingly volatile. "How dire is the situation?" Nick Fury inquired without hesitation from the present staff. As the primary responsible party, Coulson responded immediately, "The worst part is, we have no idea what is happening. If it is a door, then it could be opened from both sides. Perhaps it is not a problem on our end. Sir, no one has approached it prior, nor could anyone have tampered with it." Hawkeye also reported on everything he had observed. Nick Fury was uncertain about the cause of the disturbance, but his experience as the King of Agents told him that matters were far from simple, observing even the physicist Selvig in bewilderment as he searched for answers. Nick Fury was poised to issue the command to shut down all power, secure the cosmic cube, and retreat. However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The cosmic cube erupted with an even more potent energy, causing the entire base to tremble violently. As Hawkeye had suggested, if it is a door, it can indeed be opened from both sides. The blue rays emitted by the cosmic cube coalesced into a spatial tunnel approximately 10 meters away. From this portal emerged a figure wielding a spear, his eyes gleaming with cunning and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Sir," the outcome was predictably disastrous. This individual, identified by Selvig as Loki, the brother of Thor, seized the cosmic cube, turned Hawkeye against his allies, and slaughtered a significant number of agents. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. SHIELD. Agents were utterly unable to cope. Once again, Nick Fury acutely felt that gods were not entities that ordinary humans could contend with. Thus, to confront a god, one could only summon another god. What? He still hasn't returned? Damn it. The island could shield signals, but SHIELDS numbers allowed them to easily deploy personnel around the vicinity. However, when he contacted Clark, who resided on the island, he was informed that Yi Hua was not there. Since his last disappearance, he had not returned, indicating that relying on him was futile for the time being. Fine, I understand. Notify me the moment he returns. After hanging up, Nick Fury let out a deep sigh. Confronted with supernatural powers, even the formidable SHIELD exhibited no capacity for resistance, intensifying his urgency to establish the Avengers. However, since Yi Hua, who claimed to be the sun god, was not an option, it became imperative to deploy a trump card and promptly assemble the Avengers. In an abandoned factory within Russia, Black Widow was engaged in an investigation, immersed in her favored method of interrogation. At that moment, she received a call from Coulson. Tied to a chair, she tilted her head to receive the phone from the suspect. Frowning, "I'm busy. Return to headquarters immediately," Coulson instructed. "Barton has been taken by the enemy." Black Widow's expression turned serious. "Hold on." In an empty boxing gym in New York, a strikingly handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, possessing a well-built physique, relentlessly pummels a heavy bag. Beads of sweat glisten on his robust muscles, and each powerful punch sends the bag swaying violently. The man's expression is grave, as if troubled by inner turmoil. At last, with a forceful strike, the bag bursts apart, scattering fine sand across the floor. Unable to sleep? It is no surprise that the only person capable of prompting Nick Fury to take personal action is none other than Captain America. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit, is submerged underwater, installing a specially designed arc reactor onto an underwater power conduit. The reactor successfully illuminates, merging with the Stark Tower's dedicated power grid, signaling that Stark Tower will become a benchmark for new energy sources. Just as he prepares to return to the tower to celebrate with Pepper Potts over a bottle of champagne, he hears JR. "The ice report, sir. You have a call. My program has been modified by someone else." "Oh, for heaven's sake, why am I always being hacked?" The caller is Agent Coulson, and upon seeing him, Tony knows that the news will not be pleasant. Each member of the original Avengers has a designated contact, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this pivotal organization within the Marvel Universe is set to be successfully assembled. However, Nick Fury is still unable to reach Nighthawk, who holds significant importance in Fury's eyes. In fact, even Tony Stark is somewhat evasive, acknowledging the situation but showing no intention of joining SHIELD for the time being. The only individuals truly persuaded are Captain America and Dr. Banner. Nevertheless, it matters little as long as they can assist when needed. The following day, SHIELD's helicarrier ascends, scouring the globe for the whereabouts of the malevolent Loki, while Nick Fury does not forget to reach out to Clark. Has Nighthawk not returned yet? Didn't he leave behind numerous robots? Can't we at least receive the customized equipment we ordered? Fury emphasizes the urgency. With a great battle impending, he is frustrated by the delay of the highly anticipated gear. Although he cannot locate Nighthawk, it is maddening to know that the equipment he had commissioned is right on the island, but not being delivered to him. "Sir, the robots," Clark remarks, equally exasperated. While the artificial intelligence is indeed sophisticated, offering an illusion of conversing with a human, it remains utterly unreasonable. They simply state that their master has not given them any orders, leaving her stranded in the reception area, as any attempt to wander would be deemed an intrusion. Even revealing her relationship with Nighthawk and their collaboration with SHIELD is ignored by the nanobots, which are simply mindless machine programs. Well, they're machines after all. All right, let us stick with the plan. Notify me immediately upon his return. Fury concludes, realizing that while the equipment's significance is paramount, locating the malevolent Loki takes precedence. At the very least, Captain America and Iron Man are not mere decorations. As SHIELD busily seeks Loki's whereabouts, Nighthawk returns laden with supplies, having visited the Void and later the planet Xander. He is now poised to focus on infrastructural development for an extended period. The realm of technology differs remarkably from the world of cultivation. It often feels exhausting and frenetic. He chuckles, accepting that this is simply the nature of being a technological deity. Oh, Clark has arrived. The nanobots lack quantum or dark communication capabilities. Even though their mainframe is situated in the dark dimension, once they are light years away, they operate in a disconnected state, bound to carry out their preset functions. It appears that this aspect requires an upgrade. Nighthawk. Clark is attired in professional attire, exuding an urban allure accentuated by her glasses. Her bare legs captivatingly enticing. I thought you had forgotten about me since we last spoke. Embracing Clark warmly, Nighthawk soon senses something amiss. What is wrong with you? Nothing, just let me take a look. Clark raises an eyebrow, half expecting something more, but she soon finds herself on the receiving end of Nighthawk's serious gaze, which glimmers with a golden light. This earnestness makes her feel self-conscious. She knows he is not one to feign mystery. Is something wrong with me? Very much so. Genetic radiation. How could I have overlooked this? Nighthawk realizes that the super soldier and a normal human are fundamentally different species, with the former carrying genetic radiation that exceeds even nuclear radiation, especially given that he is infused with solar gene. Close contact with an ordinary person could lead to mutation or destruction. Clark's lack of symptoms thus far is merely due to the genetic radiation not yet reaching a critical threshold. Fortunately, I discovered this in time. You are still salvageable. Nighthawk smiles reassuringly, adding, in fact, it could even enhance your perfection. Perhaps he had previously been too distracted by her striking appearance, unconsciously disregarding her genetic flaws. However, with his research into genetic engines, he now has the means to alter her condition. You need not leave anymore. Stay on the island. Clark is naturally delighted and agrees. Yet her concern for her health prevails. Is there something wrong with my body? Why can't I feel anything? Explaining this is somewhat complicated. I'll tell you later. For now, I need to conduct a thorough examination. Contrary to what Clark had imagined, Nighthawk does not lead her back to the bedroom, but instead to the laboratory. Loki has arrived, sees the Tesseract, and S.H.I.L.D. requires my assistance, as well as the tailored equipment. He thinks, prioritizing the immediate matters at hand over anything else, including his intimate connection with Clark. Chapter 45. The choice gene radiation appears to be a rather formidable challenge. However, in practice, it is not as daunting as one might presume. Otherwise, how could the celestial maidens engage in romantic affairs with mere mortals, all the while extolling the virtues of so-called eternal love? After all, if the resolution of gene radiation issues were indeed insurmountable, the divine beings would likely harbor reservations about even approaching humanity. For the super soldiers, all phenomena in this world ultimately reduce to mere discrepancies in data. With ample time and patience, through the meticulous adjustment of experimental parameters, one can gradually narrow and ultimately eradicate these disparities, thus resolving even the most intricate of problems. At this moment, Clark gently descended from the laboratory table, her exquisitely crafted visage now marred by a look of perplexity. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, I cannot fathom what is amiss with my body. Why do you appear so grave, as though the situation is dire? Indeed, prior to this moment, she had been blissfully unaware of any irregularities within herself. Even after undergoing the series of evaluations and treatments described by Ihua, she remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Throughout the entire process, she was enveloped in a dazzling beam of light, witnessing Ihua perform seemingly magical feats in midair. Yet, due to the swiftness and intricacy of Ihua's actions, they transcended Clark's comprehension, leaving her entirely in the dark regarding the specifics of what was transpiring. In fact, bereft of super genes, she was incapable of perceiving what Ihua was doing. Overall, she felt that everything was perfectly normal. Gene radiation. My genes are extraordinarily superior and powerful compared to those of ordinary individuals, possessing radiative capabilities that may induce unknown mutations or even cause the collapse of their genetic chains upon close contact. However, this is not a grave concern, as it has been resolved. Radiation, is it nuclear radiation? She knew Ihua wielded the power of solar and nuclear energy, even proclaiming himself a solar deity. While she did not grasp the nuances of gene radiation, she was well versed in the concept of nuclear radiation. These are fundamentally different issues. Ihua smiled and reassured her. Do not worry, it is no longer a problem. Listening to Ihua's words, Clark, though bewildered, felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Ihua was genuinely concerned for her well-being. She stepped closer and, with a gentle breath, remarked, since all is well now, does that mean I need not be cautious in the future? Ihua chuckled lightly. In my eyes, you still exhibit genetic flaws. I was quite famished back then. Nonsense. I do not believe I possess any flaws. You have incessantly spoken of genes, and I have taken the liberty to brush up on the subject myself. Genes broadly dictate one's appearance. And with my beauty, who could possibly possess genes superior to mine? Who instilled you with such confidence? Hydra? Despite her words, from the perspective of ordinary life forms, Clark was indeed remarkable. Well, you have a point. For an ordinary person, you are indeed impressive. But I can make you even more exceptional. Would you care to consider it? Whether her affiliations with S, H, IELD, or Hydra bore ulterior motives was inconsequential. For once she accepted the implantation of the gene engine, she would become a devoted acolyte, fundamentally altering her thought processes and rendering betrayal impossible. The implantation of cognitive information and the rewriting of one's worldview is no mere act of brainwashing. As she spoke, Ihua waved his hand, conjuring a golden sphere of energy, which was the gene engine, possessing the ability to command the sun. Once implanted, you will acquire divine powers akin to mine. However, the price is that you shall become my follower, with me as your sole spiritual guide. Moreover, I cannot guarantee there will be no adverse outcomes, such as mutation into a monstrosity or even an explosion. Clark gazed at the golden sphere before her, reminiscent of intertwining genetic strands, resembling a dazzling array of data. Are you suggesting that this object can grant me powers like yours? Not only that, it can also enable you to transcend the limits of mortality, allowing you to effortlessly enjoy a lifespan of over 1,000 years, eternally retaining your current beauty and even achieving immortality. Upon hearing this, Clark's heart raced. Immortality, perpetual youth, and the prospect of eternal life are pursuits that all beings covet and cannot refuse. Is it truly possible? Are you not concerned that I might betray you? I hardly believe that a single night spent with you could yield such rewards. What must I sacrifice? In the face of the allure of immortality, Clark managed to maintain her composure, which was commendable. Did I not just mention? Upon acceptance, I will become your divine entity. Should I command you to end your own life, you would possess no inclination to resist. Thus, the cost of eternal life and everlasting youth is the relinquishment of freedom. Life would no longer belong to oneself, akin to being a puppet. Without the need to delve into Clark's thoughts, Ihua could discern her reflections. It appeared that even this psychological expert harbored delusions of persecution. Of course, if you choose to think this way, it is entirely your prerogative. This version of a gene engine is designed as such. Still, the distinction between my desires and my intentions remains clear. While I would not treat the super soldiers who ultimately accept the gene engine as mere servants, any potential dangers must be eradicated at their inception. You have ample time to deliberate, and moreover, the gene engine is not yet fully refined. Should an explosion occur, I could not restore what was lost. Indeed, careful consideration is warranted. Life is precious, yet freedom is even more so. Why does it feel as though I am negotiating a pact with a tempting demon? You, the solar deity, cannot possibly be an evil entity. Clark regarded him with a peculiar expression. Freedom. Do you possess freedom while working at S-H-E-E-L-D? Demon? What constitutes a demon? It is merely a matter of changing jobs. How could one be devoid of freedom? The malevolent deities of the East are beyond your comprehension. I have yet to obliterate the earth with the sun. How am I to be labeled as evil? How do you know what I am thinking? Telepathy. At Ihua's words, Clark was taken aback. Just a minor trick. Were it not for the ability to read thoughts and implant cognitive information, I would not have developed the gene engine. Of all the super soldiers, whether they are strong or not is inconsequential. Obedience is paramount. Now, let us set aside these matters. Your purpose for being here pertains to those supplies, correct? This, too, is a trivial matter. As they spoke, Ihor retrieved the order S.H.I.E.L.D. had placed with him: nano battle suits, victory hyper rifles, quantum energy rifles. These can be taken away immediately. Clark, unlike others, was afforded the right to make her own choices. Perhaps this was a test. I understand. Clark inhaled deeply, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, and continued, "The director wishes to see you because..." She had never imagined that immortality and eternal youth would be so readily attainable. In comparison, power seemed trivial. However, if it came at the cost of her freedom, to become Ihwa's slave, Clark's thoughts were in disarray. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. She needed time to contemplate thoroughly. The cosmic cube, perhaps? After all, that was never the property of S.H.I.L.D. If it's taken, so be it. I have no inclination to assist Nick Fury in tidying up the mess. Moreover, I am not a combatant. I am merely a weapons consultant. I intended to experiment with the stability of the gene engine during the Chitauri invasion. Stopping Loki seems futile. Besides, there is no need to intervene against a spacefaring civilization that can be dealt with by a single nuclear bomb. Very well, let it be as it is. Return and inform Nick Fury that I trust they can manage. If it truly exceeds S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, I will intervene appropriately. It seems that this is the only course of action. Clark nodded. In truth, no one expected Yuhua to await orders from S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems rather implausible to have an extraterrestrial deity heed the commands of Earthlings. All they sought was a promise that, should the situation escalate beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control, Yuhua could lend assistance. Ultimately, Clark gathered her equipment and prepared to depart, casting a final glance at the gene engine that Yuhua had repositioned. Her eyes filled with conflict. After walking a short distance, she suddenly halted. Regardless, I shall give it serious consideration. With that, she quickened her pace and left. Yuhua watched a retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. He understood well how difficult this decision was for Clark. With a wave of his hand, the gene engine vanished, and he murmured, "I hope that when we meet next, you will make the right choice." To be honest, she is a remarkably exceptional and captivating woman. The genetic deficiencies she faces are easily remedied, yet sometimes one's own choices are of utmost importance. Although I could forcibly implant the gene engine within her, I value her autonomy. Otherwise, it would all be meaningless. Upon Clark's return to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier, Nick Fury eagerly inquired about the meeting. Clark conveyed Yuhua's words faithfully. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury acknowledged, "He is right. For now, we must rely on our own strength." In the days that followed, Clark often reflected on the alluring prospect of immortality and the dread of losing her freedom. While engaging in S.H.I.E.L.D. affairs, she quietly delved into the study of genetics, striving to discover a harmonious solution that would grant her immense power and eternal life, without becoming a puppet to others. Yet, this was no simple task. With each deep contemplation, her inner conflict intensified. Chapter 46. Do you know the sun god? Though I had promised Clark that she could reside on the island, I was still burdened with my own tasks and hurriedly departed, equipped with the gear I had prepared long ago. Sometimes, one's abilities truly pale in comparison to the choices one makes. I had offered her an opportunity to choose, and now it was up to her to seize it. Otherwise, our connection would amount to merely 3 to 5 years. After all, my feelings for her had never blossomed into love. A mere few years of a physical relationship hardly mattered in the grand scheme of an immortal existence. It was rather amusing, treating such trivial matters with such gravitas. I chuckled to myself, having no intention of joining the fray at S.H.I.L.D. To say nothing of Captain America, Thor, or Hulk, even a band of lesser Black Panthers would be enough to make the Chitauri question their purpose. Should I venture forth to deliver a fusion shockwave? Would they be invading or seeking punishment? No matter, I should focus on my own affairs. Loki's motley crew was hardly worthy of my concern. As a dual-wielding assassin, a single energy blast would suffice to incapacitate them all. As the sun god, ought not to stoop so low as to bully the weak. Accepting the substantial supplies delivered by S.H.I.L.D., I graciously bid them farewell. It was quite the ordeal for them to linger outside the island for months, merely to provide me with resources. How commendable of them! The programming of the nanobots required adjustment. I should have accepted their cargo sooner, sparing them the unnecessary delay and fuel wastage. Such matters were trivial. Coincidentally, I had recently returned from the Void and Xander with a significant cache of supplies, and now S.H.L.D. had sent additional cargo vessels. The gene engine was now ready for mass production. Since Loki's arrival on Earth, he had only frolicked for a couple of days. If I wished to experiment with the stability of the gene engine amidst the chaos, I would have to expedite the process. I entered the dark dimension, opened the sunlight interface, and retrieved the flamed gene engine data. Scientific research often begins with difficulty. However, with a successful prototype, replication becomes effortless. Capturing dark matter, I commenced the generation of the flame gene engine. As I proceeded, the dark dimension flickered with light. Although methodical, each step was crucial, allowing no room for error. Super soldiers indeed consume vast resources. It is no wonder that every true deity requires the resources of an entire galaxy to sustain their existence. Merely creating a gene engine is akin to advancing to the third generation of super soldiers. Moreover, even if implanted in ordinary individuals, it merely activates their potential. Achieving full development of the gene engine demands an immense investment of resources. Yet, the benefits are evident. They are reusable. As long as I refrain from upgrading them, they will toil away, and these resources will eventually be recouped. Once they repay their loans, I may then consider upgrading them based on their merit. How delightful! At last, another flame gene engine was successfully born, radiating a brilliant and stable light, heralding a new power that would alter the existing order. I smiled in satisfaction, aware that this was merely the beginning, with more challenges and surprises on the horizon. Let the work commence. Workers of the world, unite. The technological deity differs from other pantheons. The immortality of the chief deity does not solely hinge upon their own efforts to rebuild civilization, but rather on their ability to create other deities and super soldiers. It would be utterly exhausting for one god to shoulder the entire burden of civilization's reconstruction. Consider the queen ant, the nucleus of the colony, responsible for laying eggs and expanding the hive, while countless worker ants, each with clearly defined roles, construct the nest. Similarly, one cannot expect the chief deity to be solely responsible for resource acquisition, technological advancement, and equipment construction. The technological evolution of a civilization cannot spring forth from a single individual. Moreover, a civilization comprising solely one god hardly qualifies as a civilization. The emergence of super soldiers is indispensable. This is why I adopted the angelic civilization's modular management approach to construct the gene engine, implementing cognitive information from the outset to rewrite the target's mindset and incorporate essential settings. It is simple. Safety is paramount. I am everything. As I diligently labored to produce more gene engines, time was of the essence. Loki and the Chitauri army would soon arrive, and I needed to deploy a sufficient number of gene engines before their invasion to gather comprehensive data for the subsequent upgrades and modifications of this model. Meanwhile, the self-styled god of mischief, Loki, had not only absconded with the Tesseract from S.H.L.D., but had also injured and abducted numerous individuals. I had anticipated he would retreat to plot some nefarious scheme, yet within a mere day, he brazenly reappeared. There was little left to discuss. The Avengers were mobilized. In reality, only Captain America was present. Dr. Banner was inherently weak, and the Hulk within him represented an uncertain factor. Nick Fury could not in good conscience permit him to engage in battle. As for Tony Stark and the Sun God, they were not easily swayed, their assistance contingent upon their whims. Nevertheless, if they pledged support, that would suffice. Fury anxiously monitored the unfolding events, hoping that the weapons and equipment provided by Nyawa would prove effective. But could mere mortals truly triumph over a god? The outcome often defied expectations. Captain America led a squad of 30 clad in nanotechnology combat suits, armed with victory hyperguns. They surged forward, and Loki surrendered with theatrical flair, leaving Iron Man without even a chance to intervene. "Bring him back," Fury commanded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He was increasingly satisfied. The alien technology, worth billions, had proven ineffective against the god. It was only fitting. Otherwise, Nyawa would be deceiving him. "Director, we have a situation." "What now?" "A being from the realm of gods has kidnapped Loki. Captain and Tony are in pursuit." As Natasha reported this, Fury's heart sank. He had scarcely savored his earlier triumph when calamity struck again. "I understand. I trust they will resolve it. What else can we do?" "Deploy the strike team." Fury had immense confidence in this team. After Iron Man engaged in a skirmish with Thor over a misunderstanding, Loki was transported to DS airborne carrier. Loki commanded a Chitauri army loyal to him and sought to incite war. "I was here to thwart him." Once the misunderstanding was resolved and Loki detained, Thor ascended to the carrier and promptly extended an invitation. Thor readily accepted, eager to join the Avengers. He had come to Earth seeking his girlfriend, Jane, while also intending to retrieve Loki and prevent the Chitauri from invading. Initially, Thor had harbored doubts. After all, he was but one against many, and knowing Loki as he did, he anticipated further schemes brewing. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the Chitauri army remained unknown. Although he was unafraid, it posed a considerable complication. Unexpectedly, just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a group of self-proclaimed agents from SHLD arrived with pillows, inviting him to join the Avengers. Observing their considerable prowess, he realized that having these agents watch over Loki and confront the Chitauri army would grant him ample time to pursue romantic endeavors with his girlfriend, Jane. As for the obligations that might accompany joining he saw no issue with that. However, Thor insisted he would return Loki to the realm of Asgard to face their father's judgment. Should they wish to contact him for assistance or to fulfill any obligations, they should reach out via telephone. Surely, such devices must exist on Earth. Whether Asgard possessed such technology was beyond consideration. Thus, this motley crew gathered together. "You are a god. Have you ever heard of the sun god?" Black Widow unexpectedly inquired. Thor, without a hint of skepticism, replied, "Of course, there are many deities in this universe. Are you referring to the sun god the sun god Apollo, or perhaps Adam?" It was astonishing to realize that myth and legend were not mere fabrications. Indeed, prior to his arrival on Earth, many believed Thor was but a figment of imagination. Yet here he stood before her. As for the name Yuhua, he too was a sun god, possessing the power to control the sun. Tony interjected casually, "Madam, I believe that fellow merely wields nuclear energy." The arrogant Iron Man had never believed in deities, especially after his encounters with two self-proclaimed gods, which he found to be rather underwhelming. Conversely, Yuhua incessantly spoke of technology. The name was unfamiliar to him. Perhaps it was a deity revered on some obscure planet. This universe teemed with a multitude of races and gods, much like Asgard, which were deemed divine by others. The emergence of yet another obscure deity was hardly surprising. "No, he is currently on Earth. I assumed you would recognize him." "Is that so? I would indeed be intrigued to meet him," Thor replied nonchalantly. Those who lacked knowledge of the divine might worship, but among gods, such reverence was not guaranteed. Listening to their conversation, Nick Fury remained impassive, contemplating that perhaps it was indeed time to invite Yuhua. After all, if the god of thunder had joined the Avengers, the sun god should certainly be welcomed as well. Compared to the Asgardians, who appeared and vanished at will, Yuhua, though occasionally absent, resided on Earth and evidently met the recruitment criteria more suitably. Chapter 47. The death of good-hearted Coulson. Initially, everything was progressing methodically. The instigator, the malevolent god Loki, had been successfully apprehended and confined. The next steps involve retrieving the Tesseract to thwart Loki's nefarious plans and rescuing Hawkeye. The unexpected invasion seemed to be resolved without significant peril, and the Avengers team, albeit reluctantly, appeared to be forming. However, circumstances often unfold unpredictably, just as the ease of capturing Loki had taken everyone by surprise. In an unforeseen twist, the treacherous Barton launched a surprise attack on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, crippling its power systems, plunging the situation into dire straits. Hill, what is the status? The number 3 engine has shut down. If we lose another engine, we will plummet. We must send someone out for immediate repairs. Stark, are you hearing this? Understood, I'm on my way. What about Dr. Banner and Thor? They're in the 4th level lab. Oh no, heavens. As the chaos escalated, the sudden attack triggered a sense of danger within Dr. Banner, prompting his transformation into the Hulk, resulting in a confrontation with Thor. We cannot allow them to remain on the ship. The Hulk will obliterate everything. Send in the escort fighters to divert his attention. Compared to Barton's assault, the threat posed by the Hulk was undoubtedly more significant, akin to an uncontrollable nuclear bomb capable of dismantling the helicarrier in mere moments. In the midst of the turmoil, the helicarrier became a cacophony of conflict. Fortunately, Stark's timely intervention prevented a catastrophic fall, and although the Avengers had not yet had the chance to function cohesively, their lives were spared. However, the team that Coulson had painstakingly assembled was already in disarray. Banner and Thor were missing, their captured foes had escaped, and all that remained was chaos. How is Coulson? Wake up! When Nick Fury discovered Coulson lying unconscious on the floor of Loki's holding chamber, he was relieved to find that his most capable subordinate was still alive. As Coulson gradually regained consciousness, he murmured, "I'm sorry, Director. I couldn't stop him. Loki has escaped. It is not your fault. How do you feel?" Fury was genuinely concerned for Coulson's health. The trouble caused by Barton had already been immense, and while Natasha had captured him, the full extent of the situation remained uncertain. If his most trusted aide were to suffer misfortune at this critical moment, it would be a grievous loss. Rest assured, sir, aside from slight dizziness, I am well. Indeed, after Loki's escape, he had intended to kill Coulson, but with the Tesseract stolen and an impending battle with the gods, Fury had preemptively equipped the team with nanotech suits. Loki's spear failed to penetrate the protective gear, yet in a fit of rage, he hurled Coulson against the wall, rendering him unconscious from the impact. You should be grateful, otherwise S.H.I.E.L.D. would have lost an exceptional agent today. Fury's reference was unmistakable. Now that Coulson had survived, it was time to mend the fractured situation. Loki would not relent. Director, I have a plan. If we do not provide them with motivation, they will never grasp the essence of unity. A scattered assembly, just as it was now, easily vanquished by the enemy. Coulson's proposal resonated with Fury's own thoughts. With his keen instinct as the leader of agents, he had sensed the complexities within S.H.I.E.L.D., and there were threats he was unaware of lurking in the shadows. Perhaps this was the opportune moment to covertly empower Coulson to form a special operations team, one that could be deployed when needed. Thus, Coulson was still dead, taken away by the medical team after falling victim to Loki. When Fury found Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark, he held something in his hand, a bloodstained photo of Captain America. This was found in his inner pocket. He may never have the chance to seek your autograph again. I have lost my finest confidant. Our communications are down. We cannot locate the Tesseract, Loki nor Banner or Thor. I am utterly powerless, like a blind man drifting through the skies. Steve, clutching the bloodied photo, recalled how just moments ago, Coulson had nervously sought his signature, leaving him with mixed emotions. Stark remained silent. The Tesseract. Indeed, we intended to use it to forge powerful weapons. However, I placed my bets on a riskier plan, the Avengers initiative. Gathering the world's most intelligent and formidable individuals together, they could defend our planet far more effectively than mere weapons. Until his last breath, Coulson believed this. He believed that when we needed them most, the Avengers would unite to confront the insurmountable foes. He believed in the existence of heroes. Upon hearing this, Stark could no longer remain passive. It was at this moment that the Avengers officially coalesced into a formidable force. Shortly thereafter, Stark donned his Iron Man suit and departed the helicarrier, followed by Captain America, Natasha, and Barton, who took to the skies without authorization. They located Loki, re-established communications. Director, those photos were stored in the cabinet, correct? And the rocket launcher couldn't penetrate the nanotech suits. We tested that, did we not? As the deputy director, second only to Fury, He'll possessed an intimate knowledge of S. H. I. Fury did not answer directly, stating, in the face of great peril, they require such motivation. Only this can unify them. Hill had gleaned the answer she sought. This is your task now. Prepare a helicopter. I must speak with Nightwing. This was the most crucial moment, the time when they needed him most. With Coulson dead, Fury was determined to enlist Nightwing's aid. If Nightwing could participate in this operation, there was a chance to keep him within the Avengers' ranks. Coulson's death must be leveraged to its fullest potential. This was the mindset of a true leader. Understood, Director. Traveling light. With Loki still absent and the helicarrier's communications unrepaired, there was no immediate need for him. So they would seize this fleeting moment to invite Nightwing to join the forthcoming battle. In Fury's mind, Nightwing was akin to a god. After all, his ability to dismantle DS satellites from the surface of the Earth was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon returning to the island, time was of the essence, and Fury had no interest in the fantastical scenery. He headed straight for Nightwing. What? Coulson is truly dead? That cannot be right. Did you not equip him with a nanotech battle suit? If clad in that, even Loki would not be able to deliver a fatal blow. This is not underestimating him. Even subpar vibranium would likely not breach his defenses. Unless he struck directly at the head, then resurrection would be impossible. Should I arrange for his revival? Perhaps a genetic engine for Coulson? Recently, I have been preoccupied with the relentless endeavor of perfecting the genetic engine, leaving little time to attend to other matters. At most, I merely glance at the skies above Stark Tower in hopes of spotting a portal. Consequently, I remain oblivious to the happenings aboard the aerial mothership, and I possess little interest unless an unforeseen event transpires. As fate would have it, an unexpected incident did occur. Thus, I commenced the retrieval of Nick Fury's covert data. Are you attempting to deceive me into serving your Avengers initiative? I mused, a sardonic smile gracing my lips. Nick Fury, you truly are amusing. Just a year or two ago, I would have had to scour the internet and infiltrate DS database to uncover the truth. However now, a mere glance in your direction renders your secrets laid bare. Should I desire, I could even rewrite your cognitive perception to declare you a mere black-skinned swine. To toy with me is to underestimate the prowess of our technological deities. Mind reading? Clark mentioned something of that sort. And you possess the means to grant immortality? She certainly divulged everything to you. I chuckled softly, yet I am certain she omitted the fact that her true identity aligns with Hydra. Faced with the exposure of his deceit, Nick Fury displayed no trace of embarrassment, nor did he seem particularly concerned about the veracity of my claims regarding immortality. For now, such matters were of no consequence to him. What truly mattered was addressing the threat posed by Loki, particularly since Thor had warned of Loki's accompanying Chitauri army. You promised me that you would assist when necessary. This is that moment. An alien army threatens to invade Earth, and I require your aid. Certainly, I replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Not only can I assist you, but I can also rally a cadre of super soldiers to your cause. A mere Chitauri army hardly poses a significant challenge. Nick Fury was taken aback by my swift acquiescence, yet the notion of gathering super soldiers raised a question. Are you planning to summon individuals from your planet to Earth? Is this assistance, or does it also constitute an invasion? I believe your involvement alone suffices. I have no desire for Earth to become a battleground for extraterrestrials. What I do is of no concern to you. You requested my help, and I agreed. Now, feel free to return to the mothership and observe the spectacle. It was bewildering to discern the hierarchy. Grant him respect as D director, yet when disregarded. He was merely a mortal who ought to kneel before me. Did he truly believe he could command a deity? Perhaps it would be more fitting to summon the Ancient One to discuss matters. With a mix of excitement and disappointment, Nick Fury seemed to regret seeking my counsel. As I appeared disinclined to cooperate with perpetually marching to the beat of my own drum, the situation seemed poised to evolve in a manner he would rather avoid. One could only ponder the motives behind his lavish offerings of beauty and resources. It seemed the time had come for a meeting with the Ancient One. After dismissing Nick Fury, I smiled. Presently, Only the Ancient One commands my utmost respect on this planet, while the Eternals remain indifferent to such trivialities. I am curious, however, whether implanting a supergenetic engine into ordinary beings would be regarded as an incursion from a different dimension in the eyes of the Ancient One. Regardless, I shall seek her out first. If negotiations falter, I can always return to my infrastructural endeavors and resume the Super Soldier Initiative once the Ancient One departs. Chapter 48. Farewell to Ancient One. From the very moment I arrived in this world, the timeline has resembled a disturbed river, destined to surge with monumental changes. Although events that appear inevitable continue to unfold along their original trajectory, like a meticulously choreographed play progressing in order. Subtle alterations ripple through existence like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves that spread far and wide. The death of Coulson, for instance, was perceived by many as the merciless hand of fate, yet the truth lay concealed behind a masterful strategy. From this day forth, the subsequent timeline is likely to diverge entirely from its intended course, and the narrative of this world will be authored by me. As the supreme sorceress and guardian of the Time Stone, Ancient One's stance on these unfolding events is of paramount importance. Should she oppose my forthcoming actions, perceiving them as a malicious incursion from another dimension, I would find myself at a profound disadvantage. It seems that only after her demise could I proceed with my plans for creating super soldiers. To confront Ancient One directly? That would be absurd. Despite her eventual downfall by a mere dagger, it was due to her finding a successor and her own reluctance to continue, compounded by her weariness from Dormammu. Otherwise, as a being of celestial caliber, even Knight Hua harbored doubts about whether he could best her, even with the might of 3 generations of gods and a celestial worship. I recall you weren't particularly fond of my presence, I remarked. The morning sun cascaded onto the balcony, where the bald sorceress tended to her plants. Appearing as an ordinary person, is there something you wish to discuss? Nothing of great consequence. Merely came to see if I am among the future Avengers. Knight Hua replied with a smile. What do you mean by not liking to see me? It's more akin to a fear of our encounter. Nevertheless, in the face of unequal power dynamics, it is challenging to feel secure, especially since Ancient One had genuinely contemplated eliminating me during our first meeting. How could I engage her in calm conversation under such circumstances? Yet now, surely you don't believe I spend all day on the island constructing infrastructure, developing gene engines, and upgrading the Emperor armor? Incorrect. The inaugural project of the island's development is the weapon engine, a stellar reactor aimed at star-level power. Although I may not yet match your prowess, and you possess the capability to eliminate me, do you truly believe I would play along if you sought to control me? If necessary, I could obliterate the Earth, and then no one would be playing anymore. With resources at hand, I remain unperturbed, equipped with the ace up my sleeve. Saying farewell to Ancient One is not a daunting prospect. Time travel to the past. Does it truly seem that simple? Under the aegis of super god technology, time is nearly impossible to traverse. Quantum space travel is indeed a conundrum, a realm where quantum mechanics reign supreme. Yet, such notions are unscientific. If it were that straightforward, super god technology would wield it with far greater finesse. Time. Ancient One shook her head. Time does not work that way. This universe harbors countless timelines. Each decision branches out into myriad outcomes, even spawning multiple universes. In this context, she glanced at Knight Hua. You are unique. In this infinite expanse, you do not exist. Knight Hua is confined to this very moment, and only when choices are made do results emerge. Otherwise, the future remains a blank slate. Moreover, your existence has already altered the course of this world as future. I, too, am curious to see if the destined events and the anticipated individuals will still manifest. She mused, her gaze drifting into the distance, imbued with wisdom and melancholy. Since time is ever-changing, have you ever wished to alter what is to come? Have you aspired to reshape the future? I have indeed attempted such feats, she confessed. Yet time is sacred. Once you manipulate one facet, it manifests in another form. Those who seek to control time may find themselves outwitted by it. Ancient One sighed, her weariness evident, as though burdened by her own impotence. Yet, she possessed extraordinary wisdom. discerning Night Hua's intentions from mere words. Do you wish to change something? Night Hua nodded, candidly admitting, indeed, I aspire to cultivate beings akin to myself within this world. Furthermore, I seek to understand how you perceive my existence, an interdimensional visitor or perhaps a deity from another dimension. Ultimately, Ancient One's immense power and her role as the protector of Earth against interdimensional incursions render her perspective crucial. While I could threaten to overturn the world, I would prefer she refrains from obstructing me. You are unlike those deities from other dimensions. Rather, when you arrived in this world and unveiled realms unseen by ordinary eyes, this world acknowledged you, making you a part of it. I know you have been wary of me from the start, she continued. Such caution is unnecessary, for this world has already embraced you. Even should you one day become a genuine deity from another dimension, I would be powerless to expel you, nor would I wish to obliterate you. Unlike other deities, your presence does not constitute an invasion. I merely hope you do not betray the universe's expectations of you. Ancient One's gaze was serene, her smile gentle, yet Night Hua found himself perplexed. What do you mean? Please refrain from speaking in riddles. Does the unseen sky refer to the dark space of the shadow dimension? It seems you imply I am indeed a deity governing a dimension. Such an esteemed title. Yet why has nothing changed? Everything seems to proceed as usual. You will come to understand in due time, she replied, pausing thoughtfully. Yet be wary. Not all changes are for the better. Prepare yourself for the consequences of disrupting the timeline. Is at the time Anomaly Management Bureau? Night Hua inquired with curiosity. Ancient One smiled softly, offering no explanation. The Time Bureau appears not to exhibit overwhelming power, aside from freely traversing the multiverse. All rules become ineffective within their domain. Yet that is the extent of it. Regardless, I am unconcerned. Once Ancient One refrains from opposing me, all matters become trivial. When challenges arise, I shall address them then. Therefore, you do not intend to interfere with my forthcoming actions? Ancient One nodded, stating, as long as you do not seek to destroy this world, I shall not intervene. We have an agreement, do we not? Excellent. The blazing sun shall rise anew. Starting today, I too am eager to witness your intentions and the transformations you will bring to this world. Now, it was Night Hua's turn to become the enigmatic figure, smiling as he declared, you shall soon discover. With Ancient One opting not to interfere, it appears there are no immediate concerns, yet her words suggest that future troubles may indeed seek me out. Moreover, one truly possesses the potential to become a dimensional lord. The Dark Void? How intriguing. The two engaged in a casual conversation while Yihua awaited the moment of the Chitauri invasion. As Morgana had articulated, only civilizations that have undergone the baptism of annihilation are truly suited to embrace the demonic. Similarly, only through the terror of war, amidst the throes of life and death, can one's latent character be unveiled, igniting personal potential and making one a more fitting candidate for the implantation of genetic engines. Presently, it would not be long before the entirety of New York transformed into a reservoir of talent for his selection. And then it began. Before Yihua's words could fade, a dazzling blue beam ascended skyward. From a distance, the column shot straight into the heavens. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, a colossal azure portal opened. Within mere minutes, the skies above New York were teeming with countless Chitauri soldiers. These soldiers, piloting floating shuttles, swarmed the streets of New York, unleashing fire and ruthlessly slaughtering with abandon. At this moment, the sun had just begun to rise, and most New Yorkers remained in the comfort of their homes. Countless individuals were jolted from their slumber by the sudden barrage of cannon fire and the cacophony of explosions. As they pulled back their curtains, the world had morphed into an unrecognizable landscape. Every street and alley was filled with marauding aliens, indiscriminately firing upon the roads. Traffic had swiftly descended into chaos. Flames erupted in abundance, illuminating every corner of New York City amidst the piercing screams and the shrill sounds of destruction. Ah, save me. Help. Me. A group of beautiful young women, initially savoring their breakfast and preparing for their workday, had no time to flee as beams of laser struck them down. In the aftermath of the explosions, limbs and blood were strewn across the ground, staining a patch of lawn crimson. And this was only the beginning. More aircraft surged in from all directions, and the erratic discharges from energy weapons ignited numerous trees and shrubs in the park. Thick smoke and explosions, flames and blood, coupled with the panicked crowd. In just an instant, they transformed New York City into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 49. The Battle of New York. As the head of a covert agency, Nick Fury's desire for control was unmistakably intense. Following the Avengers' unauthorized deployment, he surmised that Tony had indeed located Loki. He hastily issued commands to restore communication and surveillance, promptly seeking out Nightingale. However, the situation was likely to unfold in an unexpected manner. It appeared that Nightingale had no intention of offering assistance. In fact, the implication of his words suggested he might even add to Fury's troubles. Upon returning to the helicarrier, Nick Fury's apprehensions were confirmed. A massive teleportation portal loomed above Stark Tower, from which extraterrestrial beings equipped with energy cannons poured forth like a deluge, wreaking havoc in all directions. He commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team to mobilize immediately. Upon arrival at Stark Tower, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Captain America, and Iron Man found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. The four of them were woefully outnumbered by the seemingly endless Chitauri forces. Their efforts amounted to little more than a mere ripple against the tide of adversaries. Fury's only remaining hope rested with the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team clad in nanocombat suits. He silently wished that Nightingale would refrain from complicating matters further. With a resigned sigh, he lamented his decision to seek out the enigmatic figure. Yet, this was hardly the time for such concerns. He had no means of restraining Nightingale and was unaware of the latter's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Manhattan was in a state of complete chaos as the relentless Chitauri forces spread outward. The local military and police were utterly powerless to halt their advance, given the Chitauri's remarkable speed. The clash between advanced spacefaring civilization and a pre-nuclear society indeed resembled a one-sided onslaught. Standing on the balcony of the New York sanctum with the Ancient One, Nightingale observed the distant conflict, his heart unmoved by the turmoil. When life can be quantified and digitized, easily replicated with the right energy and resources, it loses its value and significance. Apart from those I deem worthy, the rest are merely a complex and vast array of data. This reflects a devilish mindset. Yet, who would concern themselves with my actions? There are no righteous angels in this world to define my moral compass. Casting a glance at the Ancient One, Nightingale chuckled. It seems that their future selves will not be arriving after all. The battle had been underway for some time, and in New York, every movement was under his covert surveillance, revealing no sign of the Avengers from the future. Perhaps they had found alternative means. The Ancient One regarded Nightingale intently. If there was a reason the future Avengers did not need to traverse time to seek the gems, it could very well be that Nightingale had altered something in their future. Unfortunately, she was destined to remain unaware of this. Even with the Time Stone, she could not glimpse Nightingale's future. How unfortunate! I have no interest in future affairs, Nightingale declared, yet I wish for you not to interfere with my plans. Noticing the Ancient One's silence, he began to search for suitable candidates for gene engine implantation across the expanse of New York. The Ancient One was equally curious about Nightingale's intentions and the potential impact on the future. As Tony faced grave danger, he naturally thought of Nightingale, who, under these circumstances, seemed absent and unreachable. Thor too was nowhere to be found. Were these gods so irresponsible? Detecting Tony's murmurs through covert channels, Nightingale smiled faintly. If he wished for assistance, it wouldn't be so simple. He was currently preparing to combat the evil alien invasion. Suddenly, amidst the throngs of people, Nightingale identified an individual who met his criteria perfectly, a dying elderly man from New York, whose data waves exuded tranquility, devoid of any fear of death, resembling a sage who had come to terms with existence. Fairness, justice, courage, and a lack of fear in the face of mortality and sacrifice. Indeed, a commendable soul. Alas, before Nightingale could implant the gene engine, the Chitauri had casually dispatched him, resulting in immediate death. So be it. It appeared additional resources would be required. It would be a shame not to attempt reviving such a fitting candidate. Resurrecting an ordinary individual was a trivial expense. Entering the Shadow Realm, he activated the solar light interface to acquire the target's complete genetic data, preparing for the reconstruction of his body and the implantation of the flame gene engine. While Nightingale maneuvered through the unseen operations, the Ancient One observed, noting that his powers were warm and formidable, brimming with hope and light. This was not the essence of destruction, but rather of creation, akin to the sun, under whose radiance life flourishes. Perhaps the future might indeed hold promise. The Ancient One smiled gently, following Nightingale's gaze toward the elderly man, a pure soul, having traversed the myriad facets of life, having seen through the illusions of life and death, achieving enlightenment and peace. Such a soul, if anchored in faith, would undoubtedly be ushered into the realm of the divine. Regrettably, the man lacked faith. Where his soul would ultimately reside remained uncertain. Was Nightingale truly intent on resurrecting him? Would he guide him afterward? The Ancient One scrutinized Nightingale's shadowy projection once more, shaking her head. You're not yet qualified for such endeavors. Seizing a soul from another's grasp will not be an easy feat. The Ancient One remained silent, showing no intent to assist, while Nightingale delved into the man's genetic data. Fascinating. What is a soul? Merely the phosphorescent form transcending the flesh, a manifestation of dominant spiritual data. We, the techno-deities, never speak of souls. Everything is data. Unfortunately, the deceased man's data had been lost. Even if Nightingale expended resources to revive him, he would merely resurrect a soulless husk. That would not suffice. Input stellar energy. Enhance computational output. Solve. The lack of a celestial computer was troublesome. He could not rely on the heavenly city, which was more of a decorative presence than a functional asset. The celestial computer project must be prioritized. Nightingale tirelessly processed the entirety of the man's genetic data, attempting to recover the crucial information lost upon death. To the Ancient One, it appeared that Nightingale was challenging the world's rules with his still-maturing dimension, seeking to usurp the soul's rightful claim from another. This was precisely the oversight Nightingale had made. In this world, aside from souls that naturally dissipate, all others possess a claim. Yet, it seemed he had succeeded. The calculations were complete, the genetic data was being reorganized, and the implantation of the flame gene engine was underway, with an estimated completion time of 1 minute. An ordinary elderly man had been slain by extraterrestrial invaders, an event that would normally go unnoticed, particularly amid such chaos where lives were lost every moment and escape was paramount. Who would pay heed to a corpse lying by the roadside? Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam shot skyward, enveloping the man's lifeless body, catching the attention of many. What is that? Look, the body is levitating. My heavens, he seems to be growing younger. Miracles. Are these divine interventions sent to rescue us? Redemption has been attained. Some have knelt in reverence. Sir, there is a nuclear energy reaction 20 kilometers to the southeast. Nuclear energy? Could it be that the golden-haired boy has arrived? For Tony, the mere mention of nuclear energy conjures thoughts of Yahweh, and that golden beam of light is unmistakable. Thor, too, gazes towards that direction. As a deity, he senses a peculiar presence. Attempts to contact Yahweh yield no response, while others approach to investigate. However, the passing Chitauri have spontaneously combusted into ashes, instilling fear in many and prompting more to kneel before the miracle. In the dark dimension, Charlie Targaryen finds himself in a mysterious realm, where tranquility envelopes the surroundings as if time itself has ceased. Wisps of mist dance like delicate veils, exuding an indescribable ethereality and solemnity. In the distance, a magnificent temple flickers into view, radiating a soft and sacred glow, as though beckoning every awe-stricken soul. Am I not dead? Have I arrived in the realm of the divine? With a heart full of reverence and excitement, Charlie approaches the temple's grand entrance. The colossal stone doors soar into the heavens, adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes and patterns, whispering the endless secrets of the universe. As a deep, resonant rumble echoes, the stone doors slowly part, unleashing a powerful yet gentle force that seems capable of cleansing all worldly distractions from the mind. Stepping into the temple, he finds the interior spacious and profound, with towering stone pillars standing like giants, supporting a dome that sparkles like the starry sky. At the far end, upon a resplendent golden throne, sits a deity clad in golden armor, radiating a dazzling brilliance that is almost blinding. This divine figure possesses an intangible allure, compelling one to draw near and worship. Eventually, Charlie kneels and bows his head, cautious not to display any signs of disrespect. Great deity, I never imagined I would be summoned by the divine after death. To not believe in divinity does not preclude one from succumbing to faith when faced with the divine presence, especially after Yahweh's genetic engine implantation. The overwhelming authority and divine essence can fulfill any individual's fantasies of godhood. Not to mention, at the moment of genetic implantation, their thoughts were irrevocably rewritten. Your admirable qualities have moved me. I shall bestow upon you extraordinary power and eternal life. Go forth in battle with the glory and radiance of the blazing sun. I am the sun god. The divine voice reverberates within the temple, resonating like a great bell, yet as gentle as a soft breeze, echoing directly within the heart. After a prolonged silence, Charlie musters the courage to raise his gaze towards the luminous figure and speaks, "Great deity, I have lost my way in the mortal realm, tormented by suffering. It is my honor to receive your guidance and redemption today. Your humble servant shall forever revere you and proclaim your wisdom and compassion to the world." Yahweh remained silent, even feeling a hint of amusement. Was this fellow not an atheist, disbelieving in the divine? Moreover, the cognitive rewriting I performed was not intended to yield such fervor. How is it that he seems more familiar with the rites of initiation than I do? The sudden silence from the deity filled Charlie with trepidation, uncertain if he had erred in his words, leading him to prostrate respectfully on the ground. Go forth. In an instant, the surrounding brilliance dissipated, and after a brief moment of blindness, Charlie found himself in yet another extraordinary place. Welcome to the Radiant Sun Path Genetic System. Chapter 50. For the glory of the sun, God, the communication from the dark dimension, is, in essence, a mental exchange, merely a fleeting moment. Upon reopening his eyes, Charlie felt as though he had traversed an expanse of time, experiencing the extraordinary journey from life to death and back again. He remained in disbelief, questioning whether it had been a mere dream. Yet, the vitality coursing through his rejuvenated body, the inexhaustible surge of power, and the newfound knowledge in his mind incessantly reminded him of the truth. It was no dream. He had been favored by the sun god, rescued from the brink of death, and endowed with extraordinary abilities. With a humble demeanor, Charlie bowed towards the sun above and then knelt upon the ground. I am grateful to the magnificent sun god for granting me this new life. I, Charlie Targaryen, vow that your servant shall forever follow you, basking in your divine radiance. My body and soul shall belong to you. As Charlie knelt in reverence, the onlookers in the distance erupted in astonishment. He lives? He truly has come back to life. He claims it is the sun god. Is there really a deity? They murmured, pleading for salvation from the sun god. Faith, after all, costs nothing, and in the sight of so many, even a frail old man, seemingly on the verge of death, could inspire hope. This very individual, or rather, corpse would be more accurate, underwent a miraculous transformation under the golden beam of light, first healing his wounds, then becoming youthful and handsome, and ultimately, truly resurrected. A miracle. At that moment, none who witnessed could doubt the existence of divinity. How else could one explain such a spectacle? Certainly, there must be a great and benevolent deity. The sun god had descended upon the world, illuminating us, and only through devotion to the sun god could one attain redemption. The merciful sun god would bestow upon us the strength to combat the malevolent extraterrestrials. After rising, Charlie began to emanate a glow reminiscent of the sun, gentle yet radiant, akin to a luminous light bulb, to demonstrate the power bestowed upon him by the sun god to vanquish evil. He unleashed a fusion energy sphere that incinerated several Chitauri soldiers instantly. However, As it was his first foray into wielding divine power, he miscalibrated the energy output, inadvertently leveling a building in the process. This spectacle sent the surrounding crowd into a frenzy, drawing them closer to Charlie. Whether they came to embrace the sun god or seek refuge, both reasons likely coexisted. In the distance, Ihwa observed Charlie's charismatic display, bemused by his sudden zeal for proselytizing. Wasn't this fellow once devoid of faith? How had he become so adept at swaying others? And yet, it seemed that he had not intentionally inserted such peculiar traits. Little did he realize that disbelief in deities stemmed from the notion that none existed. Once faced with a god capable of saving his life and granting him immense power, and returning him to youth, he would undoubtedly embrace faith without hesitation. Even without those peculiarities, Charlie would likely be just as devout. Regardless, forming a cult devoted to the sun god could prove beneficial. It appeared the gene engine was stable, allowing for further experimentation. Throughout this, there was no mention of Ancient One, yet she pondered deeply. "Do you believe there's a problem?" she inquired. Ihwa shook his head in silence. Was he preparing to establish a sect and vie for faith? While not inherently problematic, the crucial concern lay in his potential to usurp souls that rightfully belonged to others. Emphasis on usurp. Ihwa was not yet the true master of dimensions, lacking the authority to commandeer souls. Issues would likely arise swiftly. Nothing to worry about. However, be prepared. A god may seek you out in the future. What do you mean? You have just usurped a soul that should have belonged to another. With that, the matter rested in Ihwa's hands. He had already acquired the capability to claim such authority. Sooner or later, conflicts would arise over the division of interests with certain deities. As long as Earth remained intact, let the gods resolve their own disputes. Her intervention to stop Ihwa and save Ra stemmed from his immaturity at the time. Even minor matters could disrupt the larger picture. Had Ihwa destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D. back then, the Avengers would not exist now, and Iron Man might have perished in that incident. If that were the case, who would resurrect everyone after Thanos snapped his fingers? Had it not been for the sudden population surge leading to the birth of gods in unhealthy forms, the Eternals may not have successfully prevented the manifestation of divine beings. In such a scenario, Earth's fate would be sealed. Yet, would the future Avengers truly not arrive? The fog of uncertainty grew ever thicker. Even for the guardian of the Time Stone, she felt weary. Ihwa furrowed his brow soles. He nearly forgot. This world does not allow for the indiscriminate resurrection of individuals, especially those with high-quality souls often coveted by demons or gods. Well, it seemed he had inadvertently courted trouble once again. But never mind. Onward he would go. If he were to seize, he would seize. As long as trouble did not find him now, he would be granted sufficient time to develop. Ultimately, might would determine supremacy. Resolute in his decision, Ihwa felt emboldened. The gods of alternate dimensions could not reach Earth. With Ancient One as a formidable sorceress watching over him and Hela imprisoned. The other gods governing souls, aside from the conceptual death goddess, seemed unable to pose a threat for the time being. God? A figure who had never appeared. He doubted Ancient One would dare confront him during her lifetime. Furthermore, given the limited souls on Earth, it hardly warranted mobilizing forces. Entering the dark dimension, he commenced a large-scale search. Unexpectedly, the very Ancient One he had guarded against became an invisible shield. Very well, he would strive to treat her with more courtesy henceforth. A brave police officer, a man of color, who sacrificed himself to protect others. Soon, data retrieval across New York yielded individuals inspired by the fervor of war, matching his criteria in droves. However, once more let it be clear, the sun god harbors no bias against individuals of color. It is simply that compared to other races, they possess greater genetic deficiencies. This was also one of the reasons Ihwa had never treated Nick Fury with kindness. Genes dictate nearly all biological traits. If one is unattractive or of darker complexion, it is futile to wax lyrical about genetics. This is not prejudice, it is a reality. While he cared little for optimizing genetic resources, now that superior options were available, why choose otherwise? If one perishes, so be it. A beautiful Italian woman, a tourist of Asian descent, and amidst tireless efforts. He had only produced 7 gene engines, necessitating careful selection. Without exception, aside from Charlie, the 6 others were all strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Do not inquire further. It is simply a matter of genetics. Now let us begin. With a command from Ihua, gene engines were deployed within the dark dimension, and 6 golden beams of light surged forth once more. The chosen ones were instantly enveloped in radiant glow, their bodies undergoing remarkable transformations. The once delicate visage of the Italian maiden now radiated an ethereal purity, while the young man of Chinese descent exuded an enigmatic Eastern charm. In that moment, they became extraordinary beings, the object of everyone's admiration, naturally inciting considerable commotion. However, soon a disruption occurred. Chaotic data emerged from the shadows, accompanied by ominous alerts of information collision. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. Ihua stood in stunned silence. The creation of the genetic engine had been meticulously crafted according to the teachings within the Blazing Sun database. He had even made specific adjustments based on the genetic traits of Earthlings. Mutations were understandable. Even an explosion could be tolerated, but what on earth was this data chaos? Where had things gone awry? Observing the 6 individuals who had been implanted with the super genetic engine, he noted that some had ballooned to 3 meters in height, their bodies resembling flowing magma, while others were engulfed in flames or radiated extraordinarily potent genetic energy. In any case, they no longer resembled humans. Could it be that their survival during the implantation process was the cause? Had their souls not been seized? Yet, all their genetic data had been read, including the segment governing their dominant spirit. How could this happen? Yihua furrowed his brow, rapidly analyzing the data within the shadow realm, particularly the vast array of information concerning souls. But everything appeared to be in order. This was absurd. Not only was Yihua baffled, but the crowd in New York was equally perplexed, as was director Nick Fury of S.H.A.L.D. What was happening? Could this be yet another of Yihua's creations? He had anticipated complications. Nick Fury scrutinized the images transmitted from the scene, his expression darkening with uncertainty. Charlie could still be considered a miracle. As he proclaimed his devotion to the sun god, Nick Fury realized that this must be Yihua's covert handiwork. After all, Yihua had mentioned a batch of super soldiers coming to assist. If they were all miracles like Charlie, it would indeed be splendid. But now, were they all fiery demons clawing their way out of hell? They were more terrifying than the Chitauri themselves. For the glory of the sun god, roar, kill. There was no saving them now. Yihua rubbed his aching forehead, concluding that it would be wise to retract them immediately. Otherwise, the magnificent and benevolent sun god would soon be transformed into a malevolent deity. Yet, it must be said, despite their unappealing appearances, the combat prowess of the modified individuals remained uncompromised. Once engaged in battle, their abilities surpassed all expectations, and the Chitauri forces were retreating in disarray. As Yihua observed the battlefield, he contemplated that if all those who underwent genetic engine modification ended up in such grotesque forms, he could very well descend into hell as a demon. This would not do. The image of the sun god could not be tarnished in such a manner. He decided to terminate the support for these 6 individuals in the shadow realm. Better to let them bravely sacrifice themselves in this defense of Earth, lest he be compelled to retrieve them personally. Stripped of superpowers, they were merely the newly awakened generation of super soldiers. He believed the Chitauri army could still be vanquished. Perhaps. Chapter 51. A Dance of Demons, What Has Happened to Me? Just as those 6 individuals, implanted with genetic engines, yet inexplicably mutated, fervently cried out for the supreme glory of the sun god and charged forward recklessly, they suddenly sensed something amiss. At this moment, they had transformed into grotesque monsters, even more fearsome than any nightmare. Their bodies blazed with fierce flames, and one of them towered over 3 meters tall. Astonishingly, their form was composed of bubbling, molten magma, resembling a titan emerging from the depths of hell, akin to the terrifying demons of legend. Similarly, the individual beside him, while also engulfed in flames, retained some semblance of human features. Nevertheless, all 6 had undergone bizarre mutations, and faced with such a cataclysmic change, Even they found it difficult to accept this brutal reality of no longer being human. Their ordinary garments were utterly inadequate against the searing heat of the inferno. For the glory of the sun god, to vanquish the invaders, the deity shall aid us. Despite their hearts brimming with confusion and trepidation, since the sun god had issued a clear command for battle, they would charge forward without hesitation, engaging in a desperate struggle with their foes. This was an instinct ingrained in their very genes. What manner of creatures has that fellow unleashed? Has he summoned demons from the abyss? As long as they do not resemble normal humans, no matter how powerful or wondrous they may be, they are all classified as monsters, as demons. Tony gazed at the 6 flaming demons rushing into battle, momentarily unable to discern whom to strike. The devastation they wrought was no less than that of the Chitauri army. Flames engulfed everything in their wake. Where's Knight? Why has he yet to appear? Shouldn't he manage his subordinates? It was evident that this was one of Knight's schemes, for the energy emanating from these fiery creatures mirrored his own, primarily solar and nuclear energy. Not to mention their relentless cries for the glory of the sun god. What on earth does Knight intend to achieve? Who is Knight? These. They must be here to assist us, right? On the other side, Captain America, Steve, listened intently to the voices in his earpiece, curious that he was still unfamiliar with Knight. Oh, and let's not forget Dr. Banner, the sun god mentioned by these fiery beings. The nano battlesuits we are wearing were crafted by Knight. Natasha quickly interjected, I believe these fire beings are certainly here to aid us. It was clear that those they regarded as fire demons were indeed creations of Knight, and they were solely targeting the Chitauri forces. This formidable squad exhibited tremendous destructive capability, and their assembly exhibited a tendency to push back the Chitauri army. We should coordinate our efforts. In the face of this overwhelming extraterrestrial invasion, we must unite all available forces. Even the monstrous-looking fire beings could be allies. We must close the portal, otherwise, this war shall never cease. Just as Steve was about to devise a battle plan, Banner casually rode in on a small motorcycle. Clearly, the situation had worsened. Steve smiled, Dr. Banner. Your timing is impeccable. We need your assistance. Is it time for a meeting now? The gathering of the Avengers and the fiery demons conjured by Knight lightened Tony's tone considerably. Get ready, I brought gifts. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Man soared in from the distance, followed closely by the Leviathan beast. Doctor, Banner glanced at the others before striding toward the Leviathan. I've been holding in my frustration. With a roar, Hulk made his entrance. The Avengers assembled, and after Steve had succinctly crafted a battle strategy, he contacted the 6 fiery beings. In truth, aside from their unconventional appearances, they were quite communicative and conveyed their intent to assist the Avengers in combating the alien invasion. With Hulk's furious roar, he charged headlong into the Chitauri horde. Each leap he made sent tremors through the ground, scattering the nearby Chitauri soldiers. The 6 fire beings, inspired by Hulk's ferocity, adjusted their course to fight alongside him. Wherever Hulk and the fire beings went, chaos ensued, filled with smoke and explosions, leaving no room for resistance. The Chitauri army began to retreat in disarray. In contrast, the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team, despite their nanotech suits and superior weaponry, could only play a minor role on the battlefield. After all, their inherent capabilities were merely those of ordinary humans, and the Chitauri forces, bolstered by individual flying devices, moved too swiftly for the S.H.I.L.D. team to effectively manage. Even the prowess of a super soldier seemed ineffectual against the Chitauri army. Knight shook his head with a smile as he effortlessly dispatched a nearby Chitauri flying craft. Should we deem the Chitauri weak, or the super soldiers excessively strong? I have revoked their access to dark dimension powers. They are merely the first generation awakening their genetic engines, capable only of instinctual genetic abilities. Lacking the ability to release energy spheres, they stand no chance against you. Pathetic! How dare they invade Earth? Were it not for the Chitauri's relentless reinforcements and their dispersed tactics, they would have already been pushed back. The Avengers, a formidable ensemble of 30 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents clad in nano-battle suits, along with 6 first-generation super soldiers, comprised an impressive force. Yet, to the uninformed, it might appear as though they were the invaders. It seems these 6 will remain active for the time being. Each possesses strength akin to Captain America, coupled with fiery abilities. Unless subdued by overwhelming firepower, they are unlikely to perish. Especially when united, the 6 of them left the Chitauri army with no chance. Soon, Knight ceased to monitor the battle, contemplating either reconstructing the situation entirely or analyzing the crucial data to revert them to normalcy. Either option held little distinction for him, for he had discerned the key cause of their mutation: genetic permissions, a portion of which eluded his grasp. This posed no significant challenge. He could simply seize it. Rather than engage in battle, he found Charlie's endeavors far more intriguing. Knight opted not to involve him in combat, instead tasking him with the protection of civilians, curious to observe how he would propagate the faith. Are those fire beings also a gift from the sun god? Someone inquired. Why have they become so terrifying? This is merely an outward guise. My deity is merciful, accepting all who believe in him. This is also a test. What kind of test? Charlie was perplexed, uncertain why those also blessed by the sun god had transformed into monsters. Nevertheless, the sun god is indeed correct, and his followers are likewise justified. As for the trials and tribulations, you may conjure those in your own mind. Although Manhattan has become the principal battlefield, chaos engulfs all of New York, with skirmishes erupting everywhere, rendering every corner unsafe. However, remaining by Charlie's side is exceedingly secure, for he possesses the divine power bestowed by the sun god. Unlike those fiery beings who rely solely on their physical strength in combat. Consequently, a multitude has gathered around him. Could you enlighten me about the sun god? If I survive this ordeal, I too shall devote myself to him. While they have yet to encounter the sun god, Charlie stands as a living testament to divinity. Who would not desire to reclaim their youth, to possess a body brimming with vitality, especially those who have entered their twilight years? The elderly gaze upon Charlie with fervent admiration. Lifespan and youth are treasures that no sentient being can resist, willing to pay any price for their acquisition. In comparison, the notion of divine power seems rather trivial. One must first possess life to attain anything else. I too wish to follow the sun god, yearning to understand how I might be summoned by him. If I were to wield extraordinary strength, I could venture forth to protect everyone. The youth, captivated by Charlie's striking visage, as if enhanced by the most potent beauty filter and his ability to vanquish extraterrestrial foes with a mere gesture, find him irresistibly appealing and undeniably cool. If one cannot be handsome or cool, what is the worth of longevity? The essence of life lies in its breadth, not its duration. My God is benevolent. His radiance illuminates every soul. I shall serve as his emissary, embracing every believer and spreading his brilliance to the world. Upon resurrecting from the brink of death, Charlie became a steadfast devotee of the sun god, convinced that his revival was a divine calling to disseminate the teachings and glorify the sun god. Otherwise, why would he be tasked with protecting civilians instead of engaging in battle? Throughout history, no follower has ever received a divine summons and returned alive, let alone hear the voice of the deity again. The sun god is indeed real, and he has received a divine revelation, placing him closest to the divine. My God! Knight Hua chuckled. Establishing a cult of the sun god seems plausible, especially as I require numerous followers and ordinary individuals have their own worth. To become a super soldier, possessing eternal youth and extraordinary prowess, one must toil diligently. The age of those who seek to reap rewards without effort shall soon be over. The notion of gathering countless super soldiers and millions of ordinary people to sustain my own ambitions is quite ingenious. Though it was merely a spontaneous thought, Charlie's fervent missionary zeal greatly pleases Knight Hua. Life has grown exceedingly mundane. A touch of mischief now and then is rather delightful. As time progresses on a battlefield, the sudden incursion is nearing its conclusion. Chapter 52. The troops the Chitauri army surged forth like a relentless tide, their speed startlingly swift. Yet, This seemingly interminable war concluded with unexpected rapidity. When the Avengers discovered the means to close the portal, the battle could effectively be deemed over. Close the portal immediately, Steve commanded without hesitation, his gaze firmly fixed on Black Widow, acutely aware that as long as the portal remained open, the incessant influx of Chitauri soldiers could render this conflict perpetual. Just then, Tony interjected urgently, "Wait, Captain. A nuclear missile is hurtling towards us, but fret not, for I have already devised a plan for its destination." This revelation sent a wave of apprehension through the group. Could those utterly foolish politicians truly be deranged enough to unleash a nuclear strike upon their own country? Were they so devoid of compassion that they would disregard the millions of innocent civilians in New York City, as well as the soldiers engaged in battle? Had their minds been utterly consumed by madness? Fortunately, the situation had yet to spiral beyond redemption. In a flash, Iron Man grasped the nuclear missile and resolutely dove into the portal. Witnessing this, Nightingale could not suppress a faint smile, contemplating that at last, this so-called grand conflict could be brought to a satisfactory conclusion. The Battle of New York was trivial in nature. Nightingale had never truly regarded it with grave concern. For an astral civilization that could be incinerated with a mere spark was hardly worthy of alarm. However, those 6 peculiar beings. Nightingale's gaze fell upon the 6 flawed super soldiers, enshrouded in flames, yet steadfastly executing their orders against the Chitauri. It would hardly be prudent to simply reduce them to data. Firstly, they were not dead. Secondly, each had families, unlike Charlie, a solitary elder without kin. There were not so many orphans in the world. It appeared that further intervention would be necessary. With a humanitarian spirit, Nightingale resolved to assist them in rectifying their data disarray, enabling them to become true super soldiers. At the very least, allowing them to bid a proper farewell to their families. Perhaps this would even benefit the solar cult's development on Earth. After all, having claimed one soul's allegiance, he was not overly concerned with acquiring a few more. Having made his decision, Nightingale cast an amused glance at Ancient One. The council members orchestrating these events had decisively issued the nuclear strike order, perhaps not without his subtle encouragement. After all, it was not merely an alien invasion. There were also 6 flame demons involved. Yet, to truly unleash a nuclear weapon upon their own nation was audacious indeed. Had he eliminated Ross at the outset, would they have dared to retaliate with a nuclear strike against themselves? The outcome of such an act was all too predictable. Along with the American government, could have been obliterated by his past self. Did they forget that he harbored paranoia? Chuckling, he thought, well, it seems there is little left to attend to here. Let be. The greatest achievement this day was the confirmation that the solar gene engine could be seamlessly integrated into Earthlings and that the so-called data disarray was not a significant issue. In essence, it was but a trivial matter. As for the Mind Stone and the Tesseract, it would be wise to refrain from meddling with them for now. He had yet to fully comprehend the Power Stone. Acquiring additional useless stones would only attract Thanos' scrutiny without yielding any benefit. Moreover, Wanda required the stimulation of the Mind Stone to grasp chaos magic, which might also relate to Hydra's experiments. It was best not to interfere. As the portal opened, Nightingale approached the 6 super soldiers. Initially wary, they soon knelt reverently before him. My God! Though this marked their first genuine encounter with Nightingale, their genetic instincts informed them that the figure before them was the solar god who bestowed upon them extraordinary powers, deserving of their lifelong devotion. My God! The towering lava giant among them hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his request to the deity. The other 5 mirrored this apprehension, their expressions betraying a desire to inquire, yet holding back. Fear not. This is merely a minor setback. You shall return to your normal selves. Nightingale smiled, gesturing to the portal. Come now. There is no need for us to intervene further. I shall assist you in regaining your normalcy. Since they had met face to face and he had decided to keep them, it was unnecessary to maintain an air of divinity. Otherwise, future interactions would become overly burdensome. Aside from their genetic programming for loyalty and obedience, their subjective thoughts had not undergone significant alteration. Excitement coursed through them at the solar god's promise to restore them. Yet curiosity lingered about their destination. Were they to journey to the realm of the divine? Yet, since the deity refrained from divulging, they dared not inquire further. At last, it was over. As the colossal portal was on the verge of sealing completely, Iron Man tumbled through, simultaneously causing the remaining Chitauri on Earth to collapse. Rendered inert by the destruction of their mothership, victory had been achieved. Observing the scenes relayed from the battlefield, Nick Fury pondered thoughtfully, noticing the absence of the 6 flame demons. Throughout the New York battle, Nightingale had remained hidden, thus few had noted his presence. Not even S.H.I.L.D. could ascertain whether he had been on the battlefield or not. However, it was evident that he had been monitoring the conflict. The sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of those 6 flame beings served as evidence. Wait, there is another. Charlie, who is proclaiming the glory of the solar god, remains near the battlefield. Could it be that his apparent normalcy is why he was not taken by Nightingale? As for his evangelism, it seems inconsequential. The United States has an abundance of churchgoers. The addition of a solar cult would hardly matter. Yet could it truly be so simple? Nightingale, the solar god, is a tangible entity, having manifested miracles, resurrecting the dead and rejuvenating them. It is clear that if a solar cult were to be established, its fervor would spread uncontrollably. Hill, keep a close watch on this individual named Charlie. I wish to be apprised of every detail concerning him. Nightingale had left him behind for a purpose. S.H.I.L.D. appeared incapable of restraining him, nor did they possess the means to intervene. However, it was imperative to remain informed about Charlie's every move to formulate appropriate countermeasures. Understood, sir. The post-war reconstruction would naturally be handled by dedicated personnel. As New York City slowly regained its former vibrancy, people began to rebuild their homes. Yet the legends surrounding this recent conflict quietly circulated. Nightingale chose not to concern himself with such trivialities, for comprehending the cause of the super soldier's mutations due to the dominant thought data was paramount. Otherwise, one could not simply eliminate individuals, then decode genetic data, seize souls, and arrange for resurrection. Such a process would be laborious and exhaust resources. An efficient and swift gene engine implantation program was essential. It must not be conducted in such a cumbersome manner. Do not worry, it will soon be rectified. For the first time, he possessed followers who regarded him as their deity, yet the reverence they displayed was somewhat overwhelming, leaving Nightingale feeling somewhat inexperienced. He could not remain perpetually elevated, constantly referring to himself in the first person. The pressure was palpable. However, if they were merely here to work, they could be treated as new employees joining the organization. He was promptly escorted to the genetic research laboratory, where he was gestured to stand on the experimental platform. Without hesitation, he approached, driven not only by an instinctual obedience to genetic command, but also by the remarkably gentle and approachable demeanor of the deity, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions. Upon entering the shadowed realm, he activated the solar light interface to begin retrieving all genetic data, eager to discern the underlying issue. Nighthua's attention was wholly captured by the interface, where intricate data codes flickered and danced incessantly. As the data retrieval deepened, he discerned that the complication stemmed from an encrypted sequence during the gene fusion process. This sequence, which was supposed to provide stability, inexplicably caused interference. Was it due to my unworthiness to wield their souls? The database of the Blazing Sun had not indicated such a scenario. If he wished to avoid exterminating them only to expend resources on their resurrection, he must thoroughly decode this encrypted data. It seemed akin to the art of hacking and password theft. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, deciphering and rewriting the segment of the encryption that Nighthua deemed erroneous. The 5 individuals nearby, perplexed, watched with bated breath, pondering whether this endeavor would determine their return to normalcy. Yet why did the solar deity before them differ from the divine beings of their fantasies? This resembled a scene from a science fiction novel, grounded in science rather than sorcery. Nighthua cast a sidelong glance, disinterested in elucidating why he, as a deity, appeared somewhat distinct, fully focused on the anomalies within the genetic data. Fortunately, decoding such data was merely a matter of expertise for a super soldier. After considerable effort, he exhaled in relief, Having resolved the issue, he reinitiated the integration process of the genetic data, and a gentle luminescence enveloped the super soldier, smoothing out the chaotic data within, rendering his power more manageable. As the radiance gradually receded, the soldier returned to his original state, more accurately, to the most vibrant version of himself in his lifetime, enhanced by an extraordinary beauty. His visage was strikingly handsome, his physique robust like that of a bodybuilder. The other super soldiers, witnessing this transformation, were filled with astonishment and reverence. Nightwa subsequently repaired the disarray of their data in succession, restoring all 6 super soldiers to their normal states. "Thank you for your divine grace," they exclaimed in unison. Nightwa waved his hand, indicating that such excessive gratitude was unnecessary. They should henceforth focus on living well here. Inwardly, he mused that they ought to be diligently working for him. After a brief acquaintance, they would come to understand the distinction between him and the divine beings they envisioned, who required fervent worship from their followers. A laborer ought to possess the awareness befitting their role. However, their propensity to kneel so readily suggested they had yet to grasp the true essence of a super soldier. He was not the deity they had imagined. Reflecting on his initial intentions, he reassured himself that he had not imposed any peculiar settings upon the genetic engine. At least, he hoped not. "Very well. I grant you 6 months to reunite with your families and settle life's trifles. Thereafter, you shall be my warriors and nothing else." "Understood, my deity," they responded, once again kneeling. Chapter 53. Post-war, after successfully transporting the 6 individuals back to New York just after the war's conclusion, Yihua generously granted them a full 6 months of ample time to reunite with their families and relish in the joys of kinship. At first glance, this half-year seemed rather protracted. However, in truth, it vanished in the blink of an eye. After all, he had assigned them another crucial task: to delve deeply into their unique abilities and master them proficiently. Thus, this 6-month period appeared to be rather insufficient. Although he had opened a portion of the dark dimension for their use, it was akin to facing an entirely new game. Even if one could start playing immediately upon acquisition, truly mastering the game and achieving outstanding results was no trivial undertaking. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. For this reason, Yihua held no lofty expectations of them, not anticipating their swift transition into a high-efficiency working state within such a brief period. The precious half-year was granted, on one hand, to allow them a heartfelt and thorough farewell with their loved ones. On the other hand, it was to provide them with sufficient time and energy to diligently explore and perfect their unique capabilities. Only when both objectives were successfully achieved could they hope to mature into competent workers, contributing their strength to the flourishing of the solar civilization. In simpler terms, it was about wholeheartedly and tirelessly aiding in the construction of the dark dimension, comparable to an entire civilization. Reflecting on this, Yihua couldn't help but smile, a gentle laugh escaping his lips. "Look at me. I am truly too benevolent, even understanding the need to grant my employees such an extended holiday. Surely, I'm not a competent employer." The triumph of the genetic engine heralded the advent of countless super warriors, and once they comprehended what a super warrior truly entailed, he could genuinely relax, knowing that all matters would be handled. As the solar deity, he need only luxuriate in the fruits of his labor. Just as Yihua was in high spirits, he detected a communication attempt directed at him. "Yihua, the construction of Tiansheng has incorporated dark matter in many areas, which possesses a signal jamming function. Unless communications are expressly permitted by me, it is nearly impossible to reach me." Indeed, it was Nebula. "Xingyun, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Yihua inquired, a smile gracing his face as he observed the holographic projection of Nebula. "Nothing particularly urgent. I recently stumbled upon a clue regarding a unique material, which may pique your interest. Thanos has received news that the Chitauri army's invasion plan for Earth has failed, resulting in the loss of a crucial cosmic stone, which has incited his wrath. Nebula, however, was indifferent to the plight of Earth or the Chitauri. Thanos' failure was something she welcomed. Yet, she was curious about Yihua's well-being. Despite knowing that he was a godlike figure, the Chitauri posed no threat to him. Nevertheless, Nebula was eager to see Yihua at the earliest opportunity. She concocted an excuse to leave Thanos' sanctum and contacted Yihua, feeling relieved upon confirming his safety. What material? Is it from the resource list I provided you? Since meeting Nebula, she had already contributed significantly to his resources, and Tianqing's current development owed part of its success to her efforts. Not exactly. It's a mere pretext. I haven't discovered any resources. However, Thanos' sphere of influence is vast, and having conquered numerous life-bearing planets, her exposure is undoubtedly extensive. Otherwise, she wouldn't efficiently locate such peculiar items for Yihua to exchange for resources from a void. Oh, upon hearing that it wasn't from the resource list, Yihua immediately lost interest. For now, he had no need for other items. The two engaged in conversation for a while before ending the call. How on earth can I procure items from the void? Nebula sought materials primarily to exchange for various resources from the void. That celestial head was undeniably a treasure trove for super warriors requiring vast resources. Unfortunately, Tyvan had no intention of selling it yet. The Celestials. There is currently one in the process of gestation within Earth, said to be at its core, yet no traces of its existence can be found. It is likely concealed in another dimension. And then there is Ego's remaining brain. I wonder if it produces the necessary resources and whether I can contend with him. While Yihua was lost in thought and considering schemes regarding the Celestials, the communicator rang again. This time it was a mobile phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he realized it was Wanda. Her communication signal had also been specially modified for his approval. Upon answering, Wanda's anxious voice came through. Yihua, we've all heard about the battle in New York. Are you all right? Hearing this, Yihua felt warmth in his heart and replied with a smile. Fear not. I'm not a combatant. Naturally, I am quite well. Though less than a day had passed since the New York battle had unfolded, the news had spread like wildfire, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D. powerless to contain it. Upon hearing Yihua's voice, Wanda sighed in relief. That's good to hear. I was quite worried about you. I simply couldn't contact you earlier due to some pressing matters. Leaning back in his chair, Yihua curiously inquired, what has transpired? If you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. And no, it's nothing. Wanda's hesitance only piqued Yihua's curiosity further, prompting him to delve into the dark dimension to retrieve information. How quick to act? What? Nothing. Their conversation meandered, but as the dark information continued to be retrieved, Yihua's expression grew increasingly peculiar. In nearly a day, much could transpire. Although the New York battle had concluded, the aftermath was far from over. For instance, Thor had declared sovereignty over the Tesseract, yet had no immediate intent to return to Asgard, instead choosing to indulge in affection with his girlfriend, Jane. Moreover, the Mind Stone had not fallen into S.H.I.E.L.D. hands at all. It had been directly transported from the New York battlefield to the secret base of Hydra in Sokovia, where experiments were promptly initiated. One might have expected it to be sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. as a mere formality before being discreetly swapped. However, it seemed they had not even bothered to pretend. Nick Fury had received word that it was intercepted en route to S.H.I.E.L.D. by a mysterious individual, and he was currently conducting a furious investigation into the matter. It appeared that during the time Yihua had dealt with the data disarray of the super warriors, many intriguing events had transpired. On the other end, after much hesitation, Wanda mustered the courage to ask, we've known each other for several years, haven't we? I mean, with New York nearly reduced to ruins, if you have nothing pressing to attend to, could you come and see me? As she spoke, her tone grew resolute. Indeed, I wish to see you, my dear. Hydra's intention to exploit the Mind Stone for human experimentation naturally required test subjects. By masquerading their endeavors as medical experiments, they sought to gain power strong enough to exact revenge on Tony Stark, reaching out to the Maximoff siblings. Of course, the Maximoffs were not the only ones chosen by Hydra. Many others were also involved. Wanda, upon learning of the events in New York, hesitated to reach out to him immediately. After absorbing all the hidden information, Yihua pondered, my library has been forcibly dismantled, and the subsequent issues of compensation and reconstruction may demand considerable attention. She was already prepared to participate in Hydra's experiments, yet her resolve wavered upon his arrival. Uncertain of her survival, she yearned to see him one last time. If that were the case, Yihua found himself conflicted about whether to meet her. The emergence of the Scarlet, which was undoubtedly intertwined with her tragic fate. Otherwise, in an infinite multiverse, it would be improbable for only this Wanda to traverse through it. Yihua's words were, without a doubt, a rejection, leaving Wanda profoundly disheartened. She resolved to partake in the unknown human experiment, driven by another objective, to strive to be worthy of Yihua, rather than remaining an unremarkable girl from the slums. Indeed, this was her primary motivation. But now, could it be that even at a moment when she was determined to sacrifice her life for change, she might not even have the chance to see him one last time? Certainly, all matters pale in comparison to his significance. I recall stating that as long as you wish to see me, I can be there any time. What is there to hesitate about? Although she had always hoped to embody the Scarlet, which traverses the multiverse, this cautious Wanda was quite endearing in her own right. As for power, I shall strive for it. The chaotic magic resides within her. Even if her existence prevents Wanda from achieving her ultimate potential, it no longer matters. To honor the girl's intentions is what truly counts. Upon hearing Yihua's acquiescence, Wanda's heart brimmed with joy. Then, shall we meet tomorrow? I wish to see you immediately. Yihua readily agreed. It seemed that Hydra had not afforded her much time, since she had always perceived herself as an ordinary person. Perhaps it was best to meet her in that guise. After concluding the call, Yihua gazed calmly into the distance, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. However, the slight curve of his lips suggested that his spirits were high. Chapter 54. Meeting online friends. Wanda had always perceived herself merely as a wealthy Chinese entrepreneur, and she had explicitly mentioned that she would be picking herself up from the airport. Thus, it was rather inappropriate to simply create a portal to arrive. Sokovia is neither particularly close nor exceedingly far from New York. A flight would take just a few hours. Upon exiting the airport, Wanda spotted a beautiful woman holding flowers, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, indicating she had found the person she was waiting for. Yihua, dressed in a white suit and also holding a bouquet, was the predetermined signal for their meeting. With a smile, Wanda approached, and there was no chance of misrecognition. Although this was their first encounter in reality, they had exchanged photos and even video calls online. She remained silent, gazing gently at him, her face radiating warmth and tranquility, with a beautifully defined smile that exuded a healing sweetness. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, sweetheart would be most fitting. Her green eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, shimmering like stars, though they soon lowered shyly, casting a sidelong glance. The two shared a quiet moment of eye contact before Yihua broke the silence with a smile, asking, "What is it, my dear? Am I the cause of your concern?" "No, not at all," Wanda quickly replied. "In fact, you are even more perfect than I had imagined." The tall, handsome figure before her seemed akin to a prince from a fairy tale. Despite her meticulous preparations for this meeting, she felt a pang of inadequacy in Yihua's presence. Sensing her insecurity, Yihua stepped forward and took her hand, exchanging flowers with her. "You too are absolutely stunning. Come on, my dear. Shall we not linger here any longer?" It was undeniable that exceptional genetics had bestowed upon him a flawless appearance. Wanda brought him to her home in Sokovia, expecting to find her brother, Peter, but was surprised to discover he was absent. A quick scan of information revealed the reason. She had truly gone to great lengths to prepare for their meeting today. "I never told you much about my family. Are you disappointed?" Wanda felt a flutter of anxiety. If it weren't for her determination to participate in that experiment, she would not have invited Yihua over so soon. But now, it hardly mattered. Her survival was uncertain, and she wished for Yihua to see her most authentic self, hoping to create a beautiful memory. "Disappointed? As long as you are present. That is all that matters to me." Yihua smiled, encouraging her. Hearing this, Wanda also smiled back, remarking, "Well, you certainly know how to flatter. By the way, after such a long flight, you must be hungry. I have learned to cook Chinese cuisine. I hope it suits your taste." Her home was not particularly impressive. While it wasn't on the verge of collapse, it was incomparable to Yihua's villa. Their first meeting was devoid of any awkwardness, as natural as a wife preparing lunch for her husband returning home from a journey. To facilitate her movements, Wanda tied her long hair back and donned a large apron as she busied herself in the kitchen. Yihua, wanting to help, joined her in the kitchen. washing vegetables like potatoes and bok choy. Once the few vegetables were washed, he turned off the tap and set them aside in a plastic basin, saying, "The vegetables are ready. I've placed them to the side." Wanda skillfully sliced carrots. Her modesty about her culinary skills was evident, as her knife skills surpassed those of an average person, though perhaps not quite reaching the level of a master chef. It was apparent that her dedication to mastering Chinese cuisine was for someone special. "This is wonderful. I have always envisioned this scene," she suddenly remarked. "What scene?" Yihua, touched, idly inquired. This very moment, preparing food together in the kitchen, one washing while the other chops, she explained, discussing work, how exhausting it can be, and how grueling overtime is. "My dear, yes. Do you know my lifelong dream?" Wanda spoke with a tone of longing. "It's to be a housewife, living happily with my family, preparing breakfast in the morning, handing my dear a lunchbox as he heads off to work. I cherish the little chores at home, no matter how busy they keep me. When my dear comes home, I would stand at the door, taking his coat, and say, 'You must be tired from work. Would you like to eat first, take a shower, or—' Regardless, a warm embrace after a day apart is essential." Under Wanda's tender gaze, Yihua felt overwhelmed. She was no mere sweet girl. She was a spider weaving a delicate web of warmth, from which none could escape. It became clear that sincerity was indeed her greatest asset. "If that is what you desire, I would be more than happy to have you as my housewife." Yihua gently embraced her. "But does that truly suit you?" Their bond seemed to deepen instantly, filling the kitchen with a relaxed and cozy atmosphere. Soon, a table laden with authentic Chinese dishes was ready. "My dear, please try this. It's my first attempt, so the flavor may not be ideal." "No, it's absolutely fantastic." This was the truth. As a home-cooked meal, Wanda's culinary skills were exceptionally commendable. "I'm glad you like it." As they shared lunch, Wanda inquired about the library in New York, bringing up the topic of the alien invasion. She sought to find a conversation starter, and Yihua was more than willing to share trivial matters with her. After the meal, Wanda fetched a watermelon and took on the task of cutting it. Though living conditions were not affluent, her presence seemed to exacerbate the situation. However, she would soon no longer need to worry about making ends meet, and Wanda was eager to host him. As they enjoyed dessert while watching an old television, Wanda smiled knowingly, prompting Yihua to curiously ask why her smile was so sweet. "My dear, you have no idea. This is the life I have always dreamed of. Just being with the one I love is enough." Lexington responded, reflecting on her past when, during a family meal while watching television, Stark had delivered her a great surprise. "How easily satisfied you are. From now on, I shall protect you with all my might, ensuring you never face harm again. Of course, we shall disregard the Hydra experiments, as you have already decided to participate, even the scarlet which must grow." "I haven't finished speaking," she said contentedly at Yihua's assurance. As evening approached, Wanda first headed for a shower, playfully pushing him to wash up before they could share a kiss, insisting, "Let us do that after you're clean. Then we can snuggle in your arms and chat about work life." "Ah, it seems you're boldly initiating in advance." With time still on their side, they couldn't follow her suggestion just yet. They stepped onto the bustling street, and Wanda joyfully led him on a spontaneous adventure. Sokovia is indeed a place of utter chaos, marked by poverty and backwardness, offering little in the way of amusement. However, when one is in the company of a cherished companion, the surrounding environment becomes inconsequential, and time passes swiftly. As night descends, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Wanda's room, though not spacious, is immaculately tidy, exuding warmth and comfort. To the left of the simple wooden bed is a bedside table, and to the right, a vanity. At the foot of the bed stands an ivory-white European-style wardrobe. A bookshelf graces the wall adjacent to the corridor, while a desk sits beside it. Beyond the glass door lies a small balcony furnished with tables and chairs, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows. It is evident that Peter truly adores his sister, providing Wanda with the best living conditions within his means. "This is my sanctuary." Wanda sits on the edge of the bed, the soft mattress yielding slightly beneath her. Quite pleasant indeed. Yihua approaches the bookshelf, perusing the well-worn volumes, each marked with delicate annotations in elegant script. It appears she is a young lady with a profound love for reading. "Do you believe I am not beautiful enough?" "No, Wanda, you are stunning, exceedingly so." You possess beauty, a splendid figure, and an undeniable charm. I genuinely hold you in high regard. Well, my dear, what are you waiting for? What do you think I am waiting for? Despite Wanda's mature appearance, with her naturally cascading golden locks, deep-set brows, exquisite visage, lovely collarbones, and rounded shoulders, every aspect signals that the moment of harvest is at hand. Yet, the matter remains that a minimum sentence of 3 years, with the highest being death, looms over us. Even if I were a deity reborn into a land of freedom, it still feels rather peculiar. With a snap, Wanda dims the room's bright lights, opting for the soft glow of the bedside lamp, casting a gentle illumination over her side of the bed, and the ambience shifts immediately. Do you not perceive my intentions? If you do nothing now, it will truly sadden me. Currently, Wanda embodies the essence of a breathtaking beauty, leaning over the bed, her alluring gaze captivating with every flutter of her long, slightly upturned lashes evoking an enchanting allure, ensnaring the soul of anyone who meets her gaze. Wanda, as a super soldier, there are concerns regarding genetic radiation. I wonder if your chaotic magic can withstand it, or if it will have any repercussions. Never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands. Should Yi Huan not take the initiative, Wanda would not simply relinquish the opportunity. The atmosphere had reached a point where inaction would be a travesty. Sensing the moment was right, she slowly rose, approaching Yi Hua and resting her hands upon his shoulders. Even if it is their first encounter, she merely needs to know that he cares for her. However, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her nervousness as she spoke. The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. May the swallows return well. Yi Hua, brother. In the context of Huaxia culture, this should be the way to express it. Yi Hua, brother, in such a situation, to remain utterly still would be unmanly. Another night, bathed in moonlight, is beautifully enchanting. Chapter 55. A new mythical legend. Yanjin, an unremarkable office worker, labored tirelessly under the oppressive demands of 996,007 work schedule. Once, he had dreamt of gallant adventures, donning fine garments and wielding a sword across distant lands. However, reality proved to be a relentless blade, gradually eroding the fervor he once possessed. Burdened by the responsibilities of aging parents and young children, he became just another face in the crowd, embodying the very mediocrity he had once vowed to avoid. His mundane existence continued unabated, seemingly destined to persist indefinitely. Recently, the company's owner, in an unusual display of benevolence, organized a team-building trip to New York City. Yanjin assumed his role would be merely one of servitude, attending to the needs of others. Yet unexpectedly, an alien invasion unfolded before him. Scenes that had previously existed only in the realm of science fiction materialized into stark reality. With no time to contemplate, he instinctively shielded a child with his own body, perhaps sealing his fate in that moment. Farewell, dear aging parents. Farewell, beloved wife. Farewell, my cherished son. Though my greatest regret lies with you, I trust you shall comprehend my actions. Your son, husband, and father is not a mere shadow of a man. He is a hero capable of protecting others. However, the darkness that awaited him was not eternal. Instead, he found himself within a magnificent temple, where a commanding voice resonated within him, dispelling shadows and enveloping him in light and warmth. He had been chosen by the divine, his bravery and selflessness recognized. As a warrior of the deity, he joined the battle against the malevolent extraterrestrials. Though his appearance was initially difficult to accept, the divine assisted him, enhancing his handsomeness. The sun god, a magnificent and benevolent entity, bore the visage of an Eastern man, creating an unparalleled sense of kinship. Upon returning to the battlefield in New York, Yanjin found himself endowed with a plethora of newfound knowledge. He learned of another super soldier who shared their mission, preparing to establish a church devoted to the sun god. Resolute in his decision, Yanjin resolved to bring his family to join the faith. The sun god granted them 6 months to reunite with their loved ones, to learn and master their newfound abilities. Thus, it mattered little where they gathered. As a warrior and believer, his family would inevitably join the sun god's church, perhaps even receiving divine blessings in return. Alongside him were 5 others, each accompanied by their families, arriving at the designated meeting point in Manhattan, New York. This locale had been chosen by Charlie, who intended to establish the sun god's temple there, a place of congregation for the fortunate followers selected by the divine. Regardless of circumstances elsewhere, the temple of the sun god must commence construction immediately and rapidly, he declared. What? No. Do you know who I am? Do not speak to me of finances. I'm now bereft of all but money. Upon arriving with his family, Yanjin observed a group of elderly men, their hair white as snow, quarreling amidst the ruins. One elder proclaimed, "When I was in power, you were yet to be born. Leave, and let those capable take charge." This area, once thriving due to its advantageous location, lay in ruins, a consequence of the Chitauri invasion. Many stood among the debris or sat in wheelchairs, their frail bodies shaking as they argued, each supported by a cadre of bodyguards, indicating their factional alliances. Another elder gestured toward a vast expanse, declaring, "This land belongs to the sun god's church. I will provide sufficient compensation to those affected. That is not your concern. Do not tell me what cannot be done. What I declare is law." While the government was tasked with the post-war reconstruction of New York, these individuals sought to bypass official plans, having brought their own workforce and negotiated with survivors to acquire substantial land. The affluent contributed financially, while the connected leveraged their influence. The imperative was clear. A grand temple must rise without delay. However, such ambitions clashed with the overarching reconstruction strategy, leaving the on-site officials in a precarious position, unable to confront the wealthy elders, even to voice dissent. Each individual, be they a prosperous businessman or a retired government official, wielded considerable social clout and resources. Their advancing ages and health conditions rendered them untouchable. Any provocation could lead to dire consequences. Uncertain of the unfolding drama, Yanjin surmised that these must also be followers of the sun god, thus allies. After settling his family temporarily, he sought out Charlie amidst the rubble. In a well-preserved dwelling, "Are those outside recent converts to our faith?" he inquired, observing 6 individuals: Haley Edward, Dev Griffiths, Zelina Jones, Ella Secula, David Brick, and Charlie Targaryen, gathered within, seemingly engaged in discussion. "Yanjin, your timing is fortuitous. We are preparing to construct the temple as revealed to us by the divine, a sanctuary for our congregation. Do you have any suggestions?" Charlie, preoccupied with the myriad tasks of establishing the church and managing the burgeoning faith, appeared particularly focused. "I have no objections. Only a temple of such grandeur and sanctity is worthy of the sun god," Yanjin affirmed, recognizing that as long as the core members remained united, all be well. After Charlie shared his plans, none objected, clearly indicating that he was leading the initiative to establish the church. However, Zelina Jones raised a concern. "The followers of our God must be pure. We cannot allow just anyone to join. Those outside, they are wealthy but otherwise unworthy. You cannot make arbitrary decisions on behalf of the divine." Charlie's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Zelina, let me reiterate, I do not make decisions for the divine. Our God is merciful and will not reject any sincere seeker of faith. To exclude those nearing the end of their lives would hinder our mission to spread the teachings." He insisted he had never promised anything of the sort. "If one wishes to join, so be it. We are in need of followers. The divine loves all and will welcome any devoted worshiper. As for whether contributions to the temple constitute devotion, I have never implied such. Any notions of seeking miraculous cures or extended youth are mere fabrications of their own making." Listening to their debate, Yanjin began to understand the reason behind the congregation of so many elderly individuals. David Brick chuckled, remarking, "I perceive no issues. While these matters may pose significant challenges for us, they are utterly trivial for the divine. Should miracles continue to manifest, the faith in my God shall surge across the globe like a tidal wave. In truth, the mere existence of these 7 individuals stands as the most compelling miracle, affirming the existence of a powerful deity. Otherwise, the establishment of the sun god cult would not have proceeded so seamlessly, nor would it have drawn such a multitude of followers from the ruins. Youth, longevity, divine power, these elements are bound to incite madness. It is evident that Nick Fury, standing at a distance, observes a group of elderly individuals who, despite their impending mortality, now exhibit a vitality reminiscent of a second youth. This is a celebration. The formation of the sun god cult is now unstoppable. If these elderly individuals were merely isolated, it would be inconsequential, but when united, their potential becomes immense. Each one is backed by vast human, material, and social resources. With time running short and illness afflicting them, who can predict the audacious actions they might undertake? What, after all, does Nightingale intend to achieve? He cannot thwart the establishment of the sun god cult. How could he? Would he label it an illegal cult? Then Nightingale himself would be deemed a malevolent deity. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to proceed in such a manner, Nick Fury is certain that, aside from the 7 super soldiers rivaling Steve, the presence of these ordinary individuals alone would present a significant challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, the deity they worship is indeed real. Nightingale is not someone to be trifled with. No, I must confer with him. The power of faith is formidable, and the fervor of believers can lead to madness, with countless examples of wars waged for belief. Even before its official establishment, the sun god cult has attracted a considerable number of individuals wielding vast resources. It is unfathomable to consider how many followers Nightingale will possess once the church is fully realized. To bestow life, youth, and strength upon others, truly, he is deserving of the title of God. Yet, this will disrupt the existing social order. Contemplating these matters, Nick Fury made his way towards the gathering place of the 7. Nightingale was nowhere to be found, absent from the island, and contact was impossible. Thus, it seemed prudent to glean insights from his followers regarding the tenets and ambitions of this so-called sun god cult. Chapter 56. The Cult. The dawn of a legend. The construction of the sun god cult progressed remarkably well, encountering virtually no obstacles. The affluent individuals, whose lifespans were waning and who were tormented by ailments yet possessed resources beyond imagination, had preemptively resolved potential issues. They believed that once the temple was completed, the sun god would summon them and bestow upon them youth and life. Beyond these desperate souls, who were willing to sacrifice everything for mere survival, countless devotees flocked to the site, where thousands gathered daily amid the ongoing construction. Charlie stood before the makeshift prayer room, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the devout throng. However, he too bore considerable pressure. Whether Charlie felt burdened was unknown to Ihua, who, in contrast, experienced a profound sense of ease and joy. This was indeed the epitome of meeting an online acquaintance, a warm shared lunch, engaging in heartfelt conversations about their lives, strolling through bustling streets, and ultimately sharing a delightful evening together. Wanda exhibited no signs of reluctance. She had resolutely decided to undergo this secret experiment. In this world, the weak were deemed unworthy of a beautiful life, a lesson she had learned in her youth when Stark Industries munitions ruthlessly obliterated her family. Recently, extraterrestrial invaders had struck again, destroying even Ihua's library in the ensuing chaos. Fortunately, Ihua remained unscathed and had not belittled her due to her impoverished circumstances. What more could she possibly desire? She would survive and acquire the powers promised by those individuals. She intended to wield that strength to protect her brother and her beloved, refusing to allow anything to jeopardize what she cherished. This splendid night sparkled like a brilliant star, forever etched in her memory. That was sufficient. She feared nothing. After escorting Ihua to the airport and watching the plane ascend into the sky, Wanda felt a surge of sweetness and fulfillment as she reached out to her brother. "Peter, he has left, hasn't he?" came her brother's calm voice from the other end of the line, not at all reminiscent of his usual threats to strike Ihua upon their meeting. He had even remained absent, dedicating all his time to the two of them. "Brother, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm ready." If not for this matter, embarking on an adventure together, encouraging and supporting one another would have been delightful. However, now that his sister had found her path, Peter hesitated for the first time. Yet, he understood he could never alter her decision. She was a woman of strong will. After bidding farewell to Wanda, Ihwa sat aboard the plane, gazing out at the sea of clouds, mirroring the subtle fluctuations of his thoughts. Unlike Clark, Wanda filled his heart with a warm longing, as he anticipated their next encounter to continue this beautiful journey. As for Strickler's experiments, the reality was that there were no secrets on Earth that he could not uncover if he desired. Of course, this was true in most cases. Hydra had Strickler overseeing the laboratory in Sokovia. They aimed not only to create weapons using the Mind Stone, but also to conduct human experiments for future implementation of the Insight program. Sokovia was a nation rife with chaos, where war had never ceased, and protests were perpetual, making it all too easy to recruit cannon fodder from the streets, perfectly suiting their plans. Peter and Wanda remained oblivious to the trials that awaited them, unaware of their impending transformations, having been deceived by Hydra operatives. They had already established contact with Hydra and were en route to their secret base. Ihwa resolved to merely observe, deeming it unnecessary to disrupt the emergence of the Scarlet Witch. Based on Strickler's experimental records and plans, the outcome appeared destined for failure, with many lives already lost. Wanda's success was attributed to the chaos magic inherently residing within her. During their intimate encounters, Ihwa could sense that immense power. The Mind Stone merely acted as a catalyst. As for Peter, it was likely due to his shared lineage with his sister that he benefited. Thus, they managed to complete the experimental modifications and acquire formidable abilities. Ihwa chuckled softly, allocating a portion of his computational power to conduct comprehensive monitoring of Strickler's laboratory and the Wanda siblings, choosing not to intervene further. Instead, he was intrigued to witness how multiversal chaos magic would be unleashed. Upon returning to New York, he disregarded the 7 super soldiers and directly headed to the Heavenly City. It appeared Charlie was performing admirably. In just 2 or 3 days, he had already selected the church's location and architectural design, even breaking ground on the construction. He had attracted a considerable group of wealthy individuals eager to assist, healing the sick, restoring youth, bestowing divine power. These were not unattainable aspirations. Ihwa smiled. He had initially created only 7 gene engines due to time constraints and resource limitations. Now, as Charlie proclaimed, the sun god was merciful and magnificent, loving each follower equally. The intentions, objectives, and identities of these devotees were inconsequential. Once they accepted the implantation of the gene engines, they became his people. It seemed that even in this brief span of days, they had yet to master the use of the gene engines. To communicate with him, they resorted to the theatricality of kneeling in prayer. What purpose would that serve? Upon inspecting their dark dimension permissions, Ihwa realized his oversight. Although he had granted them access to various privileges, including information and technology sharing, the scope was limited. At most, they could exchange information among themselves and harness fusion energy and stellar resources, lacking even the most basic dark information reading capabilities. Since the gene engine implantation had proven successful, he decided to fully unlock their dark dimension permissions, transforming them into true super soldiers. As Ihwa gradually granted them access to the dark dimension, Charlie's demeanor shifted. He suddenly found himself endowed with a wealth of knowledge, including methods to heal ailments, even terminal illnesses. Charlie, the sun god's authoritative voice resonated within him, prompting Charlie to kneel, his demeanor becoming reverent. "My God, your humble servant awaits your teachings." Well, if they felt honored by such trepidation, Ihwa had little to say. "You have done well. You may now assist those in need." Wasn't that the essence of the church? Providing healing, delivering food to the impoverished, otherwise? What incentive would people have to believe in their deity? While he personally did not require their piety, it was undeniably entertaining. As for their desires for youth and power, on the day the temple was completed, he would select the most suitable individuals. The more super soldiers, the better. Only genuine miracles would draw more followers to worship him. At that point, an influx of labor and resources would continually flow into Earth. It was a win-win situation. Charlie felt exhilarated. He was indeed the closest person to the divine, having received the sun god's endorsement for establishing the church. "My God, your servant has one more request." The church's mission? He needn't even delve into dark information. Simply perusing materials from the dark dimension would suffice to uncover what had transpired recently. Nick Fury inquired with Charlie about the fundamental doctrines of the Sun God cult and its future aspirations. Charlie evaded the question by referencing the love of God for humanity. However, in truth, the Sun God cult lacks any substantial core teachings. The Sun God has not imparted any wisdom to him, nor has he fabricated a doctrine of his own. Moreover, to effectively evangelize, it is imperative to convey the origins of the Sun God and the pantheon to which he belongs. If the Sun God were a mere fabrication, he could certainly conjure a mythos. Yet, the crux lies in the fact that their belief in the Sun God is rooted in reality. Nightshade, too, had made no preparations for such matters, with the Sun God cult being a spur-of-the-moment inception. Is the doctrine of prosperity and peace truly applicable? I am the most authoritative, impartial, and objective entity. My judgments will invariably be the epitome of fairness and logic, as it is the divine will. I possess the capacity to assess and determine the fate of any individual or civilization. The notion of demonic freedom from downfall need not be entertained, and the singularly just order, dubbed the Holy Kaisha by Morgana, seems rather fitting. As for the myths surrounding me, feel free to fabricate them as you wish. I trust your creativity. To create a myth for myself, what would that entail? The act of creation itself? Moreover, I am not unknown here. If the tale is exaggerated, I risk losing face, and if it is too understated, I lose respect. Now, it is all Charlie's unilateral decision-making. What concern is it of mine? After briefly instilling the distorted notion of a just order and urging them to swiftly acquire knowledge and abilities pertinent to the dark dimension, he proclaimed that in 6 months, he would usher them into the eternal realm of the divine to labor. Upon receiving another summons from the Sun God, Charlie brimmed with enthusiasm, ready to truly embark on ambitious ventures. It is time for me to become industrious as well. All of this is temporary. Once the gene engines are mass-produced, many matters will ease, and there will be individuals available to take examinations on their behalf. Initially, I possessed nothing and had to invest considerable time deciphering the principles of the portals. While they now have everything at their disposal and merely need to familiarize themselves with the knowledge of gene engines without the need for creation. 6 months should suffice. I believe the resources acquired from the Void and the Xander Star, in addition to a substantial shipment from SHIELD, allow for a pause in other constructions, and the production of more gene engines can be prioritized. Once the ranks of super soldiers swell, I shall no longer need to be concerned with every minutiae. What employer does not revel in the fruits of their labor? Yet, despite such sentiments, the initial phases of construction still demand the efforts of this boss to materialize. Chapter 57. Clark's choice: the days of labor for an individual are but transitory. The diligent shall ultimately ascend to become masters with no burdens. Although such a description may not quite capture my essence, the reality is not far removed. With the successful emergence of 7 super warriors, I can foresee the imminent arrival of even more. The deity of technology has never relied solely on solitary prowess to demonstrate formidable might, despite possessing immense strength and the ability to fight alone. One still requires robust data support from a formidable backend. Achieving the construction of a dark dimension at the level of a supreme deity cannot be accomplished alone. It is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. If one were to dare undertake it single-handedly, a millennium would barely suffice to establish oneself. Yet, who possesses a millennium to spare? The pressing concern is that within a decade, Thanos will inevitably be compelled to intervene personally, with the Celestial Group looming thereafter. How could there be sufficient time to attend to my own affairs? The opportunity would be long gone. While I could similarly gather the Infinity Stones and craft a gauntlet to achieve my goals through shortcuts, Thanos would not simply allow me to claim the stones unchallenged, especially with his vast army at his disposal. Furthermore, the Ancient One would never grant me the Time Stone, even when Doctor Strange ultimately chose to surrender it. It was predicated on Thanos' overwhelming power. To aspire to attain the strength of a celestial father or to construct a dark dimension on my own within 10 years is an endeavor that is patently impossible. Therefore, the emergence of super warriors is inevitable, and many more must arise to assist in the construction of the dark dimension. Only through such means can I rapidly augment my strength. Though the establishment of the Sun God sect may appear as a mere convenience, it may ultimately facilitate my control over Earth's resources and serve as a reserve for super warriors. For now, I shall set aside other developmental aspects and channel resources into the creation of genetic engines. This is of utmost importance. I must also grant Charlie some authority to allocate resources to enable him to wield divine power for healing and salvation. With a smile, I reflect on how the so-called lifelong pursuits of ordinary individuals seem trivial in comparison to my own aspirations, much like Morgana, who only requires belief in her. Resolute in my decision to mass-produce genetic engines and select suitable candidates to become super warriors to assist in resource collection and the construction of various instruments within the dark dimension, I dedicated myself entirely to the creation of genetic engines. I retrieved the data for the Flame genetic engine, renaming it to version 1.0. Due to issues with the dominant thought patterns encoded within the genetic data, it was evident that the previous version of the genetic engine had not achieved success, necessitating further refinement. In a laboratory, I busied myself amidst the shimmering lights of intricate instruments, with complex circuits interwoven like a neural network. As the data was analyzed and compared against the successful cases of the 7, I quickly discovered an entirely new implantation model. If applied to the genetic engine, it would enable the super warriors to autonomously decipher that segment of genetic data upon initial activation. However, this approach still requires substantial computational support. This is not a significant issue. I can directly connect to the dark dimension and utilize my genetic engine to facilitate the calculations. As long as I do not expend excessive resources and can disregard energy concerns, the presence of a radiant sun overhead assures me that I will not lack energy. This is merely a temporary measure. Once a celestial computational device is completed, those computations can be delegated to it. Alternatively, should a super warrior evolve to my level, fully unlocking the computational capacity of the second-generation super warrior genetic engine, coupled with support from the dark dimension, they too would be capable of deciphering the genetic data through this method. I commenced the generation of the new version of the Flame genetic engine. After repeated calculations and experiments, the new data program proved viable, and I immediately set about integrating the data to produce the updated genetic engine, the Flame genetic engine 2.0 version. The military-grade mass-produced genetic engine, designed for the divine river physique, posed no inherent issues. Any minor discrepancies remained within acceptable margins, allowing the genetic engine to self-adjust. The data disarray and mutations encountered when I utilized it were a fault of this world. After all, there exists a deity overseeing the data concerning biological souls, a luxury not afforded in the realm of super deities, and thus not worth considering. However, all is now well. As for whose soul was usurped, that can be addressed at a later time. Perfection. Gazing upon the freshly minted genetic engine, I felt immense satisfaction, provided the resources are adequate. I could manifest as many super warriors as I desired. Just as I prepared to launch a large-scale production of genetic engines with the resources at hand, Clark arrived once more on the island. With a countenance filled with regret, he implored, "Night Hua, is it too late for me to have a change of heart?" Once, she had the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, but relinquished it, only now realizing the folly of her decision. The establishment of the Sun God sect was thriving. She had witnessed the daily congregation of thousands of devotees who placed their faith in me. To those followers, I was akin to the divine figure often mentioned in reverent tones. No, I was even more than a mere god, for I could truly bestow upon my followers vitality, youth, and strength, rather than merely offering psychological solace. She had also seen the 7 extraordinary beings, including Charlie, blessed by the Sun God, all of whom were strikingly handsome or stunningly beautiful. They had once been ordinary individuals, some nearing the end of their lives, yet now appeared as their youthful selves, enhanced to the highest degree of beauty, as if they had stepped forth from a painting. To restore vitality, maintain eternal youth, extend life, and wield divine power, These followers would spare no expense in constructing a temple for such gifts. What had she been hesitating about initially? Just as I had stated, she feared losing her freedom, yet in working for S-H-I-E-L-D and serving two masters, did she truly possess any freedom at all? Likewise, without me, she was dispensable, compelled to undertake missions she could not refuse. Her initial determination to seduce me was driven by the desire to escape S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, to no longer be manipulated by others. She could only blame me for treating her too kindly and for presenting matters in such a grave light that she became utterly overwhelmed. From her observations of the 7 individuals who received my divine gifts, she perceived no disparity in their thoughts, merely an overwhelming reverence towards me. Understandably, for I had granted them youth, strength, and even life itself. If they were to be controlled by S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, why could they not instead be under my guidance? At least I am a handsome and powerful deity. It was indeed a matter that required no contemplation. Why had she been so short-sighted? Clark now found herself engulfed in profound regret. Had she agreed at once, perhaps she would have become the mother of gods in a new mythos. I was mistaken. I implore you for another chance. Without needing to read her hidden thoughts, I could discern her profound regret and inner turmoil. With a gentle smile, I replied, "It is not too late." Clark's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? But I missed the initial opportunity. Can you still forgive me? Ah, such fanciful thoughts. The notion of forgiveness does not apply here. As I have always stated, regardless of your identity, intentions, or thoughts, as long as you undergo the implantation of the genetic engine, you shall be mine. Ihua gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. There is no need for concern. You are unlike them. Are you not my psychologist? He smiled before continuing. Fortuitously, I have completed a technical upgrade. The Flame Gene Engine 2.0 is far more refined and stable than its predecessor, and with your physical constitution, you will undoubtedly be able to endure it. It will grant you everything you desire instantaneously. However, post-procedure, you will be entirely mine. Have you truly contemplated this decision? Yihua regarded Clark with a playful glint in his eyes, for the reason he insisted on her choice was that she was different. Regardless of the circumstances, she would be considered as woman. The mental rewriting through the gene engine's implantation seemed less gratifying than having her pledge allegiance willingly beforehand, a sense of conquest, if you will. Otherwise, it felt somewhat incomplete, tinged with regret. Clark clenched her fists, declaring, "I have made my decision." With a flirtatious smile, she added, "And I have been yours for quite some time, have I not? The sensation of being under your control is rather delightful." After her teasing remark, Clark turned serious, stating, "In truth, I possess another identity." Her visit was a pretext for expressing her allegiance, aiming to restore her image in Yihua's eyes. In truth, Yihua was unconcerned with her affiliations, be they Hydra or otherwise. Once the gene engine was implanted, her fundamental thought patterns would be rewritten. Besides, from our first encounter, I was aware of your identity. The extensive detours were merely a means to achieve conquest. Whether her motives stemmed from a desire for eternal youth or her own allure was of little consequence. Clark candidly laid bare her dual identity and her long-standing intentions in a manner akin to pouring beans from a bamboo tube. A wise choice. What you gain will far surpass what you relinquish, Yihua remarked with a smile, leading Clark into the laboratory. As a golden beam enveloped her on the experiment table, the surrounding instruments emitted a soft hum, and data scrolled rapidly across the screens. Although the upgrade had been made, theoretically precluding any issues, the new version of the gene engine had yet to yield precise data. For a technological deity, data was paramount, necessitating empirical verification before full-scale deployment. With the successful implantation of the gene engine and all data indicating normalcy, with no mutations occurring, Clark felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her. Ecstatically, she waved her arms, prompting a pleased smile from Yihua. As the saying goes, the secretary handles the affairs when there is nothing to do. Ahem. In the future, there would undoubtedly emerge numerous super warriors. Even in the absence of management, betrayal would not pose an issue, yet the necessary systems, promotion protocols, and the establishment and maintenance of the celestial city, along with resource collection and distribution, would inevitably require his intervention. Thus, Clark, with her background as a SHIELD agent, would surely be capable of assuming roles such as secretary or assistant, alleviating her employer's burdens. She had asserted her professionalism and her ability to adeptly fulfill every role assigned to her. Chapter 58. The Concerns of SHIELD. This sensation is exquisite, akin to a metamorphosis. Have I undergone any transformation? The implantation of the genetic engine has been remarkably successful, elevating Clark to the status of a super soldier endowed with extraordinary strength. Yet, her foremost concern is not the power itself, but rather her appearance. Observing Clark as she examines her visage on the central screen, Yihua smiles knowingly. For women, beauty is an irresistible allure, especially when it promises eternal youth. You are already beautiful, Yihua remarks, genuinely pleased with the current iteration of Clark. Her genetic flaws have been rewritten, enhancing her already stunning features to an almost flawless state. It is hard to fathom that this is indeed me. Thank you, Yihua, my God. Upon encountering Yihua again, her eyes reflect respect and submission, a sentiment that arises from the depths of her being, so profound that even her manner of address has transformed. A testament to her unyielding genetic instincts. She cannot help but believe that this is as it should be. From this moment forth, you need not serve SHIELD. You need only to be loyal to me, he states. Understood. After the initial shock subsides, Clark senses an indefinable change within herself. A clear manifestation of cognitive rewriting. I have a task for you. The island still has many deficiencies, and more super soldiers will reside here. Even matters as mundane as meals must be addressed. I entrust this to you. Once you become familiar with your capabilities, you will assist me in managing Tion City. I understand. The alteration in cognitive perception does not equate to a shift in subjective consciousness. It merely involves the rewriting of certain elements and the implantation of ideas. Despite her desire to pose questions, the commands from Yihua compel her into unquestioning obedience. Even her inclination to utter Yihua's name is instinctively prefixed by my God. This is the design. A super soldier is akin to a supercomputer, rather than continuing the development of the genetic engine. Yihua takes Clark on a tour of the island, allowing her to select her residence. After all, she is being groomed as an assistant and must become acquainted with all aspects of Tion City. Moreover, without ascension to divinity, one cannot rely solely on energy for sustenance. Basic human needs must be met. Previously, she had the freedom to eat wherever she wished with the opening of a portal. However, with the arrival of the super soldiers, the establishment of a communal dining facility may become necessary. Such trivial matters are now entrusted to Clark, as they finalize her chosen abode and contemplate future living arrangements. Nick Fury of SHIELD sets foot on this island, which is poised to alter the global landscape. The sea breeze gently caresses him as he dons his signature black trench coat, his single eye piercing and profound, his steps steady and purposeful, as if he bears a significant mission. Tion City. Upon seeing these words once more, Nick Fury's thoughts deepen. His purpose here is to address the burgeoning solar cult in Manhattan. This sect has rapidly expanded, attracting a growing number of followers, many of whom are affluent business magnates and retired politicians wielding substantial societal resources. He perceives a potential crisis lurking beneath the surface, fearing that unchecked growth could disrupt social order and incite uncontrollable upheaval. After all, desperate individuals might resort to anything in pursuit of youth and longevity. Should Yihua take action, the consequences could be dire. Yihua receives him in the reception hall. Nick Fury's brow furrows, and with a grave expression, he states, Yihua, you must be aware of the situation regarding the solar cult. The situation is spiraling out of control, and I hope you can intervene to restore order. The actions of these followers have garnered considerable attention. If left unchecked, societal chaos may ensue. In response, a glint of gold flashes in Yihua's eyes as he processes the underlying implications with a nonchalant smile. I fail to comprehend the severity you speak of. Are they not behaving quite placidly at present? There is no necessity to intervene. Besides, they're all participating of their own volition, are they not? Has S.H.I. now taken it upon itself to regulate faith and belief among the populace? Are you genuinely oblivious, or merely feigning ignorance? The followers of the solar cult are like a snowball, growing ever larger. In just a few days, they have amassed thousands of fervent devotees, convinced that by worshiping you, they can obtain youth, longevity, and power, sacrificing everything in the process. Such fervor among the ranks is alarming, particularly among the elderly who control vast societal resources. Should you truly bestow upon them vitality, we can only foresee an influx of new adherents to the solar cult. When a multitude gathers, it breeds uncertainty. Even now, they pose a considerable challenge to the government, diverting resources away from the crucial rebuilding efforts in New York post-war. I do not oppose the establishment of your church. I merely ask if you can regulate the number of adherents and refrain from indiscriminately granting them power and longevity. Do you comprehend the ramifications of wealthy individuals living indefinitely? The impoverished shall forever remain disenfranchised, and societal order will be jeopardized. More importantly, no one wishes to see you wielding such a force that could reshape the status quo. If this trend continues unchecked for just a few days, the implications are unimaginable. Nick Fury, I believe you have forgotten that I am a god. You have never possessed the right to impose demands upon me. Rather than fretting over ordinary citizens, you would do well to consider your own standing. The consequences of inciting my displeasure would be far more severe than the current state of affairs. Look at this: rebellion against authority, a blatant disregard for the law. Who dares to allow you to command an ever-expanding church? Nick Fury massages his temples in frustration. What is it that you truly desire? Can we not coexist amicably? He expresses his exasperation, feeling he has extended every courtesy and goodwill. If his power you seek, join S.H.I.E.L.D., and I can grant you privileges second only to my own. You accepted Clark without hesitation, did you not? You requested customized weaponry, fully aware of the resources being misappropriated, and yet you remained silent. I sought your assistance in capturing Loki and combating extraterrestrial threats, yet you were nowhere to be found, instead conjuring 6 fire demons. Now, you have cultivated the solar cult, gathering a substantial number of followers who wield significant societal influence. The Security Council can no longer remain passive. I am constantly addressing their concerns, even personally funding the reconstruction of a library destroyed by the Chitauri, ensuring it is among the first tasks to be completed. After all this, I merely ask you to manage the solar cult's followers and cooperate with my efforts, and you respond with such defiance. Nick Fury feels a sense of injustice and frustration, having exhausted every effort to appease Yi Hua, only to be met with indifference. Why the long face? Do you feel wronged? Yi Hua chuckles lightly. Perhaps this is what they refer to as being unencumbered by desire. I have no need of your assistance, yet you persistently seek my favor. Naturally, I shall remain the exalted deity. Rest assured, I have no intention of exploiting the church for any purpose. This universe is vast, and your vision is limited to the affairs of Earth, even more narrowly focused on this small expanse of America. Like the super warriors akin to Charlie, they will gradually emerge in the future. However, I can assure you that they will not disrupt the societal order you perceive, and they will seldom appear on Earth, as I intend to lead them to the grand stage of the cosmos. Regarding the management of the church, since they are merely ordinary individuals, you may govern them with the laws that apply to common folk. As the sun god, my focus is solely on managing the super warriors. Why would a deity need to oversee a church comprised of mere mortals? When the divine is brought too close to humanity, it reveals a more emotional aspect, leading to doubt within the hearts of men. The divine is destined to remain unattainable, demanding endless tribute from mortals while bestowing occasional grace. Only in this manner can they experience awe and sincere faith. As Loki stated, you yearn to be ruled. Nick Fury listened to YHWH's words. Although they diverged from his expectations, they were not entirely without merit. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. They worship you, and if you do not step in to guide them, it will be difficult to truly govern them with ordinary laws. YHWH crosses arms and raise an eyebrow slightly. Then it depends on your abilities. If you cannot resolve even the issues of common people, I must question your competence as a leader of agents. Very well. As long as YHWH guarantees that he and his super warriors will not interfere with the development of the Sun God Church, Nick Fury took a deep breath, realizing that further contention would be futile. Thus, it was settled. The invasion of the Chitauri has sounded the alarm for us. I require a new arsenal of more formidable weaponry. He added as a reminder, of course, it must not be of nuclear caliber. YHWH raised a hand gently, and a projection appeared, displaying designs for several new weapon types. No problem. Whatever your needs may be, I can accommodate them. This batch of weapons will incorporate the latest energy technologies, far surpassing previous capabilities. However, we must renegotiate the price. YHWH's demeanor immediately softened towards clients providing resources. Nick Fury, possessing his own sense of magnanimity, knowing that the funds would not come from his pocket, weighed the pros and cons before stating, "Very well. I will advocate for this to my superiors. But you must ensure the weapons are delivered on time and meet quality standards. We cannot have a repeat of the last instance where the nanosuits were provided only at the last moment." YHWH nodded in agreement. "It is a deal. By the way, I should inform you that Clark will no longer be working for SHIELD. She is now my employee." Such a development was anticipated. It would be better to say that YHWH has completely retained Clark, as SHIELD is plentiful in talent and does not lack for an attractive woman. Nick Fury showed no hesitation, nodding in acquiescence, and as he departed, he contemplated whether he should arrange for a cadre of beautiful female agents to address matters with YHWH in the future. Chapter 59. Faith time flows like a swift current, and in the blink of an eye, several months have passed since the Battle of New York. The post-war reconstruction has largely come to fruition. Most notably, in the Upper District of Manhattan, a magnificent and sacred temple, imbued with a strong sense of science fiction, has risen majestically. The Temple of the Sun God, a newly established cult, has emerged like the sun at dawn, attracting countless followers. No one can hinder its ascent any longer. The first rays of the morning sun have yet to fully penetrate the thick cloud cover, and the city remains shrouded in a misty slumber. Yet the temple has already welcomed its devotees. The doors of the church open silently, as if gently welcoming every soul yearning to commune with the divine. The waiting believers enter the church in succession, their steps light and reverent, most clad in simplicity, their faces reflecting anticipation and awe for the new day. A strikingly handsome young man, appearing to be in his 20s, clutches a pristine book titled The Codex of the Blazing Sun and strides towards the front row, flanked by 2 men and 4 women, equally handsome and beautiful, as if their allure has reached the pinnacle of human beauty. Many gaze upon them with longing. The expansive hall offers no seats, symbolizing the fairness and justice of the divine, as the sacred light illuminates every individual. On the vast altar ahead sits a golden-armored figure upon a throne, crafted entirely of pure gold. A solemn and reverent atmosphere pervades the church, and in the faint morning light, the colorful stained glass depicting tales of the sun god, saving the world and defeating evil, seems to come alive. Though the hall is vast, it can only accommodate a limited number of worshippers, leaving many outside, waiting for their turn. Charlie, donned in a solemn robe, with a kind and gentle demeanor, is the first to kneel. Let's bow our heads and commence today's prayer. His soothing voice resonates within the silent church as he opens the sacred text. Guided by the Son, God Himself, the congregation closes their eyes, bows their heads, and clasps their hands before their chests. For a moment, the only sound in the church is the soft rhythm of their breathing. A young mother sits beside her small child, gently holding his tiny hand as they enter the realm of prayer together. Charlie begins to lead the prayer, his voice steady and powerful. In this tumultuous world, faced with myriad temptations and challenges, the Sun God will grant us wisdom and courage, enabling us to uphold our faith and make the right choices. The believers silently respond to the pastor's words. Some furrow their brows, seemingly confiding their worries to the divine. Others smile faintly, their faces radiating serenity and peace, as if they have already felt the comfort of the divine presence. An elderly woman murmurs, her lips trembling slightly, "O God, I am advanced in years, and my body weakens. Yet upon learning of your great existence, my faith has never wavered. I hope you will bless my family with health and happiness." The young mother prays for her child in her heart. "God, my husband perished during the alien invasion, and my only son is the most important thing in my life. Please guide him on the right path, instilling kindness, integrity, and a brave heart within him." Although the child does not fully comprehend his mother's words, he mimics her, closing his eyes tightly and wearing a serious expression. Ah, the power of faith. Is it not fascinating? Amidst the crowd, Yihua perceives the underlying currents, not only hearing the voices of the people, but also sensing a strange energy converging towards him, connecting to the dark dimension. This is precisely why Yihua felt compelled to witness it firsthand. The culmination of science leads to metaphysics, and the essence of metaphysics circles back to science. However, the power of faith is not a benign force, especially for someone like me, a deity of technology. Yihua murmurs to himself as he reviews the records concerning faith. In the realm of super deities, whether angels or demons, or the realms of the blazing sun and the river of oblivion, beneath the supreme gods lie numerous civilizations, each ruling over many weaker civilizations, naturally boasting countless devotees and forms of faith. In this regard, angelic civilizations undoubtedly reign supreme, as the faith in righteousness permeates nearly every known universe. Yet after extensive study, all gods have chosen to forsake the power of faith. This is because it is a subjective power. Every believer has their desires, even those who seem to ask for nothing. Once faith is born, needs arise. If the divine continuously fulfills every request, it poses little issue and may even aid in the development of their inherent abilities. However, if the power of faith is connected to the dark dimension and the needs of the believers cannot be met, the ensuing negative emotions will complicate the dark dimension's data, potentially leading to a crash. Even without such problems, the more faith is drawn in, the more computational space it occupies. In summary, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Indeed, in any realm, faith appears to offer numerous advantages, yet its downsides are profoundly significant. Yihua chuckles, contemplating the creation of a prayer receiver to facilitate communication with the devotees. As the prayer nears its conclusion, Charlie raises his voice, "O God, we entrust this new day into your hands. Regardless of what lies ahead, we firmly believe you will walk with us. O God, O Lord." The believers respond in unison, their voices firm and powerful. Indeed, the power of faith cannot be wielded. Among this throng of followers, there are those who pray to God, and many undercover agents sent by various churches. Among the tens of thousands gathered, all are seeking life, youth, and strength, with a few praying for their families. Yihua shakes his head, realizing they are all here to make wishes. As they lift their heads and open their eyes, the sunlight streams through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the church floor. The devotees rise, exchanging smiles and nods, and then, imbued with the tranquility and strength of their prayers, they slowly exit the temple, stepping into the new day. As Charlie turns around, he immediately spots Yihua among the crowd. The sun god has descended and stands before him. Just as Charlie is filled with excitement to kneel, Yihua promptly halts him. "I am merely here to observe. You have done remarkably well." Remarkably well is truly outstanding. You have transformed the righteous order to the point that even I feel a flush of embarrassment. You are nearing the status of a creator deity. This cannot be the essence of righteous order. The Codex of the Blazing Sun, how intriguing. Yihua thinks to himself, merely taking a brief respite to witness the state of the sun goddess followers, without any need for further elaboration, as Charlie has already accomplished all that he can. After signaling Charlie not to rush over to kneel, Yihua departs with Clark and the first group of worshippers who entered the temple for prayer. "Come, weren't you about to purchase some daily necessities? It's been a while since you ventured out. I'll accompany you for a stroll." Having spent so long on the island developing the genetic engine, while Clark's company eases the burden considerably, Yihua still feels an urge to venture out. Witnessing the condition of his followers is one aspect, and allowing himself a break is another. Shopping? That sounds splendid, Clark exclaims, his enthusiasm palpable. Though the island lacks nothing, and supplies can be procured in bulk and transported, he still believes some items should be personally selected to retain the joy of the experience. To shop with Yi Hua is an exquisite opportunity, and Clark expresses great interest as they stroll through the bustling marketplace, surrounded by a myriad of vibrant shops. Life has returned to its normal rhythm, as the echoes of the Battle of New York seem to fade into the distance. Suddenly, a peculiar little shop catches the eye, its interior adorned with crystals radiating a mesmerizing blue light. Clark, intrigued, approaches, and the shopkeeper enthusiastically claims that these stones are extraterrestrial minerals capable of enhancing the human energy field. Nighthua leans in for a closer look, secretly amused, thinking these are merely ordinary luminous stones meant to deceive the Earthlings. However, Clark is genuinely fascinated and with a sense of resignation. Nighthua decides to purchase one as a keepsake. Can you not discern what this is? Nighthua chuckles, addressing Clark, who has a background as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I refuse to believe you're wandering around like a curious child. Of course, I realize it's just a beautiful stone. If it were truly an alien mineral, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never allow it to be exposed, Nighthua replies. People differ in their perspectives. Clark, with her extensive knowledge and mastery over the genetic engine, easily surpasses Charlie and the others. The ability to read subtle information is something she has long mastered. Often, a mere glance is enough to discern the origin of things. Then why did you buy it? Clark smiles, wrapping her arm around Nighthua's with a gentle laugh. Does it truly matter? What is significant is the company we keep. Nighthua returns a smile. After months of companionship, he had modified her genetic engine settings to conceal certain attributes, making her appear unchanged. Otherwise, she would inadvertently refer to him as my god, which felt rather peculiar during intimate moments. That would certainly diminish the fun. Let us procure some food and indulge in a splendid meal, he suggests. I'm not quite sure what went wrong. Despite following the book's instructions, my cooking still leaves much to be desired. I wonder how Charlie and the others fare in the culinary arts. Otherwise, the island's dining situation could become quite problematic. Then let us strive to master portal technology, allowing us to dine in New York at any time. Nighthua chuckles. Though he could concoct energy pills from solar energy, he sees no need to squander resources. After all, a simple bowl of rice would suffice to address biological energy needs. Why complicate matters further? It's rather bothersome. I only realized how much there was to learn after implanting the genetic engine. If I were pursuing degrees, I would surely have a room full of PhDs by now. As they banter, they arrive at the food section, where handsome men and beautiful women inevitably draw attention. Clark begins to sift through a selection of fresh fruits. At that moment, a group of ruffians deliberately approaches, intent on harassing Clark. Just as she is about to react, Nighthua gently restrains her, a flicker of golden light glinting in his eyes. With a subtle gesture, a small puddle suddenly appears beneath the feet of the intruders, causing them to slip and fall in a comical display. Clark bursts into laughter, her spirits undeterred, as she continues to select daily necessities, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Indeed, occasionally allowing oneself to unwind brings a delightful reprieve to the monotony of life. Chapter 60. Exalting the divine realm in this world. The earth continues its relentless rotation. Indifferent to the absence of any single individual, the sun rises each day as if by an immutable decree. The alien invasion of New York seems to have faded into obscurity as ordinary people persist in their daily routines, clocking in at work, seemingly untouched by the cosmic battles of extraterrestrials and deities. In truth, this is indeed the case. Beneath the surface, however, swirling currents of the unseen and the enigmatic remain hidden from the eyes of the common folk. Ultimately, the affairs of New Yorkers hold little significance for Yi Hua. For the divine, these are merely trifles. After a brief visit to the Sun God sect in Manhattan, Yi Hua immersed himself in work, diligently crafting the gene engine and strategizing future developments with Clark. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he had managed only a few hours of sleep. Yet Clark appeared invigorated and radiant, brimming with vitality. As the morning sun bathed the earth, Clark awoke, careful not to disturb the man sleeping beside her. Last night, he had held her close, engaging in gentle conversation after their intimate moments. She imagined he must be utterly exhausted, and a smile crept across her face at the thought. The slumbering Yihua, it turned out, possessed a certain charm that was hard to resist. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Clark squinted her eyes, marveling at the surreal reality that the deity worshipped by over 100,000 people lay peacefully in her bed. It was a feeling that defied description. Perhaps, in 1,000 or even 10,000 years, she would play a remarkable part in a new mythos. Clark longed to caress the man who had bestowed upon her such unparalleled honor, but hesitated, fearing she might rouse him. "Good morning," Yihua murmured, awakening. "Good morning, my dear," Clark replied. "What are you looking at?" "Just admiring you, my beloved sun god," she teased. Yihua, unsure of how to respond, simply smiled and asked, "What time is it?" 8:30. "Oh," Yihua acknowledged, realizing he had indeed slept in too late. After a moment's pause, Clark inquired, "Are we getting up?" "No rush," Yihua chuckled. Since the implantation of the gene engine, Clark exhibited no flaws, captivating him entirely. Yet, he felt a tinge of fatigue, reluctant to rise from the warmth of their embrace. Having already explored the depths of their relationship, he had no qualms about holding Clark and whispering sweet nothings, relishing the extra moments of slumber. The sensation of being cradled by Yihua was irresistible. Clark had acquired everything she desired and held no other thoughts, simply basking in the warmth and tranquility of his embrace. It was not until after 9 o'clock that they finally roused themselves, with Clark preparing breakfast. Lacking culinary prowess, she followed a recipe closely. Though her creations were edible and harmless, they could hardly be deemed delicious. "Is today the day we begin?" Yihua asked after sipping his rice porridge. "Indeed," Clark confirmed. "I had given them 6 months to reunite with their families, and it appears that time is nearly up. During this interval, they have come to understand the capabilities of the gene engine and are ready to commence official duties in the Celestial City. You have spent the longest time here and possess a deeper understanding of the super soldiers. You should realize that the Celestial City is merely a FAAD. Aside from its star-class weaponry, it lacks any additional functionality." Clark, having been by his side for an extended period, had indeed grasped the nuances of the Celestial City and the super soldiers, a testament to Yihua's guidance. She was now fully capable of serving as the Celestial City's secretary in her capacity as a super soldier. "Very well, but is it truly necessary to make such a grand spectacle? I feel it might be excessive." "It is necessary," Yihua replied with a knowing smile. "Do you not all wish to witness a miracle? Let the world behold the might of the sun god today. After preparing for so long, it would be a shame to remain unnoticed." After breakfast, Yihua proceeded to the weapon development hall to finalize preparations. Retrieve the data for the Angel Combat Armor. Access the data for the Radiant Warrior Armor. A super soldier must don impressive armor. As for the Emperor Armor series, Yihua deemed himself the sole occupant. The other super soldiers would benefit from uniform designs. Female super soldiers could simply replicate the Angel's armor, silver with gilded skirts and knee-high battle boots, both visually stunning and appealing. For the men, he suggested choosing any standard set from the Radiant Warriors. As for weapons, a collection of Tang swords would suffice. Soon, the designs for the 2 sets of standard armor materialized before Yihua's eyes. Commenced generation. Utilizing titanium alloy for materials, Yihua decided to forego weapon engines for the time being. After all, they were not preparing for battle, merely aiming for aesthetic appeal. After inputting the commands, he entrusted the completion to the nanobots. With ample time remaining, Yihua took a moment to check on Wanda, who was undergoing experiments in Sokovia. All appeared normal. As noon approached, he entered the main hall of the Celestial City, which had been modeled after the sacred Kaiser's conference chamber. Atop the grand dais was not an angelic pair of wings, but a golden throne. Clark stood below, her expression a mix of excitement and anticipation. From this day forth, the legend of the sun god shall never fade. At noon, Yihua settled onto the golden throne, activating the capabilities of the gene engine and connecting it to the core computational engine of the Celestial City. Entering the dark dimension. Identity confirmed. Light of the sun. Yihua. Engine activation. Charging countdown. 3, 2, 1. Commencing solar energy replenishment. As the countdown concluded, the celestial city erupted with a terrifying stellar energy, coalescing into a resplendent beam that soared skyward, piercing the heavens. In that moment, every ray of sunlight that had traveled for 700 light years seemed to converge upon the energy core of the celestial city, as if drawn by an invisible force. Instantly, the light across the earth dimmed, succumbing to darkness. At noon, a time typically heralded by the sun's brilliance, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. The once azure sky was swiftly shrouded by an unseen hand, plunging the world into profound obscurity. The sun had vanished, leaving only a distant, brilliant beam connecting the earth to the cosmos. Aside from the half of the earth enveloped in night, people poured out of their homes in confusion, filling the streets and squares with expressions of fear and bewilderment. Eyes darted in uncertainty. No one could fathom what had transpired. What was happening? A solar eclipse? Is disaster upon us? That beam seemed to pierce the very fabric of the universe, a radiant column against the encroaching darkness, emanating a soft yet mysterious glow, as if beckoning from realms unknown. The air surrounding the beam appeared distorted, swirling with ethereal currents. Before this terrifying yet awe-inspiring spectacle, the cries of the crowd rose in a cacophony. Some stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Others fled in panic, desperate to escape this unfathomable threat, while a few clasped their hands in prayer, murmuring incantations to hasten the end of this nightmare. That direction. It was Yihua in the SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury experienced an unprecedented sense of dread emanating from the unknown. This was not a matter of nuclear deterrence or formidable divine powers. It was a celestial upheaval, a transformation of the very heavens. The ability to manipulate the elements of nature itself had emerged. Data indicated that the sunlight reaching Earth was being absorbed entirely by the island where Night resided. What could his intentions possibly be? Nick Fury felt a profound fear and confusion. He had initially overestimated Knight's capabilities, yet it seemed he had still underestimated him. The implications of humanity losing the sun were dire and self-evident. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to uncover Knight's motives. The Avengers needed little summoning. Faced with such an enigmatic global phenomenon, they hastened to the site of origin. As Iron Man soared towards their destination, he quipped, "This solar deity certainly enjoys making grand gestures. It seems he has yet to find a moment's peace." Captain America responded with gravity, "Whatever the case, we must first ascertain his objectives." Steve did not possess extensive knowledge about Knight, but he had readied himself for battle prior to their departure. Although Tony's banter implied levity, he was acutely aware of the situation's severity. Upon their arrival near the Celestial City, they were intercepted by Clark. "I regret to inform you, but the Celestial City is currently charging up and will absorb all of Earth's solar energy within the hour, activating its full potential. However, rest assured, this will not adversely affect the Earth's environment." Observing Clark's resplendent armor, Captain America grew solemn, sensing the woman's formidable strength. "We must see Knight. He has instigated global panic, and this must be halted." "I cannot meet with you at this time," Clark replied with a smile, barring their access to the Celestial City. Knight also mentioned that should you disturb him, the United States will be charged by the second for sunlight. She cast an amused glance at Captain America. "Surely, you wouldn't want such a scenario to unfold?" Tony remained quiet throughout, although the gravity of the situation was apparent. He trusted that Knight would not undertake any actions that would genuinely endanger the Earth. With a hint of curiosity, he asked if memory serves, "You are an employee of SHIELD, correct? Has the leadership changed? Are you now a devotee of the solar deity?" Seated upon a lofty platform, Knight absorbed various messages through the dark channels. Despite having the capacity to directly harness stellar energy, he refrained. Such restraint was befitting of a deity. "Should you continue to pester me, I will withhold sunlight from you henceforth." In stark contrast to the global panic, the followers of the solar deity, upon hearing that their god intended to elevate his divine kingdom, felt no fear but rather ignited with fervent devotion. The assembly square buzzed with excitement. Those who were already devout were now moved to tears of joy. An elderly man, his hands trembling, raised them to the sky with fervor, exclaiming, "This is the will of the divine, our long-awaited moment of glory. The kingdom of the gods descends to grant us eternal light." Young devotees clenched their fists, their gazes ablaze, chanting the sacred name of the solar deity. Their voices coalesced, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Their faces flushed with passionate belief. They were resolute in their conviction that divine power was omnipotent, and the elevation of the divine kingdom was the ultimate reward for their loyalty. Mothers held their children closely, their eyes filled with contentment and determination, whispering gently, "We shall witness the greatness of the divine. Beneath the brilliance of the kingdom, you will forever find happiness." As the phenomenon of the sun's disappearance unfolded on a global scale, the Ancient One, the Eternals, and all extraordinary beings hidden upon the earth were stirred, their gazes turning towards the island of night. Chapter 61. Ascension, a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Indeed, he is a deity. The night enveloped the earth like an endless expanse of black silk, weighing heavily upon the world. This was not merely the sunset giving way to night. It was an utter absence of light, with even the stars obscured. Gazing skyward revealed only an infinite void of darkness. The act of night hua absorbing solar energy from across the globe plunged the world into an abyss of night, save for a brilliant, colossal beam connecting to the heavens, resembling a tangible column of golden light. Just as Night Hua was aware of the many extraordinary beings hidden upon the earth, upon the establishment of the solar god sect, he gathered the faith of mortals in the name of divinity, leading many to realize the existence of Sun God on earth. At this moment, extraordinary beings concealed in the world's corners began to reveal themselves. Some stood atop towering rooftops, others in deep valleys, or wandered on the summits of ancient castles, their faces etched with awe and wonder. A figure clad in a black robe gripped his staff tightly, murmuring, "Such immense power. I fear I may never aspire to reach it in my lifetime." His eyes sparkled with a complex light, a blend of reverence for Night Hua's formidable strength and an irrepressible yearning. The solar god sect, it seems, merits a visit. In the distant east, a group of extraordinary beings, skilled in Qi Gong, gathered, their expressions grave. An elder among them stroked his beard and sighed. "This power transcends our comprehension. Our world is verily on the brink of an unprecedented transformation." In the Amazon jungle, a member of the Eternal Clan stood atop the canopy, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vastness of space, his face reflecting profound concern and contemplation. A new god is destined to be born, one whose faith will surely eclipse that of other deities long absent from divine manifestation. Let us hope this will not spell doom for us. In the New York sanctuary, Ancient One stepped into the street, his calm gaze surveying the distance, then shifting to the devout worshippers of the solar god sect. No one could fathom his thoughts. The extraordinary beings, who typically stirred the winds of change from the shadows or masqueraded as ordinary folks, now felt as insignificant as ants before the celestial phenomenon conjured by Night Hua. Despite their might, they could not turn day into night, and they silently speculated on the monumental implications this upheaval would have on the world. The abrupt transition from day to night instilled an overwhelming panic across the globe. Governments scrambled into action. Scientific teams mobilized to unravel the enigma behind this bizarre occurrence. In the cities, streetlights and car headlights flickered to life, feebly pushing back the encroaching darkness. In the streets, faces bore expressions of terror as people clung to one another. Some whispered of calamity, while others spoke of miracles. News media relentlessly broadcasted images of the same surreal scene unfolding globally, the once bright sky devoured by darkness. Researchers raced against time in laboratories, analyzing a myriad of collected data. Astronomers fixated on their telescopes, geographers sought scientific explanations, and physicists worked fervently to decipher the energy fluctuations of the Golden Column. They all understood the urgency of grasping the situation. Otherwise, humanity would crumble beneath the weight of this unknown dread. More critically, No one could ascertain whether this was indeed a catastrophe or how long it might persist. Humanity's survival hinges on the sun, and the repercussions of its absence are unfathomable. We must act swiftly. If this continues, unimaginable calamities will surely ensue. Tony, more acutely aware than anyone of the solar energy being amassed, calculated that the energy received from the sun every second could be likened to the combustion of 5 million tons of coal. Now, Night Hua had gathered it all, and the cumulative energy had reached an alarmingly terrifying threshold, inciting fears of imminent danger. Listening to Clark, Tony understood that despite his reluctance to confront Night Hua, the matter had transcended personal disputes. A misstep with this energy could spell disaster. Infiltrating the island was out of the question. A formidable energy field enveloped it. They needed to persuade Clark to allow them to meet Night Hua and halt this perilous endeavor. Though Night Hua had previously bestowed upon him nanotechnology, enabling breakthroughs in his armored suit, and recently aided in resolving the extremist virus afflicting Pepper, this was not a time for personal allegiances. As time progressed, Iron Man readied himself for battle. "I suggest you maintain your composure," Clark smiled. "The power of my God is not as you perceive. I have already warned you. Should you prefer the United States to pay for sunlight by the second, I advise you to temper your impractical actions." Fearless, Clark was no longer an agent of S.H.I.L.D., nor merely an ordinary person. She was a warrior of the sun god, loyal solely to Night Hua. If necessary, she was confident that she could contend against Iron Man, Captain America, and a cadre of ordinary individuals clad in nanotech suits. "If you wish to fight, then come forth," she declared, brandishing a newly forged Tang Dao, her armor gleaming anew. Witnessing Clark's readiness for combat, the others were uncertain whether to engage, particularly the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were bewildered. "Have you just changed your allegiance and already forgotten everyone?" At that moment, Night Hua sat upon his throne, fully aware of the external circumstances but lacking the inclination to intervene. The time had come to witness a miracle. Engines ignited, the ascent commenced. The previously tranquil sea erupted into rippling waves, the powerful energy shock causing the surrounding waters to boil. A deep rumble resonated, as if the earth itself roared from the depths. Then, strange golden light began to flicker from beneath the island, a dreamlike luminescence spreading through the waters. The brilliance intensified, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight, casting the sea into a mysterious golden hue. "What is happening?" Tony and the others, blocked from the heavenly city by Clark, were at a loss, yet Clark understood all too well. She quickly retreated back into the heavenly city. As the light intensified, the island began to tremble. Fragments of sand and stone cascading from its edges into the sea, creating splashes. Gradually, the island began to rise above the water's surface, the golden light forming a massive energy column that lifted it skyward. The sea breeze howled, causing the trees atop the island to sway wildly. The island ascended higher and higher, the waters below swirling into a colossal vortex, white waves spraying into the air. Surrounding seabirds took flight, circling the rising island with their cries, activating the light barrier. As the island broke free from the sea level, the surrounding light softened. Night Hua commanded the opening of the light barrier, and countless nanobots coalesced into dense white mist, enveloping the heavenly city. From a distance, the ascending island resembled a mystical paradise suspended between heaven and earth. The lush vegetation thrived beneath the sun's rays, and the outlines of the island's sci-fi architecture became distinctly visible, akin to a fantastical and magnificent painting. Simultaneously, the stone lions at the entrance of the heavenly city glowed with golden light, upgraded faith receivers designed to store the power of faith and connect with devotees. Within the solar god temple, the emperor's armor, crafted from pure gold, emitted a crimson glow as Night Hua's voice resonated throughout the grand hall, a sound akin to a 3D surround experience. "My devoted followers, I shall raise an everlasting divine realm, ushering you into a land of freedom." As the voice of the night echoed, armor materialized around Charlie and the other 6, and before the gaze of the multitude, they ascended into the heavens. "The solar deity, my divine presence has descended. The deity has welcomed them to the divine realm. Mortals ascend. This is the essence of ascension. The divine. Of course, this is not true flight. It is merely an illusion of ascension through algorithms and energy enhancements. Only the algorithms capable of sublight speed flight, from the perspective of Liang technology, constitute genuine flight, which is hardly faster than commercial aircraft, hardly worthy of being called flight. Yet, ordinary mortals perceive it differently. This spectacle was undeniably awe-inspiring, akin to a solar ascension, as the seven radiated a brilliant golden light, soaring ever further into the beam, leading into the depths of the cosmos. In this moment, they truly felt the existence of the solar deity they revered, endowed with unparalleled power. Do you think this is the end? No. My faithful followers, I have witnessed your devout belief, and I have resolved to bestow upon you extraordinary divine power to accomplish what remains unfinished. As the voice of the night faded, the sky gradually returned to normalcy, initially graced by the appearance of starlight, followed by the dawn, as sunlight bathed each follower, akin to a divine caress. Within this radiance, ailments were dispelled, and they felt invigorated. Simultaneously, 7 individuals erupted in golden light, transforming into super warriors. This is the divine power bestowed by my deity. Praise be to my deity. The 7 knelt in prayer, expressing gratitude for the gift, while those ordinary individuals who did not receive divine power gazed on with envy, as if questioning, "Why not me?" Yet, without exception, their faith grew ever stronger, as if the silhouette of the divine realm loomed before them, and they longed to immerse themselves within it, becoming part of the divine brilliance, eager to spread this fervent belief to every corner of the world, allowing all to bask in the glory of the solar deity. Ah, how intriguing! The knight chuckled softly, choosing to divert attention from these followers, while the desire for numerous super warriors lingered. There was no need to manifest hundreds or thousands at once. Patience is key. After all, such blessings are not freely bestowed without merit. Continuously manifesting miracles, assuring them of the solar deity's existence, would surely eliminate their doubts and compel them to follow fervently. And then, if you do not offer tribute, if you do not sacrifice, how can I perceive your sincerity or ascertain the strength of your faith? Therefore, go forth and gather all resources from the earth for me. The one who contributes the most shall be the next to receive divine power. The celestial city gradually ascended, hovering above the solar orbit, shrouded in nanoclouds. Only now could the celestial city truly be deemed as such, raising a small island into the solar orbit. What was the intention behind this? And how was it accomplished? Was it merely to showcase divine power? The onlookers were perplexed and apprehensive, yet faced with the overwhelming strength of the night, they felt powerless. After all, this was a force capable of harnessing sunlight from around the globe and lifting a 12-square-kilometer island into the sky. Truly godlike. The knight contemplated the 7 super warriors who had arrived at the celestial city, envisioning the grand plans ahead. He aimed to lead more super warriors deeper into the cosmos. And today's events were merely the beginning. Chapter 62. Miscellanea of the Celestial City. The Celestial City ascended to a sun-synchronous orbit, situated several thousand kilometers away from Earth. Such a distance, for the average person, constitutes an insurmountable chasm, accessible only via a rocket or through the direct opening of a portal, much like the ancient sorcerer. It is indeed a true isolation from the mundane world, as if one has been transported to an alternate realm. The name Celestial City is thus fitting, for it resembles a mysterious castle suspended in the cosmos, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Nanobots, akin to pure white clouds or ethereal veils, envelop this magnificent edifice, creating a dreamlike ambience. The billowing sea of clouds churns, sometimes flowing lightly, at other times forming wondrous shapes, partially concealing the celestial city and evoking a sense of enigmatic allure. At times, the clouds disperse, unveiling the city in all its majestic splendor. A luminous energy barrier envelopes the entire celestial city, continuously absorbing solar energy, resembling a golden pearl whose brilliance rivals the stars in the firmament. It is believed that even from the surface of Earth, people may catch sight of this golden star. Yi Hua stood quietly within the celestial city, his gaze fixed upon the colossal blue planet, Earth. His heart brimmed with joy. With all matters gradually falling into place, the number of super soldiers was set to increase. As for resources, the Void and Xander were currently sufficient to meet demands, undoubtedly providing robust support for the city's growth. Yi Hua believed that in the not-so-distant future, this celestial city would evolve into a true heavenly realm. At that time, the blazing sun would transform into the Tao of Heaven, and this universe might very well operate under the rules he established. And I am the divine will, the God who governs all. Of course, to realize this grand ambition, a lengthy journey lies ahead, requiring the subjugation of the strong and the divine within this universe. While this may seem somewhat impractical at present, the future holds promise. Without a lofty ideal, what distinguishes one from a mere fish on a plate? Accumulating resources, amassing troops, constructing shadow realms and celestial warships. First, vanquish Thanos, then confront the young celestial beings. Make this universe my private dominion. Just as Yi Hua harbored these lofty aspirations, Clark approached. My lord, in accordance with your directives, and considering the situation of the super soldiers and the solar deity sect, I have formulated a reward and punishment system for your review. The documentation has already been uploaded to your shadow database. Clark is undoubtedly an exceptional woman. She has adapted to the life of a super soldier in a short period and is capable of performing assistant duties. You have evidently put in considerable effort during this time. Yi Hua praised while accessing the shadow information. Indeed, Clark had implanted the super gene engine later than the other 7, yet her progress was far beyond what Charlie and the others could compare to. It is necessary to strive harder if one wishes to be indispensable. Clark smiled, stepping forward to gaze at the azure planet. In your mythology, I aspire to be a presence that can eternally accompany you and bear a title, rather than being an ordinary warrior. A new mythological system is bound to take shape, and it has already begun to emerge. In Yi Hua's vision, the number of super soldiers will continue to grow, ultimately forming a divine civilization, which implies the emergence of more exceptional individuals. If she wishes to maintain this relationship, as the assistant closest to Yi Hua, she must naturally exert even greater effort. Such a day will surely come. Yi Hua smiled as he meticulously perused the reward and punishment system devised by Clark, which could also be viewed as employee regulations. A civilization or power can be seen as a vast corporate entity. Without a system of rewards and penalties, it would disintegrate into chaos. The motivation of employees is directly linked to their wages, bonuses, and benefits. Thus, a system of rewards and penalties is indispensable within any organization. Even though he could alter the thoughts of super soldiers, compelling them to fight for their beliefs and to act recklessly in obedience to his commands. What are the pathways for advancement? What are the punitive mechanisms? It would not do for the supreme deity to personally oversee every matter. Although he is not yet the supreme deity and currently has only 8 super soldiers, long-term considerations must prevail. Indeed, your plan is nearly flawless and ready for implementation. Clark's reward and punishment system is already well structured, encompassing the super soldiers in the celestial city, those on Earth, and the ordinary followers of the solar deity sect. Once the celestial city truly develops, with thousands of super soldiers, this system can be extended to include military merit. I understand, Clark nodded. As the number of super soldiers increases, many issues will become apparent. For now, it is merely a straightforward system of rewards and penalties. In the future, perhaps a governmental management model can be adopted. Indeed, Yi Hua replied with a slight smile. His database certainly contained the comprehensive administrative systems, reward and punishment rules, and military promotion methods of the Radiance civilization. The reason he assigned this task to Clark was merely to cultivate her and establish her authority, for she is, after all, his designated Minister of Internal Affairs. Let's proceed with it for now. What about David? David Brick, originally a hydraulic and electrical engineer, possesses considerable expertise in the management and operation of daily life support systems. Super soldiers are not gods. They require sustenance and sanitation, especially now that they are situated several thousand kilometers in outer space. necessitating self-sufficiency. Currently, only David has a clear work direction. He has effectively restructured part of the residential areas, and food has already been entrusted to Ella. The others are still familiarizing themselves with all that the celestial city entails, but they will soon be engaged in various tasks. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan nodded. After all, it has only been a little over 6 months, and they're still merely grasping their inherent abilities. It would be unrealistic to place excessive expectations upon them. Perhaps a grand battle would better facilitate their mastery of their powers. Yi Huan mused, casting his gaze once more toward the cerulean earth. Before the celestial city ascended, Iron Man Tony had clashed with Killian, who was researching the extremist virus and had cured his post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, as time has progressed to the year 2013, it is time for the Reality Stone to make its entrance. Yi Huan remains unable to decipher the vast data code of the Power Stone. It is a mere trinket in his possession. However, the Reality Stone captures his profound interest. With this stone, any dream can be realized. All scientific laws and natural principles become insignificant in its presence, for it can modify the rules at will. The Reality Stone has the power to erase and alter reality, turning thoughts, fantasies, and dreams into tangible existence. In Yi Hua's view, this is akin to the principle of the Void Engine. Certainly, the Radiant civilization possesses the Void Engine, but due to the sacred Kaisha's prohibition on its research and the fact that their supreme deity, Lena, has yet to mature, the Void Engine has not been formally equipped. However, this does not imply that the Radiant civilization has ceased its research into the Void. They have not only conducted studies, but have also assembled comprehensive data, naming it the Celestial Constitution. With the Celestial Constitution in hand, every utterance becomes law. This aligns perfectly with the ethos of the Radiant civilization. Since it is currently unfeasible to derive insights about the rules through the study of the Power Stone, what might occur if the Reality Stone were to be acquired? The Reality Stone cannot be wielded in isolation. However, I presently possess a Power Stone in my grasp, and when the need arises, I may even procure the Mind Stone. Moreover, the Dark Elves are certainly not inclined to relinquish their covetous gaze upon the Reality Stone, and they are currently engaged in military training. With this in mind, Yi Huan remarked, let them primarily focus on enhancing their flying capabilities and combat techniques. A confrontation is imminent. To reiterate, flight beneath the atmosphere, at speeds inferior to that of a commercial aircraft, does not constitute true flight, yet it suffices for dealing with the Dark Elves. Very well, I shall convey this directive. Indeed, you may attend to your tasks. After dismissing Clark, Yi Huan commenced the analysis of Earth's clandestine data. Where has Jane, Thor's companion, disappeared to? The current super soldiers are not particularly reliable. They struggle to acclimate even to the rigors of space, requiring sustenance, sanitation, and respiration. Elevating the celestial city into the cosmos certainly enhances its grandeur, yet presents numerous challenges. It appears that an upgrade in equipment is imperative. Otherwise, they will be unable to engage in combat within the vacuum of space. Perhaps it is best to utilize titanium alloy for the time being, starting with a helmet. Before long, Yi Huan located Jane Foster, who is currently in London, England. She had recently discovered anomalies in celestial movements, with the corresponding global gravitational anomalies situated near Stonehenge. Fortunately, this realization struck him just in time. Otherwise, the Reality Stone might have ended up in Asgard. The convergence of celestial bodies alters the spatial structure, potentially creating numerous unstable micro-wormholes. Fascinating. After accessing the clandestine data, Yi Huan promptly opened a portal to London, intending to seize the Reality Stone while simultaneously investigating the principles underlying the convergence of the 9 realms. Chapter 63. The Astronomy Enthusiast. Even though Tianqing now possesses super soldiers, it appears that little has changed. One must still tackle challenges personally. They are currently struggling to return to Earth, and entrusting this task to them does not instill confidence. The Reality Stone, unlike other Infinity Stones, cannot be wielded in isolation. Any unforeseen mishap could render them incapacitated due to their physical limitations. As he traverses the streets of London, Yi Huan freely reads the dark data around him. It seems fortuitous indeed. Jane Foster, the girlfriend of Thor, has crafted an instrument capable of detecting anomalies in Earth's gravitational field, primarily to alert her when Thor returns. This device was designed based on the energy and gravitational disturbances caused by the Bifrost arrival on Earth. However, by an ironic twist of fate, she has stumbled upon anomalies related to celestial convergence. The chaotic structure of space here has given rise to a temporary worm bridge, a phenomenon that is both alarming and intriguing. As Yihua approaches the epicenter of the strongest spatial energy fluctuations in the city, the distortions intensify. The surroundings appear as a crumpled canvas, with building outlines becoming indistinct and light bending in peculiar ways. This natural worm bridge differs significantly from its artificial counterparts. It requires no calculations of divine data to transport individuals to unknown realms, and there exists a risk of being torn apart by unstable micro-wormholes. Yihua halts, furrowing his brow as he observes the space before him, fractured like a broken mirror, with flickering entrances to micro-wormholes that occasionally exhale weak energy pulses, reminiscent of breaths from an unknown realm. Looking skyward, he detects an anomaly, having glimpsed nearly the entirety of the universe's galaxies moments ago. He wonders if he is hallucinating and promptly enters the dark dimension. The images from earlier flash before his eyes, revealing a tree-like nebula network. This must be what the Asgardians refer to as the World Tree. It is not a literal sighting, but a reflection caused by spatial overlap and refraction. Could it be that this tree-like nebula network connects the entire universe? Celestial convergence and the intersection of the 9 realms, replaying the fleeting memories in his mind. Yihua's gaze brightens. Perhaps there are clever methods to construct a cosmic dark network. In the realm of supergods, there is no such thing as a world tree. The cosmic nebulae exist independently and do not interfere with one another. Yet, in this universe, there exists an energy network that interlinks all cosmic nebulae. Indeed, it must be a form of energy convergence that has formed this tree structure, connecting nearly the entirety of the universe. If he can decipher this energy form, it could significantly conserve resources when establishing a cosmic dark network. How fascinating! With the impending celestial convergence and intersection of the 9 realms, Yihua's interest grows increasingly piqued. Before long, he arrives at an abandoned factory where the gravitational forces have spiraled out of control and the surrounding micro-wormholes are incredibly unstable. Surprisingly, a few children are playing nearby, seemingly oblivious to the perilous situation. Meanwhile, Jane Foster hurries, her friends struggling to keep pace. A subtle distortion in the sky hints at weak gravitational anomalies. The wind whistles past, urging them to hasten. Moments ago, her friend, Daisy Louise, informed her that the instrument she created was incessantly beeping, indicating a detected gravitational anomaly. Although this is a scientific endeavor, it could also signify the arrival of her boyfriend on Earth, prompting Jane to rush over. Upon reaching the site, the instrument reveals unusual data parameters. An odd energy fluctuation pulses here. Jane scrutinizes her device. While it lacks the energy reading she anticipated from the Bifrost, it could represent a significant discovery. Taking a deep breath, she seeks clues amid the chaotic energy and gravitational fields, while Daisy and in turn quietly set up various experimental equipment. Are you also here for research? Upon approaching, they notice the children who have yet to leave. Yes, Jane begins, only to realize something amiss. Wait, are you implying that others have also come here for research? Indeed, that big brother just came over and shooed us away, one child replies, sounding somewhat aggrieved. We discovered this place first. Such insufferable adults. Jane sighs, acknowledging their tardiness. It's best if you children head home now. This area may not be safe. Although danger has yet to arise, the gravitational anomalies and energy reactions necessitate their departure. At the center of the abandoned factory lies a vast, unfinished outdoor platform. As they ascend the levels, they discover Yihua, who stands with his back to them, devoid of any tools, giving the impression that he is not there for research purposes. Excuse me, may I ask? Wow, he is so handsome. Daisy exclaims upon Yihua turning around. Hello, Yihua smiles. What brings you here? This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't I be the one asking first? Greetings. I'm an astrophysicist. We recently detected gravitational anomalies here, prompting our visit for research. Are you here for the same purpose? Jane aims to ascertain whether he is a peer or AS. H.L. the agent. The former could pose competition, while the latter might directly seize her research findings. Jane harbors significant reservations about S.H.I.L.D. No, I'm merely an astronomy enthusiast. As he speaks, Ihua observes her. Contrary to portrayals in media, Jane is strikingly beautiful, her elegant demeanor complemented by deep green eyes reminiscent of the ocean and the purest gems. Her long hair glistening like gold. An extraordinary sight, indeed, capable of captivating even the god of thunder. Ah, I see. With no threat of competition or S.H.I.L.D. affiliation, Jane relaxes. Have you made any discoveries? She inquires while directing Daisy and the intern to set up their gravitational detection equipment. Daisy leans closer. Handsome. May I know your name? If you're an astronomy enthusiast, I have plenty of equipment you could use. I'm sure you'd be pleased. Jane shoots Daisy a sidelong glance, hoping her friend isn't about to lose her composure. However, this man is undeniably charming. Had she not been dating Thor, she might have felt a flutter of attraction. Ah, I'm Ihua. A pleasure to meet you. By the way, are you also a follower of the sun god? Daisy eagerly sidles up to him, leaving Jane struggling to interject. Noticing a keychain of imperial armor hanging from her waist, Ihua found himself at a loss for words. He had not been following the solar cult recently, so how had they managed to create such surroundings? You're aware of the solar cult as well? Indeed, given the recent global phenomenon of perpetual night, it is difficult not to be informed. Rumors abound that Earth is on the brink of entering a binary star era. At night, one can even discern the celestial city floating in space through a telescope. The solar deity must undoubtedly be an extraordinarily powerful entity. I wish to beseech him to enhance my beauty and reduce my bust size. It is undeniably ample, bountiful to say the least. Seemingly noticing Yihua's gaze, Daisy remarked, "You may not be aware, but having an overly large bust comes with its own set of drawbacks. Enthusiastic Western women are often unreserved. Upon discovering a desirable target, they launch fervent advances, particularly towards a handsome figure like Yihua, lest they miss a splendid opportunity. It is challenging to find suitable styles in ordinary lingerie shops, not to mention the weight. Oh, the weight. Standing for prolonged periods can easily lead to backaches and neck strain, as one's posture tends to suffer, often resulting in a habitual inclination forward. Driving or riding in a car necessitates careful adjustment of the seatbelt, constantly ensuring it does not become ensnared between one's bosom. Whether engaging in tennis or volleyball, physical activity becomes a strenuous endeavor, with each leap and sprint. The discomfort is palpable. Walking proves inconvenient as well, as one cannot see one's feet or the ground while looking down. Even at work, there is no chance to rest one's head on the desk during a moment of fatigue. One must always maintain an upright position. Isn't it evident that these are a multitude of shortcomings? What would you have me say? Do you believe it appropriate to discuss such matters upon our first encounter? Daisy, with her proud stature, seemed utterly unfazed by Yihua's potential suggestions. Rather, she appeared to anticipate them. Ah, I suspect that with your lack of devotion, the solar deity would likely deny your request. Yihua quipped lightly, shifting his gaze toward Jane. So what have you discovered? It was rather unavoidable. Daisy seemed eager to draw closer, deliberately swaying her ample bosom in an attempt to capture his attention. At present, Jane remained rather composed, unwilling to divulge her research findings to a mere stranger. Yihua, however, was unfazed. He had been present for some time and was already familiar with the surroundings, merely yet to locate the energy pathways of the world tree and the site of the reality gem seal. Now that the protagonist had arrived, it seemed the story was poised to commence. Chapter 64. Profound knowledge within the expansive confines of an abandoned factory. Jane Foster was deeply engrossed in her experiments, casting various objects from the upper floors and waiting for their reappearance, tirelessly documenting the gravitational wave data. Astonishingly, a stable gravitational field existed here, intertwined with the principles of wormholes. Jane was elated by her discoveries, If she could unravel the mysteries of this place, she might very well become the next Nobel laureate. On the other hand, Daisy was entirely focused on Yihua, her ample form swaying as she drew closer, the intoxicating scent of her perfume wafting through the air. Her bright, expressive eyes blinked flirtatiously, concealing a myriad of playful thoughts, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. What do you do for a living? Do you live in London now? If you have time, perhaps we could share a drink. She tilted her head slightly, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, her gaze brimming with unabashed desire. Every word, every glance was laden with implications, her intentions to entice him glaringly evident. Yihua frowned slightly. He mused that her seductive tactics were no match for Clark's, and the overpowering scent of her perfume was quite discomforting. Apologies, but I'm merely passing through and may not have the time to join you for a drink. As he spoke, he instinctively took a step back. That's perfectly fine. After all, you're not leaving immediately. Surely there is time for a drink? Daisy's demeanor suggested that with a mere nod from Yihua, she would eagerly accompany him home that very night. Yihua's eyes narrowed. Did she not perceive the clarity of his rejection? It seemed she intended to close the distance further. The allure of a super soldier was undeniably potent for ordinary individuals, not merely due to striking appearance, but also rooted in genetic factors. However, apart from his stature, there was little that compelled him to regard her with any interest. He found her quite unremarkable. In truth, the phenomena at play were not merely gravitational. Rather, the micro-wormholes here had become chaotic, even altering the spatial structure, causing gravitational influences from elsewhere to affect this locale. To extricate himself from Daisy's advances, Yihua initiated a conversation with Jane. Are you familiar with worm bridge theory? The reason objects loop back here is due to the disorder of micro-wormholes, which momentarily form unstable worm bridges. This is exceedingly perilous, he continued. Moreover, the worm bridges scattered throughout this area resemble a labyrinth, devoid of any discernible pattern. A bridge that was connected a moment ago may lead elsewhere the next. Wormhole theory? Are you suggesting that actual wormholes manifest here? Jane exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. What equipment did you use to observe this? I was merely theorizing. With our current technology, we cannot detect the existence of wormholes. How could you? Yihua's unwavering conviction astonished Jane further. You seem as if you can actually see them. Indeed, this is no simple gravitational issue. Otherwise, one could not account for the recurring appearance of objects. Jane had intended to reference the fantastical rainbow bridge that whisked individuals away with a simple call to the heavens, but hesitated, fearing Yihua might not comprehend her allusion. Her growing interest in wormhole knowledge stemmed from that very unscientific rainbow bridge. Yet, she was taken aback by Yihua's evident intellect. What do you believe is the root cause of these anomalies?